I have been reborn in a parallel world. Ding. On August 18th, 2033, at 11:35 a.m., a red alert has been issued. According to reports from the meteorological station, the super typhoon Mighty Tiger is expected to make landfall in coastal areas in the early hours of the 19th, with wind speeds reaching between 12 and 17 levels, accompanied by several days of torrential rain. Citizens in coastal areas are advised to prepare for home safety in advance. Simultaneously, every individual in coastal cities received this alert on their mobile devices. However, the majority of citizens chose to disregard it. In a 3-star Michelin restaurant in a bustling city, a ravenous man captivated everyone's attention. Patrons of such an establishment are known for their refined tastes, and the man's uncouth behavior was instantly met with disdain. A female internet celebrity, live streaming her experience, pointed her camera at the man, her face contorted with disgust. How can someone like this even dine in a restaurant? It truly diminishes the prestige of Michelin. How utterly lowbrow. I shall never return here again. Even the restaurant staff could not conceal their inner contempt. What respectable patron would not find this sight appalling? They had never encountered such a ravenous creature before. Zhou Chen focused intently on devouring his meal, his hands grasping meat, picking vegetables, and sipping soup as he swept through an entire table laden with delicacies. In times of catastrophe, survival of the fittest prevails. In my previous life, I witnessed super typhoons, torrential rains, floods, extreme cold, extreme heat, plagues, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and nuclear radiation. Resources were scarce, corpses lay strewn across the land, and the global death rate soared to an alarming 9.8. In the bleak aftermath of the apocalypse, he clung to life, having consumed murky water and gnawed on moldy buns, even scuffling with wild dogs for scraps of food. Did he care about the gaze of others? Everything besides sustenance was mere nonsense. He was reborn on the eve of catastrophe, awakening to spatial abilities. This time, he would hoard resources with fervor, grasping the secrets of disaster, navigating the tumult with grace and ease. Moreover, he was resolute in his vengeance, determined to ensure that those beasts who had brought about his demise would live a life worse than that of a dog. Having satiated his hunger, Zhou Chen settled the bill and departed. It was noon, and the calamity was set to strike at midnight. Collecting supplies was an urgent matter. Food, water, medicine, weapons, and survival gear. His 3 years of survival experience had etched an essential inventory into his very bones. Zhou Chen rented a large truck, heading straight for the city's largest wholesale market. During this journey, he received a call from Old Sunday Old Sun, the security guard of Sakura Community, had once been a street thug in his youth. A man of integrity, he had sacrificed a leg to shield a comrade from a blade, missing out on a family of his own. Zhou Chen possessed a pleasant demeanor, able to converse amiably with anyone. He frequently greeted Old Sun in their community and occasionally shared gifts of cigarettes and liquor from clients, fostering a cordial friendship between them. In his previous life, Old Sun met a tragic fate. A month into the disaster, he led the resistance against invading survivors, only to be brutally stabbed dozens of times, leaving him unrecognizable. Yet that very night, his body vanished without a trace, and even from the penthouse, Zhou Chen could smell the savory aroma of broth wafting through the air. This morning, upon his rebirth, Zhou Chen, considering the safety concerns of his community, promptly contacted a renovation company to replace all the windows in his home with bulletproof glass. And the front door was also replaced with the sturdiest stainless steel door available. The door was reinforced with 3 10-centimeter thick steel bolts located at the top, middle, and bottom, ensuring it could withstand even the mightiest of blows. In the treacherous landscape of a post-apocalyptic world, human nature can be perilous often. The first to strike is not an outsider, but rather those closest to you. To make effective use of his time, Zhou Chen enlisted the help of Lao Sun to keep an eye on things. Xiaozhou, have you purchased any medication? A young man just delivered dozens of large cartons. Before stepping out, Zhou Chen had contacted a pharmaceutical sales representative. He procured anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, cold remedies, hemostatic agents, trauma treatments, fine spirits, gauze, and even tetanus vaccines and insulin for diabetes at double the price, amounting to a total of 1 million. There was but one requirement. The delivery had to be swift and the medications comprehensive. These were life-saving medicines in times of disaster, and as time passed, their scarcity would only increase. A single cold tablet could fetch an exorbitant price. He had witnessed firsthand someone trading a single pack of cold medicine for a coveted entry into an official base, highlighting the invaluable nature of such supplies. Yes, Lao Sun, please help me sign for it and stack in the living room. Absolutely, the windows and doors have been completed. I tested the door with a hammer, and it barely budged. My hands felt the impact. Additionally, the fireplaces you requested have been installed in both the living room and bedroom, and I can assure you they are made of high-quality, burn-resistant steel while waiting at a red light. Zhou Chen located Old Sun's WeChat and transferred 10,000 yuan. The call remained connected, and Old Sun expressed his confusion regarding the transaction. What's this money for? Is it for the balance you need to pay later? No, it's a token of appreciation for your hard work. It's nothing significant. You needn't give me so much. Just accept it if you trust me. After you help me resolve this matter, purchase some long-lasting food supplies. The impending typhoon might be quite severe. In life, one should owe nothing in terms of personal favors. As for whether the other party believes him, that is of no concern to him. Zhou Chen's financial situation is, in fact, quite stable. His parents perished in a car accident during his freshman year, leaving him a property and a processing factory, which provides sufficient income for him to live comfortably. However, last month, his close friend and his campus sweetheart secretly colluded with his rival to set him up, resulting in a significant financial loss. They clandestinely bribed key personnel in the factory, lured away all major clients, and even obtained his documents and signature, ultimately selling the entire factory for a pittance, which then fell into their hands after a convoluted series of transactions. Zhou Chen has come to realize that the two had been involved with each other long before this betrayal. Just yesterday, this unscrupulous pair arrived in a newly purchased sports car to deliver a wedding invitation to him. How audacious they must be! Zhou Chen picked up a brick and charged at them. Had they not fled swiftly, they would surely have faced dire consequences. Ultimately, he acknowledges that the fault lies with his own excessive trust not only in his close friend and campus sweetheart, but also in those key personnel, all of whom were his university classmates, that a graduate of a third-rate, unremarkable university finds himself adrift in the bustling metropolis of elite ambition, struggling to secure even a decent job. Those with connections have long since arranged their futures, while the remainder lacking resources clings to the hope of thriving in this city, dreaming of one day ascending to the role of CEO and reaching the pinnacle of success. Yet, amidst the concentration of talent in this metropolis, how can an ordinary individual hope to stand out? This city is a voracious beast that devours its inhabitants without remorse. Countless individuals have buried their youth here, leaving with nothing but the remnants of their shattered dreams. Reflecting on the past 4 years with his classmates, Zhou Chen resolved to lend a helping hand. He gathered a dozen of his closest peers and brought them to the factory, not only securing them positions, but generously offering them handsome salaries. He sought no recompense, yet was met with betrayal from these ingrates. Perhaps the old adage holds true: the good do not live long, while misfortune lingers for a millennium. In his previous life, Zhou Chen struggled at the bottom of the survivor hierarchy, even scavenging for scraps alongside wild dogs. As for these ingrates, barring a few who met an early demise, they thrived, their bodies well fed while he was reduced to mere skin and bones. When they crossed paths, these wretches snatched the last half of his bun and mercilessly assaulted him. Without access to medication, he succumbed to illness on a desolate street. Zhou Chen shook his head, casting aside these tumultuous thoughts. Revenge would come, but not just yet. In a few days, money would become worthless paper. He needed to spend it wisely. The modest sum he currently possessed was sufficient to gather a stockpile of essential supplies to survive and truly savor life. One must prepare a substantial array of supplies. He possesses a space capable of accommodating vast quantities of provisions. However, as calamities have yet to strike and society remains orderly, rushing into a free acquisition scheme would lead to inevitable capture by the authorities within the hour. Impulsiveness is a treacherous companion. Once apprehended, it would merely be a waiting game for demise. Arriving at the comprehensive wholesale market, Zhou Chen parked his truck in front of a grain and oil wholesale store. He spent 1 million to completely deplete the store's inventory. Just in salt alone, he procured 10 tons. The primary reason ancient courts sought to control salt was due to its paramount significance so vital that it could even sway the fate of a nation. The shopkeeper beamed with delight and graciously offered a 5 discount. Zhou Chen made several trips to transport all the goods. After each journey, he would park the truck in a relatively secluded corner nearby, allowing himself to enter the vehicle and transfer the supplies into his space. He deliberately indulged in a cigarette and took a roundabout route before returning for subsequent trips. Next, Zhou Chen proceeded to the vegetable wholesale district, meat wholesale district, bottled water wholesale district, and the grain and vegetable seed wholesale district. Spending over $2 million in total, he replicated the process of transporting supplies in batches until every item was secured within his space. The storage area possessed preservation capabilities, alleviating any concerns regarding the freshness of vegetables and meats. Having temporarily gathered sufficient food and drink, he was still in need of weapons and outdoor survival gear. The clock read 5:10 p.m. Time was of the essence. "My dear brother, are you frightened?" As Zhou Chen was tirelessly occupied, his gluttonous visage at a Michelin restaurant had already gone viral across the internet. Naturally, some were eager to share this in the company group, tagging everyone. "Is this Zhou, the general manager? The factory has vanished. The employees have fled. He is nothing now. Is it really him? What is he doing, transforming his sorrow into an insatiable appetite? Could it be he is overwhelmed and is indulging in a final meal? Are you suggesting he intends to take his own life? Haha, who can we blame? We toil for him like dogs, and this year, requesting another salary increase is akin to reaching for the heavens. Yet, General Zhang is magnanimous, having doubled our wages." Zhang Li lounged in his opulent office, leering at Su Ruren, who was elegantly clad in black stockings. Su Ruren was indeed as her name suggested. With such a visage and figure, any man would feel weak in the knees. During their school days, she was universally acknowledged as the campus belle, adored by countless otaku. Zhang Li licked his lips, convinced that Zhou Chen's downfall was entirely due to this woman. Upon seeing the messages in the group, a smug expression crossed his face. Zhou Chen was incensed. Incensed? Su Ruren, pulling down her skirt that had rolled up to her waist, was momentarily puzzled by the meaning. Zhang Li presented her with a video, showcasing thousands of mocking comments from netizens, which he savored with delight. Su Ruren frowned. He wouldn't truly eat this meal and then go off to end his life. Would he? Zhang Li chuckled coldly. What of it if he did? What concern is it of ours? When faced with the king of hell, he can only blame his own foolishness. Su Ruoro expressed her disagreement. His suicide at this moment would tarnish our reputation. Zhang Li, believing himself to be quite sophisticated, lit a cigar, took a puff, and replied, "No, his demise would actually be advantageous for us. Aren't you concerned that he might recover and gather evidence to sue us?" Su Ruo, feeling a surge of guilt, raised her voice slightly. "What could he possibly sue us for? If clients and key personnel decide to leave, who can stop them? As for the matter of selling the factory at a low price, the contract bears his seal and signature. Rest assured, regardless of how that signature was procured, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to find evidence proving he was set up." "No," Zhang Li interrupted, his expression darkening. "As long as he is alive, I cannot feel at ease. Can you? What if he uncovers evidence? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? The substantial sums we've just acquired, the factory we've recently established, the affluent lifestyle we've begun to enjoy, would it all come crashing down? Do you wish to return to those days of hardship?" Su Ruo envisioned her luxurious sports car, the opulence draping her body, and the transformation of her family's attitude from disdain to ingratiation. She recalled the days when she could only envy others flaunting their Louis Vuitton bags. Her gaze hardened. "What do you propose we do?" Zhang Li's smile turned sinister as he began to peruse his contact list. "Naturally, we must apply a bit more pressure on him. Ideally, we should compel him to leap from a building at once." Meanwhile, Zhou Chen was driving towards the largest military outdoor supply store nearby. "I never anticipated receiving a call from Zhang Li. How has your day been, my dear brother?" "Not too bad." "Haha, my brother is rather inconsiderate. I personally brought the invitation with Ruan, intending to invite you to our wedding next month, yet I nearly met my demise at your hands. If you won't attend the wedding, you must join the gathering tonight, as we are all good brothers. If anything is troubling you, feel free to share with everyone." Zhou Chen initially contemplated declining, but suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "Sure, but I have no desire to go out. However, I wouldn't mind descending for a drink." Zhang Li was taken aback. "Huh? Zhou Chen smirked with a hint of mockery. Are you afraid, my good brother? Before Zhang Li could fully comprehend the situation, the call was abruptly terminated. Infuriated, Zhang Li contemplated throwing his phone. Damn it, am I afraid of him? Su Ruan, who had been listening intently, inquired. What does that mean? Zhang Li cursed a few times before gradually calming down. TCH. What could it possibly mean? Do you genuinely believe he would dare to go down with us? When Zhang Li initially moved to Sakura Community to purchase a home, Zhou Chen had even lent him a sum of money. After becoming immensely wealthy overnight, Zhang Li and Su Ruan had consistently resided in hotels without returning to the community. Su Ruan's expression darkened. Let it go. Be cautious not to play with fire. He despises us now and might genuinely seek vengeance. Zhang Li's eyes glinted with ferocity. What are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Chen has turned into a rabid dog, we are many. If he dares to harm me, Chen Chang and the others can all get lost. With that thought in mind, he promptly sent a message in the group chat. Dear brothers and sisters, the venue for tonight's gathering has been changed to my residence. We shall indulge in a barbecue in the garden, and I have extended an invitation to Zhou Chen for a drink. The members of the group were taken aback. Your home? ISNT Zhou Chen residing on the top floor? Inviting Zhou Chen? You truly have audacity. What unsavory deeds have you committed with Su Ruan? Are you not aware of the potential repercussions? Do you not fear Zhou Chen descending upon you with a blade? The group fell into silence, their thoughts swirling. Yet they refrained from voicing their concerns, as their own actions were hardly commendable. They promptly emerged to shower Zhang with compliments, recognizing that being associated with him and Sister Su would bring them benefits. Despite Zhang Li's outward bravado regarding Zhou Chen, he was inwardly apprehensive. He could not fathom Zhou Chen's true intentions. After all, he and Su Ruan had inflicted considerable harm upon Zhou Chen. Who would believe that he harbored no desire for vengeance? Zhang Li had only just begun to relish the fruits of being a prominent figure and wished to avoid any unforeseen calamities, particularly the threat of being killed. He hastily summoned his closest associates, Chen Chang and a few others, to the office for a whispered discussion. Zhou Chen was indifferent to Zhang Li's thoughts. Zhang Li, a man who detested being looked down upon and could not withstand provocation, was internally terrified, yet he would force himself to return to the community tonight. The reason? The myriad of sycophants surrounding him. Returning to the community was advantageous. Once there, he would not be permitted to leave. This way, he could witness firsthand the fate that awaited these beasts in the apocalypse. When resources grew scarce, the spectacle of dogs turning upon each other would surely be entertaining. As for tonight, Zhou Chen could go to hell. Wouldn't it be more prudent to gather more supplies? In the end, they wouldn't even be worthy enough to feed to the dogs. He arrived at the outdoor supplies store. Disaster preparedness kits, large tents, raincoats and boots, army cots, folding chairs, water bottles, sleeping bags, climbing axes, ropes, binoculars, radios, power banks, fire axes, fire starters, Swiss Army knives, machetes, multifunctional entrenching tools, waterproof flashlights, and batteries for the flashlights. Each item one could possibly conceive of. Steel cleats, multifunctional harnesses, heavy-duty tactical vests. 2 sets of each, please. 10 boxes of outdoor emergency blankets are essential. Within a fortnight, the entire city experienced water and power outages. A high-capacity, noise-reducing home generator is imperative. 20 inflatable boats and rafts are necessary, as post-flood debris floats on the water's surface, making them susceptible to punctures and potential vandalism. Better to have more than less. The owner was taken aback. Other items were manageable. But that knife, it is a controlled item. Chapter 3. The arrival of catastrophe in a world ravaged by disaster. Violence reigns supreme, and human life is treated with utter disregard. An ordinary person, unarmed, faces a death sentence. Firearms are out of the question, yet self-defense knives are indispensable. Zhou Chen remained composed. You are the expert. Surely, you have a solution. The owner hesitated but ultimately conceded. Please wait. I will retrieve some from the back warehouse. Faced with a major client, the owner did not wish to miss this business opportunity. Upon the owner's return from the warehouse, Zhou Chen inquired, Do you know where snowmobiles can be purchased? The owner, bewildered, shook his head. We are in the south. Such things are only available in the north. Perhaps you could consider online shopping? Zhou Chen sighed inwardly. Even within the realm of free shipping, the earliest delivery from the online platform would not arrive before tomorrow. With the onset of natural disasters, it remained uncertain which highway would be blocked, and time was decidedly insufficient. He sought alternatives. Are there any ice skates available? In this frozen environment, as long as he could run swiftly enough, no one could harm him. The shopkeeper chuckled. Indeed, we do have them. Last year, for the sake of novelty, I purchased 2 pairs merely to adorn the wall as decoration. I've only tried them on once. The size is 44. You should be able to wear them. If you don't mind, I can fetch them right away. The speedboat requires diesel. A year later, when the city of demons fell, all survivors fled the city. Even with means of transportation, the fuel consumption was astonishing. However, the trade of gasoline and diesel was strictly prohibited for private transactions. Fortunately, after the calamity struck, the highways were littered with abandoned vehicles. As long as he could run fast enough, he need not fear the inability to gather ample gasoline. While Zhou Chen pondered this, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from his aunt. Zhou Chen had an aunt who, in her youth, strayed from the right path, choosing a man from the underbelly of society. The couple made their living through gambling. His parents, unable to set a proper example, naturally raised a son devoid of skills. While Zhou Chen's parents were alive, they often provided assistance to this family. After their passing, the couple deceitfully swindled hundreds of thousands from him under the guise of familial bonds, only to squander it all in a single night. Now his cousin had grown up, found a girlfriend, and, with a prominent belly, declared that he would not marry without a house. Where would a gambler in an ne'er-do-well find the means to purchase a marital abode? Thus, they resorted to playing the victim, emotionally manipulating him and demanding Zhou Chen take responsibility. It was utterly ludicrous. The child was not his doing. Why should he bear any responsibility? In an attempt to coerce him into submission, a few days ago, they audaciously rented an apartment in the Sakura community, where a family of 3, accompanied by a heavily pregnant woman, took turns confronting him. Within their rented dwelling, there was not even a single thick quilt to be found. In a previous life, his aunt had led the entire family to kneel before Zhou Chen, weeping and pleading for his forgiveness. Reminded of his father, who had passed away many years ago, Zhou Chen's heart softened momentarily, prompting him to open the door. However, the instant the door swung open, the family revealed their true intentions, brandishing concealed kitchen knives. Not only did they injure Zhou Chen's arm, but they also forcibly expelled him from his own home, leaving him to endure the frigid elements alone. The biting cold was merciless, leaving him to fend for himself. A bitter laugh escaped Zhou Chen's lips as he decisively added them to his blacklist. Seizing the opportunity while the boss was busy loading goods onto the truck, Zhou Chen ventured into a nearby military supply store. He procured 50 each of cold weather gear, thermal suits, insulated boots, military coats, cotton hats, combat boots, quilts, cotton socks, and gloves. Though the quality of these cold weather garments might not rival that of genuine military supplies in a post-apocalyptic world, possessing even a single item could mean the difference between life and death for a survivor. In temperatures plummeting to a chilling -70 degrees, how many could withstand the cold without proper clothing or blankets? To avoid freezing to death, even a tattered military coat could incite a tragic struggle for survival. It was not uncommon for the living to use the dead as firewood. With basic thermal gear secured, the next necessity was a means of heating. In temperatures reaching -70 degrees, even with electricity, air conditioning couldn't provide sufficient warmth. A fireplace and firewood were the most practical solutions. Zhou Chen navigated to a lumber yard on the outskirts. By now, darkness had fallen, and the wind howled ominously, accompanied by the patter of raindrops. The lumber yard stood desolate, with a large yellow dog tied at the entrance, serving as its sole guardian. Zhou Chen retrieved a bone from his space and directed it towards his barking dog, De Huang, who immediately wagged his tail in excitement. He climbed over the wall and entered a vast open area where firewood was piled high. Zhou Chen chose not to disturb the logs and planks, instead collecting several tons of discarded wood and sawdust into his space. This considerable amount would suffice for an entire year, even if burned continuously for 24 hours in the harshest winter. Noticing a payment code affixed to the wall, Zhou Chen transferred his last 30,000 yuan. Before departing, he also discreetly took 2 electric saws. Zhou Chen then set off towards his ultimate destination, the industrial storage area on the outskirts of the city. There, one could find warehouses belonging to major supermarkets such as Sam's Club, Costco, Walmart, and Carrefour. Zhou Chen was well acquainted with that area, having previously worked in a factory within the industrial park. At that moment, it was 21:10, and the drive would take over 2 hours. A typhoon was approaching. How far could the zero-cost shopping be? At that time, a super typhoon of level 17 could sweep both people and vehicles away. And in the event of a break-in at the warehouse, the police would be unable to respond promptly. As he traveled, Zhou Chen passed by a sprawling greenhouse area filled with fruit crops. The ferocity of the typhoon intensified, saturating the air with the sweet fragrance of fruit. Upon closer inspection, he could discern the scents of strawberries, watermelons, grapes, and apples. At that moment, every greenhouse was bustling with farmers hurriedly transporting boxes of freshly picked fruit. Those unable to harvest in time would see their crops blown away or submerged in water. The strawberry farmers, in particular, bore heavy hearts, being low-growing plants. Strawberries would be easily submerged by rising waters, and prolonged exposure would lead to their demise. The expressions of farmers cultivating other fruits were hardly more cheerful. Even if the fruit trees escape the deluge of the flood and withstand the tempest's fury, the fruits upon them are surely doomed. Alas, I sincerely hope that the weather forecasts prove inaccurate, that the typhoon diminishes, perhaps dissipating with a mere sigh. Otherwise, their efforts this year will be in vain. Zhou Chen parked the heavy-duty truck by the roadside and lit a cigarette for himself. Once the others had moved far away, he leaped into the fields, collecting both seedlings and soil into his space. These fruit trees, even if they survived the calamity of flooding, would undoubtedly succumb to the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Rather than allowing nature's wrath to destroy them, it would be better to secure their fate. He sprinted in a wide circle, astonishingly gathering nearly 20 acres of fruit land. Left behind were rows of iron frames, swaying precariously in the wind, with sheets of plastic blown to the treetops, drifting far away. An hour wasted, and time was no longer on his side. Zhou Chen navigated through a series of red lights, racing tirelessly to the industrial storage area. The 15-ton truck swayed under the force of the 12th-grade typhoon, resembling a cumbersome yet flamboyant serpent. Zhou Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly, feeling as though the vehicle might topple at any moment. In the distance, the church bells tolled. Midnight struck. The 17th-grade super typhoon wreaked havoc, sending parked cars tumbling like leaves in the tempest. As disaster loomed, the world officially entered an era of calamity. Chapter 4. The Frenzied 0 Yuan Purchase. A thunderous crash resounded as Zhou Chen burst through the door. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, crashing through the warehouse entrance. The onslaught of the super typhoon sent rows of shelves at the entrance tumbling down like a cascade of dominoes. Zhou Chen donned his cap, opened the truck door, and leaped out. With sleeves rolled up, an extraordinary promotion of 0 yuan purchase unfolds. The monitoring personnel in the Walmart control room are left in a state of shock. The blaring alarm pierces the air. What on earth is happening? They are perplexed by the phenomenon wherever the individual on the monitor moves, the items in that vicinity inexplicably vanish. Has the system been compromised? Quick, call the authorities. Our surveillance system has been hacked. Indeed, it must be a cyber intrusion. The footage we are witnessing has undoubtedly been replaced by the intruder. This is terrifying. I knew it was implausible for those items to simply disappear. Zhou Chen hastily returned to his vehicle, reversing with determination towards the adjacent Sam's Club. In truth, the inventory of just the Walmart supermarket alone would suffice for Zhou Chen's lifetime sustenance. However, with the impending melting of glaciers and tectonic collisions, the global landmass is projected to shrink to a mere fraction, yet it must still accommodate human habitation. To ensure the continuation of human civilization, factories must be established to restore a portion of industrial culture, while arable land for cultivating crops will become even scarcer. No amount of supplies would ever be deemed excessive. Rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, and other essentials cannot withstand the ravages of floods and extreme cold. It would be a tragedy to waste them. With a thundering crash, Zhou Chen burst open the doors of the Sam's storage warehouse. The surveillance personnel from Sam's, Costco, and Carrefour have all gone into a frenzy. Just moments ago, they were mocking Walmart's surveillance system for being hacked. Little did they expect such swift retribution. Damn it! Damn it! The executives of these supermarkets are now in a state of alarm. Unfortunately, the ferocious typhoon has reached a terrifying level 17, rendering police unable to respond, leaving these executives in a state of anxious desperation. With another resounding crash, once again, a resounding crash echoed as Zhou Chen, relying on his memory, forcefully opened the warehouse of Yapingia. To his astonishment, he found himself engulfed in a sea of steel bars. How had the modest supermarket storage transformed into such a formidable array of materials? These steel bars, both smooth and threaded, were bundled in 2-ton stacks, layered and piled into the thousands. He was not involved in construction. Damn it! This had allowed the little book to narrowly escape disaster. A glance at the warehouse name revealed It was from the land of kimchi. Instantly, his spirits lifted. He collected these precious resources, knowing they would prove invaluable in the future. The expansive warehouse was divided into several sections, and as he ventured further, he discovered a heap of stainless steel coils. To his utter delight, there was a colossal vehicle parked at the back. Upon seeing this magnificent machine, Zhou Chen was nearly overwhelmed with joy, almost shedding tears of happiness. A brand new rugged off-road Kamaz, capable of traversing desert gravel paths as if it were child's play. With this vehicle, he would fear no treacherous terrain in the apocalypse. In his previous life, there were those who drove Kamaz trucks and marauders, crashing through anything in their way, causing the survivor gangs that relied on highway robbery to retreat in fear. Occasionally, a foolhardy individual would attempt to confront them, only to meet a grim fate. Some were crushed into mere pulp. Faced with such a domineering mode of transport, Zhou Chen, like countless other survivors, could only harbor feelings of envy and longing. The surprises continued as he noticed nearly 50 diesel barrels stacked at the rear of the vehicle, each containing 200 liters, totaling approximately 10,000 liters of diesel. At that moment, Zhou Chen sincerely thanked the little kimchi. He transferred all the warehouse's supplies into his space, effectively cutting off the little kimchi's escape routes. Amidst the torrential rain, Zhou Chen glanced at the distant Hualyan sign, contemplated briefly, and then turned to leave. Driving closely against the warehouse wall, he made his way to the incubation park located 2 kilometers away. This was a planned stopover, a quest to gather supplies. The incubation park was home to various fledgling enterprises, lacking in funds yet abundant in ambition and ideals. Recalling memories from a previous life, he knew of a particularly remarkable technology company nestled within. It was a startup specializing in nanotechnology for undergarments. The fabrics they developed were capable of maintaining a constant temperature of approximately 25 degrees Celsius when worn. In his past existence, during the second year of calamity, he was captured by a group of survivors and imprisoned in a cave, awaiting his fate. Through the conversations among the guards, he stumbled upon this astonishing secret. This group of like-minded gamblers ventured out in search of supplies during a flood, inadvertently discovering the innovative product. With a spirit of experimentation, during an incursion of extreme cold, this small team of over 10 individuals miraculously survived, thanks to the undergarments made from these unique fabrics. However, based on their discussions, it became evident that the supply of this advanced material was exceedingly scarce. Only a few among the group had received garments, while others succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Zhou Chen was determined to secure this fabric at all costs. The incubation park was vast, and identifying the specific district, building, floor, and room would require a meticulous search. One by one. This was of little concern, as he could not proceed until the super typhoon had subsided. As long as he searched earnestly, he feared not the elusive nature of his goal, while also collecting other useful supplies along the way. The iron fences of the incubation park, aged over the years, had been toppled by the Category 17 super typhoon, allowing Zhou Chen to drive his truck directly to the staircase entrance. The vehicle was positioned horizontally, effectively obstructing most of the wind, preventing him from being swept away upon exiting. Zhou Chen did not immediately commence his search of the building. He had ample time that evening, and, after a long day, he was genuinely famished. He lingered on the first floor, selecting a company with a relatively clean environment. Producing a pair of heavy-duty pliers, he snipped the chains with a satisfying click. Upon entering, he casually chose a table and retrieved an induction cooker, a frying pan, steak, and red wine from his space. He took a piece of butter, placed the steak into the heated pan, searing it on both sides. Before drizzling a touch of red wine and garnishing it with a sprig of rosemary, his delectable dish was complete. Outside, a typhoon raged, the windows rattling incessantly. As Zhou Chen savored his steak and sipped his wine, he suddenly felt that something was amiss, prompting him to produce a fruit platter. While indulging, he perused his phone. The internet connection remained relatively stable, with news dominating the headlines about the unprecedented typhoon. Reports of toppled trees, collapsed bridges, luxury cars crushed, and tornadoes tearing through skyscrapers flooded the feeds. Nationwide, netizens expressed their shock at the typhoon's devastation, which surpassed that of previous years, while numerous internet celebrities streamed live to console their followers. Little did anyone suspect that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhang Li had inundated him with phone calls and even added him to a WeChat group. The Shengli company group consisted of familiar faces. Zhang Li's intentions were clear: to provoke a reaction from him. The messages in the group were overflowing, numbering over 99. Curious, Zhou Chen opened the chat to find an array of videos showcasing gatherings filled with barbecues, drinking, and dancing, all brimming with revelry. The turnout was considerable, with Chen Chong and others accompanied by their girlfriends, dancing exuberantly to the pulsating music, all clad in ultra-short skirts paired with black stockings. The video initially captured in the garden was soon relocated to the living room due to the impending typhoon. Zhongli tagged him, saying, "Brother, weren't we supposed to go downstairs for a drink? Why are you hiding away? Afraid of being ridiculed?" Naturally, some sycophants eagerly followed suit, mocking him. Zhongli persistently tagged him, clearly eager to flaunt his flourishing life before him. Though his methods lacked integrity, the allure of sudden wealth often ignites a desire to boast. Zhou Chen smirked, sending a voice message, "My apologies, everyone. I genuinely intended to join you for a drink, but something came up unexpectedly." Zhang Li from Sakura Community finally received Zhou Chen's message. He straightened up, promptly urging everyone to check their phones, and quickly replied in the group chat, "Oh, what a coincidence. What pressing matter could possibly lead you to cancel our gathering at the last minute?" This statement explicitly suggested that Zhou Chen was intentionally evading their company. Chen Chong and others chimed in, "Indeed, it's been a while since we've seen you. We've missed you terribly and didn't anticipate being stood up." Zhou Chen, "There's really no need for this. We're all good friends here. It's important to gather occasionally and nurture our bonds. Yes, we all know you've been feeling down lately. If you're not happy, you should express it. We are your best listeners. No one will mock you. Hurry down here. We're all waiting for you. What do you expect? Should we carry you down on a palanquin? Nothing can't be resolved with a good drink, Zhou. You must believe that sustenance will come, and so will love." Haraha. Zhou Chen aimed his phone's camera at the window, recording a video. Zhongli looked astonished. "You're really not at home?" Zhou Chen replied in a languid tone. "Could it be otherwise? The factory is gone. The business has collapsed. I must seek new ventures. Here I am, engrossed in conversation with friends. As the storm approaches, I can only return home tomorrow." He chuckled. "Do make sure to wait for me to share a drink. Rest assured, it will indeed be just drinks. You need not fear me, huh?" The powerful typhoon, classified as level 17, cannot rage indefinitely. By tomorrow morning, it will diminish to levels 5 or 6, making travel feasible in the short term, though torrential rain will persist for several days. It remains to be seen how many residents will seize this opportunity. Zhou Chen felt a surge of confidence that Zhang Li would stay behind, convinced that this group would not brave the rain to stockpile provisions. These individuals, who prefer to reap without toil, have consumed all the barbecued food, leaving only fruits and beverages, enough to sustain them for a couple of meals. By the time they realize the gravity of their situation, the flood will rise at a visible pace, soon inundating the entire first floor, leaving them without shelter. As they bicker over who should venture out for supplies, the icy cold will arrive unannounced. The frigid temperatures of -70 degrees will mark the beginning of their torment. Chapter 5. Is this the buff of the reborn? Chains upon chains are forcibly dismantled by a powerful clamp. Zhou Chen swiftly swept through the building from the first to the third floor. In truth, there were no particularly useful supplies to be found. He did manage to collect a fair amount of paper, pens, and a nearly new printer. Yet, he conducted his search with utmost seriousness, even salvaging wooden tables and chairs for future use as firewood. He gathered several hundred packages of tea, both canned and bagged. Though they were of the commonplace quality typically found in supermarkets, even in a post-apocalyptic world, they remained valuable. The tea culture of China has endured for millennia, cherished not only by the elderly but also by the youth. The nation's deep affection for tea offers a soothing remedy for homesickness with each cup of clear brew. The third floor was primarily occupied by e-commerce companies, with standard computer setups. He meticulously collected over 100 units, sifting through the debris. Many studio windows lay shattered from the tempest, with half of the items whisked away by the winds and the other half drenched by the rain, leaving the corridor littered with paper scraps. Zhou Chen moved with remarkable speed, searching layer by layer, room by room. After picking locks, a mere glance sufficed to ascertain the utility of the supplies. He took what was valuable and barely spared a second glance at the rest. He methodically unsealed various packages, uncovering a heap of clothing, pants, shoes, shampoo, and laundry detergent, along with a folded bicycle. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he discovered 2 oversized packages beneath a workstation. Upon opening them, he found them brimming with raincoats. The brand was familiar, with each box containing 10, and each carton housing 100 boxes. Zhou Chen instinctively glanced at the employee badge on the workstation. Xiong Chong, have you grown 4 kidneys? Purchasing 2,000 raincoats at once. Will you ever use them all in your lifetime? Are you not concerned about them expiring? I see you are not a bear. You are a tiger. The particles on the outer packaging are rather whimsical, yet this item undeniably possesses great value. In tumultuous times, a woman is worth merely 3 measures of rice, while in prosperous eras, her worth escalates to thousands of gold. Throughout every dynasty, the status of women in chaotic times remains exceedingly low, often relegated to the role of mere instruments for the gratification of desires, whether voluntarily or coerced. In apocalyptic scenarios, women face even graver fates, their worth reduced to less than 3 measures of rice, merely a loaf of bread, a pack of instant noodles, or a handful of stale rice. The decay of civilization leads to a moral abyss, rampant with bloodshed and violence. The malevolence of humanity reaches its zenith, as certain violent organizations fail to regard women as human beings, employing various means to subjugate them, reducing them to mere commodities for the exchange of resources. They suffer injuries and ailments without any hope of care, forced to toil until their last breath. In such dire circumstances, diseases spread rapidly, infecting one person after another. Many male survivors have come to this realization. The notion that one dies under the peony and becomes a ghost, yet remains romantic, is but empty rhetoric. Fleeting indulgence pales in comparison to the essential value of survival. Furthermore, the loss of life during natural disasters has been staggering, resulting in a dearth of doctors and medical equipment. Survivors struggle merely to stay alive, leaving no one daring enough to gamble their lives on childbirth. Yet, humanity is inherently emotional. The more arduous life becomes, the greater the yearning for solace. Thus, the value of raincoats naturally surges. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen stowed it away in his space and continued his search through the building. As he approached a studio near the end of the 5th floor and burst through the dilapidated door, several figures startled him. Is anyone there? Zhou Chen instinctively raised the heavy pliers in his hand, prepared to strike first, a remnant of the psychological shadows from his previous life. Upon swiftly turning on the light, he discovered that it was merely a few plastic mannequins. This is a garment company, where several sewing machines and tables occupy the majority of the space. On the tables lie a few rolls of fabric, while 2 computers are positioned in the corner and several plastic mannequins are arranged by the window. One of the mannequins is adorned with a delicate, lightweight gray undergarment. Zhou Chen stepped back to the entrance and glanced up at the sign. Huaxin Constant Temperature High-Tech Company. Constant temperature clothing? The incubation park spans from Area A to F, covering 5 kilometers, with each area containing 100 buildings, each with 5 floors, and dozens of rooms on every floor. He casually wandered into one of the buildings, which led him to the fabled cold-resistant artifact. Could this be the buff of a reborn individual? Excitedly, Zhou Chen rushed forward and reached out to touch the fabric of the garment on the mannequin. Its lightweight, soft, and skin-friendly qualities combined to create an indescribably comfortable sensation. Unable to contain his eagerness, Zhou Chen tried it on, experiencing a coolness against his skin the moment he made contact. Wasn't this supposed to be a cold-resistant artifact? Why did it feel somewhat chilly instead? It was mid-August. Even with the typhoon raging outside, the temperature hovered around 35 degrees Celsius, yet he still felt a bit overheated. However, within mere seconds, that feeling dissipated, and he felt as though he were in a room cooled to 28 degrees, utterly refreshing and invigorating. So, does this fabric truly possess the ability to maintain a constant temperature? Not merely a cold-resistant artifact, but also a heat-resistant one? It is said that the owner of this company is, in fact, a researcher whose aspiration is for the fruits of his labor to one day be worn by astronauts. What a pity! Had it not been for the impending apocalypse, this individual would surely have achieved great renown. Zhou Chen was filled with excitement as he changed back into his own attire, treating the temperature-regulating garment as a treasure to be carefully stored away. When he rushed to collect the fabrics, he discovered that among the several pieces, only one shared the same tactile quality as the temperature-regulating attire, while the others merely resembled it, distinctly different in essence. This indicated that the remaining pieces were likely mere research samples or failed products. Zhou Chen, however, was not overly disheartened. After all, being alone, he felt immense satisfaction with just the singular temperature-regulating garment. Moreover, the fabric was in bolt form, typically measuring between 20 to 30 meters in length, making it entirely feasible to craft several outfits. The only obstacle was his lack of tailoring skills. Yet, Many possessed this craft, and he could easily find someone to assist him, offering food as compensation, which would attract numerous eager hands. With this thought in mind, Zhou Chen promptly evacuated the workshop, leaving not a single needle behind. Dawn was approaching. The ferocity of the super typhoon was gradually diminishing, yet the relentless downpour intensified, threatening to submerge the entire world in its wrath. Bathed in the faint morning light, Zhou Chen felt as though he had traversed into another realm, a desolate wasteland. 5 kilometers away, 2 towering skyscrapers once stood in mutual acknowledgement, now reduced to ruin. The structure on the left appeared as though it had been cleaved by a giant's hammer. Its upper levels vanished without a trace, leaving only the lower floors to withstand the tempest. The right skyscraper bore the burden of a bus, which had penetrated its midsection, with only the rear half remaining exposed to the elements. The once bustling industrial buildings had succumbed to a sea of debris, their mechanical equipment engulfed by floodwaters. Amidst the surging floodwaters, lifeless bodies drifted, both male and female, young and old, obstructed by fallen tree trunks, ultimately forming a harrowing mound of corpses. "Help! Help me!" A man lay amidst the ruins, his legs contorted in an unnatural manner, his chest pierced by rebar from a collapsed wall. Blood continuously washed away by the relentless downpour. He struggled in agony, uttering a few cries before succumbing to silence. Zhou Chen clenched his fists, knowing that such tragedies would unfold daily. Chapter 6. Believe it or not, don't cry when the time comes. At noon, the once ferocious typhoon had diminished to a level 5 or 6, leaving behind only the oppressive sound of heavy rain, as if the darkened sky were about to collapse. The residents group of Sakura community buzzed with activity throughout the morning, all astonished by the terrifying destructive power of this typhoon. What they had anticipated to be minor inconveniences, such as waterlogged roads and fallen advertisements, had transformed overnight into a world vastly altered. How horrifying! Is this the end of the world? The glass in my home rattled throughout the night, preventing me from sleeping. Do you hear that? The sound of ambulances has not ceased for half an hour. I've heard many lives have been lost. Scanning the internet, I see buildings have collapsed across the nation. Actual buildings. Can you believe that? Rumor has it that my company's building has also fallen. Does that mean I can skip work? As the typhoon subsides, should we venture out to scavenge for supplies? The rain has intensified even more than last night, submerging the greenbelt. I believe it would be prudent to refrain from venturing outside. Indeed, who can ascertain the precise conditions of the roads? What if a manhole cover is loose and one inadvertently steps into it? Is that truly the case? I would prefer to sit at the children's table. Haraha, I must go out. I have been dining out for several days, and there isn't even a single scallion left at home. Goodness, someone has shared a post on social media, and a video has emerged showing several corpses floating in the river. Oh, they are indeed corpses. My heavens, how terrifying. At this moment, the community committee head stepped in. Unverified information circulating online is mere slander and carries legal consequences. We are all educated individuals, and I trust this principle requires little elaboration. I hereby caution all residents. Should anyone propagate false rumors causing public panic, do not expect leniency from me. I will take the police to apprehend offenders. Upon receiving this message from the committee head, the chat group fell silent. Listen to me. Although the super typhoon has passed, a torrential downpour persists outside. Should an accident occur while out, it would only add to the nation's turmoil. It is best to remain indoors and reassess the situation in a few hours. But what if the flood rises further in a few hours? How shall we then venture outside? The community committee matron was quite displeased by any dissent, her tone turning exceedingly grave. Should a flood render the citizens unable to venture outside, it would indeed simplify matters. The organization would promptly assign personnel to distribute supplies to the populace, ensuring that every household within the community receives what is necessary. Patience, everyone. We must have faith in the strength of our organization. Should there be any new developments, I will inform you all at once. Her words brought a measure of reassurance to the homeowners. Though the community committee was merely a position within local governance, it bore the weight of organizational endorsement, thus lending a semblance of authority to her words and actions. Furthermore, human nature is often inclined towards inertia and self-interest. The prospect of not having to leave home, to spend no personal funds, and to enjoy complimentary provisions delivered to their doorsteps was perceived by many as a form of indulgence. Zhou Chen scoffed, deeming her words dangerously misguided. While there was a modicum of truth in her assertions, timing was crucial. Would the apocalypse announce its arrival before laying waste to the earth? This torrential downpour was anticipated to persist for several days, and within hours, seawater would inundate the city, flooding even the second floors of buildings. Floodwaters reaching depths of 7 or 8 meters would render the citizens unable to leave their homes. Now was the residents' final opportunity to procure essential supplies. Indeed, long queues had formed outside many supermarkets, and numerous stores had already been stripped bare. At this juncture, venturing outside still offered a chance to gather some provisions. In the previous cycle, the community matron, in her presumption, had similarly thwarted residents from going out to secure supplies, resulting in countless tragedies. The initial victims were invariably the elderly and those living alone. Zhou Chen, unable to endure any longer, sent a voice message. This exceptionally powerful typhoon has reached an astonishing level 17, leaving countless victims in its wake, and the extent of the devastation is unimaginable. The organization is presently overwhelmed. Who has the time to deliver supplies? If you lack provisions at home, you must venture out immediately. The neighborhood committee ant promptly singled out Zhou Chen, Unit 212301. Oh my, you seem to know so much. Did you not hear what I just said? Stop instigating trouble here. Would missing a meal truly be the end of you? Zhou Chen retorted fiercely. Mind your own business. You are preventing everyone from going out to secure supplies. If people starve to death, will you bear the responsibility? The ant shot back. Youngster, watch your language. Who would starve to death in this day and age? Are you questioning our national strength or the capabilities of our community? I even suspect you are intentionally inciting panic among the residents to provoke social unrest. Old hag, Zhou Chen countered. I ask you, if people do starve, will you take full responsibility? Can you truly bear the weight of so many lives? The two began to clash vehemently in the group chat, leaving the other homeowners too intimidated to speak. The committee ant, enraged at being called an old hag, turned green with anger. Zhou Chen, is it? I shall remember this incident, and once the flood recedes, I will surely report you for disturbing public order. Zhou Chen shot back without hesitation. Don't wait for the flood to recede. If you have the courage, go ahead and report me now. I am ready. A photograph captured a heap of corpses and was carelessly shared in the group. Circumstances must be assessed with discernment. The entire industrial park is engulfed in such dire straits. Do you truly believe the organization can allocate personnel to deliver supplies to you? One must comprehend the necessity of self-preservation, do you not? Whether you choose to believe it or not, do not lament when the time comes. In the next moment, he was expelled from the owner's group. Shortly thereafter, Old Sun called him. Xiaozhou, where did you obtain that photograph? I took it just now. Is the photo authentic? You are in the suburbs, correct? In fact, earlier this morning, there were numerous videos circulating online, but within half an hour, they vanished without a trace. Zhou Chen found this quite reasonable. The authorities could not possibly fathom this was the onset of an apocalyptic scenario. To maintain social stability, they would inevitably take action to eliminate such footage. All media channels would receive directives, and the entire back-end would operate with stringent measures, imposing restrictions beyond imagination. Even if you possessed 100 videos, not a single one could be shared online. Old Sun sighed deeply. I thought as much. The typhoon had just begun to subside. Yet ambulances and fire trucks were deployed en masse. Thankfully, the inner ring buildings are relatively concentrated. The situation is far better than in the suburbs. Just as Zhou Chen hung up, numerous members in the 21 owners group began to tag him. Each was filled with righteous indignation. What the hell are you posting such disturbing images for? My son was playing on his phone and was terrified into a fit of tears. My wife, 8 months pregnant, nearly collapsed in shock from your picture. She has been experiencing abdominal pain ever since. If anything happens to my wife or child, can you afford the consequences? Do not speak of pregnant women or children. Even I, a man in my 30s, was taken aback. It is absurd. The images must have been randomly sourced from the internet. Are you not afraid of repercussions? Goodness, our society has become utterly deranged, as trivial matters seem to awaken a horde of malevolent spirits. The garbage is alarmingly close to me. In my opinion, such individuals should be apprehended and summarily dealt with. As a resident of Unit 21, Zhang Li would not miss any opportunity to undermine Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I am aware that you have recently experienced significant distress, but deliberately inciting panic is inexcusable. Coastal cities endure 1 or 2 typhoons each year. Yes, there are instances of collapsing structures and casualties, but your photographs are excessively exaggerated. Even a funeral home could not produce such a multitude of corpses. Just because you are struggling does not grant you the right to retaliate against society by instilling fear in others and making them suffer alongside you. Zhou Chen merely replied, "Half fool." Chapter 7. Rescuing a big yellow dog. No deluge is great enough to halt the progress of the official rescue teams. Zhou Chen, equipped with binoculars, observed the silhouettes of police officers, firefighters, and medical personnel from afar. However, the roads were obstructed, preventing vehicles from advancing. These brave souls donned orange life vests, struggling hand in hand through the floodwaters. Their hearts ached, tears welling in their eyes. Even though they had received aerial photographs prior to departure, believing they were mentally prepared, the grim reality before them proved too harrowing to confront. The collapse of buildings can be reconstructed, and damaged equipment can be restored. However, the loss of countless lives overnight is irretrievable. Damn it, how outrageous. A group of foreign individuals, varying in height and build, cautiously follow the police while incessantly muttering curses. Oh, shift. We are all respectable individuals hailing from the top echelon. Why must we wallow in this filthy flood? Oh, no, these corpses are utterly revolting, infested with numerous rats. Oh, no, why did you not firmly hold me back, allowing me to sip water tainted by the dead? They are the heads of the summer sector from several major import supermarkets. Last night, an anomaly occurred in the warehouse, and the alarm rang throughout the night. This morning, they received news that the warehouse doors were damaged, with the possibility of all goods being swept away by the typhoon. They did not wish to come. Yet they had no choice. They lead glamorous lives in the summer sector, with admirers showering them daily, yet to the headquarters, they are merely employees. Their lucrative annual salaries are now at stake. Zhou Chen savored a steak and sipped freshly squeezed juice. He found a motorcycle amidst the ruins and set off for home. He had traversed this route for over a decade. Even without signposts or a discernible path, he could find his way home with his eyes closed. Along the way, he took the opportunity to gather supplies. The ominous dark sky and torrential rain provided the perfect cover. He collected a delivery truck that had been left with only its chassis, a toppled water truck, a large yellow cow mooing amidst the flood, and a few pigs swimming by. Someone emerged from the debris. 1, 2, 3. Some walk alone, while others support one another. Here, near the inner ring, the buildings are densely packed, with only a few old structures left devastated by the ferocious typhoon. These individuals bear various injuries, their faces reflecting bewilderment amidst the torrential rain. The sorrow of humanity resonates universally. The harrowing scenes before them bring tears to many eyes. However, Zhou Chen remains indifferent. He understands that in dire circumstances, the human heart can turn dark. Those who weep for the deceased in this moment may, in the future, resort to violence for a mere morsel of bread. Helicopters pass overhead in succession. Some soar into the distance while others descend lower, landing nearby. Firefighting units charge forth, breaking through obstacles with unyielding resolve to carve a path. Among the ranks, someone wields a megaphone, urgently imploring residents to return home and refrain from venturing outside recklessly. The low-lying houses submerged by floodwaters, along with the severely injured residents, will be promptly evacuated for organized resettlement and meticulous care. Zhou Chen sidesteps the rescue teams, relying on his memory to locate a nearby gas station. Fortune smiles upon him as he discovers a semi-trailer fuel truck. Under the typhoon's relentless impact, the truck has shattered the storefront's glass, with much of its body ensnared within, leaving only a foot of the rear exposed. Zhou Chen rushes over, excitement coursing through him as he inspects the vehicle, finding no signs of damage or leaks. The fuel capacity meets his hopes, brimming with 30 tons. The apocalypse torments humanity in myriad ways. Even the earliest established official survivor bases fall victim to the unrelenting onslaught of natural disasters. Survivors are compelled to migrate time and again in their struggle for survival. In a previous life, Zhou Chen, like the majority of survivors, traversed various provinces on foot, desperately seeking a momentary refuge, leaving his feet in tatters. Blisters the size of eggs would burst only to reform, transforming into blood blisters that festered and oozed, resulting in the loss of a toe. Countless survivors fell along the way, never to rise again. With the acquisition of fuel, securing a few high-performance vehicles would enhance their chances of survival. Each recollection of his apocalyptic struggle sent shivers down his spine. He stowed the fuel tanker and retrieved 4 plastic water storage tanks from his space, draining every drop of his limited fuel supply. Regrettably, the reserves here were scant. Otherwise, the fuel tanker would not have been necessary. Yet, this was not a significant concern. Zhou Chen mounted his motorcycle once more, racing towards the next gas station. Throughout his journey, he drained the fuel tanks of vehicles of all sizes, various brands of off-road vehicles and trucks, as long as they were not severely damaged, were collected into his space. As he passed through a flooded area, the sound of rain mingled with distant dog barks. The further he advanced, the clearer and louder the barks became. Woof, woof. A large yellow dog clung to a tree trunk, barking incessantly at Zhou Chen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the dog was tethered with a chain, the other end entwined around a tree branch. Zhou Chen felt no sympathy for the canine. In his past life, he had often fought wild dogs for scraps, and those feral beasts were vicious enough to devour human flesh. On one occasion, he had nearly been fatally mauled. As Zhou Chen turned away without a glance, the yellow dog emitted a sorrowful whine, then, in a moment of hesitation, gazed longingly at the departing human. A solitary individual and a dog locked eyes, the former stroking his chin in deep contemplation, in order to make that group of beasts realize that their existence was inferior to that of a dog. It was imperative to present a dog as the most vivid contrast. Dare to bite, and I shall stew you. Upon hearing the word stew, the large yellow dog was engulfed by an inexplicable dread and promptly fled for its life. However, as soon as it released the tree trunk, it was swept away by the floodwaters, only to be yanked back by a chain ensnared in the branches. Zhou Chen delivered a hefty slap to the dog's snout, the force so great that it nearly rendered the large yellow dog unconscious. Instinctively, the dog bared its teeth, only to be met with a second slap, followed by a third. A child must be provoked to express emotion, just as a dog must be disciplined to obey. The large yellow dog, bewildered by the onslaught, instinctively tightened its tail beneath its submerged rear. Seeing that he had sufficiently subdued the creature, Zhou Chen finally removed the tangled chain and hoisted the dog by its neck, tossing it onto his motorcycle. From now on, you shall be named Dawang. The large yellow dog crouched upon the fuel tank, trembling uncontrollably. Several times, it contemplated leaping into the water to escape, yet lacked the courage to do so. A mere cough from Zhou Chen was enough to send it retracting its neck in fright. Upon entering the inner ring, the roads became remarkably clear. Amidst the flood, numerous individuals were seen carrying newly acquired supplies back home. My vehicle, my brand new car purchased just yesterday, and I haven't even insured it yet. A BMW by the roadside lay crushed beneath a large stone, its female owner stamping her feet in distress. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing onto an SUV, blood pouring from its mouth and nose, resulting in instant death. The surrounding crowd erupted in terrified screams. As the crowd remained oblivious, another individual plummeted from above, creating a splash that instantly spread blood across the ground. An elderly woman squeezed her way into the throng, wailing pitifully, "My son, why are you so foolish? The factory is gone, so what? Why must you be so despondent? How are your father and I to survive?" Chapter 8. Encountering an enemy amidst the curtain of rain, the walls of Sakura community collapsed, and a section of the iron fence crumbled. The water accumulated to a depth of 1.5 meters, cascading towards the underground parking lot. Vehicles submerged in the floodwaters collided with one another, ultimately creating a chaotic blockade at the entrance. Residents confined to their homes could only watch helplessly as their beloved cars were destroyed. Zhou Chen entered the community, maneuvering his motorcycle through the inundated streets. "Goodness!" someone shouted from above. Instantly, countless residents rushed from their living rooms to their balconies, their expressions filled with excitement. "Brave warrior. Impressive. Brother, how is it outside?" Zhou Chen arrived at Building 21, taking a moment to glance at Zhang Li's ground floor apartment. The small garden was engulfed by the murky floodwaters, with only the crowns of 2 small trees visible, while debris and household appliances floated on the surface. The residence was uninhabitable, and Zhang Li and the others were likely cramped in the second-floor corridor, awaiting rescue. With the elevator out of service, the only option was to ascend the stairs. As Zhou Chen reached the second floor, he noticed more than 20 men and women sitting on the steps. "Zhou Chen!" Chen Chong exclaimed in astonishment. The old classmate seated beside him mirrored his shock. They had not anticipated that Zhou Chen would return amidst such profound flooding. In the next moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Li charged over with several women from the direction of the elevator. Upon recognizing Zhou Chen, he immediately inquired, "Why didn't you answer my calls? Why haven't you responded to my messages?" He gestured around, fuming, aside from Chen Chong's girlfriends, who aren't familiar with you. Every single one of them has tried to reach out to you. You. Zhou Chen casually placed his hands in his pockets. "Oh? Even Su Ruren reached out?" Zhang Li was momentarily taken aback, while Su Ruren, hiding behind him, averted her gaze from Zhou Chen, feeling guilty. The way Zhou Chen looked at Su Ruren infuriated Zhongli. Despite having betrayed Zhou Chen, he felt an unsettling sense of being the one betrayed. Zhongli stepped forward, attempting to obstruct Zhou Chen's line of sight, but Zhou Chen, towering over him, effortlessly looked past him to focus on the woman behind. Zhongli felt like a fool, discreetly retreating a step to shield Su Ruren. I was discussing the phone calls. Why bring up Ruren? Zhongli intentionally pronounced her name with exaggerated affection, smugly eyeing Zhou Chen. The goddess you've never been with has been in my embrace in various ways. Isn't that distressing for you? It must infuriate you. Zhou Chen glanced down, regarding him disdainfully. Just because you called, am I obliged to answer? Zhongli's temper flared at once. If not for you, I wouldn't have returned. My house is flooded now, and I. Zhou Chen interjected, what does your flooded house have to do with me? The house bears no relevance to you, but the car undoubtedly does. A vehicle worth over $1 million now lies submerged in water. Zhang Li's frustration escalated. The house could be replaced, furniture and appliances could be bought anew, but that sports car he had just acquired a month ago, which he had yet to fully flaunt, was now drenched in floodwaters for a day and swept into the underground parking garage, rendering it utterly useless. The thought of the car made Su Ruren, standing in the corner, wince in agony, casting a reproachful glance at Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen chuckled, it's all my money being spent. I have no regrets. Why should you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li and Su Ruren were momentarily rendered speechless, taken aback by Zhou Chen's bluntness. Chen Chang and the others also faced similar misfortunes with their vehicles and were equally distressed. Although they had purchased insurance, the streets were now filled with flooded cars, and the insurance company's owner would likely face dire consequences. Zhou Chen, what about our cars? They inquired. Indeed. Had it not been for your invitation to join us for a drink, would we have driven here? Another added, the terrain at my rental is significantly higher. No matter how heavy the rain, it wouldn't submerge the tires. They were indifferent to the matters between you and Zhang. Yet they demanded an explanation regarding their vehicles. Zhou Chen turned abruptly, launching into a tirade. Have you lost your minds? Was it I who called each of you here for a gathering? Do you possess any records of communication or messages? Show them to me. Whoever summoned you. Go find them. Chen Chang and the others were incensed, their faces flushed with anger as they instinctively turned to Zhang Li. However, they were all individuals aboard the Zhang Li vessel, and they would continue to rely on Zhang Li in the future, so they dared not offend him, choosing instead to vent their grievances on Zhou Chen. Upon noticing the collective gaze of these individuals fixed upon him, Zhang Li was immediately filled with ire. Damn it! They are nothing but a pack of worthless curs. Drawn by the sin of excrement, they desperately clustered around him, ready to lay blame at the slightest hint of misfortune. They failed to consider that, without his relentless ingenuity over the past few years, could their meager salaries have risen from a few thousand to 20,000? Had it not been for his audacity to take risks, would they have been able to each secure substantial sums to purchase cars? Upon witnessing the malice in Zhang Li's eyes, Chen Chang and the others lowered their heads in submission. Zhang Li clenched his fists and shouted at Zhou Chen, let us not discuss the matter of the car for now. If you hadn't insisted on staying in rather than going out, would I have canceled the already booked restaurant and brought everyone here? Now we don't even have a place to rest or a drop of water to drink. Shouldn't you find us a suitable location? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Let us not discuss it for now. Shouldn't you? Zhang Li gritted his teeth and waved his hand dismissively. Fine. The matter of the car is no longer your concern. We shall accept that. Upon hearing this, Chen Chang and the others felt a renewed wave of resentment. Is it truly within your authority to declare that the car issue is unrelated to Zhou Chen? Can you genuinely take charge of this matter? Then, Zhang Li, are you prepared to compensate us for a new vehicle? Damn it, you and Su Ruren. Those two despicable individuals have profited from Zhou Chen's factory. What about us? We still wish to persistently demand some compensation from Zhou Chen. Yet, at that moment, Zhang Li's face bore an unmistakable warning. Chen Chang and the others could only suppress their discontent deep within. Zhang Li cast a fierce glare at Chen Chang and the others, impatiently turning to Zhou Chen, urging him to take them to his home. Hurry up. We are both tired and hungry. We can leave after the flood recedes. Zhou Chen retaliated with a punch to Zhang Li's face, exclaiming, how dare you presume this is your home and not mine? If you wish to go, then go. The blow was forceful, causing Zhang Li to stagger and collide with the corner of the wall. Instinctively, he covered his face, his nose bleeding through his fingers. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions a mix of shock as they gazed at Zhou Chen. What had prompted such sudden violence? Until now, Zhou Chen had always been perceived as a remarkably accommodating and gentle individual. Particularly when he smiled, his eyes sparkled with warmth, his grin akin to the sun in winter. They had never witnessed him lose his temper. Otherwise, they would not have deemed him an easy target, persistently demanding salary increases, sometimes twice or even thrice a year. This was their first encounter with Zhou Chen's wrath and his first display of physical aggression. It seemed he had truly been pushed to his limits. Indeed, the betrayal of his closest friend and beloved had culminated in the usurpation of his factory. Had it been any of them in his position, they would have stormed in with a kitchen knife in one hand and sulfuric acid in the other, unable to endure until this day. Su Ruoren cast a disdainful glance at the disheveled Zhang Li but approached to assist him, turning to reproach Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, you have gone too far. Is there nothing that can be discussed civilly without resorting to violence? Zhou Chen coldly scoffed. Who do you think you were to speak to me? Everyone here knows exactly what kind of person you are. If I were you, I wouldn't dare show my face in public. Su Ruoren's complexion changed slightly. Zhang Li placed great importance on his appearance, using more skincare products than most women. He gazed at the blood on his hands, furious, and cursed loudly. Zhou Chen, this is entirely your doing. Everyone, go for him. Once Chen Chang and the others realized what was happening, they rushed towards Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen's right sleeve slipped down to reveal a spring knife. He pressed the button with his thumb, and the blade sprang forth with a chilling gleam under the corridor lights. Zhou Chen narrowed his eyes, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him, instilling fear in those around. Chapter 9. Crawl before me and grovel. Chen Chang, leading the charge, was so frightened that he turned and fled up the stairs. A group of women turned pale with terror, shrieking as they scrambled to hide. Zhang Li's eyes widened in fear, instinctively pressing his body into the corner. What do you intend to do? Zhou Chen raised the spring knife, his gaze sharp. Did you not wish to strike? Come. I too am eager to discover whether this knife can indeed take a life. Zhou Chen, calm down. Zhang Li trembled, suddenly feeling an urge to relieve himself. Put the knife away. I was merely joking. You go, we want to stop you. Zhou Chen had no intention of truly attacking. For a brief moment, he indeed felt a desire to eliminate this group of beasts one by one. With 3 years of survival experience in the apocalypse, he still possessed that much ruthlessness. Yet, he preferred to watch coldly as they tore each other apart over trivial resources, indulging in suspicion, conflict, and backstabbing. That, he thought, would be far more entertaining. Zhou Chen delivered a swift kick towards the large yellow dog, which trembled in fear, its tail firmly tucked between its legs, hiding behind him and too frightened to utter a sound. What a wretched creature. Pathetic. Zhang Li and the others were ashen-faced, sensing that Zhou Chen's ire was not directed at the dog, but rather at them. Yet, with a knife in his hand, who would be foolish enough to confront him? As Zhou Chen ascended the steps, passing by several of Chen Chang's old classmates, they pressed their bodies against the wall, their eyes fixated on the blade, terrified that he might strike. Upon reaching the corner, Zhou Chen abruptly turned, casting a lofty gaze upon all present. Chen Chang and his companions hastily grabbed their girlfriends and fled down the stairs, a throng of over 20 men and women jostling together in a panic. Their hearts raced uncontrollably as they looked up at Zhou Chen. He glanced at Su Wanwan, then at the other 2 female classmates, as well as the girlfriends of Chen Chang and his entourage. A smirk graced his lips. Remember, my home only welcomes women for the night. Realizing the gravity of Zhou Chen's knife, Zhang Li swiftly covered his mouth, stifling the harsh words that had risen within him. It wasn't until Zhou Chen's footsteps faded into the distance that they dared to unleash their curses. Damn, who does he think he is? We should never have let him go. I refuse to believe he truly dares to kill. Next time we meet, he will pay dearly. We'll make him bark like a dog, crawl beneath our legs. What a joke. Thinking he is still the illustrious Zhou. He is nothing now. A group of men vented their frustrations for an extended period, yet the underlying issues remained unaddressed. A short-haired girl softly inquired, "What shall we do now?" Zhang Li furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us endure a little longer. If the torrential rain persists after nightfall, a rescue team will undoubtedly come to our aid. With so many low-lying residents affected, I refuse to believe the authorities will turn a blind eye." Chen Chang's girlfriend discreetly crossed her legs and murmured, "We've spent the entire day seeking the residents of the 2nd floor for a toilet and water. With so many of us, they have already grown weary." Being Chen Chang's girlfriend, Zhang Li displayed a modicum of patience. "Then let us try the 3rd floor, the 4th, or the 5th. If we speak politely, we should not be turned away." Among the crowd, a lanky individual suggested, "Why don't we leave this place for now?" "My place. along with Cece's apartment, is in a higher building. We could all squeeze in there together. Just as the group began to contemplate this idea, Zhongli erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? How many here can swim? If I were willing to part with my Armani, would I choose to stay in your shabby dwelling? Surely a five-star hotel would be preferable to your hovel. The lanky fellow felt a burning humiliation, as if he had been publicly slapped in the face. He retreated to the back of the crowd, glaring at Zhongli with disdain. The 10 or so women present also voiced their disapproval. I refuse to swim through such filthy water. Indeed, the dress I am adorned in was purchased just yesterday, costing me 1,000 yuan. My shoes, acquired for 2,000, were cautioned by the salesperson to remain untouched by water. With the arrival of my menstrual cycle, I am now concerned about the risk of infection. While I am not particularly averse to dirt, my inability to swim poses a significant worry. The atmosphere gradually turned somber. The slender figure referred to as Skinny Monkey mentioned a girl named Cece who stepped forward with a suggestion. What if we select a few gentlemen proficient in swimming to venture out in search of a rescue team? Alternatively, we could rent a rubber boat or a large bus. We must find a way to evacuate. Remaining in the corridor indefinitely is not an option. Upon counting, only 3 men present were capable swimmers: Zhang Li, Skinny Monkey, and a fellow named Luo Feng. However, Zhang Li hesitated to part with his Armani ensemble. While Skinny Monkey bore an injury from a recent altercation, his arm suspended around his neck. As for Luo Feng, he had just undergone surgery for hemorrhoids the previous week. Chen Chang and his girlfriend were indeed capable swimmers, yet having witnessed a post on social media where someone was swept away by floodwaters, only to suddenly vanish into a storm drain, they were not inclined to gamble with their lives. With a shared glance, they feigned incompetence in swimming, signaling their reluctance. Observing this scenario, the others realized it was yet another futile discussion. Upon returning home, Chen Chang immediately began inspecting all the bulletproof glass and the steel door secured with 3 bolts. The expense had proven worthwhile, particularly for this door, once secured. Even those outside would be unable to breach it with a hammer. The living room was cluttered with dozens of large cardboard boxes, which he meticulously checked, confirming that all the necessary medications were present. The salesman possesses remarkable skills, managing to procure half a box of blocking agents. It is no wonder he confidently assured, "Brother, as long as the money is doubled, any medication will be delivered." A true fireplace, purchased for nearly 60,000, has been successfully installed. One unit is embedded in the living room wall, while another graces the main bedroom. The chimney extends outside, alleviating any concerns regarding carbon monoxide poisoning. Simply toss in some firewood, and it is ready for use. With both fireplaces ablaze, even in the frigid depths of -70 degrees, they are more than sufficient to warm a 120 square meter residence. The medications are stored away, and the large yellow dog is led into the bathroom. As water fills the bathtub, the dog is bathed. The leash is unclipped, its fur is dried, and a bone is tossed outside, leaving it to its own devices. Zhou Chen disrobes, immersing himself in the warm water, delightfully closing his eyes in comfort. This moment of serenity lasts for 2 hours until he is abruptly awakened by a cacophony. Pulling aside the curtains, he discovers the city is being inundated by seawater. The ferocious waves overwhelm structures below 10 meters, surging from east to west, flooding every corner of the city. Several fishing boats, carried along by the tide, collide mercilessly with skyscrapers, and in an instant, the Pearl Tower collapses, forever removing this iconic landmark from Magic City. The group chat erupts in chaos as many residents begin to sense that something is amiss. This is no ordinary natural disaster. Amid their fear and despair, they lament the lack of stored food. There exists a common understanding among the populace. In times of trouble, one should contact the police. However, they soon find the lines perpetually busy. Not only can they not reach the police, but every emergency number they can think of goes unanswered. Zhou Chen donned a bathrobe and took a towel to dry his hair as he strolled into the kitchen. The culinary delights before him included filet mignon paired with eggplant caviar tart, seafood pasta, pan-seared cod with asparagus, creamy mushroom soup, a vibrant vegetable salad, a refreshing fruit salad, a glass of 1982 Lafite, and the soothing strains of a violin sonata. As Zhou Chen savored the music and relished the exquisite dishes, life felt indulgently splendid. However, Su Ruren's phone rang incessantly. Zhou Chen sliced into a piece of steak and, with leisurely composure, answered the call on speakerphone. Zhou Chen, could you let us rest at your place? The flood is nearly reaching the 4th floor, and you want to come to my house? Yes, I know there are certain matters, but we are all old classmates after all, and at this time, You adjust. Are you mentally prepared for this? What kind of mental preparation? Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh. Crawl to me and grovel. Chapter 10. Kobe beef for the dog. The phone emitted a busy tone. It was evident that Zhongli had seized the device and smashed it to pieces. Zhongli had always been this way. His sensitive and insecure nature causing him to obsess over others' belongings while desperately clinging to his own. Su Ruoren must have called in front of Zhongli, activating the speakerphone. The command to grovel, whether mere humiliation or a sincere suggestion, would be intolerable for him. Setting the phone down, Zhou Chen resumed his enjoyment of the culinary feast. As he savored each bite, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dog, curled up in the corner. The ring of black fur around its neck resembled a scarf. And the more he looked, the more familiar it became. Oh my, isn't that the watchdog from the lumber mill? What a coincidence to encounter it here. Zhou Chen attempted to call out. The large yellow dog, nestled in the corner, perked up its ears, displaying confusion, contemplation, caution, and fear, before reluctantly rising from the ground and cautiously advancing step by step. Zhou Chen extended his hand to stroke the dog, but suddenly grasped its neck fur with force, eliciting a startled bark. The large yellow dog bared its teeth and struggled, yet refrained from barking aggressively, only whimpering pitifully in a plea for mercy. Zhou Chen locked eyes with the dog, his expression cold. The world has changed. If you persist in merely posturing as before, you shall end up as mere dog meat on someone else's plate. Show your true skills, and only then will you find your place in this home. The large yellow dog, held by the scruff, trembled uncontrollably, and upon hearing the words dog meat, it ceased its struggles entirely. As soon as Zhou Chen released his grip, the dog tucked its tail and scurried back to its original corner, wishing it could meld into the wall, its eyes warily fixed upon him. Forget it. The lumber mill is open for business, bustling with people daily, and amidst the playful interactions, one cannot expect a watchdog to suddenly transform into a fierce beast, lunging to attack. The intent in bringing it back was merely to provoke that pack of beasts. In truth, Zhou Chen held no other expectations for the large yellow dog. In fact, after 3 years of apocalypse, pets like cats and dogs have nearly been consumed to extinction by survivors, with only a few remaining, fierce and combative, often banding together to assault humans. If this dog does not change, it will ultimately become nothing more than a dish of dog meat. Survival of the fittest prevails. This applies to humanity as much as it does to animals. With a start, the vigilant great yellow perked up its ears, casting a glance at its new master. It received no instructions, and thus lay still. Zhou Chen, a sense of indignation surged within Zhongli, who felt deeply insulted by the audacity of another man to covet his woman. Compounding his frustration, the speakerphone had been on. Everyone had heard Zhou Chen's lewd suggestion for his woman to kneel and worship him, leaving Zhongli's face burning with shame. Although fear of the knife in Zhou Chen's possession loomed over him, he could not allow his pride to be further tarnished and thus stormed over to confront Zhou Chen. Climbing from the 4th to the 23rd floor, his initial fury had been ground down to mere dust by the exhausting effort. Damn, this is truly tiring. Yet, with everyone watching, the matter at hand was one of a man's dignity. He needed to assert himself. Now feeling drained, famished, and parched, he could hear the elegant strains of a violin emanating from behind the door. That rascal Zhou Chen, comfortably indulging in music at home? Were they all crammed in the hallway merely to become a laughingstock? Zhou Chen, you coward, come out. What happened? Just a moment ago, you were brandishing that knife with bravado, and now here I am at your doorstep, yet you cower? Zhongli pounded and kicked at the door, his voice hoarse from the furious tirade. Inside, Zhou Chen approached the speaker and cranked the volume to its maximum. Instantly, the hallway resonated with Mendelssohn's D minor concerto. The cheerful and bright melody, with its impassioned and romantic undertones, transformed the entire floor into an oasis of elegance. Zhongli, Su Ruoro, Chen Chang, and others. Enough, Su Ruo intervened, halting Zhongli's ridiculous outburst and door-kicking. What is sufficient? His insult is a slap in my face. Today, I must ensure he learns a lesson. Zhongli has been shouting for quite some time, now panting heavily from exhaustion. It was merely a word. I haven't lost a piece of meat over it. Su Ruanwan genuinely looks down upon someone like Zhongli, who resorts to underhanded tactics yet quakes in fear when faced with a direct confrontation, only able to display bravado through his words. This remark greatly perturbed Zhongli, and disregarding the number of people present, he erupted. Are you still harboring feelings for Zhou Chen? I knew you still liked him. What is so special about him? Isn't he just as good looks? Su Wan, infuriated, retorted, Are you foolish? Jealousy without regard for the setting? Do you think these people calling you Manager Zhang means you are truly formidable? Behind closed doors, they undoubtedly label us heartless and ungrateful. Can't you control your tongue? Qin Chong and the others feigned indifference, turning their heads away while secretly mocking the scene. A young woman stepped forward, visibly annoyed. What is going on? I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. If I have to sit in the hallway any longer, I will lose my temper. In a fit of jealousy, Zhang Li unleashed a tirade. What do you think you are, throwing a tantrum? If you want to sleep, then go home. The young woman, incensed, turned to leave. Zhang Li, have you lost your mind? Su Wan, seething with anger, quickly chased after her. Although this young woman was a party-loving socialite, she had a relative involved in industrial firefighting, and Su Wan had put forth considerable effort to invite her to the gathering. With such a reprimand, hadn't all her efforts gone to waste? If someone harbors resentment and seeks to undermine, can the factory still operate? Zhang Li, you resemble a frail chicken, more prone to failure than success. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Li hastily pursued an apology, saying, Xiaoqing, please don't be angry. Hear me out. With Zhang Li's departure, the others naturally followed suit, resulting in a cacophony of footsteps echoing through the stairwell. Upon returning to the fourth floor, the young girl had been temporarily pacified. Through the window at the stairwell, she observed the floodwaters steadily rising beneath the streetlights, while a group of individuals appeared distressed, nearly pulling their hair out in despair. At that moment, Zhou Chen initiated a video call. Zhang Li promptly answered, preparing to unleash a torrent of invective upon Zhou Chen in front of the onlookers, desperate to salvage a shred of dignity. However, as the video connected, his voice seemed to falter, rendering him speechless. On the screen, Zhou Chen reclined on a plush leather sofa, clad in a pristine bathrobe. With an opulent feast half consumed before him, he held a glass of red wine in his left hand while offering a slice of Kobe beef to his dog with his right. Zhang Li couldn't help but swallow hard, the sound echoing in the silence. Zhou Chen's languid yet magnetic voice resonated in every ear. Still here, I see. It seems you all will be spending the night in the hallway again. TSK, Zhang Li, Qin Chong, as men you disappoint. How can a man allow a woman to suffer hunger? Enough of that. I'm off to indulge in a soothing hot bath. If any lady has a change of heart, do remember to message me. Zhou Chen. I am not finished with you. Chapter 11. Are you not afraid of inviting the wolf into your home? After tidying up the kitchen, Zhou Chen lay down on his bed, only to find himself pulled back into the homeowners group chat. The neighborhood committee's matron was reassuring everyone not to panic while urging mutual assistance. Although the flood was severe, she emphasized that it would recede once the rain ceased. The water had already inundated the third floor, and residents on the same level were helping one another, allowing those from the first to third floors to temporarily stay in their homes for just a day or two at most. Meanwhile, homeowners whose residences had been flooded were encouraged not to despair. As long as everyone was safe, they could assess their losses after the waters receded. The committee promised to assist in reporting damages and to help secure as much disaster relief as possible. There were also several residents in the community without food supplies. Those with reserves were urged to share a little to support one another in this time of crisis. Suddenly, one resident spoke up with indignation. How can you say that? Earlier today, the water level was manageable enough for us to go out, but you prevented us from doing so to gather supplies. Now look, we are all hungry. Another chimed in. Indeed, if we had been allowed to venture out to grab a few bags of dumplings, we could have held out for days. Damn it. My wife is about to give birth, and we have no fish or meat at home. Only a few greens that provide no nutrition at all. The matron's tone grew more serious. It is truly disheartening to see goodwill mistaken for folly. My concern stems solely from your safety. The water levels at noon may permit a tentative venture outside, yet the murky surface raises potential hazards. Should an unfortunate incident occur, will we not face the ire of the community for failing to issue a timely warning? I hereby caution certain individuals against causing further turmoil. Let us adhere to my previous suggestion. We must support one another through this night. For I firmly believe that a significant supply of resources will arrive at our community by tomorrow. Given the circumstances, all homeowners are now aware that complaints serve no purpose. Those who have become homeless are seeking assistance within our group, while others, lacking provisions, are requesting food. To the residents above, is there anyone willing to offer a temporary shelter for the night? Is there anyone with surplus food? I am prepared to compensate you for it. The group is inundated with messages, swiftly accumulating to over 99. Zhou Chen shakes his head in resignation. The inhabitants of this city are meticulous, adhering to the notion that leftover food is unhealthy, insisting on fresh meals at every turn. Rarely do they cultivate the habit of stockpiling supplies, typically. They procure only what is needed for the day. Some residents are so particular that they purchase groceries on a meal-by-meal basis. Even those who heed the typhoon warnings and prepare in advance seldom acquire provisions lasting beyond a week. It is not merely tomorrow that poses a concern. Tonight, residents may very well find themselves famished. The community coordinator does not hesitate to single out Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, I am aware that you live alone. The reason for including you in this group is to convey that should anyone seek refuge with you, I hope you will not decline. We are all neighbors in this community, and if we do not extend help in times like these, do not expect assistance in the future. This last statement carries a hint of personal admonition and veiled threat. Zhou Chen, unaccustomed to her demeanor, retorted on the spot, do not merely speak ill of others. You should first lead by example. Everyone is aware that your children work abroad, leaving you and your spouse at home. Surely, you would not refuse assistance to the neighbors in your building who have suffered due to the disaster? The elderly woman from Building 10 turned pale at this moment. Just moments ago, she had declined the pleas of two families rendered homeless by the flood, citing her spouse's ill health as an excuse. This little rascal is deliberately confronting her, as if she needed your reminder. Were it not for my spouse's severe cold, which could be contagious, I would have welcomed all the neighbors from the first to the third floors into my home. How fortuitous. Zhou Chen could not be bothered to entertain this hypocritical old hag, who often took advantage of her position within the neighborhood committee. She had surely benefited from others' misfortunes. Casually, she opened the owners group for Building 21, curious about the discussions taking place, only to come across Zhang Li's plea for help. Greetings, I am Zhang Li, owner of Unit 101. If anyone has room to accommodate us, it would be ideal if there were extra food available, as we have not eaten in a day. I apologize, but I just promised assistance to the owner of Unit 102. I have already committed to the owner on the second floor. Zhang Li from Unit 101. Was it your home hosting the gathering last night? With so many of you, who can possibly accommodate that many? My apologies, brother. But we are few and our supplies are scarce. I cannot be of help. Zhang Li waited in vain, as no one was willing to extend a hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that we are numerous, and I do not wish for anyone to assist without compensation. How about 3,000 for one night? With meals paid separately? Tomorrow when the rescue team arrives, we shall depart. How amusing. Who among the homeowners would find this 3,000 a burden? Is there truly no one willing to assist? Zhang Li can only increase the offer. 6,000, please lend a hand. We, a group of men, can manage. But there are several ladies in the team, and if necessary, we could borrow a living room to lay down makeshift bedding. 6,000. You are so many. It could lead to chaos in your homes, so perhaps it is best to reconsider. Zhang Li has spoken many kind words yet received no response. At this moment, everyone is still crammed in the corridor on the fourth floor, each watching him intently. He can perceive that Chen Chang and others are already displeased with him. If he cannot settle such a trivial matter, it would be a significant embarrassment for him as their employer. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and felt compelled to raise the offer once more. 15,000, with meals calculated per person, 500 each, anything you desire. Even a bowl of eggs per person. With such a generous offer, surely someone will be tempted. 15,000 for merely one night? Yes, I can transfer the money to you immediately. Upon receipt, we shall proceed upstairs. Zhang Li exhaled in relief, hastily responding while cursing the silent homeowners for their lack of support. Zhou Chen glanced over, noting that the speaker was a tenant from 602. A single woman working for a foreign enterprise, she appeared quite attractive. He was not familiar with her in his previous life. When he was cast out by his aunt's family and forced to fend for himself, she was still alive. Those who can survive in extreme cold are certainly remarkable individuals. Zhang Li and his associates were deceived into joining. This group of beasts is numerous, and once they realize the impending doom, they will undoubtedly become the most formidable faction in Building 21, capable of committing any atrocity. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Chen felt a moral obligation to issue a warning. My dear, there are nearly 30 of them, with a significant majority being male. Are you not afraid of inviting wolves into your home? Who can predict whether a rescue team will arrive tomorrow? Who knows when the flood will recede? Spending a day is one thing, but can you afford to stay for 3, 4, or even 10 days? Will you have the capability to expel them when the time comes? As both parties appeared close to reaching an agreement, Zhongli seethed with rage, wishing to unearth Zhou Chen's ancestors. Listen, do not heed his absurd claims. He harbors personal grievances against me and is deliberately attempting to sabotage our negotiations. With so many property owners in the group, how can I, a factory owner, afford to be untrustworthy? How would I conduct business in the future? Moreover, we live in a society governed by the rule of law. If I truly were to renege on my payment, you could easily report me after the flood recedes. Zhou Chen's words had some effect, prompting the woman from Unit 602 to express her need for further contemplation. At that moment, Zhongli sent another message. My dear, I will pay as promised. My girlfriend has a valuable item, a premium handbag purchased merely half a month ago, worth several tens of thousands. It is undoubtedly authentic. Should you agree to assist me, this bag shall be yours. The previously silent owner of Unit 602 replied, May I inspect the merchandise first? Upon reading this, Zhou Chen felt utterly disinclined to say another word. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside and retire for the night, a flurry of voice messages erupted in the group chat. Brother 101, it must be quite inconvenient for all of you to be crammed together. How about this? I can offer a bedroom and a living room in my home, and for a mere 10,000, you'll have access to hot water at your leisure. There are eggs and noodles available, and we can settle the payment at 300 per person. What do you think? 1101, you can come over right now. I'll immediately prepare fried eggs and noodles for everyone. Zhou Chen couldn't help but scoff. Here comes another invite for trouble. His aunt had always been one to chase after money. As a notorious gambler, the prospect of earning over 10,000 for a night's lodging was indeed irresistible. Moreover, the house was merely rented. The true intention of his aunt's family renting was to pressure him into funding his cousin's wedding home, which undoubtedly lacked winter clothing. With the impending arrival of severe cold, wouldn't they be left shivering like dogs? Perhaps some food could sustain them for a few more days, just long enough to muster the strength to scavenge for supplies. Now, they were selling off their food for a pittance. A band of scoundrels and a family of rogues. There would certainly be a spectacle to witness. Yet, there loomed an even greater possibility. They might conspire against him. Chapter 12. The city in the water. Zhou Chen awoke at 5 in the morning. The world outside was engulfed in a cacophony of torrential rain. Through the window, he could see that the water level in the community continued to rise, with half of the fourth-floor apartment already submerged. Many residents had spent the night awake, voicing their grievances incessantly in the group chat. Zhou Chen hastily prepared a simple breakfast, retrieved dog food and a bowl from his space, ensuring that De Huang had enough sustenance for the day, and promptly changed his clothes before heading out. He fixed his gaze on several fishing boats that had been washed ashore by the sea yesterday, preparing to venture out into the rain to investigate, hoping to procure one. Ascending the stairs to the fourth floor, he retrieved the inflatable boat, inflating it to 80% capacity before carefully placing it into the water and paddling along. Observers from above mistook the scene for a rescue operation and shouted down from their windows. Amidst the torrential downpour, their voices strained. They failed to draw the attention of those in the inflatable boat. Residents, alerted by the commotion, leaned out of their windows, waving their arms fervently. Was it not a rescue team? Were they perhaps homeowners from the community? How could one possess such a vessel? Brother, are you off to scavenge for supplies? Take me with you. Brother, could you bring back some provisions? Fish and meat would be ideal. I'll pay you. Brother, could you inquire at the nearby police station whether they could send supplies to the community today? Zhou Chen deftly maneuvered his paddle to clear away floating debris in the water, feigning ignorance to the police. With a water level of over 10 meters, the police station was submerged. Where could he possibly ask for help? And as for fish and meat, in a few days, he would consider himself fortunate if he could manage a bowl of porridge. Zhou Chen did not travel far before finding a corner to switch to a speedboat. With the vessel's speed of 50 kilometers per hour, he swiftly navigated toward the eastern river. Along the way, he encountered numerous residents trapped in their upper floors, each one eagerly waving for assistance. Zhou Chen soon came across a team of rescuers, diligently engaged in the grim task of recovering bodies. Upon a diminutive rubber dinghy lay no fewer than 10 lifeless bodies, and the team dared not continue their retrieval efforts, for further attempts would leave no space even for their own members to sit. The water level, a perilous depth of over 10 meters, could not allow them to remain submerged in the flood indefinitely. The encroaching sea transformed the once vibrant city of magic into an aquatic metropolis, with the venerable edifices from the Republic era entirely submerged. The thoroughfares that once facilitated effortless travel had now morphed into a labyrinthine network of waterways. Each waterway, apart from being littered with various debris, bore the grim presence of both human and animal cadavers. As Zhou Chen passed by, water rats encircling the corpses immediately squeaked in alarm and dove into the depths. Arriving at the Jiangdongnu district, the remnants of the Pearl Tower still hosted over 100 survivors. These individuals were in a state of great distress, wailing and yearning for their homes. Near the base of the tower, figures of police officers and members of the Blue Sky Rescue Team were visible. Zhou Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze drifting 2 kilometers away to a fishing boat lodged between 2 towering structures. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard someone calling out to him from behind. "Brother, please, do not leave yet." A man stood atop the waterlogged ruins, gesturing towards him. Clad in the garb of the Blue Sky Rescue Team, the individual appeared to be in his 40s. From a distance of more than 30 meters, Zhou Chen instantly recognized him. Chen Jinghua, the captain of the first squad of the Blue Sky Rescue Team in Magic City. In a previous life, this man had saved his life. It was during the second year of the apocalypse when Zhou Chen nearly succumbed to starvation on his way to Ha City. And it was this very individual who had come to his aid. Since the onset of the natural disaster, Chen Jinghua had tirelessly engaged in rescue operations, enduring the loss of his own parents and children to the bitter cold. After the earthquake, the entire city fell into despair. Chen Jinghua and his team never relinquished their commitment to rescue efforts. Throughout this arduous journey, one by one, team members tragically succumbed, leaving him the sole survivor. Upon seeking refuge in Ha City, Chen Jinghua resolutely joined the local rescue team, dedicating every moment to saving survivors. Exhausted beyond measure, he would occasionally find a corner to rest for a brief respite, only to rejuvenate himself and immediately return to his vital work. Zhou Chen, who had briefly served alongside him as a rescuer, shared a bond with Chen Jinghua, rooted in their common memories of their hometown, the Demon City. Chen Jinghua took particular care of him during this time. At that point, Chen Jinghua was quite thin, his eyes reflecting both a profound weariness and an unyielding brightness. However, after only 2 months with the team, Chen Jinghua succumbed to illness. The rescue team's doctor revealed that old Chen had long been aware of his advanced stomach cancer. Faced with the absence of medical treatment, he refused to languish in bed awaiting death. Instead, he chose to imbue the remainder of his life with greater value. This was one of the rare glimpses of humanity that Zhou Chen witnessed during 3 years of apocalyptic strife. Zhou Chen gradually drew nearer, stopping 5 meters from the rubble. A heavy expression clouded Chen Jinghua's face, yet he managed to muster a faint smile. "Brother, these are extraordinary times. The city's rescue tools are insufficient, and I would like to requisition your speedboat on behalf of the organization. It is not compulsory. Would it be convenient for you?" "Inconvenient," Zhou Chen replied, gesturing vaguely behind him. "I believe I saw a speedboat over there just now. I'm not sure if it's still operational, but I can check for you." "Is there a speedboat over there?" "All watercraft in the city are currently under the control of various rescue teams. It might have been washed ashore by the sea." Chen Jinghua smiled in gratitude, saying, "I would appreciate it if you could assist by checking it out. If it is still usable, please help bring it back here. The entire city is suffering from severe flooding, and many supplies have been submerged. Each rescue boat that is damaged is a loss." Zhou Chen made a sharp turn, splashing water around him. Once he reached an uninhabited corner, he retrieved a speedboat from his storage space. After pondering for a moment, he filled the fuel tank with diesel and then towed the speedboat back. Chen Jinghua, who was discussing rescue plans with his team members, was taken aback when he saw that the young man had indeed brought back a speedboat, and it appeared to be in pristine condition. Zhou Chen forcefully tossed the rope into Chen Jinghua's hands, saying, "I took a glance. It seems to be brand new. I need this one for myself." Chen Jinghua's spirits lifted significantly. "Thank you so much. I was too abrupt earlier. You have truly helped everyone immensely. The waters are littered with sharp debris, so please take care." Observing Zhou Chen's dark skin, calloused hands, and the wrinkles on his face, Chen Jinghua could not resist stopping him. "Captain Chen, I have a suggestion." "Huh? What suggestion?" "Do not rush to rescue people. It is impossible to save everyone. To rescue more individuals, it is wiser to concentrate efforts on gathering supplies for the winter." "Supplies for winter? Why prepare for winter in the midst of summer?" Zhou Chen had already walked away, leaving Chen Jinghua puzzled. "Wait, how does he know my surname is Chen?" As Zhou Chen approached a fishing boat, he discovered it had split in 2 at the middle. Uncertain if it could be repaired, he acknowledged that he certainly could not fix it. "After circling the nearby waters for an entire morning, I encountered 4 additional fishing boats, each exhibiting damage, though not as severe as the initial one. I meticulously noted their locations, planning to retrieve them after dusk. The river was strewn with numerous floating items, carried further away by the current, presumably originating from several nearby shopping centers. Zhou Chen extracted a hooked tool from his spatial storage, pursuing these materials one by one, deftly snagging them to the forefront. The first item he retrieved was an extravagant mattress, valued at 2 to 3 million, reputedly a celebrity's signature piece. Chapter 13. The Invasion of Bitter Cold, where drops freeze to ice. A torrential rain persisted for a week, causing the city's water levels to rise by an additional 3 meters. Throughout this week, Zhou Chen dedicated himself to collecting supplies. During the initial 3 days, he tirelessly scavenged along the riverbank, both day and night. By day, he exhibited a semblance of discretion, selecting items cautiously, discreetly tossing them into his spatial storage whenever the coast was clear. However, by nightfall, he became frenzied, indiscriminately hurling items into his space, accumulating over 100 tons of logs adrift in the floodwaters. At first, he relished the salvage, as official, military, and civilian rescue teams passed by, turning a blind eye to his endeavors. After all, the organizations were overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation. Rather than letting the supplies be swept away by the flood, they chose to afford this young man his opportunity. In the face of a citywide disaster, many citizens were already facing hunger. Given the young man's tenacity, it was conceivable that he might soon support an entire building or even a community. Had Zhou Chen been aware of their thoughts, he would have surely expressed gratitude for their regard, yet he would have insisted they were mistaken. This continued until the evening of the 3rd day. A rubber dinghy approached, and a man claiming to be an official from a certain district sought out Zhou Chen. He inquired about the residential community Zhou belonged to and further questioned the current state of material supplies in the area. Ultimately, he revealed his purpose, representing an organization. He wished to request Zhou Chen to allocate the salvage supplies to several neighborhoods in the city that were severely lacking in food. As a contributor to the nation, Zhou would be awarded a certificate of honor and a banner of commendation. However, these matters could only be discussed after the floodwaters receded. Under the curtain of rain, Zhou Chen sat in the precariously floating speedboat, pulling the hood of his raincoat down to obscure most of his face. He remained silent, handing over several salvaged blankets, boxes of canned beef, and crates of liquor all at once. In the next moment, he turned the throttle to maximum power and fled. The district official, still lamenting the merciless flood, was doused with splashes of water. "Comrade, we do not wish to confiscate the supplies you have worked hard to salvage. We simply seek your assistance." From that point onward, Zhou Chen no longer dared to linger by the riverbank. For the next 4 days, he roamed various districts, utilizing the diving equipment he had retrieved from the river to plunge underwater and fervently gather supplies. When fatigued, he would surface to find a hidden corner to rest, replenish his energy with some food, and immediately dive back into the depths once he had recuperated. In fact, this method of collecting supplies proved to be exponentially more efficient than scavenging along the riverbank. He amassed several hundred tons of various metals: gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. The variety of screws collected was so vast that it was bewildering, making it difficult to distinguish between them. He gathered over 1,000 machines, including ordinary, precision, and high-precision lathes, regardless of their potential use. If he saw it, he collected it. Bosch, Siemens, Denso, Continental, Visteon, Eisen, and other automotive components have accumulated in numbers sufficient to fill a football field. Among these metallic items, only a small fraction has been submerged in water. The vast majority are sealed, rendering their recovery largely unperturbed. The harsh winter is approaching, bringing with it 3 months of biting cold. With ice sealing depths of over 10 meters, the frozen layers will become impenetrably solid, making any attempts at retrieval or excavation exceedingly challenging. A dozen containers, scattered from the dock, hold unknown contents, yet they are collected indiscriminately. An excavator, employed to dismantle illegal structures from rooftops, is also taken away. Numerous pharmacies have been pried open one by one. In his previous life, 3 years of survival during the apocalypse instilled in him a profound fear of hunger and hardship, leading to an insatiable desire for resources. Even though he possesses enough supplies to last several lifetimes, he cannot quell the urge to hoard relentlessly. As long as he can survive, he will stockpile with fervor. Zhou Chen busily spirals into activity, disregarding the incessant chatter of his messaging group, which has become a cacophony of noise. Following the devastating typhoon, torrential rains have persisted for a week, causing water levels to rise rather than recede. The number of disaster victims continues to swell, yet only those whose homes have collapsed or who have sustained injuries are being gradually transported to temporary relief points. This is a global catastrophe of unprecedented scale, and despite the organization's full mobilization, they remain stretched thin. They lack the capacity to accomplish all rescue efforts in a short span of time. Television and online platforms are inundated with the same host, appearing every hour to repeatedly reassure the disaster-stricken populace not to panic, fervently urging everyone to support one another and unite to overcome this calamity. Numerous esteemed experts have taken to the airwaves, articulating eloquent analyses and assessments regarding the catastrophic flooding. They endeavor to soothe the nation's affected citizens, proclaiming that the torrential rains will soon relent, with diminishing precipitation expected in the coming days, and expressing hope for the long-awaited retreat of the floodwaters. A week has elapsed, and residents trapped within their homes are either facing dire shortages of supplies or enduring hunger. The pronouncements of experts have been met with derision by the public, yet a glimmer of hope remains. Just the other day, Zhou Chen, during a moment of respite, glanced at his phone. The community chat groups and social media feeds were rife with lamentations. A single packet of instant noodles was being offered at a staggering price of 100 yuan. Yet even that exorbitant price found no takers. Naturally, the neighborhood committee's matriarch became the target of ire among the residents. In this moment, memories of Zhou Chen's initial warnings resurfaced. If only I had known hunger would ensue, I would have ventured out to procure supplies that day. A resident exclaimed, "I mistakenly judged you before, Brother Zhou, and I apologize." Brother Zhou, I too extend my apologies. I should not have berated you that day. Do you still have food at home? Perhaps you could spare some for me. Brother Zhou, don't you live alone? Your supplies shouldn't deplete so swiftly. In times like these, do not be stingy. Lend a hand to those in need. Of course, Zhou Chen chose to disregard their pleas. He took note of Zhang Li and others, whose circumstances were, as expected, exceedingly dire. The group of brutes split into two teams. Zhang Li led Qin Chang and a few close acquaintances to reside in room 602, while the lean monkey and Luo Feng took charge in room 1101. The female tenant of 602, along with her aunt's family, had already stockpiled little food, and their 3 meals were consumed entirely by this unruly crowd. It is easy to summon a deity, yet difficult to send them away. After a week, this group neither paid for their stay nor expressed any intention to leave. For days ago, the aunt had begun frantically calling him, demanding essential supplies. Even his old classmates, the very same ruffians, had to swallow their pride and request to purchase provisions from him. Zhou Chen switched off his phone. Who the hell had the time to entertain them? As night fell and the bitter cold approached, Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to salvage the last box of supplies, promptly setting off in a speedboat towards Sakura Community. Upon returning home, he found the large yellow dog curled up in a corner, visibly emaciated. The fruits, biscuits, and snacks on the table had all been devoured by this creature. Noticing that the dog had not relieved itself indoors, Zhou Chen sheathed his 39-meter knife and retrieved a large bone from his space, tossing it towards the dog. The yellow dog's eyes gleamed with excitement as it pounced and began to gnaw on the bone. Zhou Chen took a hot shower and spent an hour cleaning the house. Before drifting off to sleep, he opened the window to enjoy the rain for a while. In a hazy slumber, he was abruptly awakened by the biting cold. Still groggy, he heard the yellow dog's anxious barking. Sitting up in bed, he immediately felt the bone-chilling cold. The dog was desperately scratching at the door. The cold wave easily infiltrated the building, rendering the air as sharp as a knife. He donned a thermoregulating suit, followed by cotton pajamas, and finally wrapped himself in a thick robe before slipping on his slippers and heading to the door. As the door swung open, the trembling canine, De Huang, clung to his long leg, exhaling a cloud of mist with each whimper. In haste, Zhou Chen retrieved a pile of firewood from the space, tossing it into the fireplaces of the bedroom and living room. With the aid of alcohol, a roaring blaze ignited almost instantly. Survival is an animal's instinct. De Huang promptly leaped onto the sofa, seizing a cushion and racing to the fireplace for warmth. Zhou Chen dragged a single armchair to the hearth in the living room, poured himself a glass of red wine, and nestled into the chair while scrolling through his phone. Old Sun called, his teeth chattering in the biting cold. Little Zhou, wake up. Quickly, put on your thickest clothes. Don't fall asleep. The weather is bizarre. It's currently minus 30 degrees outside. Old Sun hurriedly urged him to rouse others. And after a brief exchange, the call concluded. Zhou Chen, despite believing himself to be heartless, felt a flicker of warmth at Old Sun's concern for him. At minus 30 degrees, water freezes instantly. The sudden shift of over 50 degrees in temperature was alarming. With each passing minute, the temperature continued to plummet, and by dawn, it was expected to reach minus 70 degrees. A frozen world, frost in August. The extreme cold weather could lead to the tragic fate of billions globally, succumbing to the merciless chill. Chapter 14. Living worse than a dog above the entire city, snow began to fall in an enchanting flurry. Initially, the snowflakes were fine and sparse, but within 10 minutes, they transformed into large, feathery flakes. Half an hour later, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the trees, rooftops, and balconies. Through the tightly shut doors and windows, the wailing of the wind could be distinctly heard. The blizzard obscured visibility completely. Before long, the residents of the entire community were roused from their slumber, either by the cold or by others calling out to them. One by one, lights flickered on in every household as everyone busied themselves searching for winter garments. However, in this southern region, even the coldest winters typically reached a mere minus 10 degrees Celsius, and homes were furnished with only lightweight down jackets, utterly inadequate to withstand the frigid wave of minus 30 degrees. People donned thermal clothing, layered several sweaters, wrapped themselves in velvet coats, tied on scarves, and adorned their feet with multiple pairs of socks, yet still felt the chill and insufferable, bone-chilling cold. Some fashion-conscious individuals had nothing but cashmere coats at home. Not only did they lack lightweight down jackets, but they didn't even possess a single thermal garment, relegating them to huddle beneath all their sweaters, too afraid to leave their beds. The most unfortunate were Zhang Li and his group, along with Zhou Lily's family. Zhang Li had brought a dozen people to stay in room 602, where the meager female accommodations barely offered 2 pieces of women's clothing, leaving the others to cower together, shivering on their beds. The 10 emaciated individuals residing in room 1101 rummaged through every cabinet, only to discover that their hosts had neither a thermal shirt nor a thick blanket, and they too ended up huddling together in a state of trembling. Zhou Lily's family, who had let these unwelcome guests in with the hopes of a financial gain, now regretted their decision bitterly. After only 2 days of occupancy, these individuals had consumed all the provisions meant to last a family of 4 for an entire week, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. The family of 4, one of whom is a pregnant woman, has not eaten for several days and can only quench their hunger with water. They were previously concerned about starving to death. Now, with the sudden drop in temperature, they fear that a group of looters might seize their only 2 thin blankets. They dragged the wardrobe to the door, barricading it. No longer caring about discretion, they huddled together under the 2 overlapping blankets, shivering in unison. What on earth is happening? This dreadful weather is freezing us to death. Dad, do you think those looters will come for our blankets? Honey, I'm truly starving. Mom, what should we do if Xiaoyan is hungry? Zhou Lily, her entire head buried in the covers, gritted her teeth and extended a hand out into the cold. After several stiff attempts, she finally managed to grasp her phone. She must persuade Zhou Chen, that little brat, to bring down winter clothes and food. But even if he is willing to deliver them, can we safeguard our belongings? What should we do then? Call him and tell him we need to stay at his place. Yes, he lives alone and has plenty of empty rooms, and having lived there for over a decade, he must have many winter garments. Urgently dialing the phone, she suddenly remembered that their numbers had all been blocked. The wardrobe creaked open, and the door to the room slowly revealed a crack. The emaciated figures huddled on the living room sofa, nearly frozen to death, gazed at the family wrapped in blankets with expressions of greed. Zhou Lily felt a jolt of fear, trembling from the cold and the terror. Don't do anything reckless. We're going upstairs to gather supplies. On the very day when the thin monkey and his companions moved in, it became evident that the matron of the house was none other than the aunt of Zhou Chen. Having worked alongside Zhou Chen for several years, they were well aware of the misadventures of his gambling aunt. One faction had betrayed Zhou Chen for money, while the other had swindled him and sought to coerce him into purchasing a house. Their mutual disdain for Zhou Chen fostered a camaraderie, leading them to exchange disparaging remarks about him, thus solidifying their bond. Had it not been for the disputes arising from debts and hunger that commenced on the 3rd day, they likely would have remained harmonious, even coming perilously close to physical confrontations on multiple occasions. In the biting cold, the more numerous factions sought to seize the blankets, while the weaker party found themselves utterly defenseless. The thin monkey was notably agitated, inquiring whether Zhou Chen had promised them supplies. Zhou Lily shook her head. He has blocked my number. We plan to go upstairs to find him. After all, I am his aunt, his deceased father's sister. Rest assured, once we acquire the supplies, we shall certainly share half with you. This arrangement had been clandestinely agreed upon by their family of 4 under the covers. Without resorting to deception to outwit these scoundrels, they would likely find it impossible to leave, and their 2 meager air-conditioning blankets would be snatched away. Being gamblers and rogues themselves, they possessed a deeper understanding of human nature than the average person. As long as they could escape this place and successfully deceive Zhou Chen into opening the door, they would never return. No matter how abundant Zhou Chen's supplies were, they would not be foolish enough to share with such a multitude. Who could say when the rescue team would arrive? The priority was to satiate their own hunger. The thin monkey summoned Luo Feng and another male companion, and the 3 of them huddled closely under a single blanket, declaring, "We shall stick together." Zhou Lily's family was understandably reluctant. "You must go too. It's freezing outside. You can wait at home, and we will definitely return." "Enough of this nonsense. What I mean is, if we go together in such a large group, what if he is unwilling to provide supplies? Either we all go, or your family can leave 2 behind. Don't think you can outsmart us." Thus, the 2 groups formed an impromptu alliance, wrapped tightly in their small quilts like 2 wriggling fat caterpillars, climbing the staircase against the biting cold wind. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhang Li was shamelessly asking Zhou Chen for supplies. "I won't take anything for free. I can pay. Just name your price. You must have some winter clothes. And surely you can spare a few thick quilts? And food, instant noodles, bread, noodles, steamed buns, anything will do. You can't possibly say you don't even have instant noodles, can you?" In front of the fireplace, a roaring fire held a frying pan, a clay pot, and a grill. The frying pan was sizzling with 2 steaks, while the clay pot simmered with a whole black chicken. The grill was adorned with skewers of lamb, beef, fish, shrimp, meatballs, and an assortment of vegetable skewers. Zhou Chen snapped a photo and sent it over. "As for those instant noodles and other items you mentioned, my house truly has none." Zhang Li, shivering under the quilt, widened his eyes and couldn't help but swallow hard. After 5 days of only drinking water, he was so hungry that he felt dizzy, staring blankly at the delicious food in the photo, wishing he could dive into the picture and feast to his heart's content. To seek warmth, they moved all the sofas from the living room into the bedroom, arranging them together, creating a compact cluster of over a dozen individuals. Upon seeing the photos sent by Zhou Chen, each one could not refrain from swallowing in anticipation. Zhang quickly asked him to send the food down. "We could also go up and retrieve it ourselves. Indeed, it would be far better to go ourselves and perhaps gather more food, along with some clothes and blankets." "Ah, he has a fireplace. That is splendid. We could stay at his place. Zhang, do tell him we're heading up right now." Zhang Li's expression was far from natural. "Do you believe he would allow us entry?" At this, everyone fell silent, momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had been dazed by the culinary delights in the photos, completely forgetting the misdeeds they had committed against Zhou Chen. Only Yang Sitian from room 602 and the young girl appeared bewildered. The young girl, anxious, inquired, "What exactly happened between you and Zhou Chen? No matter the conflict, surely he would not disregard your plight." A hush fell over the group. Conflict? If only it were merely a conflict. Given Zhou Chen's temperament, he would likely forget any minor grievances. Zhang Li wished to conceal his shameful side from outsiders. He continued messaging Zhou Chen, the allure of food rendering him exceedingly desperate. "Zhou Chen, I understand you harbor grievances, but we are not deserving of such a fate. We are truly on the brink of starvation and freezing to death. You cannot turn a blind eye to our plight." The very next moment, he received another photograph. In it, a slender, fair hand held a piece of steak. Feeding a dog. Zhang Li's face turned an ashen shade of green with fury. The absurdity of feeding a lavish steak to a dog was infuriating. Shortly thereafter, he received a third photograph. In this image, the large yellow dog was situated before a substantial dog bowl, brimming with steaming food, succulent chicken legs, tender skewers of roasted meat, and an assortment of grilled vegetables. A group of individuals, both exasperated and anxious, swallowed hard as they felt their mouths water at the sight. So much meat. Why did it seem that their existence was less dignified than that of a mere dog? Zhou Chen sent a voice message. "Alas, the provisions in my household are scant, and I must also sustain a dog. With so many mouths to feed, I am truly at my wit's end." Chapter 15. A death elsewhere at last. They arrived on the 23rd floor. Zhou Lily and her family of 4, along with the lean monkey, were on the verge of tears. The journey from the 11th to the 23rd floor, which should have taken only a few minutes, consumed a full hour of arduous climbing. Indeed, every minute and every second felt like an eternity of torment. The biting cold wind penetrated their skin, lacerating their faces and feet as if they were being cut by knives. They huddled together beneath their blankets, only their eyes visible, rendering movement cumbersome. Each step was fraught with the risk of colliding with the walls, leaving them bruised and battered. They stumbled several times, their bodies meeting the icy floor, causing them to cry out in despair. Countless times, they contemplated turning back, yet retreat was not an option. Such a choice would lead to certain frostbite and starvation. Upon catching sight of Zhou Chen's front door, their eyes gleamed with excitement. They yearned to enter immediately, don heavy winter garments, leap onto the bed, wrap themselves in thick blankets, and implore Zhou Chen to prepare a feast. Even a simple pot of instant noodles would suffice. The steaming instant noodles, cradled in hands, are bound to provide warmth and delight. The hunger is overwhelming. On their way here, they had already conspired, with Zhou Lily's family tasked to summon Zhou Chen to open the door, while the three slender monkeys hid nearby. Should Zhou Chen dare to unlock the door, they would rush in en masse, invading his home without hesitation. Could Zhou Chen possibly expel all 7 of them alone? If he were wise, he would obediently present his winter garments and delectable treats. Should he fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, they would surely make him regret it once they regained their composure. With hearts racing in anticipation, Zhou Lily's family approached the entrance to Zhou Chen's abode, their footsteps stiff and deliberate. The 3 slender monkeys followed closely, pressing against the wall, concealed in a blind spot where they could not be seen through the peephole. Clad in short sleeves and shorts, the thin air-conditioning blanket draped over them offered little protection. They nearly leapt from the cold as they huddled against the wall. The slender monkey signaled for Zhou Lily to knock. She nodded, her hand concealed beneath the blanket, gesturing frantically to her husband and son. This family, having spent countless moments together, shared an unspoken understanding of her intent. The moment Zhou Chen opened the door, they would surge inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them to trap those 3 nuisances outside. How outrageous. It had always been Zhou Chen's family that had taken advantage of them, feasting and borrowing without repayment. Yet, these scoundrels dared to impose upon them. Dishonorable and shameful. Not only did they refuse to pay for lodging, but they also consumed all the food in the house, now attempting to seize their blankets and share in the provisions of Zhou Chen's home. A dream, indeed. Every morsel in Zhou Chen's pantry belonged to them. Urged on by the slender monkey, Zhou Lily hesitantly extended a trembling finger and pressed the doorbell. After a brief half-minute, sounds emerged from within the room, footsteps approaching the front door. The individuals present instinctively held their breath, prepared to rush in with utmost speed. However, the door did not open as they had fervently hoped. Zhou Chen's voice filtered through the door panel. "Who is it?" Though disappointment washed over them, the mere sound of Zhou Chen's voice ignited a flicker of excitement among the group, particularly for Zhou Lily's family. The 4 of them, being relatives of Zhou Chen, clung to the hope that, despite past unpleasantness, his compassionate nature would prevent him from allowing them to perish from hunger or cold. "Zhou Chen. It's me, your aunt. Is there something you need? Please, open the door and let us in to talk." "No, just speak your piece. And if you have any nonsense, let it out quickly," came the unfeeling rejection. At this moment, the 3 individuals hiding in the shadows felt a surge of urgency. But it was Zhou Lily's family who were truly frantic, their hands gripping tightly beneath the blankets. If Zhou Chen refused to assist them, they would indeed face starvation. No, before succumbing to hunger, they would likely freeze to death. Desperately, Zhou Lily implored, "Zhou Chen, please open the door. Our family hasn't eaten anything for several days, and we have no warm clothing in the rental unit. If you could just open the door, lend us some winter garments, and perhaps a bit of food." Thanks to the 2 large fireplaces, the frigid air had been significantly dispelled, raising the indoor temperature to around 10 degrees Celsius. With the aid of temperature-regulating clothing, Zhou Chen felt considerably warmer. At this moment, he even removed his thick robe, leaving the buttons of his blue quilted pajamas undone. Zhou Chen leaned against the wall, with a steaming chicken leg in his left hand and a mobile phone in his right. He snapped a close-up of the chicken leg and sent it to someone on WeChat before finally acknowledging the individuals waiting outside the door. "I will wear my own winter clothes, and I do not have enough food for myself. It is impossible for me to provide you with supplies." His words left those outside the door with hearts lodged in their throats. Emotions running high, Zhou Lily instinctively lashed out. "You ungrateful little brat. I am your own aunt. What is so wrong with asking you for some supplies? Just like your deceased parents, asking for something is like pulling teeth." Everyone was taken aback, their faces a mixture of anxiety and anger. Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for the desire to remain inconspicuous, the thin monkey would have rushed forward to slap that old woman across the face. At a time when one ought to plead for assistance, you choose to hurl insults. Even disrespecting the deceased parents, are you intentionally provoking Zhou Chen, hoping to keep everyone at bay? Indeed, Zhou Chen's voice echoed from within, his tone frigid, emanating an aura of menace even through the door. When my parents were alive, did they not give you enough money? When you two gambled away your funds and had no money for food, was it not my parents who provided for you? When you could not even pay for your son's tuition, was it not my parents who covered that expense? When you were deep in debt to loan sharks and faced dire consequences, was it not my father who withdrew money from the bank to personally rescue you? My parents were there for you when they were alive. Whether you choose to remember their kindness is of no concern to me. But you insist on being disrespectful. Starvation or freezing to death is entirely your own doing. When a young child exposed her secrets, Zhou Lily instinctively felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. However, her husband's timely intervention snapped her back to reality. The expression on Zhou Lily's face darkened to an extreme, and upon contemplating the current predicament of her family, she could only endure the humiliation for the time being. Humph. That little brat truly lacks respect. His parents passed away early, leaving him without proper upbringing. Just wait until I storm into your home and seize the supplies. I shall see how I can berate you. Zhou Chen, it was indeed your aunt who spoke out of turn just now. I have always been in the wrong. Deep down, I have never forgotten the kindness of your parents. Were it not for them, your uncle and I would have long severed ties with those loan sharks, and your cousin would not have the opportunity for education. I am fully aware of all this, and I have kept it close to my heart, truly. Zhou Chen, I recognize that our relationship has been somewhat tumultuous over these years, and you may perceive me as an aunt who is obsessed with your finances. But you have misunderstood. You have truly misjudged me. I am your blood relative. How could I wish you ill? My requests for money were merely attempts to help you save. I worry that in your youth, you may spend recklessly, and should you squander your family's wealth. How could I face your parents in the afterlife? From within the room, Zhou Chen's mocking laughter echoed. So, should I be thanking you then? Zhou Lily understood that these words would not deceive Zhou Chen, and she could only muster the courage to continue fabricating her tale. Zhou Chen, your aunt truly has not deceived you. It is good that we have laid everything bare today. I assure you, I shall never ask you for a single penny again. Zhou Chen, please open the door. After all, we are family. Even for your father's sake, you cannot disregard our well-being. Zhou Chen, I implore you. Your cousin has been in poor health since childhood, and your cousin's wife is heavily pregnant. If this continues, it will surely lead to dire consequences. Do you require your aunt to kneel before you will open the door? In the past, it was always your aunt's fault. Your father was my only elder brother, and I have mourned his passing deeply. If only he were still alive. Zhou Chen, leaning against the wall and engrossed in his phone, could not help but scoff. Can the words of a degenerate gambler be trusted? In his previous life, he had witnessed the true faces of this family, ruthless and unfeeling, as they sought to claim his house and possessions for themselves. His aunt had once struck him with a knife on his arm. His uncle had swung a club against his back. His cousin had stabbed at his abdomen. That pitiable, heavily pregnant woman had nearly cleaved his skull with a kitchen knife. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have perished at his own doorstep. Zhou Chen spoke with indifference. Let me consider it. Zhou Lily, filled with indignation, thought, what is there to contemplate? Just open the door and let us in. She was about to voice her thoughts when Zhou Chen continued. How about this? You return for now. In honor of my father, I shall provide you with some supplies. Return? What a jest. Zhou Lily was exceedingly anxious. It is truly freezing out here. Open the door now and allow us to warm ourselves inside. We will don our winter clothing and take the supplies before we leave. You must trust us. Zhou Chen outright rejected her plea. Either you go back now while I gather some supplies to send down, or you shall have nothing at all. You may stand at the door and wait. Upon uttering these words, Zhou Chen returned to the living room and reclined comfortably on the sofa. Resources? He wouldn't part with even a single packet of instant noodles. They should keep their distance. If they were to perish, let it be elsewhere. The thought of having to deal with a corpse at his doorstep was simply too bothersome. Chapter 16. No solution, as Zhou Chen stubbornly refused to open the door. Zhou Lily's family found themselves at an impasse, unable to decide whether to stay or leave, for the initiative lay entirely with Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the three slender figures beside them could no longer contain themselves. They tiptoed to the entrance, pushing Zhou Lily's family to the back. Zhou, cough. Brother Zhou, it's me, Monkey, Luo Feng, and Zhou Chen. We have something to discuss. Zhou Chen, too lethargic to stir, lazily replied from the sofa, which was somewhat distant from the door, yet with keen ears, his response could still be discerned. Encouraged by his companions, Monkey took a deep breath, mustering the courage to speak. Brother Zhou, we implore you to open the door. We are on the verge of freezing to death. We have not eaten for 5 days. Please, grant us some sustenance. What? 5 days without food? Indeed. The 10 of us did not join Zhang Li and the others. We are temporarily staying at your aunt's house, which has little in the way of provisions. After 2 days of sharing her meager supplies, we were left with nothing. Goodness, how pitiful it is to be so famished. If you find us so pitiable, then for heaven's sake, open the door. The lean monkey, mustering his courage, spoke. Brother Zhou, I understand that you are still angry with us, but we truly had no part in the factory's troubles. We only learned of it at the last moment. It was Zhang Li. Yes, it was Zhang Li and Su Ruan who conspired with Chen Chong to betray you. Zhou Chen. This, I hadn't even begun to insinuate, yet you have taken the initiative. The 2 companions accompanying the lean monkey were left astounded. How can you say such things? Faced with their skepticism, the lean monkey could only desperately gesture, regardless of the words. The priority was to deceive their way through the door. Would they really allow themselves to freeze or starve to death here? Did they think that by diverting the conversation and offering a few flattering remarks, Zhou Chen would simply open the door? Did they not grasp what Zhou Chen truly desired? If necessary, what was the harm in betraying Zhang Li? In the scheme against Zhou Chen, they were merely sharing the spoils. Would they really risk their own lives for the sake of others? Absurd. Zhang Li was not their kin. However, they certainly could not take such a drastic step unless absolutely unavoidable, for even accomplices would face consequences. Luo Feng, Xiao Shun, and the lean monkey shared a close bond, and immediately comprehended his intentions, finding inner agreement with his approach. Footsteps echoed from within, eventually halting at the door. Although the door remained closed, it at least indicated that his words had made some impact. The lean monkey's confidence surged. As his lips met, he began to spill everything. Brother Zhou, we were genuinely forced into this. By the time we found out, the factory had already been sold. Chen Chong is merely Zhang Li's pawn. He threatened us that if we did not comply with their schemes, we would be cast aside. Brother, as you are well aware, we lack prestigious diplomas, technical skills, and a supportive family background. If we were to leave the factory, securing a decent job would be utterly impossible. Yet, we harbor a deep-seated disdain for individuals like Zhang Li. Were it not for your benevolent assistance, Brother Zhou, could Zhang Li truly afford a home in the Magic City? Chen Chong hails from a family impoverished beyond measure. Without your financial support, could he have purchased a residence in his hometown? And as for Li Sisi, you were the one who invested in her further education. As for Su Ruan, who pretends to be something she is not, you are now well aware of her true nature. Brother Zhou, we are willing to testify that Zhang Li and his cohorts fabricated evidence, conspiring to embezzle your factory. They colluded with their company to ensnare you in a contractual trap, costing you a substantial fortune and nearly leading to your ruin. The family of Zhou Lily, who were pushed to the back, were left astounded. Such events transpired? No wonder they pursued the little rascal for money to buy a house, only to be ignored. It turns out their careers suffered, leading to financial losses. It is these worthless individuals who have deprived their family of the means to purchase a home. The thin monkey grew increasingly agitated, his indignation soaring as he likened himself to Zhou Chen's most loyal subordinate, deriding Zhang Li and his companions as nothing more than refuse from a garbage dump. I understand your sentiments, the 3 of you. You may return for now. I shall procure additional supplies shortly. The 3 of them were immensely excited. Indeed, Zhou Chen remained as compassionate as ever. However, brother, we are currently both cold and hungry, truly lacking the strength to return downstairs. Perhaps you could open the door and allow us to enter your abode. Otherwise, we may either wait in vain or remain here until we succumb to the cold. The choice is yours. Zhou Chen leisurely strolled back to the living room, his expression during the video call with Zhang Li resembling one who had just tasted something utterly distasteful. Zhou Chen took the initiative to reach out to him, under the impression that the other party might be willing to part with some provisions. While there was indeed animosity between them, Zhou Chen was inherently soft-hearted. With so many lives at stake, and given their history as old classmates, he surely could not bear to witness them starve. He had steeled himself for a significant loss, prepared to spend a bit more money, simultaneously bracing for a few scolding words from Zhou Chen. Let him scold. It was of little consequence. The priority was to satiate their hunger. Yet, to his surprise, Zhou Chen merely intended for him to overhear those words. Damn it! The three thin monkeys actually dared to betray him. Zhang Li abruptly ended the video call. Gazing at Chen Chong and the others who had already migrated to the living room, huddling together for warmth, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Chen Chong and his companions had entertained other thoughts, likely harboring ulterior motives. Zhou Chen's earlier words had been quite clear. He was willing to assist. Yet the sheer number of people made it impossible for him to extend help effectively. Whether this was the truth or merely a tactic employed by Zhou Chen, it undeniably succeeded in sowing discord. Otherwise, Chen Chong and the others would not have suddenly declared that the room was too cramped and opted to relocate to the living room. They had huddled closely, whispering to one another, occasionally casting wary glances in his direction, fearful of being overheard. For the sake of resources, the thin monkeys and others have betrayed him. At this moment, he cannot afford to offend Chen Chong and his companions any further, as he still requires them to serve as enforcers to deal with the traitors above. He intends to make it abundantly clear to all that those who dare to betray will undoubtedly face dire consequences. As for Chen Chong and the others, they must eventually be dismissed after the calamity passes and everything returns to normal. Perhaps this is the very scene that Zhou Chen longs to witness, his group engaging in a mutual attack. Yet, even with an understanding of Zhou Chen's intentions, he finds himself powerless to intervene. It is only those who provide sustenance that can be considered kin. To hell with it, a pack of ungrateful wolves. Zhang Li temporarily suppresses his inner fury, managing to display a smile that appears as natural as possible. He claps his hands to capture everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a way to procure supplies that will not only keep us warm, but also provide us with hot meals. Is that truly the case? At this proclamation, everyone's eyes glimmer with excitement. Zhou Chen adds a few logs to the fireplace, pulling out a toy ball to entertain the dog. As time passes, the outdoor temperature plummets to -40 degrees. Despite the frigid conditions, the roaring fire raises the indoor temperature to a comfortable 20 degrees. He even sheds his padded pajamas in favor of a lighter spring outfit. The dog, forced to bow its head beneath the eaves, watches as Da Huang leaps and bounds, eagerly chasing the flying ball. Failing to catch it each time, it is threatened with becoming dinner. The current owner is even more cruel than the last, showing no compassion for the dog. While playing, Su Ruoruo messages him from her spare phone. Zhou Chen, can we talk? Zhou Chen tosses the toy ball, urging the dog to pursue it. Did this group of beasts swiftly devise a scheme to exploit women against him? Yet, he yearned to witness the spectacle of dogs feasting upon one another in a fray. After all, he had sown a toxic seed within this pack of brutes, awaiting the harvest of its lethal fruits. Even if they discerned his intentions, so what? This seed is insurmountable. He grasped his phone, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What? Have you thought it through and now wish to crawl before me, begging? Su Ruoren responded promptly, her tone laced with irritation. Zhou Chen, must you speak in such a manner? Zhou Chen was no longer swayed by her tactics. Is that so? Then what is there left to discuss? Between men and women, isn't it all just a matter of? Chapter 17. The performance of the community committee antes that night was fraught with chaos, as the trapped populace sought every conceivable means to reach out for assistance. Although the torrential rain had ceased, the nation was besieged by a sudden and terrifying drop in temperature. The situation in the north was relatively tolerable. Rural households had their heated Kong beds, while urban heating systems were rendered ineffective, yet everyone possessed adequate winter attire. However, those in the south faced dire straits. The premature arrival of winter caught them off guard, and even in a typical winter, they lacked clothing capable of withstanding temperatures below -30 degrees. Clad in every piece of clothing available, they still found themselves shivering beneath the covers. Television and the internet had been commandeered by the authorities, with all programming restricted. Major networks broadcast a single channel in unison across both mediums. In a live studio at CCTV, the host and several experts from diverse fields were bundled up tightly, trembling incessantly, their breath visible as mist, their teeth chattering from the cold. At a chilling -30 degrees, the air conditioning's heating function is utterly inadequate. Now, with the temperature plummeting to a staggering -40 degrees, the outdoor unit of the air conditioning system is encased in a thick layer of ice, rendering it incapable of functioning. Alarmingly, meteorological reports indicate that the temperature continues to decline. The ferocity of the typhoon and torrential rains has already led to power outages and loss of connectivity in several regions. The abrupt onset of this frigid weather poses a significant risk of widespread failure of the national power grid, adding insult to injury. In a state of panic, netizens across the nation find themselves unable to reach emergency services, resorting instead to various chat groups to voice their fears and seek solace in shared experiences, hoping to discover effective solutions. In the Sakura community group, messages flash incessantly. Is this truly the harbinger of the apocalypse? Awakening to a temperature exceeding -30 degrees. Snow in August is not terrifying. What is truly alarming is the drastic drop from 29 degrees to -40 degrees. A sudden temperature swing of 70 degrees. Who can bear such extremes? Has the world lost its sanity? It is maddening. Could you please announce your intentions? After eagerly awaiting the cessation of rain, we are now thrust into the depths of winter. No, it is even colder than winter itself. Never did I imagine that I would succumb to the elements before facing starvation. Is there anyone who could lend me a down jacket? I urgently need 2 silk comforters, or even ordinary cotton blankets. My endurance is waning. I implore you all to sell me a morsel of food. My child is wailing from hunger. I am on my knees begging for sustenance. My father's health is deteriorating, and I am filled with regret for my perceived filial neglect. Where are the community committee representatives? Come forth. Had you not barred us from venturing out to procure supplies, I would at least have had enough to stave off hunger for a few more days. Indeed, nourishment replenishes energy, providing resistance against the cold. Wang, you must show yourself. Did you not proclaim that the rescue team would arrive tomorrow? How many tomorrows have passed? Where is the assistance? Why is the old lady silent? Brothers and sisters from Building 10, summon her forth. If she dares to hide, let us vent our frustrations upon her. Strike. It is this elderly woman who has brought us to ruin. I support the brothers and sisters from Building 10 in confronting her. Even if the police come after us, count me among those responsible. Residents sharing the same floor as the community committee representative have wrapped themselves tightly and braved the frigid -40 degrees, charging to the opposite side to kick down the door. And Wang, overwhelmed by the pressure, felt compelled to address the group. Please remain calm. I fully comprehend the emotions you are experiencing at this moment. I have been in constant communication with the organization, which is endeavoring to procure food and winter clothing for everyone. However, the frigid weather and rising water levels are severely impeding the pace of rescue efforts. It is crucial that we do not succumb to panic. The more dire the situation becomes, the more we must maintain our composure and refrain from impulsive actions that could lead to irrevocable consequences. I have received confirmed information that the military has been deployed, and the organization is engaged in a race against time and nature. Please await the rescue with patience. The anger among the residents diminished significantly upon hearing of the military's involvement. In their collective memory, any natural disaster seemed surmountable with the army's intervention. Yet, these reassurances did little to extinguish the residents' fury. Can we really trust what you say, old woman? Haven't you offered enough comforting words this week? I warn you. If we do not receive any assistance by tomorrow, I shall personally confront you and tear your claims to shreds. You assert that the military has been dispatched. What proof do you have? Indeed, none of US can reach the rescue hotline. How did you manage to contact the organization? Are you merely fabricating stories? I was on the brink of starvation and will not easily believe your empty promises. Produce the evidence for all to see. Surely, you must have chat logs or at the very least, call records. Bring forth the evidence. Bring it forth. At this moment, the community committee matron was engulfed in anxiety. Like everyone else, she found herself unable to connect to the emergency hotline. Where could she possibly acquire any evidence? In the early days of the disaster, she had taken pride in her managerial capabilities. Yet now, she faced daily inquiries from starving residents regarding rescue efforts and supplies, compelling her to cling to her initial responses with a brave FAAD. The torrential rain had ceased, but it was swiftly replaced by an even more fearsome cold wave. No matter how deep the floodwaters, there remained a hope of swimming to find sustenance. However, with the sudden onset of extreme cold, there were no boats, and entering the frigid waters meant certain death. She was acutely aware that the residents, tormented by hunger and cold, were on the brink of fury, as evidenced by the outcry in the group chats and the neighbors' relentless banging on her door. Fear gripped her heart. She dreaded the possibility of the residents losing control and converging to assault her. She wrapped herself tightly in her blanket and gazed out at the vast whiteness beyond her window. The weather was most peculiar. With a super typhoon at level 17 and floodwaters reaching depths of over 10 meters, the calamity had surpassed the bounds of the ordinary. compounded by the sudden arrival of the cold wave. Everything had transcended reason. She firmly believed that in such dire times, the organization would undoubtedly dispatch troops for a nationwide large-scale rescue. Thus, she felt emboldened to fabricate tales of military mobilization in the group chat, hoping to placate the residents on the verge of emotional eruption. The community matron steeled herself and continued her fabrication. It was a call from the organization, explicitly mentioning the good news of troop deployment, urging the community committee to prepare for reassurance, and asking everyone to patiently await rescue. The phone is an encrypted line from the Emergency Management Office, a virtual number comprising only 4 digits, which, even if communicated, would be unreachable. Trust me, military aid will undoubtedly arrive. We must endure for another 2 to 7 days. Zhou Chen, savoring fresh grapes, observed with amusement the performance of the community committee matron. The involvement of the military indeed brings a sense of reassurance. The encrypted communication from the Emergency Management Office is somewhat credible. Had it not been secured, it is likely that the distressed populace would have bombarded it with calls. I must concede that the matron possesses a certain skill. She deftly addresses the psychological needs of the crowd, swiftly alleviating their vehement denunciations with just a few words. However, upon hearing that they must wait an additional 2 to 7 days, the residents grew restless. What? 2 to 7 days? They might as well prepare for my demise. I cannot wait, even a single day. How is this any different from awaiting death? To hell with this. My family has survived solely on tap water thus far. If we do not see supplies by dawn, I swear I will take matters into my own hands. The community matron was taken aback, her earlier thoughts resurfacing. Gazing at her famished spouse, she placed a hand on her own empty stomach. Seizing the last piece of bread and devouring it whole, a glint of malice flickering in her eyes. Please, allow me to finish, she implored. Aside from the good news of military mobilization, the organization has issued an order to ensure the safety of all residents while awaiting aid. It is mandated that every household contribute their supplies for collective distribution. The commands are issued by the organization and executed by our neighborhood committee. Due to the flooding, I shall designate a building leader for each block who will be responsible for collecting supplies from each household and distributing them equitably to everyone. This is all for the sake of our collective safety. I hope everyone will cooperate actively. Those who refuse to comply will certainly face criminal penalties afterwards. I will take charge of Building 10, and I will begin by appointing the building leaders starting from Building 1. Chapter 18. I have concerns we will gather supplies from each building and distribute them evenly among the residents who are suffering from hunger and cold. While one can find refuge under the blankets during this frigid weather, the threat of starvation looms ever closer. Even if it is merely a day or two's worth of food, it is desperately needed. The residents are exceedingly famished. The group chat is filled with cheers, with many expressing that the organization's mandate is remarkably astute. Yet, for those who still possess some food supplies at home, this news is far from favorable. A week has passed, and even the wealthy have no surplus. Moreover, some have already sold or lent out portions of their provisions. With barely enough sustenance for their own families, how can they surrender what little they have left? We are all ordinary citizens, so let us not speak of boundless altruism. However, the number of starving residents in the community constitutes a significant majority, and they are fervently expressing their excitement in the group chat. Those who dare to voice dissent risk being overwhelmed by verbal assaults. While verbal attacks may be bearable, what if neighbors from the same building come knocking? A group of individuals suffering from hunger and the biting cold were in a state of emotional turmoil, and one ill-timed remark could ignite a violent confrontation. Who among them could withstand the onslaught of a multitude? Contemplating this dilemma, the residents joined in a cacophony of distress while hastily concealing their provisions. The list of building representatives, spearheaded by the committee chairwoman, was unveiled, comprising 30 individuals, including herself. Upon seeing this roster, Zhou Chen could not help but raise an eyebrow. It mirrored almost precisely that of her previous life. Each individual on the list had familial ties or vested interests with the elderly woman, including influential figures and wealthy heirs whom she had sought to ingratiate herself with. In her former existence, this cohort had amassed the resources of the entire community, failing to distribute them equitably among the residents, instead indulging themselves until they were bloated and glistening with excess. By the time the residents realized the betrayal, these individuals had relocated to Building 10, forming a tight-knit enclave. Starved and disoriented, the residents, driven by anger, sought to reclaim their rightful share of supplies. only to be overpowered by these vigorous miscreants, with many failing to rise again. Consequently, each day saw lives extinguished by starvation. The group, led by the committee chairwoman, miraculously endured the harsh 3-month winter unscathed. The chairwoman, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "The list is finalized. Let everyone take a look. If there are no objections, the representatives of each building shall commence their actions forthwith." Naturally, Zhou Chen would not acquiesce. "I have objections." "What is wrong with you, Zhou Chen?" The community committee matron seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Are you addicted to singing a contrary tune? It's high time to act. You're hindering the work of the building leaders. What if someone were to perish from hunger in the next moment? Can you bear that responsibility?" The famished residents, their bellies growling, erupted in anger. "Zhou Chen, do you have a problem? I'm on the brink of starvation. If you have grievances, keep them to yourself. Anyone who further delays the distribution of supplies, beware, I will not hesitate to confront you. Your dissent implies a reluctance to share resources with everyone. Is that it? Residents of Building 21, take heed. We will ensure that someone relinquishes all the supplies." Zhou Chen lounged comfortably on the sofa, listening to the crackling of the fire. He sent a voice message. "Alas, I am only considering the welfare of all. Please examine this list closely and reflect on the relationships between these individuals and the elderly woman. A group of interconnected friends and her usual sycophants. Are you not concerned that they might collude in private, filling their own bellies while disregarding the plight of the rest of us?" The community matron was furious. "Zhou Chen, you are not only slandering the innocent but also sowing discord among us. Do you realize that?" The designated 29 building leaders quickly emerged to criticize, condemn, and curse him. They had just formed a new group, eagerly discussing the benefits of collecting supplies, and were dismayed to find their selfish motives exposed so swiftly. "Zhou Chen, you are judging the hearts of noble individuals with the malice of a petty mind. Only the vile would perceive others as equally base. You possess resources and hold yourself in high esteem, yet please refrain from jeopardizing the precious lives of others. We are all neighbors and victims of disaster. How could one engage in such unethical acts of self-enrichment? Do not be swayed by his manipulations, for it stems from his own selfishness. Surely, he must have supplies at home, but refuses to share them with the community, desiring to witness the suffering of others as they starve and freeze. Though he appears well-groomed, one would never expect such a character from him. It is rumored that his aunt and former classmates are on the brink of starvation. Yet he withholds even a morsel of food. Truly a heartless creature." A photograph emerged, bringing an eerie silence to the group. The image depicted a kitchen backdrop, showcasing a bag of flour weighing 10 pounds, 2 bundles of noodles, a packet of dumplings, 4 eggs, 5 pounds of potatoes, 5 pounds of sweet potatoes, and a chunk of frozen pork. This sight rendered the residents, who had subsisted on tap water for days, utterly captivated. Particularly, that piece of pork, though merely a pound, was beautifully marbled. Upon seeing this slab of fatty yet tender meat, one could almost envision a plate of delectable, melt-in-your-mouth braised pork. Amidst the biting cold, Zhou Lily and her family, along with the trio known as the Skinny Monkeys, felt an overwhelming surge of despair. No, this was their rightful share of supplies. Would Zhou Chen truly distribute what he had promised to them? The tension among Zhang Li and the others escalated instantly. If Zhou Chen were to allocate the resources to others, what would they have to eat? Zhou Chen sent the photograph, promptly followed by a voice message. "Esteemed friends, this is the last of my provisions. I have set aside merely a handful of noodles and a single egg, while the remainder is shared among all of you. In the face of calamity, I can only offer a modest contribution." Under the allure of food, the group erupted in exuberant cheers, particularly the residents of Building 21, whose excitement was palpable and lingered in the air. "My dear brother, I am deeply moved by your generosity. As I often travel abroad for work, please feel free to share any items you wish to acquire. It is clear that this is your final sustenance. Had you not been living alone, you would not have been able to present these provisions. Let us not dwell on words. In the future, should you encounter any troubles in society, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall ensure that anyone who dares to bully you will face the consequences." The residents of Building 29 looked on enviously, lamenting that they were not part of Building 21. Zhou Chen was pleased with the reaction of the crowd and continued his discourse. "Friends, I do not wish to obstruct the directives from our organization. Unity is essential for overcoming adversity, a principle we all comprehend. However, do you truly trust the leaders designated by the elderly lady? A group composed of relatives and individuals with vested interests. Can you honestly believe that there are no ulterior motives at play? When the time comes and they have overindulged, while you are left starving, do you think you will be able to reclaim your share of resources? In a society that professes open dialogue, it is alarming to witness such autocracy. As for the selection of leaders, you are encouraged to cast your votes freely. Furthermore, do you not find it peculiar that the members of the community committee comprise more than just one elderly woman? With a team of 5 to 11 individuals, how is it that only she is able to establish contact with the organization? Reflect upon this deeply. The committee matron, along with the 29 designated building leaders, wears a countenance darker than the bottom of a pot. It seems that the little rogue is intentionally at odds with them. To obstruct one's financial gain is akin to taking the life of one's parents. This enmity has been duly noted. Regrettably, they have yet to devise a countermeasure. And yet another photograph has emerged. It features the community security guard, Old Son, holding 2 bags of instant noodles and 3 bags of sausages. Each bag of instant noodles contains 5 smaller packets, while a bag of sausages holds 10 pieces. Upon the release of this image, the residents' fervor was reignited. This ordinarily inexpensive and often disregarded junk food has suddenly transformed into a lifeline for the community. In a voice message, Old Son remarked, "I believe there is some merit in Xiao Zhou's words. For the sake of fairness, the selection of building leaders should be conducted through a transparent and public voting process, which would garner widespread acceptance. The leader of Building 21 will come to room 2302 shortly to collect my provisions." Chapter 19. What a convoluted situation. Where do these nested dolls come from? Zhou Chen's maneuver was both simple and effective, especially among the residents of Building 21, who were exuberantly vocal in their excitement. This triggered a butterfly effect. Residents who previously bore no objections to the designated leaders now found themselves in opposition, regardless of whether the committee matron harbors malicious intent. The individuals on the list of building leaders are either related to her or are affluent heirs. These are undeniable truths. For a moment, the group was in disarray. Residents expressing their dissent against a unilateral decision. They insisted that the leader should be elected through their own votes, and soon after, they dispersed into smaller groups to commence the voting. The residents of Building 21 were particularly straightforward. In my opinion, we should appoint Brother Zhou Chen as our leader. In these precarious times, who would dare to hoard resources when they can be shared? I concur. Zhou Chen, of course, was disinclined to take on the role of leader. Surely, he preferred to enjoy his own peaceful existence. His willingness to provide resources stemmed primarily from a desire to support others. The environment was only growing more dire, and in such scarcity, malevolent individuals would undoubtedly arise. If that time were to come, the likes of Zhang Li and his gang, outnumbering the rest, could easily seize control through intimidation. He required a counterforce without wanting to exert too much effort. As for the leadership position, he stated he could not assume it, having recently faced setbacks in his career, leaving him little inclination to engage in other matters. For the sake of everyone's safety, he urged that another leader be chosen. I believe Old Son would be a commendable candidate, he suggested. Though he is not a property owner in our community, his work ethic has been evident over the years. And he is a person of integrity. Any reservations can be discussed later. Our immediate priority is to secure some food. Naturally, the residents of Building 21 were reluctant to have a security guard as their leader, but given Zhou Chen's endorsement and Old Son's readiness to contribute resources, along with their growling stomachs, they could not afford to delay any longer. No one wishes to continue drinking tap water. Zhou Chen's assertion resonates deeply. Amidst the impending hunger, what is the point of pondering trivialities? The immediate priority is to fill our stomachs. Very well, let us appoint Old Son as our leader. At this moment, Old Son appeared utterly perplexed, gazing at his phone repeatedly, unable to comprehend the message Zhou Chen had sent him, yet he complied nonetheless. Faced with this unexpected responsibility, I, Old Son, shall not decline. The lower floors have succumbed to flooding. Thus, I shall compromise on the level. To the residents of the 15th floor, who among you is responsible for boiling water? I will first retrieve the instant noodles and ham to prepare a warm meal for everyone to alleviate their hunger, and subsequently, we will methodically collect supplies from door to door. The residents of the 15th floor were more than willing, eagerly indicating their readiness to boil water. In a state of utter deprivation, the thought of hot instant noodles brought tears of joy to their eyes. Zhou Chen, clad in a military coat, opened the door while carrying a bag. Simultaneously, Old Son, also donned in a military coat, opened his door. Old Son, trembling, dashed over with 3 large bags of instant noodles, extending one of the bags to Zhou Chen. Zhou, how can you subsist on just a handful of noodles? With your stature, a mere handful cannot sustain you for long. Take this bag of noodles. I have discreetly saved a little for myself. Zhou Chen did not refuse but inquired, perplexed, how is it that you reside directly across from me? The property management had a designated break room at the community's front desk. However, the head of security was a resident of the 8th floor in Building 21. After the front desk was inundated with floodwaters, he presumed that Old Sun was staying at the captain's home on the 8th floor. Just as Old Sun was about to respond, a noise emanated from the large door behind him. Zhou Chen tilted his head and widened his eyes in astonishment. What did he see? A Russian nesting doll? Lao Sun hurriedly returned, whispering a few words to the doll before promptly shutting the door and locking it with a key. In the next moment, he reopened the locked door, scooped the doll into his arms, and presented it before Zhou Chen. Zhou, could you kindly take care of this? I still have to go door to door collecting supplies, and the house is far too cold. I'm uneasy leaving him alone at home. Zhou Chen remained speechless. The nesting doll was utterly adorable, swathed in layers of clothing, revealing only a pair of round, glistening eyes. This was quite a predicament. Zhou Chen hesitated to extend his hand, exclaiming in surprise, what is the meaning of this? Lao Sun gazed at the doll with a look of paternal affection, akin to a grandfather observing his grandchild. He chuckled warmly. In Building 1, there is an elderly person unable to care for themselves, and their children are trapped elsewhere. On the night of the typhoon, Ah Fong, unable to bear the thought, went over to assist. This little one was inconvenient to bring along. So Ah Fong thought of us as fellow villagers and asked for my help. I never anticipated it would last a week. Speaking of the child, Lao Sun sighed with compassion. It's pitiful, losing parents at such a young age, and with an older brother unreachable. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smirk. What compassion could there be in helping? Was it not merely a means to take on private work behind the back of the employer? The Sakura community consisted of 2 households per staircase. The doll's father was a traffic police officer, leaving home early and returning late, while the mother, a warm-hearted owner of a seafood restaurant, had an older brother in the military, reportedly a reconnaissance soldier. Originally a rather happy family. Their lives were shattered by a tragic car accident. On the evening of the 3rd, the father of the doll was on duty, conducting checks for drunk driving. A wealthy heir, inebriated, obstinately refused to exit his vehicle for inspection. After colliding with the child's father, he dragged the man for 2 kilometers. By the time the car was forced to stop, the man had already succumbed. The doll's mother, struck profoundly by the tragedy, suffered a heart attack and could not be revived. The elder son hurriedly returned to handle the funeral arrangements, temporarily hiring a nanny, and then rushed back to the military to process his discharge, which took only a day or 2. Regrettably, the doll did not wait for her sole remaining family member to return. In a previous life, Zhou Chen had ventured out of the city with several neighbors in search of survival, intending to take the doll with them. When they forcibly pried open the door, however, there was no sign of the child, nor could they hear her voice. The nanny sat alone at the dining table, cradling a bowl of meat soup, while in the pot lay the skeletal remains of a 5-year-old child. The flesh had been meticulously stripped away, indicating it had been boiled repeatedly. In this life, with the presence of Lao Sun, one wonders if the fate of the doll might be altered. Zhou Chen felt at a loss. Had he known the situation would unfold this way, he would not have recommended Lao Sun as the building manager. Lao Sunday, will you lend a hand? Upon hearing shouts from downstairs, Lao Sun hastily thrust the child he held into Zhou Chen's arms. This child had grown somewhat withdrawn since the departure of her parents. She neither cried nor fussed, content to play on the sand alone. Good heavens! No. Zhou Chen attempted to call Lao Sun back, but the limping Lao Sun darted away swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye at the staircase. Zhou Chen stood there, bewildered, observing the doll, who paid him no heed, her pure, large eyes fixated on the character for fortune emblazoned on the door. The biting cold wind stung Zhou Chen's cheeks, and he finally realized the situation. With a sense of helplessness, he turned around and returned to the warmth of the spring-like room, cradling the nesting doll. Meanwhile, a golden retriever named Wang, clad in a short down jacket, wagged its tail and hurried over. It regarded the nesting doll with a hint of trepidation, persistently nudging Zhou Chen's pant leg with its head, fearful of losing its affection and being cast aside. The nesting doll seemed withdrawn, avoiding any glance at the dog. Perhaps due to an instinctive fear of the cold, its round, glistening eyes remained fixated on the flames dancing in the fireplace. Zhou Chen placed the nesting doll onto a single armchair before the hearth, scratching his head in distress. How careless of him. The presence of the nesting doll filled Zhou Chen with unease. His kindness and compassion had been diminished to nearly nothing in his previous life. He lacked experience in caring for children. In this world, children and small animals were the most vulnerable, innocent, and soft, often seeking comfort and affection. Adults naturally felt an instinctive urge to protect the weak. In the process of nurturing, one could unwittingly become ensnared, and before realizing it, find themselves cradling the delicate beings. Unable to part with them, Zhou Chen cast a stern gaze at the nesting doll. This was a one-time occurrence. Just once. Once old son returned. He would return the nesting doll. Even a moment's delay would be a sign of disrespect towards the apocalypse. Zhou Chen suppressed the impulse to hurl the nesting doll out of the door, instead rummaging through his belongings for some toys to occupy it. It was only then that he found a moment to check his phone notifications. Brother Zhou, we have already returned to the 11th floor. You haven't surrendered all the supplies. Have you? Zhou Chen, did you not promise to deliver supplies to us? After you handed over the supplies, what are my cousin and I supposed to eat? The 7 individuals who braved the biting cold to return to the 11th floor were left with ashen faces, their limbs stiff and their bodies almost devoid of sensation. Had it not been for the timely intervention of those inside the room, who provided them with a generous cup of hot water, they might have succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Once they managed to regain some semblance of warmth, they immediately reached for their phones to inquire about the supplies from Zhou Chen. He had indeed pledged to bring them down. Zhou Chen replied with a resigned expression. He had genuinely intended to share half of the supplies with them, but now that the organization had issued an order for centralized management and distribution of supplies, he would be held accountable if he failed to comply. Rest assured, he added, the landlord is currently preparing instant noodles, and the meal will be ready shortly. However, given that there are so many of you, and since you are all outsiders, not even tenants, I'm uncertain whether you will receive a share. The thin monkey grew anxious, his tone laced with desperation. Brother Zhou, you cannot do this to us. I know you must have surplus supplies at home. I implore you to help us just this once. I promise I will testify against Zhongli when the time comes. Isn't the landlord your friend? If you could speak a kind word on our behalf, even if it's just a bowl of porridge for each of us, it would mean the world to us. We truly cannot endure any longer. Brother, we can draft a testimony for you right now. The thin monkey rambled on, yet received no response. He contemplated knocking on the door once more to plead, but the memory of nearly freezing to death left him with little courage to approach the threshold again. He was consumed by anxiety, incessantly sending messages to Zhou Chen. The temperature continued to plummet, and the tone of his messages grew increasingly desperate. Meanwhile, Zhou Lily and her family, having returned to the master bedroom, were equally frantic. Zhou Chen, have you left yet? When will you bring down the supplies? You can't go back on your word. We are family. Suddenly, Zhou Lily realized that she might have been deceived. Zhou Chen had never intended to deliver the supplies, merely wishing to avoid a death at his doorstep. Were they truly destined to perish from hunger and cold in this place? In the face of such terror, overwhelmed by despair, she slapped her future daughter-in-law across the face. It's all your fault, you shameless wretch. Does carrying a child make you remarkable? Are you the only woman in the world capable of giving birth? With your bulging belly, demanding money, a house, and a car. If it weren't for you, our family of 3 would be safe and sound in our own home. How could we be suffering like this? Don't think I don't know about your time working in the foot massage parlor. And how many men you've entangled with. The pregnant woman, already filled with pent-up anger, found her fury ignited by the sudden slap, and retaliated with 2 of her own. If it weren't for the fact that I can't be struck while pregnant, do you think I would ever marry your son? What good could come from 2 gambling addicts? Outside, the 10 anxious individuals gathered in discussion were abruptly startled by a piercing scream. Moments later, a woman, blood streaming from her lower body, emerged from the door, her face a mask of terror as she pleaded for help from everyone present. Help? It is merely the biting cold that caused the woman to collapse after taking just a few steps. The instant noodle on the 15th floor has been prepared, and the notified homeowners are filled with excitement. How splendid it is to finally have something to eat. Each household has sent forth a representative, wielding the largest soup pot from their homes to brave the frigid temperatures. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they are met with a reality far removed from their expectations of delectable noodles. 6 large barrels are lined up in succession, each containing a broth that resembles refuse, with a layer of something akin to flour floating atop, inducing nausea at first glance. What on earth is this? There are no noodles. Only soup. How are we to consume this? Do you even know how to cook? This refuse is unfit even for dogs. Have you secretly consumed the noodles and left us with nothing but a pot of broth? The two homeowners and their families from the 15th floor erupted in anger. For heaven's sake, are you blind? Aren't the noodles in the soup? With 50 or 60 individuals in the entire building, how are we to divide the noodles if they are not chopped before boiling? I poured the last half bowl of lard from my home into this pot of noodle soup. What more do you want? At a time like this, complaining is futile. One might as well starve. A group of residents, ravenous and with growling stomachs, must suppress their disgust and stand in line to take a bowl of noodle soup back home. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, who resides in apartment 602, waited in vain for the notification to collect his noodles. Left with no choice, Zhang Li picked up his phone to inquire in the group chat. The response he received was that the noodle soup had already been fully distributed. Zhang Li nearly leapt from his bed. Fully distributed? What does it mean that the distribution has been completed? I am a tenant residing in Unit 101 on the 6th floor, and we have not received any notification from you. A man with a bushy beard stepped forward and said, I am the deputy building manager. The building manager is currently collecting supplies, and I am responsible for distributing the food. I have set aside portions for Zhang Li from Unit 101 and Yang Xitian from Unit 602, so hurry up and come to collect them. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naturally, the task of retrieving instant noodles fell upon Yang Xitian and Su Wanshu, as they were among the few in the group equipped with winter clothing, while the others, clad in thin summer attire, huddled together under blankets, even postponing trips to the restroom. When the two women arrived on the 15th floor, carrying 2 large soup bowls, they were taken aback. On the kitchen counter, there were only 2 small bowls of noodle soup, each no larger than a fist. Su Wanshu, trembling and in disbelief, exclaimed, Isn't this supposed to be distributed per capita? How is it that there's only this little? There are still over 10 people in our unit. The deputy building manager, savoring his own bowl of soup delicately, responded, Yes. It is distributed per capita. I allocate as many portions as there are people registered on the property management list. Stunned, Su Wanshu stepped forward to argue. How can this be acceptable? Even if we are not homeowners in the community, you cannot simply disregard us. Are those not on the property management list expected to starve? The bearded man greedily gazed at the 2 bowls of noodle soup on the stove, his lips involuntarily moistening. If there are issues, consult the host. Food is limited. Naturally prioritizing those within the community. You don't want any? Then let me have it. Yes, I want it. Yang Xitian, unable to contain her eagerness, lunged forward to devour her bowl to the very last drop. The fragrant aroma of the soup tantalized Su Ruren, overwhelming her senses. Hunger vanquished the remnants of her rationality. She disregarded everything else, rushing forward like a ravenous dog to its meal. Chapter 21. White Lotus, please commence your performance, you 2 insane women. Zhang Li seethed, wishing to slap each of them across the face as they returned home with empty bowls. Chen Chong and the others wore expressions of fury, their fists cracking ominously beneath the blankets. If only they weren't frozen in fear of leaving the warmth of their beds, they would have surely pounced on them, pulling their hair and unleashing a flurry of blows. After all, that was their vital sustenance. These 2 madwomen only cared for themselves, neglecting their survival. Spit out our rightful food. You little wretches, it seems you were courting death. Yang Xitian, still relishing the taste of the instant noodle soup, scoffed disdainfully. If you wish to place blame, direct it elsewhere. The allocation is not per person. The property management has a list of community residents. What I consumed was my rightful share. With that, she cast a contemptuous glance at Su Ruren beside her. In that moment, the starving group turned their piercing glares towards Su Ruren, their eyes sharp as daggers, wishing to pierce her to the ground. Unfazed, Su Ruren felt no guilt, focusing instead on tidying her hair in front of her phone screen. In that moment, she seemed to regain her divine persona. What's the rush? Let us not forget our plan. What significance does a bowl of mediocre soup hold? Moving into a house with a fireplace and savoring a bowl of egg noodles, does that not sound delightful? Zhang Li suppressed his anger. Are you suggesting? Su Wanwan, exuding confidence, replied, What is a bowl of egg noodles? Surely you do not believe that Zhou Chen would relinquish all his supplies? Zhang Li asserted emphatically, Of course not. In this current situation, who would be foolish enough to surrender all the food in their home? Chen Chong, gritting his teeth, warned, You had better persuade Zhou Chen to open the door. If you fail, do not blame us for lacking compassion. Yang Xitian, shivering in place, observed the group with a cold gaze. A smirk curled at the corners of her mouth as she turned and retreated to her room, immediately locking the door behind her. She retrieved her phone, locating Zhou Chen's WeChat in the group chat, and sent a friend request. Zhou Chen was at home preparing a fruit salad, featuring fresh watermelon, mango, peach, strawberry, kiwi, cantaloupe, cherry tomatoes, and dragon fruit, topped with a glass of pure milk and a handful of nuts. Visually appetizing indeed. De Huang drooled, wagging his tail in eager submission. Zhou Chen gently nudged the dog's rear, sending it back to its kennel for dog food. He enjoyed a large bowl of fruit salad himself, while handing a smaller bowl to the nested doll in a stern manner. Threatening, "If you require someone to feed you in order to eat, I shall promptly throw you out the door." The nesting doll is merely withdrawn, not lacking in intelligence. Holding a cup of fruit salad, she gazed vacantly for a moment before scooping a spoonful to feed herself, indifferent to her surroundings and consequently unfazed by Zhou Chen's threats. Zhou Chen lounged on another single sofa, his long legs stretched out, relishing the continuous warmth emanating from the fireplace. The fresh fruit flesh brought him great delight. He casually placed a frying pan over the fire, which contained a well-prepared king crab. Ding! His phone chimed again. Zhou Chen leisurely picked it up to see a message from Su Ruren, along with a friend request from a woman identifying herself as Yang Situan from room 602. Zhou Chen accepted the friend request before turning to Su Ruren's message. Was she attempting to lure him into opening the door? "Aiken, let us have a talk." "Don't worry, I'm alone in my room, not with him. It's too cold. Can we just voice chat?" Hearing Su Ruren's trembling voice, he noted the shift in her address. How had he never found this term so repugnant before? Zhou Chen replied curtly, "Not convenient." Su Ruren responded instantly, "Not convenient? What are you doing right now?" Zhou Chen snapped a photo of the fruit salad, capturing a glimpse of the crab legs in the frying pan. "Nothing much. Just tried making a fruit salad. The taste is mediocre. I'm not keen on eating it anymore." Su Ruren, huddled under her blankets, shivered. Her eyes nearly glued to the photograph. Bastard. After enduring hunger for so many days, she just consumed a small bowl of broth resembling dishwater. While he sat before the fireplace indulging in a vibrant fruit salad, the photograph was remarkably clear, allowing her to discern several types of fruit. Wait, was that a crab leg in the skillet over the fire? Such a large crab leg, clearly a king crab. Has Zhou Chen's household stockpiled resources to such an extent? Meanwhile, Zhang Li and the others, crammed together on the bed, felt their eyes turn crimson with jealousy upon hearing Zhou Chen mention his fruit salad. They were consumed with a desire to rush to the top floor, force the door open, beat Zhou Chen mercilessly, and then compel him to surrender all the fruit. Not just the fruit, but all food and the warmth of the fireplace belonged to them. The fact that this fellow had fruit to eat indicated that his home must be harboring a wealth of food he was reluctant to part with. Reluctance, indeed. This was precisely the outcome they desired. Suruoruo couldn't help but swallow hard, contemplating the forthcoming plan, and had to muster her composure to display a semblance of restraint. How wonderful. I recall how we often went to the bun to enjoy that fruit salad. The taste was unmatched by any other place. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. If you find it delicious, we can indulge frequently after leaving the community. Under the urging of everyone present, Suruoruo's voice brimmed with guilt. "Chen, I know you must loathe me right now. But I was coerced regarding the factory matter. It was truly Zhang Li who forced my hand. He has hinted at you several times. Yet you never seem to pay attention to his words." Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. "Zhang Li forced you? My dear White Lotus, please commence your performance." Su Wanwan promptly replied. Indeed, Zhang Li has fallen into gambling, accumulating debts amounting to several million in high interest. If he fails to repay, those individuals will drag him to the mountains to bury him alive. He was terrified beyond reason, and you were the only affluent friend he had. Knowing that you despise gamblers the most, he believed you would never lend him money. Thus, he resorted to threatening my life. He stated that if I did not comply, he would take your life. I fear for your safety, and you are oblivious to their insinuations. The factory matters were orchestrated by him and Chinchang. The signatures were forged by them. I assure you, I have done nothing wrong. Aiken, my compliance with Zhang Li does not signify betrayal. I have been discreetly gathering evidence to assist you. You have treated me with such kindness, and my feelings for you run deep. How could I possibly conspire against you? I have nearly gathered sufficient evidence, and in recent days, I have acquired much valuable information, ensuring that we will win this lawsuit. The factory will undoubtedly return to your possession. Aiken, this matter is of utmost significance. Shall we discuss it face to face? Let us arrange to meet during the next food distribution. Under the pretense of collecting provisions, Upon sending this voice message, Su Wanwan felt a surge of anxiety rising in her throat. Zhang Li and his associates shared her tension. This was a factory, a legacy left by Zhou Chen's parents, with the opportunity to reclaim it. They could not fathom Zhou Chen refusing. Yet, Zhou Chen did, and his voice message plunged everyone's spirits into despair. His tone carried an ambiguous hint of amusement. I inquired, could you devise a more compelling rationale? With the city nearing devastation, where would the factories emerge from? Perhaps you should contemplate how to avoid succumbing to the bitter cold and starvation. As I reiterated, my abode exclusively accommodates women. What was the name of Chen Chan's girlfriend? She appeared rather appealing. The mentioned Chen Chan's girlfriend was taken aback, her heart racing with uncontainable joy. Among so many women, could it be that Zhou Chen had set his sights on her? She was consumed with eagerness to rush to the 23rd floor and beseech Zhou Chen to open the door. She yearned to bask in the warmth of the fireplace and indulge in delectable sustenance. As for the intentions of the other party, she was not blind. Zhou Chen's merits far surpassed Chen Chang's by 100-fold. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, filled with an eerie tension. Some seethed with anger, others were envious, while some harbored concerns and others trembled in fear. Chapter 22. A world of -70 degrees. Dawn broke, revealing a world cloaked in a blanket of white. Skyscrapers, trees, and the very earth were enveloped in a shroud of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted to a staggering -70 degrees. Homes and treetops were adorned with icicles, while the surface of the floodwaters, several meters deep, bore a crystalline layer of ice. People suddenly realized that it felt as if they had been transported overnight to the Ice Age. In the Sakura Community Owners Group, residents continuously shared images of icicles the size of children's arms. Goodness, is this not an exaggeration? What on earth is the meteorological station up to? Every year, I dutifully pay my taxes to sustain a plethora of inconsequential beings. Please do not tell me that the end of the world is truly upon us. Is it possible that we are collectively ensnared in a dream, envisioning a world plunged into an ice age, merely existing within this reverie? Despite adorning myself in every wearable garment from my home, I still find the chill increasingly unbearable. Am I destined to succumb to the frost? Just moments ago, someone called out in desperation for a quick-acting heart remedy. I have found it. Where are you? In which building? How might I deliver it to you? No need. Thank you. My father has already departed. The once boisterous chat group fell into an unsettling silence. The residents stood in stunned disbelief, unprepared for the grim reality that someone had perished amidst this calamity. Would there be more casualties? Why does the rescue remain elusive? As the hours dragged on without aid, the stark realization dawned upon them that they and their loved ones might be the next victims. In this moment, a pervasive sense of dread enveloped the community. They suddenly confronted the terrifying possibility of their own mortality and the potential loss of those closest to them. Survival is an instinct. The more one fears death, the deeper the trepidation grows within. Zhou Chen sensed that those who had previously dismissed the floods and cold front were now awakening to the grim truth. Slowly recognizing that this might indeed herald the end of the world, he stoked the fire in the hearth, adding several logs to ensure it blazed fiercely. He replaced his expensive mattress with one akin to that of a certain celebrity, draping it with a luxurious wool blanket, and retrieved 2 down comforters from storage, transforming the bed into a haven of comfort. Then, a knock resounded at the door. Zhou Chen suspected it was old Sun, yet he cautiously confirmed through the peephole. As he opened the door, a blast of frigid air assaulted him, the exposed skin stinging as if sliced by a blade. Old Sun, who had previously managed to endure, now trembled from the cold. Had he not donned a woolen hat and scarf, his ears would likely have succumbed to the frost. At his feet lay a cardboard box, containing a pitifully scant supply of provisions. Zhou Chen inquired, "How is it?" Old Sun shook his head in disappointment. Even if the organization has indeed issued such an order, they cannot possibly conduct door-to-door searches. Furthermore, the residents of Demon City seldom hoard supplies. Most have long since exhausted their resources, surviving solely on water. It is a considerable feat to gather what little I have. Surely, some must be hoarding supplies. Like you, like me. He reflected on his own clandestine stockpiling, questioning the fairness of demanding others to surrender everything, especially under the current circumstances. Was he this akin to driving people to their demise? Old Sun continued to stamp his feet, feeling the numbness creeping into his 10 toes. Xiao Zhou, I sense something amiss with this weather. Do you think it might be like those American disaster films, where humanity's transgressions have overwhelmed the earth, heralding the end of days? Zhou Chen, uncertain, replied, anything is possible. We must be prepared for whatever may come. Old Sun, shivering, said, "I will move the supplies inside first. You should bring the child out later." Zhou Chen halted him, stating, "I was unaware of your assistance with the child. My current suggestion is this: either entrust the child to someone else or find someone to safeguard the supplies. In any case, you can only manage one, either the child or the provisions." Old Sun squinted his eyes and remarked, "Are you suggesting that we replace the building manager? It makes sense, given the frigid weather and the scarcity of food. Managing a single child is already quite a challenge." Zhou Chen shook his head, replying, "If you can't let go of the child, then entrust the supplies to someone else. After all, overseeing resources can easily lead to disputes if the situation deteriorates beyond control. Those supplies will become your downfall." Having navigated the complexities of society in his youth and spent nearly 2 decades as a security guard, Old Sun quickly grasped the implications. "You make a valid point. It seems the role of building manager should fall to you." Zhou Chen declined, stating, "I have no interest in dealing with such trivial matters." "Well then, let us postpone this discussion," Old Sun whispered, lowering his voice. "I just observed that none of the homeowners are willing to share food with the outsiders from Unit 1001. Zhou Chen found this quite understandable. After all, self-preservation is a natural instinct. Food was already in short supply, and with over 80 residents in the building, the group, led by Zhang Li, constituted a third of that number. Everyone was suffering from hunger and cold. Who would care about the fate of others? However, he found it curious that Old Sun specifically mentioned Zhang Li and his group. Old Sun continued, "In truth, your factory situation has already spread throughout the community. Although you Haven T explicitly stated it, I can surmise that you intend to take this opportunity to deal with them. What a bunch of beasts. Such unscrupulous actions deserve to be punished severely. If it were my younger days, I would charge in wielding a watermelon knife, striking them down until they wept and begged for mercy, forever haunted by nightmares." Zhou Chen gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Lao Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. "I'm getting old," he thought. "One of my legs has been crippled, and having reached this age, all I can do is boast." He decided to take the supplies downstairs and find someone to watch over them, promising to return shortly to fetch the child. Half an hour later, Lao Sun knocked on the door once more. Zhou Chen, resembling a harbinger of misfortune, handed the nesting doll to Lao Sunday. As Lao Sun cradled the child, he noticed how warm the little one felt, akin to holding a portable heater. It dawned on him that Zhou Chen's home boasted not one, but 2 fireplaces. He felt a pang of envy, acknowledging the chill that had settled into his bones, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful child in his arms. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Chen, words caught in his throat. Suddenly, with a decisive bang, Zhou Chen closed the door, preventing Lao Sun from speaking. He had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. Stifling a yawn, he made his way to his cozy bed. Sinking into the softness of the wool blanket and enveloped by the warmth of the down comforter, the crackling sound of the fire was music to his ears, and he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Outside, the world was frozen, yet inside, it was as warm as spring. In such a delightful environment, Zhou Chen quickly succumbed to slumber. While he enjoyed a deep, peaceful sleep, the other residents found the night exceedingly difficult to endure. This was particularly true for Zhang Li and his fellow outsiders, who, lacking winter clothing and in considerable numbers, found the 2 small blankets utterly insufficient for their needs. Yang Sitian was yanked from her bed onto the frigid floor. "What are you doing?" she protested. Chen Chong, leading a group, forcefully snatched her blanket. Raising his fist in threat, "If you keep yapping, I'll rip the clothes off your back for my girlfriend to wear." Yang Sitian, filled with indignation, was startled. Instinctively crossing her arms over her chest, she could only crawl into the wardrobe to seek warmth. How despicable! How beastly! The audacity to forcibly kick down the door and snatch away her blanket was already outrageous, yet they even took the mattress cover. Were they intent on freezing her to death? Crouched in the empty wardrobe, Yang Sitian feared that in the next moment, someone might tear off her winter clothing. Trembling, she retrieved her phone and, tears streaming down her face, sent a message to Zhou Chen. She regretted it. For the sake of a bag, she had indeed invited the wolf into her home. "Brother Zhou, these people intend to harm you. When one plan fails, they are prepared to have Chen Chang's girlfriend trick you into opening the door. If you are willing to shelter me, I am eager to help you resolve this predicament. I am willing to be your blade." Chapter 23. If you don't know me, stay away. Zhou Chen slept until the afternoon, and upon waking, his first task was to add logs to the fireplace. The roaring fire maintained a temperature of around 30 degrees Celsius within the room, creating a remarkably cozy atmosphere. Tired of steak, he decided to prepare a hot pot. The space was replete with hot pot base ingredients, and he took out exquisite cuts of beef and lamb, fish balls, shrimp balls, tripe, duck throat, duck blood, and a dozen varieties of vegetables, completing an entire table of hot pot. With a couple of bottles of beer, he enjoyed cooking the meat while admiring the falling snow outside. His phone, placed on the dining table, had not ceased its clamoring. Numerous calls and messages flooded in, addressing a myriad of topics, yet he continued to eat, glancing at the screen without responding. His cousin's girlfriend had passed away. Naturally, the troublesome gambling aunt had placed the blame squarely on him. Blaming him for not delivering supplies in a timely manner, they ultimately allowed people to starve to death. One corpse, two lives. Should the police investigate, imprisonment would be inevitable. They even resorted to threatening Zhou Chen, insisting that only by providing food and shelter for their family of 3 would they consider assisting in clarifying matters before the authorities. The memories of his past life were vividly etched in his mind. Regardless of whether the blow from the pregnant woman was an act of self-preservation for her unborn child or merely a desperate attempt to save herself, he felt not a shred of sympathy for her demise. This time, Zhou Chen decisively severed ties, leaving her to fend for herself. However, the information regarding Yang Sitian piqued his interest. Residing under the same roof, a frail woman undoubtedly faced hardships. He was genuinely curious about the methods she would employ to help him extricate himself from this predicament. If someone was willing to lend a hand without sullying their own hands, why not embrace the opportunity? As he savored the hot pot, a commotion erupted downstairs. Zhou Chen recognized the voices of his aunt, the thin monkey, and even the furious roar of Zhongli. It seemed a dispute over food distribution had ignited tensions. The clamor escalated, accompanied by the sounds of furniture being moved, followed by a piercing scream. Damn it, we can barely feed ourselves in this entire building. Why should we share with you? Destroying everyone's food, I'll beat you to death. Dare to rob us, and this will be your fate. Before long, old son called. Zhou Chen answered on speakerphone, popping a slice of wagyu into his mouth. A few of those who bear a grudge against you came demanding food, constantly complaining of unfairness, and even resorted to forceful theft. In the chaos, they accidentally toppled a pot of dumpling soup, and a group of owners, blinded by rage, rushed in to retaliate. How are you injured? It's not too serious. Those individuals came wrapped in blankets, lacking winter clothing, and I couldn't evade their blows. Enduring a few punches instead. Be cautious. Desperate individuals can act unpredictably. Within half an hour, Zhongli frantically called Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen answered slowly. Zhou Chen, I am aware that you have ample supplies at home. I am willing to purchase them. Name your price. Are you out of your mind? You intend to use my money to buy my supplies? What of your money? It is currently in my possession. If you dare, summon the police to retrieve it. Before the police arrive, do you think Zhongli will succumb to the cold or perhaps to hunger? Either fate seems fitting for you. At that moment, Zhongli, bruised and battered, was huddled beneath the blanket, trembling incessantly, a result of both the cold and his anger. He had ventured out with Chen Chong and a few strong individuals, wrapped in blankets, braving the extreme chill. After a grueling climb to the 15th floor, he nearly froze to death. Yet, those neighbors still refused to distribute food equitably. Although he was a property owner and received a meager bowl, if he couldn't advocate for a meal for everyone, would they still heed his words? The pot of dumpling soup was not intentionally overturned. Their actions were excessively harsh. A bunch of scoundrels, this matter is far from over. The factory had just secured several substantial contracts. Once the calamity passes, a considerable fortune awaits. Every last one of those who laid hands on him will pay dearly. He intends to crush them with his wealth. Zhou Chen, from the very beginning, should have been eliminated. He ought to be indulging in gourmet meals within the comforts of a 5-star hotel, rather than enduring hunger and cold here, subjected to violence. Zhongli wiped the blood from his nose and issued a threat. Zhou Chen, if you refuse to sell me supplies, I'll leak the information about the vast resources hidden in your home, including your fireplace. You will regret it. Zhou Chen replied languidly, do as you wish. You should be more concerned about how to deal with your associates. After all, they came here because of your pretentiousness. After the call ended, Zhongli cursed in frustration. A group of cold and starving individuals made their predicament evident. Chen Chong, equally battered and bruised, abandoned pretense and directly warned. Zhongli, we are here because of you. We have gone days without food. If you don't find a way to procure some, do not blame us for being unkind. Zhongli's face flushed with anger. He contemplated retaliating, but ultimately chose to swallow his pride. What is there to panic about? You all know Zhou Chen well. He harbors a deep hatred for me, yet he cannot bring himself to be cruel to others. He scanned the women present, his gaze landing on Su Wanruan beside him. You go, do not use your phone. Just approach him directly. Surely, a face-to-face meeting will stir some compassion within him. Chen Chang's girlfriend expressed skepticism. Her again? If she were capable, we would have already gathered around the fireplace, feasting on meat. Zhang Li was well aware of her desire to go. He found it amusing that Zhou Chen, in an attempt to provoke, had merely uttered a few words, and this woman genuinely believed she had caught his attention. Do none of you ever glance in the mirror? Just because you have 2 oversized headlights, do you genuinely believe yourself to be irresistibly charming? Observing Su Wanruan's appearance and figure, one should realize how discerning Zhou Chen's taste is. Chen Chang finds himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he is dissatisfied with his girlfriend's enthusiasm, while on the other, he wishes for her to give it a try. After much contemplation, he still prefers to avoid any potential embarrassment. At this moment, Su Wanruan is also conflicted, not solely due to the biting cold that deters her from venturing outside, but primarily because Zhou Chen's recent demeanor has left her feeling rather insecure. However, the competitive spirit among women is ever present. She, a universally acknowledged beauty and the owner of a factory, feels overshadowed by a less intelligent but more voluptuous rival. Moreover, she harbors a hint of selfishness. Before stepping out, she aims to apply a meticulous makeup look, but, trembling, rummages through her bag only to find that her moisturizer and foundation have all frozen solid. Zhang Li, standing nearby, advises, if we don't have winter clothes, we won't accompany you upstairs. Once you manage to get inside, seize the chance to knock Zhou Chen unconscious and swiftly grab a few outfits for us. Don't forget the keys. Su Wanruan meticulously arranges her appearance, stepping out with a facade of confidence, while internally motivating herself. Meanwhile, nestled in the blanket on the sofa, Yang Sitian, held in the embrace of the little hoodlum, sends Zhou Chen a reminder message. Knock, knock. Zhou Chen, lounging on the sofa playing a butterfly game with his dog, hears the knocking and approaches the door, peering through the peephole. Who could it be? It's me, Wanruan. Zhou Chen is taken aback. The disheveled figure outside is indeed Su Wanruan. Her hair was a chaotic mess reminiscent of a bird's nest, her complexion a sallow hue, dark circles adorning her eyes. And she was swathed in layers that made her resemble a 300-pound pig, all complemented by a garish ensemble of vivid attire. To claim she was a madwoman would elicit no objections. Trembling all over, Su Wanruan remained blissfully unaware of her disheveled appearance. Striving to muster a smile, she deemed beautiful. However, her grin left Zhou Chen utterly repulsed. With a look of disdain, he turned and walked away. I don't know you. Keep your distance. Chapter 24. Another discontented citizen seeks to harm me. Zhou Chen grabbed his notebook and plugged in his headphones. He opened a trending anime of the year, donning his earphones to block out the incessant knocking and desperate pleas. This woman was toxic, her words laced with deceit. Were it not for the memories of his past life, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to compassion and allowed her entry. In his previous existence, Su Wanruan had tricked him into signing on a blank sheet of paper, subsequently colluding with Zhang Li to embezzle his factory, all without a trace of remorse. 3 years into the apocalypse, upon their reunion, Zhang Li and Chen Chang seized his only piece of bread and assaulted him, while Su Wanruan stood by, her indifferent gaze akin to that of someone observing a stray dog. It was his own folly that led him to be swayed by her appearance. From the first moment he beheld her in university, he was captivated by her goddess-like beauty and figure. There were many beautiful women, and many with commendable physiques, but few possessed the angelic visage paired with a devilish form. His kind heart made him submissive throughout their relationship, treating her with utmost indulgence. He was generous in life, often gifting her clothing, bags, and jewelry, and frequently whisking her away on trips both domestically and abroad. Each year, the red envelopes sent to her family exceeded 100,000. Regrettably, her family harbored lofty expectations, demanding the gift of 2 properties, each valued at over 2 million. One for her parents and another for her brother. As the saying goes, in Kyoto, do not compare authority. In the Magic City, do not compare wealth. In such a prosperous place, someone like Zhou Chen, possessing a single fixed property and managing a modest factory, hardly qualifies as affluent. Although the factory's annual revenue suffices for him to lead a comfortable life, it merely allows him to exist without ambition, rather than elevating him to the echelons of immense wealth. After several years, excluding the funds necessary for the factory's operations, his savings amount to merely 10 million, a figure that is only marginally better than that of an average individual. Zhou Chen had contemplated proposing to Su Wanruan. However, the mere thought of her predatory family extinguished any such intentions, particularly when Su Wanruan suggested selling the property bequeathed to him by his parents to purchase a villa for her family to reside with them. Thoughts of separation crept into his mind. Perhaps sensing his inclination towards a breakup and fearing the resulting turmoil, Su Wanruan resorted to betrayal. Regardless of her beauty or the artifice of her appearance, Zhou Chen found himself devoid of any interest in her. The sounds of intense combat reverberated through his headphones as the anime reached its climax. Zhou Chen had long cast aside the presence of Su Wanruan outside the door. This week, he had downloaded a plethora of classic television shows, films, anime, novels, variety shows, and spring festival programs from both domestic and international sources. As he swapped out USB drives for storage, he occasionally glanced at the unfolding anime plot. In the harsh reality of a post-apocalyptic world, the absence of entertainment to pass the time could easily lead to mental distress. As time passes, the imminent threat of power outages and internet disruptions looms large, prompting him to download additional programs. Once the flood has completely frozen, he aspires to visit the largest library and collect all the books within its walls. With 3 months of extreme cold ahead, the city faces a dire shortage of heating supplies, and books will soon become a vital resource for the distressed populace seeking warmth. 3 days have elapsed, yet the long-awaited rescue personnel remain conspicuously absent. The situation worsens as the severe weather wreaks havoc on the power and gas systems, resulting in widespread outages, leaving residents in a state of panic. The water pipes have already frozen, although they can still melt ice for cooking. The loss of electricity and gas is a dire predicament. This has incited terror among the residents, who find themselves voicing their fears in the community chat, demanding the absence of the neighborhood committee's representatives. Where's the promised military assistance? The committee's matron, who initially deterred residents from hoarding supplies, has become an obstacle in the face of the dire situation at Sakura Community. The residents, whose lives are now under siege, are increasingly frantic, contemplating violent acts against this detestable old woman. In this harsh environment, Zhou Chen remains unfazed. He has stockpiled generators and fuel in his space, ready for deployment at a moment's notice, yet he believes the time is not yet ripe. To survive in this brutal apocalypse, one must act with prudence and strategy, lest one unwittingly walk into peril. As chaos has yet to erupt, revealing his family's power source would undoubtedly make them a target of collective resentment. Indeed, Zhou Chen had sensed the imminent danger approaching. The past 3 days had been unervingly tranquil. Zhang Li, Chen Chong, and their gang of brutes had remained utterly silent. Even the lean monkey had ceased its incessant demands for supplies. It was a stillness reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Contemplating this unsettling quietude, Zhou Chen resolved to contact Old Sun to inquire about the recent developments. Just as he reached for his phone, a thunderous crash reverberated through the entrance. The force of the impact was substantial, alarming every inhabitant of the building. Uninformed neighbors, in a panic, feared that an earthquake had struck. Zhou Chen's apprehension heightened, and the large dog, previously curled in a corner, sprang to attention, baring its teeth at the door. Animals possess an innate sensitivity to their surroundings, often more acute than that of humans. Over time, the dog had begun to perceive the shifts in the world around it. Instinctively understanding that its new master would not tolerate a pet that merely consumed without contributing, it felt the need to perform admirably. Outside the door, a gang led by Zhang Li was furiously hammering away, brandishing hammers with menacing intent. Yet, despite their relentless assault, the door remained steadfast, save for a few dents. They were bewildered. Had the door been fortified? Their original plan to breach the door within 3 minutes and subdue Zhou Chen in 30 seconds, thus seizing the fireplace and all supplies, had now evaporated. Zhou Chen, it is now common knowledge that you have been hoarding a substantial cache of supplies. If you willingly surrender all your resources, we shall not trouble you further, they shouted. Zhou Chen approached the door and peered through the peephole. The gang of brutes had nearly all arrived, clad in winter attire. Zhang Li, Chen Chong, and the lean monkey were even donning military coats. If they were truly intent on forcibly seizing someone else's supplies, there would surely have been considerable commotion. In the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees, it is implausible to procure supplies merely by venturing outdoors. This can only indicate that someone within this building is aiding these vile creatures. Has Zhang Li swiftly secured a partner in crime? Indeed, In recent days, several unfortunate incidents have transpired within the community, and the amassed resources, no matter how frugally utilized, are insufficient to sustain everyone for a few meals. Truly a dire situation. Amidst the perilous, snow-laden landscape, no one dares to venture outside recklessly. Regardless of whether Zhongli possesses ample provisions, it is not difficult for him to find an ally. Another schemer seeks to undermine me. Whoever it may be, opposing him must meet their demise. The barking of dogs outside incited excitement among those issuing threats, their movements animated, as they swallowed hard in anticipation. Zhongli wore a smug expression. I told you, Zhou Chen undoubtedly holds a wealth of supplies. Everyone, including Chun Chong and the lanky fellow, eagerly concurred. Of course, without resources, how could one care for dogs? Zhang Gu is truly formidable. Whatever Zhang Gu proposes, we shall follow. There can be no error. Listen, can the cries of starving dogs resonate so powerfully? Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door and surrender all your supplies, including the dogs. When Zhou Chen initially renovated the entrance, he concurrently upgraded the peephole, enabling him to detach it from within without needing to twist it from both sides. As those wretches threatened him vociferously, Zhou Chen retrieved a water gun from his space, filling it to the brim. To hell with you. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Zhou Chen inserted the barrel into the peephole and pulled the trigger. In the next moment, anguished screams echoed from outside the door. Chapter 25, The Father. Those drenched by the water instinctively sought refuge. Despite having finally donned their winter garments, these wretches found them insufficient against the biting cold. Venturing out into a perilous -70 degrees. Now drenched, their predicament had only worsened. After reconciling, Qin Chang and the Thin Monkey, in a display of loyalty to Zhongli, stood at the forefront, suffering the brunt of the deluge. The instant the water met their skin, it felt akin to being flayed alive. The toy water gun in Zhou Chen's hand emitted a formidable pressure, capable of containing 1,000 milliliters of water. Under normal circumstances, such a volume would be inconsequential, but at -70 degrees, even 100 milliliters could prove fatal upon contact with the skin. Following an initial panic, the group of miscreants quickly retreated, yet they did not concede defeat. The fire in the hearth crackled vigorously, and clad in a temperature-regulating suit, Zhou Chen felt no chill despite standing at the door. He even fetched a chair, leisurely enduring the wait. Whenever someone approached from outside, he would immediately unleash a shot. After several repetitions, within mere minutes, the group could no longer withstand the relentless cold, their bodies trembling as they trudged away with stiffened limbs. Before departing, Zhongli issued a menacing threat. Zhou Chen, I will surely break your limbs and cast you outside to freeze to death. Zhou Chen fixed him with a disdainful gaze, retorting, do your worst. Let us see who perishes first. Returning to the living room, Zhou Chen began to ponder. This band of miscreants was merely a rabble. To dismantle them, it sufficed to cast them a morsel as one would to a dog. He could not bear to waste a single grain of food. Reflecting carefully on the attire of Zhongli and the others, it became evident that the winter garments of more than a dozen robust men could not be accounted for by one individual's efforts alone. This implied that Zhongli was backed by a formidable force. Zhou Chen quickly devised a plan and dialed Lao Sun's mobile phone, only to discover that it was switched off. Had something happened to Lao Sun? Or had he perhaps joined the opposing camp? Just then, a voice emerged from outside the door. Xiao Zhou, are you all right? Zhou Chen was uncertain about Lao Sun's true allegiance. Thus, he refrained from opening the door. Instead, he approached the entrance and peered through the peephole, only to see Lao Sun standing alone. I'm fine. It's good to hear you're safe, Lao Sun remarked. Understanding Zhou Chen's apprehension at not opening the door, I've sensed something amiss these past few days. I've noticed that someone has been secretly forming alliances and clandestinely contacting some homeowners, though I'm unsure against whom they intend to act. I intended to investigate further, but it seems your enemies have come for you. Zhou Chen inquired, what happened to your phone? Lao Sun expressed regret. It was damaged by the cold and won't turn on. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen proposed, here's the plan. You return to your house first. I will place a walkie-talkie at the door. You can retrieve it in a minute, and we will use it to communicate. Lao Sun nodded, tucking his chin into his collar and rubbing his hands together as he departed. Zhou Chen confirmed through the peephole that Lao Sun had entered the adjacent house. He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently for an extended period to ensure there were no suspicious sounds outside. Once satisfied, he retrieved a sharp machete from his space and cautiously lifted the 3 door bolts before slowly opening the door a crack. After placing the walkie-talkie outside, he promptly shut the door and secured the bolts. Old Sun swiftly grasped the intercom and established contact with Zhou Chen. Zhou articulated his plan. You may refuse. Old Sun's expression grew somber as he sighed. Must we truly reach this juncture? His words were not directed at Zhou, but rather a mere lamentation. Observing the child, curled beneath the blankets and sniffling, his heart ached even more. Old Sun declared, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, I have one condition. You will undoubtedly be satisfied with the supplies. Whether they are scarce or entirely absent is of no concern. I wish to leave the child in your care. Zhou Chen, who was roasting a crucian carp over the fire, nearly toppled into the flames upon hearing this. No way. Old Sun persisted. I still have some provisions. You can feed him with these. It's only temporary, just until your affairs are settled, after which the child will return to me. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. Old Sun, do you comprehend what you are proposing? In such circumstances, where your own safety is uncertain, how can you possibly care for him? Old Sun managed a bitter smile. Xiao Shou, your youth prevents you from understanding my perspective. Due to my disability, I have neither a wife to share warmth with nor children to experience fatherhood, let alone the opportunity to cradle a grandchild. This child was once so lively. Each time he saw me, he would call out Grandpa. At that moment, I was merely touched. But through our time together, I have come to regard this child as my own grandchild. Zhou Chen understood then. Old Sun had developed genuine affection for the boy. Old Sun's voice rang out once more. Xiao Shou, this child truly has no relatives left. On the night of the typhoon, his brother was on the high-speed train. After a night has passed, he has lost all contact. I'm afraid the situation is dire. The child called me Grandpa, and I simply cannot turn a blind eye to him. I assure you, I will only temporarily leave him in your care, and I will devise another plan afterwards. Zhou Chen pondered for a considerable time. Considering that his father was a martyr, it will be temporary. He reiterated, it is merely temporary. He initially thought Old Sun would express joy, but instead, there was a knock at the door. Xiao Zhou, Zhou Chen thought, isn't this speed rather astonishing? He cautiously observed the situation in the corridor, spotting only a pair of round eyes peeking out from a nesting doll and Old Sun with a silly grin. As the door swung open, Old Sun first shoved the child into Zhou Chen's arms, followed closely by an array of bags and parcels. Wait, what are all these? Old Sun pointed to several bags of varying sizes on the floor. These are the child's change of clothes, 2 thick quilts, and this small bag contains his meals. Zhou Chen scrutinized the deflated little bag. It was likely Old Sun's last provisions. Observing this heap of belongings, an intense premonition surged within him. Old Sun was entrusting him with the child. Old Sun was aware that he was well equipped with supplies, including food and medicine, and even had a fireplace. He must have packed his belongings days ago, simply waiting for an opportunity. It had to be so. Zhou Chen felt a wave of frustration and only picked up the bag containing clothes. You should take these things back. Without waiting for Old Sun to protest, he promptly shut the door. He returned the nesting doll to its original position, took an apple, and placed a box of milk beside it before proceeding to prepare several items: bread, eggs, noodles, dumplings, buns, corn, and potatoes. Considering the potential issues of water and power outages, he refrained from including rice in his supplies. He filled a large bag to the brim and called for Old Sun at the door via the intercom. When Old Sun opened the door and glanced inside, he was taken aback by the abundance of supplies. This is, he exclaimed. Zhou Chen responded, having tangible items is far more persuasive. Old Sun instinctively inquired, how many of these supplies do you still have? Noticing Zhou Chen's expression, he quickly clarified, no misunderstandings, I assure you. We are truly running out of resources. Several buildings have already descended into chaos. I believe it is only a matter of time before a significant disturbance arises. Any single item in this bag could easily sway someone's loyalty, and there are a few in this building who can still be trusted. Zhou Chen remained composed, stating, you may search as you wish. Harboring any ulterior motives is inconsequential. Those with corrupt intentions, no matter how strong, are not worth a single grain of my resources. Old Sun, not one to be overly sentimental, replied, all right, I will make contact immediately. Zhou Chen had barely stood at the door for 2 minutes before the cold became unbearable, making it easy to imagine the hardships faced by the other residents. He rubbed his hands together and approached the fireplace, tossing in a few logs. Just as he extended his hands to warm them, a sweet voice called out from beside him, Daddy. Zhou Chen was left speechless. I didn't tea. Please don't shout nonsense. Chapter 26. A refreshing cold shower from every angle. How pleasant it is! The nesting doll clutched a half-eaten apple, her round, glistening eyes brimming with tears. Zhou Chen followed the child's gaze and discovered the figure of a traffic police officer on the television. The striking uniform evoked memories of his own father. The child, merely 5 years old, had tragically lost both parents overnight. Despite the innocence of youth, the child, sensitive and astute, may not grasp the concept of death but sensed, in a vague yet profound manner, that his mother and father had departed from him forever. This profound loss had culminated in a sudden onset of autism. The only remaining relative was now shrouded in uncertainty regarding their fate. As he observed the tearful child, Zhou Chen was reminded of the day he, too, had lost his parents. Unlike the child, he had been an adult at the time, having wept countless tears and gradually emerged from the depths of sorrow, cherishing the beautiful memories left behind by his parents. "Daddy," the child called out once more. Zhou Chen switched off the television and turned on Peppa Pig. Upon the appearance of the pink pig, the child appeared momentarily bewildered, before his gaze became vacant, retreating once again into his own world. The flickering flames danced upon the child's face, and after a prolonged observation, Zhou Chen discerned that the child's complexion was abnormal. Earlier, when Lao's son had handed the child to him, he had been so bundled up that only his eyes were visible. Now, having removed his scarf to eat an apple, a flush of red adorned his cheeks, revealing subtle cracks and frostbite, indications of exposure to the bitter cold. Upon closer inspection, a faint scent reminiscent of baby lotion lingered in the air. It was evident that the child had been meticulously cared for by Lao's son. Yet even the most diligent care could not shield him from the cruel bite of the frigid temperatures. Zhou Chen reached out to touch the child's forehead, finding his temperature to be normal. Nearby, De Huang, the dog, fearful of losing attention, wagged its tail and approached. Zhou Chen gently pushed De Huang aside and proceeded to examine the child's belongings. The garments are plentiful, and their quality is commendable. However, not a single piece is suitable for winter. One can discern by the appearance of the nested dolls that the long-sleeved attire has been layered. The supplies within the space are abundant, yet there is a conspicuous absence of winter clothing for children. Fortunately, the warmth of the fireplace in the home is sufficient. A kettle filled with mineral water is placed over the fire to boil, and a child's bathing tub along with toiletries is retrieved. Zhou Chen rolls up his sleeves and begins to undress the child. True to the nested doll nature, dozens of garments, shirts and trousers, are removed, along with several pairs of socks, which are cast aside in the living room, forming a small mountain. The naked child, leaner than anticipated, possesses skin that is both fair and delicate, marred by a few red bumps from frostbite on their hands and feet. The child is gently placed into the tub, starting with a wash of the hair. The introverted child has the virtue of being quiet and compliant, allowing Zhou Chen to wash them with ease. Post-bath, the child sits on the sofa wrapped in a woolen blanket, their damp hair dried. Zhou Chen retrieves a children's moisturizing lotion and frostbite ointment from the space, attending to the child's needs for an additional 10 minutes. In this pleasantly tempered environment, the heavy constraints of clothing are lifted, and the child, feeling light and unencumbered, quickly drifts into a deep slumber. Gazing at the pile of soiled clothing, Zhou Chen feels no inclination to commence the laborious task of cleaning. Instead, he opts to gather everything into a bag for the time being. After a brief respite, he begins to prepare dinner. With a roaring fire, how could one resist the allure of a beggar's chicken? The mud required for this dish is plentiful in the space's orchard. Clean lotus leaves are used to encase the marinated chicken, which is then evenly coated with the prepared mud and placed atop the burning logs in the fireplace. A leg of lamb is scored and skewered on the grill, seasoned and roasted slowly over a gentle fire. Meanwhile, a pot of 8 treasure rice, a mix of grains, simmers away. Zhou Chen was picking vegetables when a loud banging echoed at the door once again. "Zhou Chen, you have 1 minute to open the door for me. We can already smell the meat. You have indeed hoarded something valuable. If you wish to avoid the wrath of the entire building, relinquish your supplies willingly." Zhang Li led the charge, shouting and pounding on the door. Anger surged within Zhou Chen, and he hurled the basket of vegetables aside. Seeking death, he retrieved a tank filled with mineral water from his storage, procured a length of hose, and found a spray nozzle typically used for park irrigation. One end of the hose was inserted into the tank, while the other was connected to the nozzle. Approaching the door, he thrust the nozzle into the gap and opened the pressure valve. A cacophony of cries erupted from the raucous group outside, akin to the wails of slaughtered pigs. This time, they deliberately avoided the peephole, positioning themselves on either side. Little did they anticipate that Zhou Chen possessed a spray nozzle that could dispense water in a full 360 degrees without any blind spots. As the mineral water burst forth, it transformed into ice-cold spray upon contact. Those who fled quickly found themselves doused in freezing water, while the slower ones felt as though they had been caught in a frigid downpour. In the bitter chill, each individual was left shivering and screaming in agony. The icy water swiftly froze, clinging to their scalps, faces, necks, and hands, each inch of skin feeling as though it were being sliced by knives. Zhou Chen's boisterous laughter resonated through the door, reaching every ear. A 360-degree cold shower, is it not delightful? The torment was unbearable. Instinctively, everyone tried to brush off the ice clinging to them. Chen Chong suffered the most, as the freezing water encased his entire face, leaving him gasping for breath amidst the stinging pain. In a moment of desperation, he inadvertently captured a photograph of his own ear. Chen Chong held his left ear with both hands, his emotions spiraling out of control. Zhongli scolded, "Be quiet, you wretched soul." Chen Chong extended his trembling hands, his face a mask of terror as he implored everyone, my ear, please take me to the hospital." Upon seeing the severed left ear in Chen Chong's grasp, everyone recoiled in horror, frantically checking whether their own ears remained intact. In a fit of despair, Chen Chong seized Zhongli's collar, pleading, "Zhong, please, take me to the hospital." Zhongli forcefully pried Chen Chong's hands away and pushed him aside. Chen Chang then turned to others, Xiao Chui, Xiao Zhang, Skinny Monkey, Xiao Shen. "You must take me to the hospital. I need to have my ear stitched back." Those named and those not named alike cowered from him. The floodwaters, several meters deep, had already submerged the hospital, entombing its structures and equipment beneath layers of ice. Even if there were operating rooms on higher floors and some doctors had survived, were conditions suitable for surgery? Moreover, escape was impossible. The biting cold, plunging to -70 degrees, left everyone inadequately clad. Any venture outdoors exceeding 20 minutes rendered their limbs numb and movements sluggish. And a delayed return indoors could result in a frozen demise. Zhongli gritted his teeth and declared, "We must retreat." Upon returning to the 8th floor, the desolate living room blazed with a towering fire, fueled by wooden furniture. Several tall men lounged on the couch, passing around a bottle of Erguo Tu, indulging in strong liquor and lewd banter. The doors to the 2 bedrooms remained tightly shut, from which the raucous laughter of men could be heard. "My, has it only been a few minutes since we stepped outside? Such a useless wretch, returning like a dog in such haste. If he weren't worthless, he wouldn't have offered that woman to our captain for his amusement. It is indeed my first time witnessing someone willingly donning a green hat. To be honest, that woman is truly exquisite, stirring a longing within me. What is the rush? If we let the captain indulge for a few more days, he will surely allow us our turn." Zhang Li's face turned ashen, feeling an immense humiliation. His inner fury reached a boiling point, yet he could only stand there in silence, devoid of the courage to confront them, let alone engage in a physical altercation. When the initial conflict arose, it was not as if they had not attempted to fight back, but their group of over 10 could not even overpower 5 or 6 of the others. These individuals were seasoned fighters, striking swiftly and mercilessly, wielding clubs and hammers directly against heads, showing no fear of fatality. Cooperation is predicated on a balance of power. Yet they found themselves at a disadvantage from the very outset. The door to the master bedroom swung open, revealing a burly, scar-faced man emerging with evident satisfaction, adjusting his trousers as he walked. Through the crack of the door, one could glimpse a woman sobbing on the bed, with a menacing glare. The scar-faced man raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhongli. "I did not provide resources to collaborate with a bunch of useless fools. If so many of you cannot break down a single door, what use are you?" Chapter 27. I do not accept rubbish, Xiao Zhou. I have gathered the information. As the voice of Old Sun crackled through the intercom, Zhou Chen was dressing a small child. A pair of small trousers, a set of autumn attire, a pair of woolen socks, and over it all, a sweater from Zhou Chen, just long enough to cover the tops of his feet. The sleeves were rolled up, not hindering movement in the slightest. On the dining table lay a fragrant beggar's chicken infused with the subtle scent of lotus leaves, a golden, juicy roasted leg of lamb, 2 plates of greens, a bowl of fruit salad, and a pot of 8 treasure porridge. Zhou Chen lifted the little child onto a chair, ladled a small bowl of porridge to the side to cool, tore off a chicken leg, set down 2 pieces of lamb, and added a few stalks of greens onto the empty plate before the child. The golden retriever, already drooling with anticipation, sat nearby, wagging its tail. Observing the child grasping the chopsticks on his own, Zhou Chen then picked up the walkie-talkie. "Who is that person?" Lao Sun replied immediately. His voice lowered. "He is our vice captain, nicknamed Scar." Zhou Chen. Lao Sun elaborated. "He has connections. I heard he was once imprisoned. And has a relative in a position of authority who got him placed here. His temperament is peculiar. He doesn't even regard our captain. Do you recall the list of building leaders designated by the neighborhood committee? The candidate for our building 21 is him, but..." Zhou Chen understood. Obstructing someone's financial pathway is akin to slaying their kin, and it appeared he had drawn their ire. Someone had approached him proactively to conspire against this individual. A perfect match. Lao Sun continued. On the night of the typhoon, Scar happened to invite several colleagues to play cards at the captain's home. And he has been staying there ever since. The owner across the street is out of town. They pried open the door and confined those women inside. A vague answer began to form in Zhou Chen's mind. Women? The girlfriends of Zhang Li and his gang of brutes? Old Sun responded affirmatively. Indeed. There is also that female tenant from Unit 602. This information was gleaned using the resources you provided. My captain vehemently opposed the actions of Scarface and his gang, resulting in him receiving a beating and being confined with those women. At this point, the usually righteous Old Sun was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it. This is utterly lawless, worse than pigs and dogs. Curse their ancestors for 18 generations. Xiao Zhou, tell me when we will strike. I, Old Sun, will lead the charge and eliminate those vile creatures. Zhou Chen took a bite of lamb and inquired, how about the other matter you were handling? Old Sun replied, I am in the process of managing it, but most people are reluctant to take action, kind-hearted and timid. Zhou Chen couldn't help but smirk while expressing understanding. There is no need to force them. Those people are not good souls. Sooner or later, they will come knocking on every door. When they are driven to desperation, they will naturally seek you out. That very night, screams and cries echoed from downstairs. What are you doing? Is there no law left? Please, this is the last bit of food my family has. My child. It was not only Building 21. Similar violent home invasions occurred in the other 29 buildings as well. The victims were primarily young couples, elderly individuals living alone, and solitary men and women. Through the window, one could see a group of individuals wielding torches as they ransacked from the 6th to the 10th floor. In the chaos, a resident was shoved off a balcony. Thud, the floodwaters had frozen, the ice solid and compact. The unmistakable sound of a fall sent shivers down the spines of residents in the nearby buildings. Upon the unfolding of this scene, numerous victims, in an effort to safeguard themselves and their families, relinquished their resistance. They could only watch helplessly as this band of malevolence ransacked their homes, seizing all provisions, along with valuables such as gold, watches, and cigarettes. These fiends, having taken lives, may have felt fear or even regret in that moment. Yet, as the environment deteriorated, they discovered that they would escape legal repercussions, leading them to intensify their malevolence. One life lost is a burden. 2 lives lost are equally a burden. Thus, the descent into chaos commenced. It was merely the first night, and the ensuing days would only spiral further into disorder, with lives deemed as inconsequential as mere blades of grass. Zhou Chen drew the curtains and donned a robe before making his way to the living room. Beside the fireplace, he had placed a child's bed, layered with several cushions and adorned with a woolen blanket as a makeshift sheet, providing a remarkably soft and comfortable resting place. The child, clad only in autumn attire and covered with 2 light down blankets, slumbered soundly, undisturbed by the tumult outside. By the second night, the chaos escalated throughout the community. The residents, already beset by hunger and cold, found themselves utterly defenseless against a horde of ferocious beasts. Some homeowners had their winter garments stripped away, succumbing to the frigid air within mere minutes, becoming lifeless forms. As the 3rd and 4th nights passed, civilization witnessed a profound loss of morality, and societal order disintegrated completely. By the 5th day, these brutes began to assert their dominance in broad daylight, subjecting the timid and frail residents to unbearable suffering. It was not just the Sakura community. The entire city succumbed to the same tragic fate, engulfed in thick smoke and countless casualties. Zhou Chen placed a cup of warm milk before the child, who called him Daddy. He had learned from Lao Sun that the child's name was Chuzakai for the past few days. Apart from dealing with the harassment of Zhang Li and his band of ruffians, he had been coaxing the little one to call him Daddy. Unfortunately, the child was withdrawn, eating only when given food, drinking when offered water, and soiling himself without a fuss even when his toy was snatched by De Huang. He would call Zhou Chen daddy upon seeing the police in a television drama, address the soldiers as brother, and refer to an actress named Jiang Xin as mama. Beyond this, he remained ensconced in his own isolated world. Zhou Chen found himself exasperated, yet he tenderly attended to the child's meals thrice daily. Prolonged exposure to the heat would accelerate the evaporation of moisture from the skin, leading to dryness and dehydration. Once the little one finished the milk, he began to apply fragrant lotion. Magic City was a bustling economic hub, but many goods in the shopping malls had been swept into the river during the tidal surge. During the 3 days Zhou Chen spent by the riverbank, he salvaged a considerable amount of luxurious men's skincare products, high-end cosmetics for women, and even items meant for children. After 10 days of staying with Zhou Chen, the child's skin resembled that of a peeled egg, smooth and fair. Achoo! The little one sneezed, overwhelmed by the delightful scent. Zhou Chen prepared a platter of fruits, placing it on the sofa, and applied an exquisite hydrating face mask. Stretching his long legs, he felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Su Wanchuan, who had been absent for quite some time. Zhou Chen, savoring the fruits, answered the call. On the other end, there was no speech, only the sound of breathing and a deliberately stifled sob. At this moment, Su Wanchuan's hair was disheveled, her frame gaunt and haggard. With handprints on her face and bloodstains at the corner of her mouth, curled up naked within the confines of her blanket. Fearing that Zhou Chen might grow impatient and hang up the phone, she hurriedly suppressed her feelings of grievance. With that group of beasts temporarily absent, this was her only chance to seek help. "Ah Chen, please save me." Recently, Lao's son had been covertly active, using resources to gather intel on the entire building, which naturally included the plight of women like Su Wanchuan. Zhang Li initially sought cooperation with Scar, who, upon learning of the abundant supplies at Zhou Chen's disposal and armed with a few photographs as evidence, could hardly refuse. However, Scar had already discerned the specifics of this group. The first step in their collaboration was for him to provide food and winter clothing, while Zhang Li would supply women for their amusement. A pack of beasts on the brink of starvation and exposure readily acquiesced to this demand. Women are but garments. How could they compare to one's own life? Su Wanchuan wept, pleading, "Ah Chen, for the sake of our past, I implore you to save me. I know you still have supplies. If you are willing to part with even a little, they would surely be inclined to barter." Zhou Chen inquired, "Why should I save you?" Su Wanchuan perked up her ears, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the living room, her body trembling in fear as she heard the lock of the front door being turned. She shrank desperately into the corner at the thought of the treatment she had endured and how Scar had increasingly dehumanized her. Regret washed over her. Knowing Zhou Chen would not easily forgive her, yet she had to take a gamble. With a heart full of desperation, Su Wanchuan declared, "Zhou Chen, as long as you are willing to save me and allow me to stay in your home, I am prepared to be your maid." Zhou Chen curled his lips in a cold smile and remarked, "I do not accept refuse." Chapter 28, Esteemed One. "Please accept my knees." The frigid wind howled like a wild beast, coating the walls of the room with a layer of ice crystals. The chill intensified. And amidst a dire shortage of supplies, death claimed lives daily. In room 802, a dozen disheveled women huddled together on a single bed for warmth. No one felt the discomfort of the close quarters. They longed to be even closer. It was unbearably cold, unrelentingly hungry, starving and fatigued. Yet they dared not succumb to sleep, each woman fearful that once they drifted off, they might never awaken. Bang! The door was kicked open, and a bone-chilling gust swept in, causing the women to gasp in shock. A group of men clad in padded clothing surged in, disregarding their resistance as they forcibly dragged each woman from the bed, escorting them to the living room where they were finally offered a winter coat for warmth. Only 2 women remained in the farthest corner, momentarily untouched. The last man to enter, a scarred face, greedily scrutinized the features and figures of the 2 women. The young girl, tightly embracing Yang Sitian, shot a wary glance filled with defiance, her body trembling as she warned, "Stay away. If you dare to touch us, my uncle will surely kill you." The scarred man licked his lips, suppressing his impulses for the moment, and leered with an unsettling grin, "Little one, I will wait 3 days. If your uncle does not appear by then, you too will obediently submit to me. Otherwise, I shall drag you out to be sold." The door was locked once more, and the 2 women, having narrowly escaped yet another calamity, clutched their heads and wept silently, stifling their cries with their hands. These individuals are nothing but beasts, mere refuse, inferior even to swine. Though they have not yet laid hands on her, There are moments when they inexplicably lash out at her with belts. In the frigid depths of winter, the sting of a whip feels more agonizing than death itself. After shedding tears, the two of them turn to wipe the condensation from the glass window, straining to glimpse the scene below. A group of figures emerged within their line of sight. Several men were escorting a number of women across the hardened ice. Leading the procession were Zhang Li and Chen Chong, followed closely by 3 men who concealed weapons in their arms, effectively trapping the women in between to thwart any attempts at escape. In temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees, the biting cold was relentless, causing each individual to shiver uncontrollably. Their movements sluggish. This group, with limbs stiffened by the chill, found it a struggle to take even a single step, yet each person pressed forward with all their might. The world had descended into madness. Remaining outdoors for even a minute could result in becoming a frozen corpse. Young Sidian scrutinized the direction in which this group was heading. They were making their way toward buildings 9, 10, and 11. The young girl gritted her teeth and rose from her bed, braving the life-threatening cold, and tiptoed to the door. Cautiously, she strained to listen for any sounds from outside. When she returned to the bed, her face was etched with despair. It's no use. There are always guards outside. We cannot escape. Young Sidian regained her composure and reassured her. Do not rush. Even if we could run, where would we go? Numerous floors are under the control of these men, and no one would dare offer us refuge. If we are to flee, we must be thoroughly prepared. Otherwise, even if we avoid capture, we would perish from the cold outside. The young girl wore a face of anxiety. But that beast has only given us 3 days. In these 3 days, who can we rely on? I would rather leap from a building than become like them. Yang Situan embraced the young girl's shoulders. Her expression resolute. You saved my life and have always protected me. Rest assured, I shall find a way to take you out. If I cannot, I will jump with you. The young girl, moved, replied, Situan, I am so grateful to have you by my side. I truly regret not heeding my uncle's advice. He always taught me that girls should be well-behaved and sensible, warning me against gallivanting outside, saying that one day, even he would be unable to protect me. I never imagined. Yang Situan could not help but self-deprecate. Didn't I, too, end up in this predicament for the sake of a bag? You paid the price for your recklessness, and I must also bear the consequences of my vanity. As she spoke, she recalled Zhou Chen's earlier warning, inviting a wolf into the house, how aptly put. Thinking of Zhou Chen, Yang Situan instantly perked up. I believe there is only one person who can save us now. Fearing the guards outside might overhear, the two nestled under the covers and deliberated for a long while. On the top floor, Zhou Chen, armed with binoculars, clearly saw Zhang Li and others leading a group of women into Building 10. Through the stairway windows on each floor, he observed this group ascend to the 9th floor. The door was opened by Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee. They exchanged a few words at the entrance, leaving 2 women behind while the others were taken upstairs to different floors. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of one of the homeowners, a portly man with a round face handed over a packet of instant noodles and selected one of the women to accompany him into the room. Among the group of women were Su Ruin and Li Sisi, once the belle and the flower of their school, now appearing disheveled and haggard, with visible scars marring their faces, making it difficult for Zhou Chen to recognize them. Every cause has its effect. Now they were treated as mere commodities, bartered for supplies. This was their just deserts. Zhou Chen remained unfazed, devoid of any sympathy for their plight. On the other hand, Aunt Wang was rather intriguing. With the power cut, even mobile phones had become mere ornaments, and the once bustling homeowner group had devolved into a ghost town. He had initially presumed that Aunt Wang, at her age, would have perished from the cold or hunger. Surprisingly, she not only survived but appeared quite well fed, even taking on the role of a madam. Remarkable. Truly, a person devoid of shame is invincible. However, how could so many in Building 10 possess supplies? Was there an abundance sufficient to be traded for favors? A sense of unease crept over Zhou Chen as he sensed that a far greater conspiracy was brewing. A crackling sound emanated from the intercom. An old son was calling for him. It appeared that after several days, there had finally been some progress on old son's end. Zhou Chen picked up the intercom. Speak. Old son's breath was labored, clearly suffering from the cold. It settled. Initially, these individuals were resistant, either clinging to their homes or fretting over various concerns. Now, having come to terms with their and their family's circumstances, they have all agreed to follow your lead. But they have one condition. They hope you can provide supplies. Zhou Chen smirked coldly. Of course, the prerequisite is obedience. He had endured enough of the beastly harassment. The longer time dragged on, the more advantageous the situation would become for those brutes as they amassed greater resources, rendering his position increasingly precarious. He needed to cultivate his own faction to counteract them. He would provide the resources while these pawns exerted their efforts. In this cruel realm of survival, it was either kill or be killed. One either succumbed to being cannon fodder or relied on their own abilities to survive. The resources within the space were sufficient for him alone to last 10 lifetimes, yet he could not afford to squander them on a group of inept individuals. Furthermore, how could he sustain them? The principle of mutual benefit and resentment was well understood. If today he generously offered resources, tomorrow, should he be unable to provide, he would face dire consequences. Those who were truly desperate to survive should strive for their own salvation. After deliberating for half an hour, the two ultimately resolved to take action that very night. As Zhou Chen prepared to draw the curtains, he inadvertently caught sight of a woman on the 14th floor opposite him, fervently waving her arms. Dressed in a thick winter coat, she had a pair of binoculars slung around her neck, simultaneously gesturing and pointing to a writing board in her hands. Zhou Chen raised the binoculars to his eyes, and through the magnified lens, he discerned a young girl, her hair disheveled, yet not untidy, belonging to a category of individuals with abundant resources. However, regardless of their wealth, a month's passage would surely deplete their supplies. Zhou Chen glanced at the writing board, where he saw 7 large characters. "Zhou Chen, look here." Upon realizing he was observing her, the woman became ecstatic, gesticulating animatedly. She swiftly erased the message and hurriedly scribbled an 11-digit number, punctuating it with a gesture mimicking a phone call. Who was this woman? Zhou Chen possessed an exceptional memory. With but a single glance, he memorized the phone number. As the phone rang once, the other party answered immediately. The voice trembled significantly, whether from the chill or sheer excitement, or perhaps a combination of both. "Esteemed one, please accept my humble submission." Chapter 29. The whimsical young lady. The mobile phone, set to speaker mode, rested upon the table before the fireplace. Flanking the table were 2 armchairs, one large and one small, accompanied by a large golden retriever lounging nearby. Both individuals, one large and one small, held cups brimming with fruit salad, and even the golden retriever was indulging in an apple. Life was indeed sumptuous. Amidst the other person's enthusiastic monologue, Zhou Chen discerned their identity and the purpose of their call. Qi Rou, a 20-year-old scion of wealth, was a first-year student at a teacher training university. Unlike other affluent youths, she harbored no interest in nightlife, parties, shopping, travel, reckless driving, or studying abroad. Her sole passion lay in retreating into the realm of novels. Having lost her mother at a tender age, her father remarried, bringing home a stepmother and a younger brother. With the stepmother came a stepfather, who, aside from providing her with living expenses, largely ignored her existence. Consequently, Qi Rou became increasingly reclusive, indulging in her solitude like no other. As summer vacation commenced, she rushed to the supermarket to stockpile 20,000 yuan worth of supplies, choosing to remain indoors each day. To facilitate her novel reading, she possessed 5 mobile phones and 10 power banks. Considering her solitary living situation, her grandmother had taken precautions for her safety 2 years prior, reinforcing the household's security. The entrance now featured an outer security door, an additional iron gate, and the windows were fitted with protective grills. As natural disasters struck, she remained comfortably ensconced at home, with ample food and beverages, her only discomfort being the chill. Recently, however, her neighborhood has been plagued by violent incidents, with a gang attempting to invade her building. Block 19, on 3 separate occasions. Each time, they pried open her security door only to discover 2 additional barriers. Due to the extreme cold, lingering outdoors was unwise. And after 3 successive failures, the gang temporarily abandoned their plans to target her. Indeed, Qi Rou had invested 20,000 yuan hoarding supplies. Yet her purchases were predominantly imported goods from a specialty supermarket. Although she spent a considerable sum, the actual quantity of provisions was modest. Rations were scant. Snacks such as beverages, chips, and nuts constituted half of her stock. These supplies had nearly dwindled by the day of the typhoon, leaving her with only a meager reserve to sustain her until now. With the escalating chaos in her neighborhood and having narrowly escaped harm on 3 occasions, she began to succumb to anxiety as her resources dwindled. A few days prior, she had taken notice of the household on the top floor across from her, belonging to Zhou Chen. In the frigid depths of -70 degrees, other residents had burned every piece of furniture for warmth, now huddled in their beds like her. Yet, the household on the top floor astonishingly maintained a fire burning continuously. Using binoculars, she peered through the gap in the curtains and was taken aback to find not only children inside, but also a dog. While children were not unusual, sufficient warmth would prevent them from succumbing to the cold. The presence of a dog was indeed remarkable. To her knowledge, nearly all the neighborhood's pet dogs had perished. During the flood, desperate residents had resorted to slaughtering dogs for sustenance, their anguished cries echoing day and night. In the grip of an extreme cold invasion, the dogs within the homes of the residents either perished from starvation or succumbed to the freezing temperatures, or worse, were consumed by their owners or stolen by neighbors. In any case, she had not heard a single bark for half a month. Conversely, the individuals residing on the top floor across the street not only refrained from slaughtering their dogs for sustenance, but also nurtured them to a plump and glossy state, indicating an abundance of provisions within their household. After stealthily observing for several days, she made a startling discovery. While other residents appeared gaunt and disheveled, the person on the top floor indulged in daily facial masks, donned a stylish robe, and exhibited a physique that was both slender in clothing yet robust when undraped. In short, he was undeniably striking. Oh my goodness! With her decade-long experience as an avid reader, she was certain her judgment was sound. Individuals like him, in a post-apocalyptic narrative, would be quintessential protagonists. Yes, indeed, she had set her sights on this remarkable figure. Summoning her courage, she readied a kitchen knife and pepper spray, intending to pay him a visit in hopes of trading her meager supplies for a seat on his plush sofa. After all, the heroic figure maintained a warm home, heated around the clock. Yet, she was not naive. She would not venture outside lightly. Seated on her bed, she strained to hear the sounds of the building, utilizing binoculars to survey the neighboring residences, biding her time until the nefarious characters in her own building ventured out, at which point she would spring into action. It was then that she spotted two women on the 8th floor across the way, in temperatures plunging to -70 degrees. These audacious women had the gall to open a window and were frantically waving at her. Having learned lip reading as a child for 2 years, she quickly discerned that they were seeking help. She was merely a frail woman, even younger than the two ladies across from her. Naturally, she did not seek help for herself. Rather, she hoped to connect with the formidable figure on the top floor. How unfortunate was this twist of fate. Who? Chi-Ro felt as though her throat was on fire. Mister, do you comprehend my words? Those two young ladies stated that if you were willing to spare some resources for their release, they would gladly serve you. The one named Yang Sitian mentioned that if given a moment to recover, she would be the first to exact vengeance upon your enemies. Zhou Chen set down the half-finished fruit salad and rubbed his temples. Then why doesn't she act now? Are the young women of today so eloquent? After half an hour of chatter, I am only just now afforded the opportunity to speak. His head throbbed painfully. Chi-Ro scratched her head. It seems they have been stripped of their winter coats, and there are guards stationed outside. Zhou Chen chuckled mockingly. Are you attempting to emulate Lei Feng and perform a good deed? Of course not. It's merely a side effect. A voice on the phone, dripping with feigned sweetness, chimed in. Mister, I still possess a few resources. I humbly beseech you for a sofa from your living room. My home is devoid of firewood for warmth. Even if I do not freeze to death, I cannot cook. The buns are harder than stones, and my teeth have begun to crumble. Moreover, those wicked individuals will undoubtedly not spare my family. Zhou Chen was left speechless. No, that's out of the question. Were it not for old son assisting me, I would not even consider sheltering this little brat, let alone an outsider. Women are not to be trusted. In this day and age, there are countless young girls who can act, and perhaps someone is setting a trap for them. No, my esteemed leader, a wretched whale escaped. Leader, I can take care of children, and I can also tend to dogs. As long as you lend a hand and provide me with a humble sofa, I shall become the most loyal and dutiful nanny in the galaxy. Sob, sob, sob. You can care for children? That might prove useful. Zhou Chen was amused by the other party's comical demeanor. Are you truly willing to part with your home? Chi-Ro replied with unwavering determination. Money is a mere external possession. When one closes their eyes, a small box is the ultimate resting place for a soul. What use is a house when life itself is lost? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen found himself somewhat admiring her nonchalance. If the residents that Lao's son had secretly contacted shared such a carefree attitude, matters would have been resolved long ago. After some contemplation, Zhou Chen remarked, It is impossible for you to enter my abode, but I can arrange alternative accommodations for you. As long as you behave and take good care of the child, resources will not be lacking for you. Chi-Ro exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Leader, I assure you I will speak less and work diligently, avoiding trouble. Zhou Chen. After her excitement, Chi-Ro did not forget to mention the dire situation of the two young ladies on the 8th floor. Leader, those two young ladies. Zhou Chen absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table. Convey to her that I will not redeem them with resources. The chance for survival must be earned through their own efforts. He did not know who the woman with Yang Sitian was, but perhaps Yang Sitian was a person of potential. The ability to seek help in the face of adversity is, in itself, a testament to resilience. Yet, what relevance does this hold for him? At 2 in the morning, a time when most people are deep in slumber, a group of residents from Building 21, instead of resting, quietly donned their gear and stealthily slipped out of their homes. They exchanged no words, treading lightly down the stairs, ascending step by step. Zhou Chen, shedding his usual languor, was clad in thermal clothing and boots, a helmet adding to his formidable appearance. For precautionary measures, he had inserted steel plates into both the front and back of his attire. Armed with a machete in his left hand and an electric baton in his right, an axe hung from his belt, he stepped out fully equipped. Chapter 30. The unfortunate neighbors in the biting cold. The relocating residents gathered on the 15th floor. A woman covered her child's mouth, nestled tightly against her husband, as anxiety permeated the atmosphere. The hallway was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint sliver of moonlight illuminating the corner window. Soft footfalls echoed from above, and a tall figure emerged into the moonlight. Old Sun stepped out from the crowd, lowering his voice. Xiao Zhou? Zhou Chen illuminated the area with his flashlight, counting approximately 25 individuals. Both men and women appeared gaunt and haggard, with no elderly among them. The few children present were all over 10 years old. It appeared that the elderly and infants in the building had not survived. In just a month since the calamity, half of the residents of one building had perished. How many lives had been lost in the entire city? How many across the nation? Yet, this is merely the beginning. As various natural disasters descend upon us, the living environment continues to contract and resources become alarmingly scarce. The number of survivors will dwindle further. He cast aside a bag and instructed, proceed to 1502. Let us first eat something. Gazing at the bag on the ground, knowing it contained supplies, the crowd was filled with the sounds of swallowed saliva. A father of 2 children gently patted his wife's hand for comfort, trembling as he stepped forward to retrieve the bag. He then turned, leading his wife and children into the house. Lured by the prospect of food, others followed suit. The bag was not large, and the supplies were meager, sufficient only for tonight's meal. However, for those who had gone days without sustenance, it was indeed a source of profound happiness. With food came motivation. Several women settled their children, braving the biting cold to open a window, gathering ice to boil water. They fried a handful of eggs and placed several bundles of noodles into the boiling water, then awaited the outcome. Steam billowed from the pot, wafting the aroma of egg soup, making both adults' and children's stomachs grumble in anticipation. Meanwhile, the men congregated in the master bedroom to deliberate on the next course of action. A solitary candle flickered on the table, as Old Sun and others huddled in a corner, while Zhou Chen stood at the door, weapon in hand. In a world stripped of civility, where human hearts have turned treacherous, he dared not turn his back on others. As for the group outside, with children present, the threat seemed minimal. The men, famished and cold, were initially taken aback by Zhou Chen's fully armed appearance. Subsequently, they were captivated by the warmth of his winter attire, while they themselves were bundled in cumbersome layers, shivering uncontrollably, whereas Zhou Chen appeared scarcely clad yet seemed impervious to the cold. Zhou Chen inquired of Old Sun, "Are all the people gathered?" Old Sun had already accounted for the numbers and replied, "Not yet. 2 households are still absent. One is mourning by the side of their parents' remains, while the other may be fearful of retribution from the scar-faced man." Zhou Chen waved dismissively, "It matters not. Those who are so timid will accomplish nothing. Their presence would only waste food." He surveyed the assembly. They were all familiar faces, having been neighbors for over a decade. Zhou Chen got straight to the point. "I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. You are all acutely aware of our current predicament. If you are willing to cooperate, the supplies shall be ample." Among the crowd, a hand was raised. Zhou Chen, can the supplies you possess truly suffice for all of us? These individuals could scarcely produce even a single packet of instant noodles. It was astonishing to consider how Zhou Chen could sustain over 20 people. How much stock could he possibly have amassed? In that moment, a sense of greed began to stir in the darkness. Zhou Chen, with his machete in hand, patted down his clothing. I can venture out to procure supplies. Can you endure the outdoors for even 20 minutes? The realization dawned upon the man, and he fell silent. The greed that had begun to fester in the hearts of others also momentarily subsided. Zhou Chen continued, "This collaboration is forged solely because we share a common adversary. We are all striving for survival. You offer your labor, and I provide the supplies. It's a fair exchange. If your intention is merely to bide your time, I regret to inform you that there is no place for you here. Shortly, I will require your assistance. Even if you manage to secure this meal, you will not find another. As for whether you choose to return home and await death or ally with the enemy, I shall not hinder you. However, you have chosen to ally with the enemy, and from then on, you shall show no mercy." Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the crowd. In such a circumstance, they risked becoming mere cannon fodder, losing their own lives, with their wives and children left unprotected. What alternative do they have? How many more nights can they endure after tonight? In truth, they find themselves trapped, with the merciless gang led by Scar still able to barter women for supplies. Once the resources in the community are depleted, they may soon resort to cannibalism. Even if they do not succumb to starvation, they will inevitably become prey. Aside from collaborating with Zhou Chen, it seems there is no other recourse. Furthermore, Old Sun has been providing everyone with a meager portion of food daily, a half bag of dumplings, 2 or 3 buns, a packet of instant noodles, each morsel a precious lifeline. According to Old Sun, these provisions are procured by Zhou Chen each night under the cover of darkness. In such frigid weather, he truly ventures out to seek supplies? Without Zhou Chen's assistance over the past 10 days, they would have perished from hunger long ago. Aware that Zhou Chen lacks the flair for stirring rhetoric, Old Sun stepped forward to speak on his behalf. "Friends, what is there left to deliberate? If not for yourselves, should you not consider your wives and children? How many of you have seen your elderly parents sacrifice their own sustenance to ensure you could eat? How many parents have locked themselves in their rooms to preserve their winter garments for you, ultimately freezing to death? The elderly have gone to such lengths, leaving the hope of life for you. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, they strive to survive. Otherwise, how can you face your parents?" Old Sun struck a chord with the innermost feelings of these individuals, and soon the room was filled with muffled sobs. A man, choked with emotion, uttered, "The scar-faced one killed my mother and my wife. If it weren't for my son, I would have already sought vengeance. I fear not death. My son is merely 11 years old this year." Zhou Chen replied, "In a violent confrontation, there are no guarantees of survival. However, if you strike harder than your adversaries, it is they who shall fall. Yet, the scar-faced beasts are not lacking in resources. They will inevitably dominate the entire building. In that eventuality, you will merely be cannon fodder. If you do not serve him, will your wives and children be granted the gift of life? These wretches would never spare food to nourish a child. Consider the fate that awaits the women in their grasp." In truth, the beasts on the 8th floor had already begun to set their sights on their wives, having attempted several times to forcibly invade. Zhou Chen did not wish to squander any more time. As I stated earlier, those unwilling to comply should eat and then leave. But for those who choose to collaborate, obedience to the plan is paramount. What is there to fear? We are all human. Injuries are inevitable in a clash. I can venture out to procure medicines, can they? A man with a buzz cut stepped forward and said, "Zhou Chen, your insistence on our compliance suggests you intend to use us as mere pawns, does it not?" Zhou Chen glanced at him, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What else could it be? I am not your parents, providing you with resources for free." Upon hearing this, the men collectively inhaled sharply. The winter garments in the southern region are quite lightweight, inherently less capable of withstanding the cold compared to those from the north. At a frigid -70 degrees, no matter how many clothes these beasts collect, they would not endure more than 20 minutes outdoors. Zhou Chen, clad in thermal attire along with several layers of sweaters and thermal pants, stood in the corridor, still feeling a slight chill. Old Sun promptly concurred, questioning the sensibility of sending young Zhou into the fray to scavenge for supplies amidst such scarcity. "Is this realistic? Would you be willing to do the same?" he challenged. "If it comes to it, I shall be the first to charge forward, with you all following closely behind. It is entirely natural to feel trepidation during our initial skirmish. However, with repeated encounters, one's courage will undoubtedly swell. Let us not forget that those wretched beasts have recently allied themselves with the refuse from other buildings. Before long, they may very well conspire to seize control of the entire community. Many who dared to defy them have already met tragic fates. Some even cast from the heights of their dwellings. If death is inevitable, why not dare to fight for a chance at survival? These individuals, driven by an innate will to live, harbored understandable reservations. However, upon hearing the words of Zhou Chen and Old Sun, and catching the enticing aroma of egg noodles, their concerns began to dissipate. Faced with the prospect of food, the notion of hesitation was swiftly cast aside. Death awaited regardless of their actions. Yet, by taking a risk, they might seize an opportunity to live. Let us fight, Zhou Chen declared as he opened the door. First, ensure your bellies are full. Old Sun, accompany me outside. Women and children awaited anxiously, their eyes fixed on the table laden with generous bowls of egg noodles. A throng of men surged forth, their eyes glinting with desire at the sight of the abundant noodles. Indeed, these were egg noodles, rich with both egg and pasta. A far cry from the meager broth with a few strands of noodles they had previously endured. After enduring hunger for so many days, they were finally poised to enjoy a hearty meal. As the first mouthful of egg-infused noodles found its way to their lips, a wave of emotion washed over them, their noses tinged with the scent of nostalgia. What once seemed a commonplace dish had transformed into a veritable feast. The women present were acutely aware of the impending events, swallowing hard as they transferred the last strands of egg noodles from their bowls to those of their men. Although hunger gnawed at them, they exhibited remarkable restraint, ensuring that every morsel was offered to their partners. Eat well, for a full belly wards off the cold. Strength comes with sustenance, and strength prevents harm. Meanwhile, they sipped the broth slowly, savoring the rich aroma of the egg soup fried in lard. Each sip was a delightful reminiscence. Even a simple bowl of noodles seemed a luxury, and they yearned for the comfort of being satiated at every meal. Chapter 31. A resounding victory. Zhou Chen summoned Old Sun to the stairwell of the 16th floor, where, shrouded in the cloak of night, he unveiled a boxed meal. Inside lay rice, pork chops, eggs, and vegetables. Hurry, eat. Old Sun, unsure of what Zhou Chen had handed him, took it and began to eat with his hands. Upon biting into a piece of meat, realization dawned. What the hell? How do you have meat? You didn't slaughter your dog, did you? Zhou Chen nearly burst into laughter. The dog is quite clever and increasingly obedient. I would never part with it. Just don't be foolish and rush to the front. Stay back and supervise instead. Keep track of those who show the most tenacity. Those who contribute significantly deserve their rewards. Old Sun devoured the food ravenously, relishing the long-awaited taste of meat. Let me take the lead. I'm well acquainted with these homeowners. They're generally agreeable, but without a leader. They lack the resolve to act decisively, and after all, they were brought here by me. Zhou Chen understood Old Sun's intentions. Lao Sun, a man of unwavering loyalty, would undoubtedly refuse to remain in the background while others bravely face danger. However, Lao Sun, have you ever contemplated the true causes of death among those neighbors' parents? Certainly, there are those elderly souls who perished from starvation for the sake of their offspring. Yet, more likely, they succumbed due to the negligence of their own children. But Lao Sun, with his steadfast nature, would dismiss any such thoughts. 10 minutes later, Lao Sun retrieved a 1-meter-long steel spear from his coat, a weapon far more lethal than a kitchen knife. He stealthily led the group downward. Zhou Chen, bringing up the rear, was curious to gauge the resolve of these individuals. If they were sufficiently dedicated, he would not hesitate to provide them with valuable supplies. After all, hope is essential for motivation, and with hope, they would strive harder, thus serving him well as expendable assets. On the desolate 8th floor, the group, under Lao Sun's direction, divided into 2 teams, blocking the entrances. Lao Sun had already discerned the situation regarding the scar-faced gang. He knocked on the door of room 801 and, tightening his throat, called out, "Captain, open the door." A voice emerged from within. "Who is it?" Lao Sun continued, his voice strained. "I suspect someone has slipped out. Possibly that scoundrel Zhou Chen." Zhou Chen remained silent. On a night where temperatures plummeted to -70 degrees, the occupants inside were reluctant to leave their warm beds. "You must be seeing things. Even if someone did escape, in this freezing weather, they would surely return. We can discuss it tomorrow." Yet, Lao Sun's tone was laden with apprehension. I noticed he was carrying a substantial pack. Could it be that he anticipated our plans and fled in advance? At the mere mention of Zhou Chen's potential escape, a flurry of movement erupted within. As footsteps approached the door, a group of residents, clutching kitchen knives, stood outside, their palms slick with sweat from anxiety. As the door creaked open, Lao Sun forcefully shoved it aside, thrusting a steel rod forward as he charged in, shouting, "Li Si, you scoundrel! Where's the captain? Where is he?" The room quickly illuminated by flashlights, Lao Sun took the initiative, piercing the shoulder of an opponent with the steel rod, sending him sprawling with a kick, and immediately began attacking others in the living room. The previously fearful residents, witnessing Lao Sun's ferocity, suddenly found their courage and raised their knives to strike. The abruptness of the assault left the followers of Scarface screaming in agony. "Damn it! I want to see who the hell has the audacity to come here seeking death." Scarface emerged from the master bedroom, wielding a hammer. One moment he wore a fierce expression, and the next he was taken aback. Where did all these people come from? A steel rod lunged towards him without mercy. "Scarface, you scoundrel! Where's the captain? Hand him over." Scarface paused for a second, then quickly reacted, bending down to evade the attack and swinging the hammer to engage Lao Sunday. From the adjacent bedroom, several others burst forth, causing the residents in the living room, who had just begun their assault, to turn and flee. In an instant, the cries of battle erupted from the 10 buildings, mingling with the anguished screams of men and the terrified gasps of women. Nearby buildings were stirred, with curious onlookers peering out their windows. In the midst of this lopsided conflict, memories of the various wrongs inflicted upon them by these security guards fueled an uncontrollable rage, stripping away all reason as they frantically swung their weapons. A group of brutish individuals, poorly attired, found themselves ill-prepared for battle, with some lacking even weapons. They were swiftly driven back, retreating to a bedroom where they desperately braced the door against their attackers. The brawny Scarface, youthful and robust, regarded the limping old son with disdain. However, the enraged residents, witnessing the beast's cowardice, turned their fury upon Scarface, delivering several blows to the door. Scarface sustained a superficial wound, his thick clothing absorbing the brunt of the attack, yet he was sufficiently unnerved by the commotion. He retaliated, injuring 2 assailants with his hammer, but promptly retreated into the room. In the adjacent room 802, Zhang Li and his companions, alerted by the ruckus, seized their weapons and rushed to assist. Yet, upon opening the door, they were met with a face full of chili pepper spray. As they cried out, blinded, the residents outside surged forward, delivering a few strikes before fleeing. Zhang Li, who had evaded the spray, pursued the assailants to the doorway, only to encounter Old Sun and his men charging in from the opposite side, resulting in an immediate clash. Within the confines of the house, 2 security guards remained, primarily tasked with monitoring Zhang Li's group and the women. Indulging themselves amidst a heap of women, they were abruptly roused by an assault. As they rose to arm themselves, they were struck unexpectedly, suffering blows to the head, neck, and back. Yang Sitian, having stealthily armed herself with 2 watermelon knives, shouted fiercely as she unleashed a flurry of strikes. A group of timid women, terrified, scrambled into the corners, shrieking in panic. Yang Sitian transformed into a fierce warrior, toppling one of the attackers before leading a young girl towards the main entrance. In the midst of chaos, they managed to capture Chen Chang, and a swift stroke severed his remaining ear. "You scoundrel, robbing me of my food and winter clothes. May you meet your end." By the time Yang Sitian emerged with the young girl, her face and body were smeared with blood. Zhou Chen was taken aback by the audacity of the 2 women to escape, carving a bloody path for themselves. Observing the 2 women, who were on the brink of freezing without their winter garments, Zhou Chen instructed, "Let us head to the 15th floor. Wait for Lao Sun's arrangement." "No need. I told you I would help you deal with your enemies." Yang Sitian urged the young girl to ascend, brandishing her knife and charging back into the fray. Zhou Chen could not help but feel a pang of admiration. This woman possessed a fierce tenacity. According to the original plan, the ambush was scheduled for 3 minutes, and regardless of the outcome, they were not to linger in battle. As Zhou Chen glanced at his watch, the moment the time elapsed, he immediately called for a retreat. Lao Sun led the withdrawal, limping and carrying someone on his back. Zhang Li, who had suffered significant losses, erupted from his hiding place upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice. Filled with fury and loathing, "Zhou Chen, I curse you." Zhou Chen stood high upon the steps, hands tucked in his pockets, exuding an air of superiority. "What? Do you still wish to fight?" Lao Sun and the others halted abruptly, gripping their knives tightly, their expressions menacing as they glared at Zhang Li. At the sight, Zhang Li trembled in fear. Tail between his legs, he fled into the building, slamming the door shut, unable to utter a single threatening word. The beasts on the 8th floor had taken considerable damage, each still reeling in terror. At that moment, Zhou Chen's voice echoed through the corridor, reaching every ear, "Get out of this building. If you dare to remain after dawn, you will face death." The exuberant residents, having achieved a resounding victory, immediately erupted in fervent cries. Kill! Kill! Exterminate this pack of beasts. Scoundrels, wretches, may you meet a dreadful end. Depart swiftly, or face the consequences. Chapter 32. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself upon returning home. Zhou Chen was greeted by the enthusiastic wagging of the tail from the large yellow dog stationed at the door. In the living room, a small child, awakened by the cacophony of shouts and turmoil, sat quietly on the bed, his clear eyes fixed intently on the entrance. Zhou Chen set down his weapon and playfully pinched the tender face of the child. Time to sleep. After half an hour, a knock resonated through the stillness. Peering through the peephole, Zhou Chen discerned the solitary figure of Old Sun, prompting him to open the door. Old Sun's eyes were red-rimmed. In this skirmish, 2 were injured. Thankfully, their wounds are not severe. However, given the weather, if they are not dressed soon. Zhou Chen had been overseeing the battle. Whether driven by a thirst for revenge or merely a desire to prove themselves, the 2 injured had indeed charged forth with great fervor. Encountering blood for the first time, it was imperative to procure some medical supplies. With access to such supplies, the expendable fighters would be emboldened to charge even more fiercely in the future. Patience is key. Zhou Chen closed the door, feigning a search for something in the living room. Before opening it once more to hand Old Sun a first aid kit, I will venture out again tomorrow to gather more. Old Sun understood the implication. Even though those downstairs constituted a united front, revealing Zhou Chen's possession of a substantial stockpile of medical supplies would be unwise. Observing Old Sun's troubled expression, Zhou Chen surmised the cause and, despite himself, inquired, "What has become of that individual?" Old Sun shook his head, lamenting, with a daughter married far away. Even if she were still alive, who knows if we could ever establish contact? And if we did, how would I explain everything? The old captain was a commendable man. Had it not been for him, how could a disabled person have worked as a security guard in such a prestigious neighborhood for over a decade? Yet, it was precisely his goodness that led to this unfortunate outcome. The thought of the old captain's untimely demise filled him with bitterness, and he ground his teeth in fury. Those scoundrels, I will personally chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Zhou Chen urged, do not act impulsively. Today, our victory was achieved through surprise. If those brutes had been prepared, the casualties would have been on our side. However, they will undoubtedly be on guard now. If you seek revenge recklessly, you might even lose your life. Tonight's one-sided battle has left those beasts nearly all injured, with several severely wounded. In the absence of medical care, they cannot withstand this night. Besides, if you were to die, who would take care of that little brat? You must keep yourself safe. Old Sun unconsciously gripped the first aid kit and nodded. I understand. Sooner or later, I will exact vengeance on those heinous creatures. Zhou Chen instructed, first, take the medicine downstairs, then summon the others. I have matters to arrange. After Old Sun departed, Zhou Chen retrieved several iron plates, a generator, diesel, various parts, and welding tools from his space. When the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from below, he feigned returning from the rooftop. Everyone was astounded at the sight of the tools strewn across the ground. Zhou Chen elucidated that he had long contemplated transforming the rooftop garden, yet had not initiated the project until now, when these materials were serendipitously available. Under his direction, the group worked tirelessly through the night to install an iron gate in the stairwell on the 9th floor. Once dawn broke and the pack of beasts had vacated, they would seal the ground floor windows. The 2 iron gates would alternate in duty, ensuring that the entire building remained firmly under their control. The 15th floor served as a makeshift dining hall, with a generator station there to facilitate both illumination and cooking, while a power line was drawn to connect with the iron gate on the 9th floor. Even if formidable foes managed to breach the ground floor, they would either be electrocuted or rendered unconscious upon reaching this level. As day broke, under the menacing threats from Old Sun, the ruthless gang led by Scar was driven from the building like a pack of frightened dogs. The previous night had inflicted severe losses upon them in their unguarded state. Under the biting cold, even non-fatal wounds proved fatal for several, who succumbed to blood loss within half an hour, their bodies left behind on the 8th floor. Standing in the snow, Scar did not hesitate to issue his threats. This debt is noted, and mark my words, I shall ensure that each one of you pays dearly. Old Sun, wielding a steel rod, was ready to charge forward, retorting, enough of your bluster. Come, and end me now. On the top floor, Zhou Chen cradled a cup of hot milk, gazing out from the floor-to-ceiling window. He witnessed the wretched pack, accompanied by a group of women, retreating towards Building 10. Their numbers had evidently dwindled, Yet Zhongli and Xinqiang remained alive, truly resilient as cockroaches. After finishing his hot milk in one go, he donned his thermal attire, contemplating the lengthy duration of his outing that day, and layered on additional sweaters and thermal pants beneath his outerwear. He pulled the ear flaps of his woolen hat down to his chin, concealing his entire face save for his eyes. A small child lay peacefully asleep on the bed. For reasons unknown, the comical girl from the opposite building did not appear as per her usual routine. The ground floor was now the former fifth floor. Old Sun was diligently securing the windows, adding an extra layer of protection for peace of mind. Fully equipped, Zhou Chen descended the stairs, and the group engaged in their tasks sensed his intent to venture out in search of supplies, stirring a palpable excitement among them. Old Sun rubbed his hands together, shivering slightly as he inquired, "Xiao Zhou, the outdoors is far harsher than indoors. Can you endure it for long?" The others shared his concerns. At -70 degrees, remaining outside for even 20 minutes without seeking shelter would surely lead to frostbite. They had long wished to venture out for supplies, yet conditions had rendered them unable to do so. "Xiao Zhou, don't stray too far. This dreadful weather is truly unbearable." Indeed, there were a few small supermarkets nearby. A brief search would suffice. Zhou Chen stepped through the window, his foot landing firmly on the solid ice. "I'm well aware of my limits. Once you secure the iron gate, return to rest. I doubt anyone will bother us in the next 3 days." Old Sun raised the walkie-talkie in his hand, stating, "When you return, remember to contact me. Should anything arise, I will gather a team at the community entrance to assist you. This distance is manageable for us." Zhou Chen signaled an okay, and under the watchful eyes of the group, he retrieved a pair of ice skates from his backpack. Everyone was taken aback. He even had these. Zhou Chen donned the skates, testing them briefly before quickly rediscovering the grace of the ice prints from his childhood at the Cultural Palace. "I'm off," he waved, and in an instant, he soared away. The commotion emanating from Building 10 last night was so profound that even now, some remained covertly observing the scene. Witnessing this spectacle, both ordinary residents and violent factions were left utterly astounded. Zhou Chen glided gracefully across the icy surface, deftly maneuvering around frozen corpses and debris, his every movement a display of finesse. As he traversed the several hundred meters leading to the entrance, an increasing number of residents bore witness to this extraordinary sight. It was only after his figure vanished at the gate that they found themselves momentarily entranced. Shock, envy, jealousy, and greed filled the air. Some yearned to cling to him, while others harbored malicious intents. Zhou Chen, however, remained indifferent to their thoughts. The moment he burst through the gate, an overwhelming sense of elation washed over him, akin to a caged bird finally soaring from its confinement. After being trapped within the community for an entire month, he was finally free. It was as if the very air around him carried the essence of liberation. The city, cloaked in ice and snow, was unsettlingly silent. The streets and alleys had vanished, leaving no trace of familiarity. The entire outdoor space was desolate, devoid of any human presence or living creature, as if he were the sole inhabitant of the world. In truth, many had survived. As Zhou Chen sprinted onward, he could sense countless eyes watching him from the towering buildings around. This sensation pricked at him, an uncomfortable awareness. Fortunately, those individuals could not emerge, and even if they could, they would not be able to catch him. After running several kilometers at his leisure, he unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. They were hauling supplies back, their garments stained with fresh blood. Upon spotting Zhou Chen, they were stunned for a brief 3 seconds before hastily discarding their burdens and brandishing their weapons, rushing forward to block his path and attempt to rob him. "Remove your shoes." This reflex suggests a habitual offender. Zhou Chen maintained an air of calm, his pace unwavering as he drew a hammer from his belt. Clearly, he could have kept to himself, yet he chose to provoke trouble. Being merciful to one's adversary is akin to being cruel to oneself. The memories from his rebirth flooded back vividly. He would show no leniency, nor would he entertain any notions of guilt, regardless of who they were. Eliminating them was the only resolution. Utilizing his speed advantage, Zhou Chen struck the assailant's head with a resounding clang the moment they drew near. The fastest among the habitual offenders was instantly felled to the ground. Blood gushed forth, quickly congealing into a pool of crimson, his lifeless eyes staring blankly. The subsequent wave of assailants rushed forward, unable to so much as graze the hem of Zhou Chen's clothing, and could only hurl curses at his retreating figure. Without a backward glance, Zhou Chen raised his middle finger in defiance. Chapter 33. Authentic Zombie Flesh. Zhou Chen's true intention for venturing out today was simply to revel in the fresh air. To put it plainly, He sought a moment of freedom. After savoring the feeling of liberation, he found a sheltered spot to replenish his energy. Resources were certainly in demand. A building in the community awaited its share of supplies eagerly. His spatial storage was indeed plentiful. Not only could it sustain 20 or so individuals, but it could also support a military force for 2 to 3 years without issue. The challenge lay in the preservation function of his space, making it inconvenient to retrieve many items. The entire city had been encased in ice for over 20 days. It was impossible for any food to remain unspoiled. Thus, the quality of the supplies he could extract would inevitably deteriorate. Human nature is treacherous, and one must remain vigilant. He had no desire to be entangled in trivial research. After consuming a piece of chocolate and a can of Red Bull, Zhou Chen meticulously assessed the architectural facades surrounding him to ascertain the correct direction. He promptly made his way towards the Wanda Plaza, located 5 kilometers away. This area was a burgeoning commercial district, with the nearest residential building situated 3 kilometers distant. Given the dreadful weather, it was unlikely that anyone would venture outdoors, thus reducing the chances of being robbed. Zhou Chen raced against the wind and soon arrived at Wanda Plaza. The low-rise shops were buried beneath a thick layer of ice, leaving only a few department stores standing resiliently amidst the snowstorm. One of these department stores, a 24-hour dining establishment, offered a plethora of culinary delights. Zhou Chen located the building, using a hammer to break through the ice and shatter the glass. The moment the glass window shattered, light flooded into the space. The ground was 3 meters high from the platform, so he retrieved a ladder from his storage and descended. After climbing through the window, he remembered to take the ladder back with him, fearing it might be commandeered by others. He was even more apprehensive about someone using the ladder to climb in and catch him off guard. Successfully entering the building, he surveyed the interior decor and was pleasantly surprised to find it was a 24-hour Haidaleo restaurant. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery. Given Haidaleo's astounding daily patronage, there would undoubtedly be an abundance of food. While vegetables might not withstand the cold, meat products were less susceptible to freezing. In these times, the hearts of unscrupulous merchants were as dark as ever. How much zombie meat did ordinary people consume each year? Upon reflection, one could only marvel at the resilience of the Chinese populace's stomachs. The illumination was scant, and after taking only a few steps, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Zhou Chen retrieved a flashlight and spent 10 minutes locating the kitchen. As he pushed open the door, a haunting sight of a dozen frozen corpses greeted him. Judging by their attire, there were managers, chefs, cleaners, and predominantly, waitstaff. These souls were the night shift workers, ensnared within the establishment by the typhoon, ultimately succumbing to the cruel grip of frost. The plight of laborers knows no bounds. Zhou Chen examined the kitchen's condition. It was replete with an abundance of ingredients, their diversity obscured beneath a thick layer of ice. The vegetables were severely dehydrated, crumbling at the slightest touch. The meats, resilient against the cold, had transformed into genuine zombie fare due to the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Even as zombie meat, a mere platter taken from this bounty would be a coveted treasure sought by countless individuals. Diligently, Zhou Chen began to gather the provisions, ingredients, beverages, hot pot bases, seasonings, dishes, and utensils. He even spared no chair or table. While he was not inclined to consume these delicacies, opting instead for the gruesome zombie meat would be an exercise in masochism. Upon exiting the Haidaleo, the establishment lay completely stripped of its treasures. This floor was a veritable gastronomic paradise. After a thorough sweep, he amassed several tons of chicken, duck, fish, meat, frogs, shrimp, crab, and offal. Zhou Chen repeated his methodical gathering, not only taking food but also seizing tables, chairs, kitchenware, and even decorative items and tissues. Ascending to the upper level, he discovered a cinema. The supplies were scant. Beverages had frozen into solid blocks, snack packages had swollen, and the popcorn had rotted into a foul, liquid mess. Zhou Chen collected the beverages and snacks, ensuring not to overlook the 10 massage chairs in the relaxation area. He took the movie screen, high-quality speakers, and the seating from the audience area as well. In the future, there will be opportunities to create a home theater to pass the time. One floor above, there exists a gym, equipped with an array of professional fitness apparatus. Zhou Chen surveyed this level before preparing to relocate. He intended to visit the nearby Yingtai to see if there were any winter garments for children. The autistic child at home possessed only a single set of winter clothes, all of which were soiled. Upon arriving at the Yingtai department store, he entered through a shattered window, finding himself enveloped in darkness. Under the beam of his flashlight, The circular layout of the mall revealed an array of exquisite merchandise displayed in each shop front. Luxurious clothing, shoes, hats, and bags lay abandoned, devoid of interest. This floor was filled with summer and autumn attire, and as Zhou Chen gazed upon the splendidly fresh fabrics, memories of his past life flooded back. In merely 3 years of the apocalypse, he and everyone he encountered were reduced to tattered rags, resembling beggars. The relentless natural disasters left survivors exhausted from fleeing, their belongings discarded in the chaos. In the desperate search for resources, conflicts arose over survival, rendering even the finest garments into mere rags. When he succumbed to his injuries on the road, he wore nothing but a tattered t-shirt and a pair of torn jeans, devoid of even shoes. Reflecting on these memories sent a chill throughout his body. Regardless of whether the clothing was for men, women, or children, he resolved to collect it all. Though he may have no immediate use for it, in the future it could serve as valuable trade goods and a means to win hearts. Setting aside the external threats, within a mere Sakura community, violent gangs would certainly be prevalent. With resources in hand, there would always be those willing to act as his subservients. Zhou Chen scoured every floor, even collecting a substantial amount of bedding, until he finally found 2 brand stores for children's autumn and winter attire on the top floor. The quality of the clothing and shoes was quite commendable and sufficiently warm. He swept through like a cataclysmic whirlwind, leaving no trace in his wake. As the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, he realized he had been out for 8 hours. With such a prolonged absence, the others in the building must be anxiously awaiting his return. Without further delay, Zhou Chen swiftly donned his roller skates and hurried home. When he was still a kilometer away from the cherry blossom community, he sought refuge in a corner to pause. He retrieved a wooden plank and some rope from his space, constructing a rudimentary shelf to package some supplies before dragging them across the road. In Building 10, more and more individuals gathered at the ground floor, visibly agitated. The beastly gang had been expelled, and with the installation of 2 iron gates, the building's safety was momentarily assured. However, the lack of supplies could still spell starvation. Where could he be? Wasn't he instructed to search for resources nearby? What if something unfortunate had occurred? Lao Sun huffed and stomped his feet, equally anxious, yet he felt compelled to calm the crowd. Rest assured, he has returned safely before. Perhaps he has found a greater quantity of supplies and is simply delayed. A woman, wielding 2 watermelon knives, scoffed. What's the rush in this frigid weather? Even if Brother Zhou has roller skates, carrying supplies is still quite taxing. As darkness enveloped the sky, the world was plunged into utter blackness due to the power outage. As far as the eye can see, only a handful of residential buildings flicker with sporadic lights. Lao Sun retrieves a steel rod. I will check at the main entrance. At that moment, the intercom in his pocket crackles to life, followed by Zhou Chen's voice. Lao Sun, open the door and call everyone down to move the supplies. A surge of fervor ignites within everyone. This moment is one they have long awaited. Brother Zhou has returned, triumphant with supplies. The massive iron gate creaks open, and a beam of light pierces through the distance, undulating as it approaches. Bang! Zhou Chen makes a sharp turn, and the makeshift cart trailing behind him is propelled by inertia, crashing against the wall, spilling a multitude of packages. Everyone stands in stunned silence. My goodness, so many supplies? In the next moment, tears stream down their faces, their hearts brimming with gratitude for Zhou Chen. They had harbored concerns that their partnership was merely superficial, that Zhou Chen might see them as expendable. They feared his quest for supplies was nothing more than a facade. Yet, unexpectedly, how wonderful! They would not starve, neither would their wives and children. As long as they fought to survive, hope would remain. Chapter 34. 3 Women Creek. The iron gate closes and locks. Under the beam of the flashlight, Zhou Chen spots a formidable woman. Yang Sitian retrieves her winter coat, wielding 2 machetes as she approaches. Brother Zhou, Zhou Chen inquires, what brings you here? Yang Sitian's gaze is resolute. I cannot live off others' goodwill. I can certainly manage a shift on guard duty. Zhou Chen nods in acknowledgement, appreciating a woman who understands the importance of self-sufficiency. For he holds a deep respect for those who can stand on their own. The woman who willingly stepped forward as cannon fodder was someone he could never refuse. The neighboring souls, suffering from hunger and cold, eagerly began to open several packages. Upon discovering the bountiful supplies within, they could not restrain their exclamations of astonishment. My heavens! These provisions are exceedingly plentiful. Is this meat? I had merely hoped for something to eat, yet here I find meat. And children's clothing. Along with ointment for frostbite. My son's hands and feet are festering from frostbite. Now I need not worry any longer. Xiao Zhou, I am immensely grateful to you. Brother Zhou, you have worked so hard. Everyone can act, but Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. Everyone has been hungry for a day. Let us hasten to prepare these supplies. For now, given our limited circumstances, we must share a communal meal. When conditions improve, we shall discuss further arrangements. Although the neighbors appeared sincerely grateful at present, their appreciation stemmed solely from the provisions. Had he failed to bring back the supplies today, their expressions would have transformed entirely, perhaps even harboring thoughts of violence against him. A group of elated neighbors busily transported the goods upstairs. Brother Zhou, we heed your words. You have toiled outside all day. Please return home to rest. We shall bring the meal to you once it is prepared. Zhou Chen could hardly consume the meat of the undead. No need. I have eaten a few pieces of bread outside. I simply wish to sleep soundly now. The group of neighbors was ecstatic. In such frigid weather, Zhou Chen truly brought back provisions. Collaborating with him, it seemed, was not so unfavorable after all. Zhou Chen observed Yang Sitian standing motionless and remarked, "This time, I have brought back a considerable number of garments for women. You should take a share. Since you have decided to partake in the defense efforts, it is imperative that you do not dress too lightly." Although she had retrieved her winter clothing, the layers beneath were insufficient, leaving her shivering and her complexion a pallid mix of green and white. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." Having finally escaped the depths of despair, Yang Sitian adhered to Zhou Chen's guidance. She was acutely aware that the entire building operated under Zhou Chen's authority. Compliance would certainly ensure her share of sustenance. However, she also recognized the dire scarcity of resources, with no one inclined to support a burden. Zhou Chen was certainly not the type to tolerate freeloaders. This understanding motivated her to seize her blade and descend the stairs upon awakening. Furthermore, she needed to support Xiaoyan, compelling her to exert even greater effort. Upon returning to the top floor, Zhou Chen noticed the adjacent door swing open, and a crimson figure dashed forth. Are there enemies? Zhou Chen's senses heightened. Instinctively raising his machete, the red figure executed a kneeling slide, flawlessly clasping Zhou Chen's thigh. "Boss, please accept my humble submission." Zhou Chen remained silent, his machete still raised, gazing down at the woman clinging to his leg. Dressed in a vibrant red down jacket, beneath her fluffy hood was a face radiating youthful exuberance. "Qi-Ro? It's me, boss." The ground was too frigid for Qi-Ro to remain seated, so she hurriedly stood, her expression one of eager appeasement. Zhou Chen frowned. "Keep your distance from me." Qi-Ro promptly took 3 steps back, her legs trembling as she laughed ingratiatingly. "Boss, I have been waiting for you all day." Zhou Chen glanced towards the grand door behind her, where a stranger stood. "Is she your friend?" Qi-Ro, perceiving the displeasure in his eyes, quickly clarified, "No. I am quite reclusive and have few friends. Even if I had any, I wouldn't dare to bring them without your consent." The woman at the entrance hesitated for a few moments, braving the cold wind before stepping forward. "Zhou. Brother Zhou, I am Long Xiaoyan." Zhou Chen found her somewhat familiar, and upon noticing the nose ring adorning her face, he finally recalled, "You are the girl brought here by Zhang Li." She was the one involved in the altercation in the corridor, a girl with smoky makeup and an explosive hairstyle. Were it not for the nose ring she always wore, her now pristine visage and ponytail bore no resemblance to the rebellious girl she once was. The girl nodded, taking the initiative to explain, "Brother Zhou, please don't misunderstand. I had no idea that those scoundrels had harmed you in the past. My uncle manages the public fire department, and Suruoruo intentionally befriended me to gain favor. I have only known them for less than a month." At that moment, Yang Sitian rushed over with 2 garments in her arms, her joy quickly turning to concern as she sensed the tension. "Brother Zhou, Xiaoyan is not affiliated with Zhang Li and his group. They plotted against you several times, attempting to deceive you into opening the door to invade your home, but Xiaoyan was not involved in those schemes. When I was nearly frozen to death, she defied everyone's objections to save me. Brother Zhou, I assure you Xiaoyan is a good girl. I guarantee she won't be a burden to anyone. While she may not be skilled in fighting, she will certainly not be idle. I heard from Uncle's son that as long as we perform well, there will be rewards. Brother Zhou, I promise to give my best effort. Regardless of who wishes you harm, I will be the first to confront them. If all else fails, I will share half of my supplies with her. Please, I implore you, do not send her away." Yang Sitian's fervor grew as she spoke, and the young girl was deeply moved. The 2 close friends embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Zhou Chen, irked by the sight of women's tears, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Enough, your weeping gives me a headache." The 2 women hurriedly wiped their tear-streaked faces, casting anxious glances at Zhou Chen. He regarded the young girl with seriousness and said, You understand the current situation well. If you're not willing to engage in violence, then follow Old Son's arrangements and do what you can. No place can afford to sustain a mere leech. The young girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodding eagerly. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. All right, hurry back inside. In the next moment, a thought struck him. How are you staying here? Yang Sidian explained. We were originally staying on the 15th floor, squeezed in with those older ladies. But this afternoon Uncle Sun instructed us to move up here. Old Sun, inviting 3 young and beautiful girls to live in his home? If it were any other man, Zhou Chen would undoubtedly suspect ulterior motives, but Old Sunday. Chi-Rose stamped her feet, her nose reddening from the cold, and voluntarily explained why she stayed across from his house. Last night, hearing commotion, I intended to come over. But that group of ruffians on the 19th floor tried to break in, frightening me into staying indoors. This morning, I quietly moved in. Initially, they were reluctant to let me enter, but after I provided some supplies and learned that you had consented to my stay, they finally permitted my entry. Upon discovering that I majored in education, Uncle Sun arranged for me to reside at his home to care for the children. Considering the shortage of firewood, it seemed wasteful for just one person to keep warm, so he invited the 2 of them to join me, ensuring mutual support. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, a girl caring for children would undoubtedly be more attentive than a grown man. After sending off the 3 women, Zhou Chen stepped through the door. Having been out all day, the temperature inside was not as warm as usual. The large yellow dog was gnawing on a piece of firewood, attempting to shove it into the fireplace. Upon seeing its owner return, it immediately wagged its tail, seeking praise. Zhou Chen set down his backpack and tossed a bone. The large dog eagerly leaped to gnaw on it. Although the dog had been trained to add wood to the fire, its intelligence resembled that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, making the task of maintaining the fireplace's flames quite a challenge. He reached out to touch the little one's forehead and limbs. They were somewhat cool but not frostbitten. After ensuring there was enough firewood in the fireplace and properly disposing of the ashes, he lifted the child from the bed for a diaper change and heated a large cup of milk before attending to his own matters. He drew all the curtains in the house, retrieved another generator, and connected a water hose for hot water. The building was relatively secure, so there was no need for concealment. One should indulge in the comforts available. In such bitterly cold temperatures, many people cannot even access a sip of hot water, let alone the luxury of a warm bath, which remains a distant dream. Zhou Chen reclined in a tub brimming with hot water, relishing the soothing embrace of his bath. Chapter 35. Utterly wild. Everyone in Building 21 enjoys a feast. After luxuriating for an hour, he felt revitalized. The fatigue of the day melted away. It was time to reward his appetite after a long day's toil. With the conveniences of home, he busied himself for an hour and a half, culminating in an array of delectable dishes laid out on the table. There were braised pork, assorted braised fish, spicy prawns, steamed hairy crabs, taro, and milk-steamed ribs. A medley of vegetables, fish head and tofu soup, a fresh fruit salad, and a fine glass of red wine. As he indulged in the sumptuous feast, a large yellow dog, with a half-eaten bone in its mouth, approached, wagging its tail and circling its master in delight. Zhou Chen savored his meal with great satisfaction, while the neighbors below also enjoyed their share. Having endured hunger all day at home, they had anticipated simple fare such as instant noodles, bread, or steamed buns. Yet Zhou Chen surprised them by bringing back a bounty of meat. Lamb rolls, fatty beef slices, beef balls, duck blood, and sweet potato noodles simmered together in a pot, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat. The long-awaited flavors sent waves of excitement through those who had been deprived of such indulgence for far too long. The quantity was generous, enough to feed everyone for a day. They were full. They were satisfied. This was the finest meal they had enjoyed since the calamity struck. The men rejoiced, relieved that their wives and children would not go hungry. The women, too, were pleased, knowing that sacrificing their own portions was acceptable. But the children must never be starved, for the men, as the pillars of the family, must remain nourished. The children donned winter clothing and new shoes. Though the sizes were not quite right, the warmth they provided allowed them to venture out from under their blankets without hesitation. The children scampered about with their toys, quickly forming a lively group. The sound of their joyous laughter and the sight of their radiant smiles filled the parents' hearts with immense satisfaction. Lao Sun, holding a bowl, ladled some meat soup from the pot, which contained several slices of lamb and beef rolls, a piece of duck blood, and 2 beef balls. After a moment's thought, he used his spoon to fish out 1 meatball and tossed it back into the pot. A neighbor, of a similar age, noticed this and promptly exclaimed, "Lao San, why are you being so polite? We are grateful to Zhou Chen, but we are equally thankful to you. If it weren't for your efforts in finding us, we might have perished from hunger by now. You ought to indulge yourself a bit more." With that, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, pretending to assist Lao San in serving himself a larger portion of meat. Lao San waved his hand, saying, "No, I've had enough. I was thinking about that young man on the 6th floor." Everyone understood immediately. Lao San's heart was soft. Concern for the young man who couldn't bear to abandon his parents' remains. Perhaps he thought that since the supplies were brought back by Zhou Chen and were now shared among everyone, it was only right to offer the young man some food without taking too much for himself. A moment of silence ensued as everyone exchanged glances. Unsure of what to say, it was impossible not to have differing opinions. After all, if they could barely fill their own stomachs, who would care about another's survival? Lao San pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I will take a bowl down to him first and persuade him to join us. The more people we have, the greater our strength. If he still refuses, then there's nothing more we can do." Considering the current situation with the city sealed in ice and snow, it's truly commendable that Xiaozhou managed to bring back these supplies for everyone. With this line of reasoning, and taking into account Lao San's current standing, everyone naturally nodded in agreement. After Old Sun departed, everyone continued to feast, stuffing their mouths with morsels of meat, leaving them glistening with grease. Across from them, in Building 19, a gang of ruffians huddled on the 16th floor, peering out of the windows with glinting eyes, salivating profusely. Alas, the residents of Building 21 were indeed indulging in meat. Not only did each one have meat, but they each had 2 large bowls. It was utterly insane. Damn, I can't even manage a sip of soup. Hadn't Scarface claimed to have seized all the food? Scarface, who usually boasted with bravado, was now reduced to a pitiful wretch, fleeing to Building 10 seeking refuge with Brother Fei. What a worthless fool. "Boss, there's meat across the way. It must be that Zhou Chen brought it back from outside today. It surely must be him. Everyone saw him this morning." He sped away on his roller skates. On the sofa before the bonfire sat a middle-aged man adorned with a gem-encrusted ring, firmly pressing a woman's head down with his left hand. He grunted softly before pushing her away. The woman's face was obscured by her hair, making her features indistinguishable. She rose to spit into a trash bin, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. The middle-aged man fastened his pants and took a swig of warm liquor, his small eyes brimming with cunning. "Does anyone know Zhou Chen?" A dozen subordinates shook their heads, until one with green hair stepped forward. "I don't know Zhou Chen, but everyone knows Old Sunday. How about?" The middle-aged man straightened his posture and replied, "Tomorrow morning, you will seek out Old Sun and have him relay a message to Zhou Chen. Tell him that the Sakura gang is planning to deal with him. As long as he is willing to supply us with meat provisions, our 19th floor gang will not interfere in this matter. Otherwise." The green-haired individual received the task. "How much should we be supplied with daily?" The middle-aged man scoffed. "The more, the better, at least 10 pounds of meat." One of the younger subordinates expressed concern. "What if he refuses?" Before the middle-aged man could respond, a dozen of his companions erupted in curses. "Who does he think he is to even consider refusing? If he doesn't comply, we'll storm in with our knives." "Exactly. Does he think a solid iron door can deter us? We could strike now, even if we can't feast on meat. We could at least savor a pot of meat soup. Keep that in mind. I'm absolutely starving." As the group of subordinates grew increasingly animated, their thoughts of meat ignited a fervor to act immediately. "Pathetic." The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table. "What? Do you think following me means you'll go hungry?" Instantly, the subordinates fell silent, scrambling to appease him. "Look at your cowardly faces. They infuriate me." After scolding them a few more times, he finally tempered his temper. In the midst of their conversation, he suddenly noticed a woman standing nearby. "Why are you still here?" he questioned. Then, as a thought struck him, he grabbed a pack of instant noodles from the table and tossed it to the ground, as if shooing away a dog. The woman remained silent, quietly picking up the noodles before hastily departing. As she stepped out of the building, the cold air made her shiver, and she wrapped her coat tighter around herself while descending the stairs in darkness. Upon exiting the apartment building, she couldn't help but glance up, her heart aching as she gazed at the top floor across the way. The fireplace at the Zhou residence must be burning fiercely, she mused. Even though the window was obscured by curtains, a sliver of light managed to seep through. Could even his neighbors partake in meat? A beam of light suddenly illuminated her face, and Su Ruan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Zhang Li approached with a woman from the adjacent building, exclaiming, "What are you standing there for? Have you collected the supplies? Take them. In a fit of anger, Su Wanruan hurled the instant noodles at him and stormed away. Zhongli bent down to retrieve the noodles from the icy ground and hurried after her. What the hell is wrong with you? Being bullied by a guest? Didn't I tell you to be more docile and endure it? Just get through it. Endure your nonsense. Su Wanruan could no longer suppress the hatred within her and abruptly turned to slap Zhongli. Zhongli, already irritable, could not tolerate being struck by a woman. He retaliated with 2 swift slaps of his own. Kicking her to the ground, he forcefully grabbed her hair and scolded, "You wretched woman, are you tired of living? Do you still consider yourself a goddess pursued by men? When you were staring at Zhou Chen's house, were you hoping to return to him? Dream on. You are nothing but a worn-out shoe, so spread your legs and earn those supplies." Chapter 36, Sakura Gang? What a day. Chi-Ro, in a drowsy state, initially thought the knocking on the door was merely a figment of her dream. She was somewhat unaccustomed to the new bed and had grown used to sleeping alone, having moved here just yesterday to avoid freezing to death in her sleep. She was now sharing a bed with 2 other women, finally drifting off around 3 or 4 in the morning. Was someone knocking at the door? It seemed so. I shall go and take a look. Yang Sitian believed something had gone awry and hastily donned her clothing, grasping 2 watermelon knives as she approached the door. As the door swung open, she was met with the sight of Zhou Chen, clad in full battle gear, cradling a child swaddled like a ball in his arms. At his feet lay 2 bags, one large and one small, while behind him stood a child's bed alongside a heap of firewood. "Brother Zhou, where is Chi-Ro?" she inquired. "I'll go fetch her," he replied. 5 minutes later, Chi-Ro emerged, her hair disheveled, having just risen from her slumber. She trembled from the cold, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Wow, what an adorable little one!" Chi-Ro exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the small child. With a fair, delicate face and round, gleaming eyes, the fluffy hat only accentuated the child's charm. "Is he the grandson of Uncle Sun?" Zhou Chen handed the little one over, stating, "His name is Chuzakai. He has autism. If you take good care of him, I shall reward you handsomely." The child, placed in the arms of a stranger, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Zhou Chen tossed the 2 bags into the house, saying, "These contain his clothing and provisions. Ensure he does not get cold." Having nurtured the child for some time, he felt a twinge of affection, yet in this apocalyptic world, such sentimentality was a burden best severed promptly. In the future, he did not intend to take anyone with him when leaving the city. Chi-Ro quickly assured him, "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of the little darling." On the 15th floor, 2 weary neighbors, serving as guards, shivered while stifling yawns. Upon seeing Zhou Chen, their expressions instantly transformed into smiles. "Brother Zhou, are you heading out so early?" They hurriedly turned off the power and swung open the heavy iron gate. "Brother Zhou, take care," they called out. On the 8th floor, Old Sun was leading a few hapless neighbors in the grim task of transporting the corpses down the stairs. The bodies, already heavy, had become even more burdensome. Frozen and cold, Zhou Chen remarked, "Why complicate matters? We could simply throw them out of the window." The others, upon hearing this, realized the merit in his suggestion. Although respect for the deceased is customary, these individuals were nothing short of beasts. What was there to honor? Prompted by Zhou Chen's insight, the neighbors retreated into the apartment, opened the window, and discarded the bodies. The once tranquil community was abruptly disrupted by the thuds of heavy objects striking the ground. The frozen corpses shattered upon impact, scattering into gruesome fragments. Just as Zhou Chen had donned his ice skates, Old Sun hurried to catch up with him. "Xiao Zhou," he began, "last night we discussed the situation. With so many people in the building, it would be unwise for you to venture out alone in search of supplies. What if you encounter danger without anyone to assist you?" The consensus was clear. Today, instead of searching for food, Zhou Chen should seek warm clothing. Tomorrow, they could send a few individuals to accompany him. There is strength in numbers, and it would also alleviate his burden. Zhou Chen placed his thermal shoes into his backpack and adjusted the cotton hat atop his head. The calamity struck in August, and all the stores were filled with summer attire. Autumn clothing had yet to arrive, and winter garments were out of the question. What a jest! The hapless have developed their own survival instincts. Would they obediently remain as mere pawns? Even if found, they would not share. Old Sun sighed indeed. This wretched disaster has wreaked havoc. Zhou Chen replied, "My primary goal today is to gather firewood. The furniture in our building is nearly consumed." As the indoor warmth increased, the underlings became increasingly reluctant to brave the cold. With each passing day, the desire to venture outside diminished, leading them to naturally rely on him. Lao Sun nodded in agreement. Indeed, They had nearly exhausted all combustible materials. Zhou Chen waved his hand and, with a powerful push, soared into the air. In the few hundred meters towards the community gate, he moved as if propelled by a wheel of fire, his figure swift to the point of blurring the vision. This spectacle incited envy among those secretly observing, their teeth gnashing in frustration. Zhou Chen had ventured out again, and we must devise a plan to acquire his remarkable shoes. And his clothing. Without his warm attire, even with ice skates, he would hesitate to linger outdoors. Indeed, this lad had also gone out around the same time the previous day, returning only in the evening, miraculously unscathed and laden with several large bags of supplies. Fei Gu suggested waiting a couple more days to observe, and then we shall set an ambush at the gate. At Sakura Community, countless individuals waited in anticipation, and just as twilight began to descend, they finally caught sight of Zhou Chen's return. Initially, they could not see him, but the distant rumble was unmistakable. It resonated like the sound of a heavy truck gradually rolling over the road. The thunderous noise grew closer and louder, sending tremors through the very ground beneath them. Despite knowing they could not see him, many pressed their faces against the windows, peering out. What was that sound? Was rescue finally at hand? At -70 degrees. Could vehicles still operate? Of course, vehicles could not run. After spending a considerable time outdoors, Zhou Chen had managed to find 5 scales, securing them in a row with ropes. He extracted over 20 round logs from the space, securely binding them with rope before casting them aside. Initially, he had spent 3 days by the river, retrieving a considerable number of logs that floated downstream. The scale was equipped with 4 iron wheels at the bottom, allowing it to be effortlessly dragged even when laden with heavy objects. The thunderous sound echoed as the entire community witnessed Zhou Chen returning with the logs, inciting a wave of envy among the residents. In the bitter cold that persisted for over 20 days, the inhabitants wore every piece of clothing they could find. Yet without any heating materials, countless residents perished in their sleep. Ordinary families had burned nearly all their furniture for warmth. Violent gangs, engaging in rampant looting, quickly exhausted their stolen wooden furniture, compelling a group of residents to venture out in search of firewood, only to meet their demise in the freezing temperatures. With the harsh chill persisting, if no solution was found for acquiring firewood, it was inevitable that everyone would succumb to the frost. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen's return with such an abundance of logs for Building 21, jealousy overwhelmed the onlookers, their eyes glimmering red like those of rabbits. After the intercom crackled to life, Old Sun promptly gathered 10 individuals to assist at the entrance. In the dimly lit community, an undercurrent of tension surged. Fearing an ambush, all 11, including Old Sun, rushed to the rear to push with all their might. Thanks to the iron wheels of the scale, they swiftly made their way back to Building 21. Without hesitation, they hurriedly severed the ropes and diligently transported the logs indoors, ensuring not a single piece was left behind. As the heavy iron gate closed, a sense of relief washed over them, mingled with palpable excitement. Old Sun, flushed with exhilaration, exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, from where did you manage to drag back these logs?" Zhou Chen sat on a stool, changing his shoes, his face flushed and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. A person's strength is inherently limited. Despite having only dragged the load for a kilometer, it proved to be quite arduous. Yet, in his quest to convey the challenges he faced to his neighbors, he felt compelled to embellish the distance. He recalled a small private furniture factory on the outskirts and contemplated whether there was any remaining firewood, most of which had been swept away by the flood, though a few logs still clung to the ruins. This material, buoyant by nature, had not been trapped beneath the ice, yet relocating it was indeed cumbersome. Upon hearing that he had transported the wood from the suburbs, the neighbors' feelings became quite intricate. The journey was long, fraught with icy conditions, and Zhou Chen had undertaken it all alone. They knew they could not have accomplished such a feat themselves. A few among them felt a genuine stir of empathy, while others harbored unspoken thoughts, reluctant to reveal their sentiments. Within the entire building, only Zhou Chen could endure prolonged exposure to the outdoors. He possessed both the capability to procure supplies and the fortitude to endure hardship. In this dire situation, they truly relied on him. To think that those rascals on the 19th floor dared to target Zhou Chen. He would confront any who dared approach. One would face his wrath. 2 would confront a double dose of it. Zhou Chen was pleased with the neighbors' reactions. Whether their emotions were sincere or mere pretense mattered little, as long as they recognized his significance. Without him, they would surely succumb to starvation or freezing. From his backpack, Zhou Chen retrieved 2 bags of flour, Hauling the wood had proven too laborious, and the provisions he brought back were scant. He decided to distribute the flour so that everyone could enjoy a hearty meal together. The expressions on their faces were filled with profound gratitude. Xiao Zhou, I find myself at a loss for words. Brother Zhou, you are like a rebirth of my parents. Xiao Zhou I Laohu. Declare here today that if anyone dares to bring you harm, I shall swiftly eradicate that scoundrel. Upon hearing these words, which blur the line between sincerity and deceit, Zhou Chen naturally responded with a few perfunctory remarks. Perhaps a handful of sentiments were genuinely appreciative, yet he felt no pang of guilt within. His reserves were abundant, enough to circle the globe thrice. The resources he offered were not the finest. Yet, humanity is the most avaricious of creatures, initially showing too much kindness over time. The recipient comes to take it for granted. Their insatiable appetite grows, yearning to extract every last drop of blood from you. It was merely a collaboration. If these resources could simultaneously aid a portion of the neighbors who maintain their principles, then this partnership would indeed be mutually beneficial. Old Sun promptly took charge. Lao Hu, bring up the flour. Xiao Huang, go upstairs to find a saw. There are several axes in the fire safety cabinet above the 15th floor. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Chun. You two go retrieve them. We must work through the night to convert the logs into firewood. With everything arranged, Old Sun approached Zhou Chen, a troubled expression on his face. Xiao Zhou, after you left today, the owner of Building 19 sent a green-haired fellow over. They claim that the Sakura gang is preparing to deal with us. Zhou Chen was taken aback. What gang? Old Sun reiterated, the Sakura gang. Each of the other 29 buildings has an owner, and those 29 owners have formed a gang, calling themselves the Sakura gang. A smirk played at the corners of Zhou Chen's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. This was quite expected. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, smaller fish consume shrimp, and larger fish feast upon the smaller ones. The situation is dire not only in Sakura community, but also in other neighborhoods, reflecting a similar plight. Unlike Old Sun's concerns, Zhou Chen expresses his frustrations candidly. The incessant noise of saws cutting would echoed through Building 21 throughout the night, a sound that haunted the members of the Sakura gang, keeping them restless not from disturbance, but from envy. The sounds of lumber being sawed were not the only distraction. The residents of Buildings 18, 19, and 20 across the way were tantalized by the aroma of soup wafting through the air. It was not the ordinary scent of instant noodles or a mishmash of stale rice. Rather, it was the distinctive fragrance of authentic handmade noodles. As the freshly rolled noodles simmered in boiling water, the air became infused with the rich scent of wheat. The violent crew from these three buildings was irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma of barley, their noses pressed against the windows as they inhaled the fragrant air. With wide eyes, they watched the occupants of the 15th floor across from them, who were voraciously shoving noodles into their mouths. The joy of finishing a steaming bowl of noodles, followed by another of piping hot soup, was an unparalleled delight. Despite the considerable distance separating the buildings, they could clearly see the noodles on the chopsticks, long, wide, and white, resembling belts. The audacity! They are actually devouring the belt noodles from my hometown. How infuriating. They've already finished one bowl and are helping themselves to a second. Is this a joke? Even the women and children are consuming 2 bowls each, such a blatant squandering of resources. Is this not an extravagance? With such voracity, do they not fear going hungry tomorrow? How much supplies did Zhou Chen bring back? A middle-aged man, adorned with a gemstone ring, sits alone on the sofa, having swallowed countless times in anticipation. Get back here and sit properly, he commands. A group of younger men huddled at the window reluctantly gathers around the fire. The middle-aged man turns to the green-haired individual. Did you convey my message clearly to Old Sun today? The green-haired man immediately responds with a grin. Boss, rest assured. Everything has been made clear. Old Sun was so frightened, he nearly lost his footing. Huh? The middle-aged man snorts disdainfully, instinctively running his hand through his hair, once styled with gel, now merely slicked back with oil. Yet, this does not deter his air of superiority. My patience, Wang Dachui, is finite. I shall grant them 2 days. If by the 3rd day there is no meat, they shall witness my wrath. Instantly, the younger men shower him with flattery. Boss is formidable, truly worthy of our admiration. Across from them sit 3 young women, each more enchanting than the last, contemplating the possibilities ahead. One bald man interjects, Boss, didn't Feiga mention that our Sakura gang should present a united front? Will our actions not offend him? Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the ground, disdainfully exclaiming, What nonsense is this Sakura gang? What does it have to do with us? Those so-called leaders were merely the initial candidates for the building's owner, but I, Wang Dachui, am not one of them. If the Sakura gang could supply us with 10 pounds of meat daily, then we might consider uniting against a common foe. But they offer nothing, merely blathering on. As long as my brothers have meat to eat and wine to drink, we shall disregard their petty squabbles. Wang Dachui declared resolutely, I shall never be a pawn. The younger members raised their thumbs in approval. Our leader is magnificent. Our leader is wise. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Wang Dachui's eyes. However, the group across the way served as a reminder. Starting tomorrow, they would dismantle several large doors and barricade the ground floor, establishing a checkpoint. We must prevent anyone from coveting the meat Zhou Chen delivers to us nightly and sneaking in for an attack. The mere thought of meat sent the younger members into a frenzy of excitement. Only the bald man sitting at the periphery, with an expression of profound disdain, quietly began to contemplate his next move. From that night onward, the sounds of sawing echoed throughout the Sakura community for the next 2 nights. In the pitch-black darkness, the flickering flames from Building 21 revealed just how much firewood Zhou Chen had brought back. The tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air, tormenting everyone. The fierce wind scattered the scent, allowing all the residents of the community to catch a whiff. The inhabitants of Building 21 were living far too well. This was intolerable. The neighbors, under the control of a violent gang, had suffered yet another wave of deaths from hunger and cold. The desperate gang, running low on supplies, was now in a state of frantic disarray. Today, the residents of each building convened at Wang Dama's home in Building 10 to discuss strategies. Wang Dachui from Building 19 also attended, but simultaneously dispatched 4 individuals with green hair to Building 21 to inquire about the outcome. The 4 with green hair strode confidently to the iron gate of Building 21 and audaciously knocked on the door with a kitchen knife. A small aperture in the center of the gate opened, revealing a pair of eyes. The green-haired group arrogantly demanded, bring Zhou Chen down to respond. Suddenly, the iron gate swung open, and Lao Sun, accompanied by a throng of people, charged out. Their actions were remarkably swift. They burst forth, slashing wildly, and then whirled back inside in a flurry. The entire encounter lasted no more than 30 seconds. With a resounding thud, the heavy iron gate slammed shut, leaving behind 4 individuals sprawled in a pool of blood. The green-haired quartet had not been immediately slain, but they struggled to rise and retreat. They barely made it to the base of Building 19 before collapsing onto the icy ground, their eyes wide open, refusing to close. Within the confines of the iron gate, flames blazed fiercely, elevating the temperature inside. Warmth, only warmth. The neighbors, having just finished their grim task, gathered around the fire to roast potatoes and sweet potatoes, basking in a sense of overwhelming contentment. Brother Zhou was right. Those individuals were no good, and if they wished to acquire our resources, they ought to crawl over like dogs, begging for scraps. Umph, how dare they act so imperiously, barking orders as if they held any significance regardless. We possess this gate, and we need not fear such rabble. Even if the gate were breached, we could retreat to the 15th floor and show them something far more formidable. With the flick of a switch, a surge of electricity would obliterate a multitude. Though merely a few days have elapsed, our lives have markedly improved, thanks to Brother Zhou. Lao Sun, I have heard that Brother Zhou has discovered a new batch of mushroom spores. Shall we soon indulge in fresh mushrooms? This is undeniably exhilarating news that sparks anticipation in everyone present, all gazing expectantly at Lao Sunday. Lao Sun felt the weight of pressure. Young Zhou mentioned it yesterday, but what could it be? Is it arduous to retrieve them? Perhaps we should dispatch 2 individuals tomorrow to assist Brother Zhou, at worst. Each of us could contribute an article of clothing for these 2. Given that we have firewood for warmth indoors, it would not be an issue to forego a piece of clothing. Indeed, these are spores. Once planted, they will yield fresh mushrooms, and we can savor delicious mushroom soup. Enough talk. You are making me ravenous. Lao Sun's heart raced. Just a few days prior, these individuals were merely hoping for a morsel to eat. Yesterday, Zhou Chen had casually mentioned the spores, and upon being overheard, the news quickly spread, now occupying everyone's thoughts. As for the winter clothing, it had been stated earlier that it was out of season and thus unlocatable, yet it is being brought up again. Young Zhou is correct. One should not overindulge the dog. Lao Sun adopted a serious demeanor. Everyone, let us not get ahead of ourselves. Even if we manage to retrieve the spores, they must be maintained at a specific temperature for 24 hours to ensure growth. It is not a matter of a single day's effort. Zhou Chen exerted considerable effort merely to bring back those logs. Upon hearing this, the group acknowledged the validity of his reasoning. While they currently possess a fair amount of firewood, the consumption for heating and cooking is indeed significant. One cannot help but exclaim, "It is truly unimaginable that there would come a day when even a single piece of firewood becomes exceedingly precious." They are, of course, aware that Zhou Chen possesses 2 fireplaces, which burn incessantly, 24 hours a day. Wastefulness is inevitable. Yet, the firewood consumed was originally purchased by Zhou Chen himself, and the wood that everyone currently enjoys is also the result of Zhou Chen's arduous efforts to procure it. Who would dare to approach Zhou Chen and request him to conserve a portion of the firewood for the sake of cultivating mushrooms? What if they offend him and he refuses to cooperate? What would everyone eat then? Chapter 38. A group of pitiful souls awaiting their demise. What right do they have to discuss cooperation? Beneath Building 10, a throng of over 100 subordinates stood in disarray. Each faction operated independently, clutching their weapons, maintaining distance, and remaining ever vigilant against one another. Footsteps echoed from within the building, and Wang Dachui emerged first. The bald leader immediately approached him, inquiring, "Boss, how did the negotiations go?" "Bah." Wang Dachui spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the ground. A look of irritation etched on his face. "Negotiate? What a farce. A bunch of spineless fools want us to serve as cannon fodder. What? This cannot be allowed. They wish to avoid getting their hands dirty and expect us to charge in?" Wang Dachui let out a cold laugh. "We'll discuss this further later." As they neared Building 19, he finally asked, "What about green hair? How did they respond? When will they start supplying us with resources?" At his words, the expressions of the bald leader and the other subordinates turned grim. Green hair and his crew. Wang Dachui gazed at the 4 corpses on the ground, initially taken aback, then seething with rage. "Damn it, they even dare to kill my men. They are courting death." The moment the group laid eyes upon the lifeless forms of the 4 with green hair, a chill of horror swept over them. The residents of Building 21 were not to be trifled with. They were unwilling to cooperate, and outright refusal was the norm. Yet, someone had taken the audacious step of wielding a blade. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the heavy iron door was shut, as if nothing had transpired at all. Just when everyone anticipated that the leader would command action, Wang Dachui silently ascended the stairs, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment as they hurriedly followed suit. One of the younger members discreetly tugged at the shirt of the bald man, inquiring, "Brother Guang, what about the bodies of the green-haired ones?" The bald man shot him a frosty glance and retorted, "Do you wish to handle it? Then you may bury them yourself." The young man promptly fell silent, realizing the futility of digging graves in the frigid cold, where he might meet his own demise before the task was complete. Upon returning indoors, Wang Dachui violently overturned a table, exclaiming, "Damn it! Not a single person respects me. My men are butchered without a second thought, and they expect me to lead them to their doom, treating me as mere fodder." The younger members dared not utter a word. With scant firewood remaining, they huddled together, trembling in the cold. The bald man then spoke, "Boss, we are outsiders. The Sakura gang undoubtedly wishes to use us as cannon fodder. Yet there might still be potential for collaboration with Building 21. Wang Dachui fixed him with a piercing glare, demanding, "What do you mean?" The bald man continued, "You know the nature of the green-haired one. He was always boastful, claiming to be the greatest both above and below. It is likely he uttered some disparaging remarks in front of others, provoking their ire to the point of violence." Wang Dachui let out a cold snort. "So what? A bunch of weaklings targeted by the Sakura gang. I am willing to refrain from interfering in this matter for the sake of supplies. Having one less enemy should bring them some concealed joy. They should endure whatever harsh words come my way." The bald man fell silent, pondering if there was truly a path to survival by following such an arrogant individual. Wang Dachui's gaze turned fierce. "Baldy, you will lead the charge this time. Demand that they immediately surrender 1,000 pounds of firewood and 10 pounds of meat. If they cannot provide meat, they must substitute it with 30 pounds of grain. Otherwise, I will take matters into my own hands to ensure my own survival." The bald man descended with 2 companions. To avoid a fate akin to that of the green-haired one, they deliberately halted 10 meters away from the imposing iron gate, adopting a courteous demeanor. "Old son, our building master wishes to speak with your master." The iron gate creaked open slightly, revealing Old Son at the threshold, a roaring flame casting a warm glow behind him. The trio gazed at the fire, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. "Damn, it's infuriating how others have it so good." The residents of Building 21 can take turns keeping watch while basking in warmth around the clock. In the entire Sakura community, they are truly one of a kind. Just as the bald man was about to speak, Old Sun interjected, I am the building master. You are the master? Are your ears deaf? Do you have the final say here? I do not. The bald man was left speechless. Aren't you the master? If you don't have the final say, then who does? Old Sun remained unperturbed. In our building 21, it is naturally Zhou Chen who has the final say. The bald man comprehended that Lao Sun, the host, was merely a puppet. Very well, summon Zhou Chen down. Our host has something to say. Lao Sun's face darkened with fury. Huh, who do you think you are? And what of your host? Do you truly believe Zhou Chen can be summoned at your whim? The bald man's expression soured, and the two lackeys behind him bristled with anger. Son, you are courting death. Do you dare test me? I could end you right now. At that moment, several figures emerged behind Lao Sun, brandishing knives and axes, poised to strike at any moment. Recalling the fate of the green-haired quartet, the two lackeys promptly fell silent, retreating 2 steps in trepidation. The bald man felt a surge of anxiety, masking it with a forced smile. Lao Sun, there's no need for such hostility. We come not to cause trouble, but at the behest of our host to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Lao Sun scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. What qualifications do you possess to propose collaboration? You are on the brink of freezing and starving to death. Yet you still wish to act superior, merely a pitiful group awaiting demise. Stung by his words, the bald man's complexion turned ashen. He glanced at his 2 companions, then looked up at a window in Building 19 and surveyed the surrounding structures. Compared to the individuals from Building 21, were they not just a pathetic assembly awaiting their end? Lao Sun's cold laughter echoed. Zhou Chen has made it clear. If you wish to flaunt your bravado, do so elsewhere. Should you disagree, we can settle it with a fight. The fate of the green-haired ones shall be your own. The 3 men's expressions shifted drastically. Was there truly no room for negotiation? The bald man hastily remarked, Old Sun, you may not be aware, but the Sakura gang is. The Sakura gang is numerous and powerful. If they truly take action, there will be nothing left of us. I cannot believe that Zhou Chen and his group are not terrified. Old Sun interrupted him with an expression of disdain. What is the Sakura gang? Aren't they merely a pitiful bunch awaiting their demise? He waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a bothersome fly. Do not threaten us with that trash from the Sakura gang. If they have the courage, let them engage in a true battle. Whoever perishes is merely unfortunate. What does their numerical advantage matter? We can simply shut ourselves in and wait until they all perish. The bald man exclaimed. How can this be? You may have the patience to wait, but we cannot. The supplies in Building 19 can barely last a day. Tomorrow, we shall face hunger. The trash from the Sakura gang will not provide us with any food, as they aim to force us into being cannon fodder. If a conflict arises, we will either be slain by the people from Building 21 or eliminated by the opportunistic Sakura gang. Whoever takes action is a fool. Just as the bald man was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety, Old Sun let out a cold laugh. Zhou Chen had stated that the resources he could obtain were abundant, and he wouldn't even spare a morsel for them. However, he could still offer them an opportunity. If they sought resources, they must present a blood oath. Chapter 39. A song cool. Cool for you. The bald man had barely entered when he received a resounding slap. Wang Dachui erupted in fury. Are you a fool? In front of a cripple, you cower like that. How dare you insult us, claiming we are worse than dogs? Why don't you take a knife and plunge it into him? The green-haired individual boasts excessively, but I perceive you as nothing more than a coward. You, with a swift motion, plunge the knife deep into your adversary's abdomen, twisting the handle with force. Boss, one does not strike the face. Heed this in your next life. Wang Dachui collapsed onto the ground, instilling terror in the hearts of his subordinates. The 2 lackeys trailing behind the bald man, taken aback by the unfolding events, immediately retreated to a safe distance. You have slain the boss. The bald man crouched down, wiping the blade clean of blood upon the corpse, and with a fierce countenance, cursed. Shouldn't he be dead? How much supplies did we gather at the outset? We must conserve. Will it suffice for us brothers to endure for 2 months? Wang Dachui squandered 1/3 of our provisions on his indulgences. Did he ever consider our survival? How dare he strike my face? My mother has never even done that. Zhou Chen remained oblivious to these occurrences. At this moment, he was indulging in a feast at home. The space was abundant with semi-finished fresh delicacies, allowing him to choose his meal based on his whims. Today, he prepared squirrel fish, salt-edged shrimp, Sioux-style eel, braised ribbon fish, poached flower snails, white-cut chicken, oil-braised bamboo shoots, corn and rib soup, along with 2 platters of vegetables. He opened a bottle of Moutai, its texture smooth and delicate, crisp and refreshing, with a rich body and lingering aftertaste. Truly, it is a national treasure among spirits. The bean fragrance is prominent, and the aroma is rich and lasting. This drink is notorious for being purchased by those who do not drink, while those who partake do not buy. Zhou Chen had previously acquired several cases to gift others, and now his space stored tens of thousands of cases, a fact that would enviously haunt many a wine enthusiast. Just as he poured his second glass, a cacophony of harsh noises erupted from outside. The noise was piercing, causing an unsettling stir within the hearts of those who heard it. This was immediately followed by a crackling sound, as someone was testing the microphone. The volume of the speaker was so loud that it resonated throughout the entire community. Hello, 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 good afternoon, dear neighbors. I am Wan Baojia, the head of Building 10. We are currently facing challenging times, and as neighbors, we should unite to overcome these difficulties together, to better safeguard our collective interests. The Sakura Gang has been officially established. I am honored to accept the role of leader in these trying times. I assure you, I shall strive to procure more supplies for the remaining neighbors. Those who act selfishly, disregarding the welfare of others, are the true enemies of the people. Zhou Chen from Building 21, listen closely. According to reliable information, you not only have a fireplace for warmth, but also possess a considerable stockpile of supplies. You cannot be so self-serving. You should share all your resources with the community. As we all know, you are currently the only one in the entire community capable of venturing out to procure supplies. Thus, you bear the responsibility of providing for everyone's needs. Rest assured, the Sakura Gang values democracy. If you find this burdensome, we understand. In addition to your supplies, we kindly request that you surrender your outdoor equipment for equitable distribution by the gang. We shall promptly dispatch a team to collect the supplies, so please prepare them at your earliest convenience. Now, I invite 2 neighbor representatives to speak. The gathered members of the violent faction in Building 10 were grinning broadly, clearly pleased with the plan. Surely, the survivors from neighboring communities have heard this announcement? Without stepping outside, one can roast Zhou Chen over a fire. From this day forward, should Zhou Chen dare to venture out, he shall undoubtedly find himself ambushed. For the sake of his own safety, he has no choice but to capitulate to the Sakura Gang. The neighbors on the 21st floor, mere cannon fodder, are all visibly shaken. Old Sun and others grip their weapons tightly, positioned behind the iron gate in anticipation. The off-duty neighbors, trembling with fear, hasten down the stairs. The Sakura Gang has arrived, surely in considerable numbers. What if they cannot withstand the onslaught? Is retreating to the 15th floor truly a safe haven? Suddenly, a rustling sound emanates from the loudspeaker, followed by the voice of an elderly woman. Zhou Chen, the rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility. Now, the citizens of the entire city are enduring great hardship. As a citizen, you should fulfill your civic duty. Aiding your neighbors is a contribution to the nation. To refuse this contribution makes you a traitor to your country. Those who betray the nation will inevitably face repercussions from the organization, facing imprisonment and dragging down their descendants for 3 generations. In more severe cases, execution will be the fate. Consider your actions wisely. Zhou Chen tossed a chicken leg to the dogs. Everyone is familiar with Aunt Wang's voice from the neighborhood committee. Is that old hag still alive? Judging by her tone, it is filled with impotent rage, as she must be starving, her stomach pressed against her back. A group of ruthless beasts capable of murder and theft would hardly be inclined to waste precious resources on sustaining an old woman. A few moments later, a man's voice crackles through the loudspeaker. Zhou Chen recognizes this voice as that of his good brother, Zhongli. Zhou Chen, as old classmates. Your selfishness and disregard for our camaraderie is disheartening. While you may refuse to assist us, can you truly bear to witness our neighbors suffer and starve? Zhou Chen, you may choose to forsake old ties, yet we, your former classmates, cannot help but consider your well-being. Are you truly willing to jeopardize your freedom for mere sustenance? With your selfishness leading to the demise of so many, can you find peace within your conscience? In the stillness of midnight, do you not fear the wrath of those who may return as vengeful spirits? Zhou Chen, heed my words and willingly surrender the supplies. In times of hardship, we must share blessings and burdens alike. At the very least, it would allow for a restful night's sleep. The microphone returned to the hands of the Sakura Gang leader. Zhou Chen, our people are soon to arrive at your doorstep. Should the supplies remain undisclosed within 10 minutes, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. For the Sakura Gang acts in the interest of the community survivors. The intercom crackled with the anxious voice of old Sunday Xiao Shou. What shall we do now? A large group is approaching, estimated to be at least 40 to 50 strong. The ground floor will surely fall. Zhou Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue, responding calmly. Just hold your position at the door. If anyone attempts to betray our cause by opening the door to let them in, eliminate them without hesitation. Zhou Chen drew back the curtains and opened a small window. Below, a throng of beggars brandished their weapons, boasting audaciously, demanding, open the door, surrender the supplies, defeat the capitalists. Zhou Chen retrieved a wine sprayer and a large-capacity plastic water tank from his space, 5 tons of mineral water, which would fetch an exorbitant price during the sweltering season, were indeed a boon for this wretched crowd. He extended the retractable nozzle, opened a small window, and aimed at the throng below, unhesitatingly pressing the switch. A torrential downpour sprayed forth in a fan shape, cascading from above. The frigid rainwater drenched the heads, faces, and bodies of the 40 or so rioters, who momentarily froze in shock. After merely 3 seconds, they erupted into frantic screams, clutching their heads and fleeing in all directions. Soaked from head to toe, they found themselves in a veritable torture under the minus 70 degrees Celsius outdoor temperature. The rainwater, upon contact, transformed into ice-cold water, which then solidified into ice, resulting in several individuals freezing to death on the spot. "Ah, help, save me." The cacophony of cries was relentless. Those who could not escape met a grim fate, succumbing to the bitter cold. The swiftest among them either perished on the escape route or rushed into nearby buildings, freezing to death in the hallways. Only a scant fraction, less than 10%, managed to salvage their lives. Zhou Chen stowed away his equipment and busied himself. "So, you believe that playing the loudspeaker makes a difference? Can a mere $10 contraption rival the professional sound systems of a cinema?" Soon, survivors within a 2-kilometer radius centered around Sakura community heard someone speaking simultaneously. Zhou Chen's clear voice resonated in the ears of every listener. "Listen well, you scum of the Sakura gang. Stow away your hypocritical facades, if you wish to live. Then behave like dogs with your tails tucked." The robbery failed, resulting in the demise of dozens. Were they left trembling in fear? Allow me to dedicate the melancholic song Liang Liang to you all. Chapter 40. A Warning by Example Madman. Zhou Chen is undoubtedly a lunatic. Room 1101 of Building 10. The 29 leaders of the Sakura gang are all present here. Their faces are ashen, and the shock etched upon their expressions cannot conceal the profound terror within. Who among them has not stained their hands with blood? Yet, compared to Zhou Chen, their transgressions seem trivial. Silence precedes the storm. When he chooses to speak, it is with thunderous impact. Truly, the most ferocious dogs do not bark. With over 30 lives extinguished, he executed his grim task without so much as a blink. Among the few who survived, many bear varying degrees of frostbite. Some have lost their ears, others their fingers, and still others their toes. The Sakura gang, aside from their leaders, consists of merely 100 underlings. In just 5 minutes, Zhou Chen had decimated half of their combat capability. Shock, anger, trepidation, fear, and regret filled the air. The newly appointed bald leader, who replaced Wang Dachui, wore an expression of dazed bewilderment. Initially, he had no desire to become cannon fodder for the Sakura gang, but circumstances dictated otherwise. Witnessing the gang mobilizing with such fervor, he feared that should he abstain, this horde of savages would seize their supplies and turn to attack the 19th floor. Fortunately, the 2 subordinates he dispatched remained at the rear, untouched by the icy deluge. He had once believed that the Sakura gang would crush Zhou Chen with ease, akin to squashing an ant, but now he realized that Zhou Chen possessed formidable arrogance. Reflecting on Old Sun's words, he began to ponder whose life would serve as a testament to their allegiance. Stealthily observing the group of leaders before him, his gaze flitted between the gang leader Wan Baojia and the scarred individual. At that moment, the scarred man wore a grim expression, yet his heart brimmed with joy. A bunch of self-righteous fools who had previously mocked him as a lost dog were now faced with the consequences of their arrogance. How ironic that they were now being thoroughly dealt with by Zhou Chen. However, he had not anticipated the sheer ruthlessness of Zhou Chen's actions. The only reason he had survived that night was due to Zhou Chen's decision not to eradicate them entirely. A cautious leader inquired, "What shall we do now? Should we retaliate?" Wan Baojia slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming in anger, "Retaliation is inevitable, but not at this moment. We underestimated Zhou Chen. Before we act, we must devise a foolproof strategy." In the Sakura community, the song Liang Liang echoed incessantly within a 2-kilometer radius. The city had languished in silence for far too long. And now, with the sudden introduction of music, many survivors perked up their ears to listen. For a fleeting moment, It felt as though they had returned to a bygone era of peace and prosperity. The survivors from nearby communities, having learned of the recent fatalities in the Sakura community, formed their own factions. Upon seeing a swarm of thugs brandishing weapons charging towards a building, they believed that Zhou Chen, named over the loudspeaker, was surely doomed. Yet, the reversal was astonishingly swift. With a single-handed effort, he had claimed over 30 lives, exhibiting a decisive brutality. Word of his deeds spread rapidly, one telling another, until it reached the ears of more distant survivors. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. I was truly terrified just now. What is there to fear? The more who come, the easier they fall. The neighbors of Building 21, who had been paralyzed by fear merely 10 minutes ago, contemplating the option of surrendering, now stood tall, invigorated by their narrow escape. Two of them were particularly animated, completely immersed in a state of exhilaration. Old Sun discreetly cast a glance at the pair and instructed, "Do not rush back upstairs just yet. Remain here while I seek out Xiao Zhou and ascertain his plans." Upon encountering Zhou Chen, Old Sun raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "I am truly impressed. I initially thought we would have to retreat to the 15th floor today, but you have indeed found a solution." Zhou Chen glanced at the tightly shut door next door and inquired softly, "What about our neighbors?" Old Sun's expression darkened. "I can currently identify 2 individuals of concern. I had my suspicions about them. After all, they came here for resources, and it is only natural to be cautious when lives are at stake. However, today, had you not incapacitated that group of thugs, those 2 would surely have betrayed us by opening the door." Having just dispatched over 30 assailants, Zhou Chen's aura remained menacing. They cannot be allowed to remain. With that, Zhou Chen led Old Sun downstairs. Old Sun, taken aback, protested, "Is it necessary to act so hastily? Perhaps we should arrange for those 2 to take the lead in the next confrontation, or feign an assignment to divert their attention while we deal with them outside the community. To engage directly in front of everyone could incite panic," he cautioned. Zhou Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, replied dismissively, "There is no need for such complications." In the basement safety corridor, flames erupted sporadically, sending sparks into the air. The neighbors, huddled in a circle, sought warmth while engaging in conversation. With a mere glance from Zhou Chen, Old Sun promptly emerged from the corner. "Xiao Huang, Xiao Shun, come here for a moment. Xiao Zhou has a task for you." The 2 harbored no suspicions and, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, joyfully vacated their posts. Zhou Chen had previously mentioned that, in addition to fortifying the building, there would be other assignments. Accepting individual tasks would yield a substantial reward of supplies. As they approached, thoughts of the bountiful rewards filled their hearts with glee. However, just as they drew near, Zhou Chen and Old Sun's expressions turned menacing. One met a swift end by a cleaver to the throat, while the other was impaled by a sharp steel rod through his abdomen. The onlookers gathered around the fire were struck with shock. In an instant, they dispersed like startled birds, their faces etched with anxiety as they stared at Zhou Chen and Old Sunday. What had transpired? Why did they suddenly turn on their own? After a lengthy pause, Old Who finally regained his voice. "Old Sun, this." Old Sun wiped the blood from the steel rod with the torn edge of his garment, asserting, "Everyone, do not overthink it. Their deaths were well-deserved. Their allegiance was already wavering, and while they had been merely surviving, they harbored malicious intent, plotting to betray us by opening the door to let those marauders in. Had it not been for Xiao Zhou's decisive intervention, we might not have survived to retreat upstairs." At this, the group of onlookers shuddered. In truth, under the violent threats posed by the marauders, each had contemplated surrendering. No one wished for death. In the grip of such profound fear, any actions taken were entirely understandable. However, they had wives and children, and the mere thought of their loved ones falling into the hands of the Sakura gang compelled them to suppress their darker inclinations. Yet, what if Zhou Chen had not intervened? If the mob had stormed in, leaving them teetering on the brink of life and death, they would undoubtedly surrender their weapons. They feared not the pain of suffering, but the terror of death. The 2 neighbors, lying on the ground, lived solely for themselves, oblivious to the need for restraint. They were foolish enough to wear their innermost thoughts upon their faces. Old Who, swallowing hard, stammered, "Well, there is no need to kill them. We could simply drive them away and let them fend for themselves." Zhou Chen's icy gaze met his. Drive them away? Where would they go? In their desperation to survive, they would surely divulge every detail of this place to the Sakura gang. If the gang learns of the electrical defenses we have in place, will they fall for the same trap again? Only the dead can keep secrets. Upon hearing these words, the neighboring cowards fell silent. This was a secret they all shared. Two vibrant lives could be extinguished at a whim. Behind Zhou Chen's ruthless demeanor lay a lesson meant to deter others, a stark warning that anyone who dared to betray would meet the same fate as the two lifeless bodies beneath the ground. Zhou Chen scanned the crowd and issued a stern warning. I hope you all remember this. I, Zhou Chen, despise the treacherous backstabber above all else. Anyone who harbors thoughts of betrayal, regardless of who they are, will face death. Chapter 41. Ahead for 10 packs of instant noodles as the night passed. Zhou Chen's notorious reputation spread like wildfire. Within a radius of 10 miles, the survivors had swiftly learned of a man named Zhou Chen, deemed a lunatic in the Sakura community. Just how mad is he, you wonder? While others sought dominance and resources, boasting of their prowess after dispatching a few individuals, Zhou Chen stood unfazed in the face of 50 marauders threatening his life. With a single, formidable strike, he eliminated dozens, showcasing an unparalleled ferocity. As various factions began to conspire in secrecy, they all sought to recruit Zhou Chen into their ranks. The mere presence of such a powerful figure could instill fear and command respect. The Sakura gang, having suffered significant losses and lacking a decisive strategy, found themselves in a state of temporary retreat. Meanwhile, the once restless neighbors, after a period of reflection, began to gravitate towards a shared objective, survival. Who could ensure their existence? Zhou Chen. He fortified his building, rendering it an impregnable fortress. While the Sakura gang chose to refrain from provoking him, Zhou Chen, however, would not tolerate their existence. With a meticulous nature and a desire for retribution, he held on to grudges fiercely. Had it not been for the citywide blackout, which complicated his plans for revenge, he might have acted upon his animosity without delay. At dawn, the first act upon awakening was to unleash his voice through the speakers. A clarion call echoing 2 kilometers away. Attention! The Sakura gang and the Sakura community engages in murder and pillage, disregarding human life, coercing the innocent, and exhibiting a level of depravity unfit for beasts. They are to be eradicated. I, Zhou Chen, hereby offer a generous bounty. Regardless of whether you are a neighbor from this community or a valiant hero from external factions, anyone who successfully eliminates one of the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang shall receive 10 packets of instant noodles as a reward. Whether as an individual or a team, the reward for each head taken will increase cumulatively. For the demise of one individual, 10 packets of instant noodles will be exchanged. For 2, 25 packets. For 3, 40 packets. Should anyone or any team accumulate 10 kills, in addition to the corresponding quantity of instant noodles, I shall bestow an additional sack of 10 kilograms of flour and 10 kilograms of frozen meat. I warmly invite all to participate eagerly. I, Zhou Chen, solemnly promise that the materials will be dispensed on the spot, with no breach of contract. In an instant, the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang were seized by a paralyzing fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The more timid among them collapsed, leaving a puddle of liquid beneath them, while the most cowardly were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. This madman, Zhou Chen, how audacious to threaten their lives with a bounty. In the face of disaster, to barter for their heads with mere packets of instant noodles seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet now, amidst a world where survivors would draw weapons over a mere morsel of bread, it was a grim reality. Among these survivors were those who had resorted to cannibalism, brothers who turned on each other, and fiends who had slain their own parents. Without resources, starvation was inevitable. In such dire straits, 10 packets of instant noodles were indeed a princely sum, inciting countless survivors to flock toward this offer. The leaders of the Sakura gang were gripped by an unprecedented terror. Even the annihilation of over 30 henchmen by Zhou Chen yesterday did not inspire such dread as they feel now. For not only do the thugs outside the compound seek their demise, but the underlings within the Sakura gang have also become covetous. At this moment, each of them senses the Grim Reaper's beckoning. Ah, cease. Have mercy, you treacherous bastards, daring to betray me. What are you doing? No. Don't kill me. A mere 3 minutes after the bounty's announcement, porcine screams echoed from several buildings within the Sakura compound. Upon hearing these harrowing cries, wavering survivors from neighboring districts were galvanized into action, seizing their armaments and rushing towards the Sakura complex. Those survivors or gangs situated further afield, fearing they would miss out entirely, employed every means at their disposal to hasten towards their destination. Some pedaled bicycles, others propelled themselves on skateboards, while still others harnessed their mastiffs as makeshift sled dogs. One resourceful zookeeper even rode a gaunt Siberian tiger, galloping through the frozen wasteland. More distant survivors, taken aback by the swiftness of these actions, lamented their tardiness. They had only just begun to pull their winter garments, intending to distribute them among the strongest members of their gang to secure a share of the bounty. Now, they could only beat their breasts in frustration and regret. Kill, the bounty for the heads of the Sakura gang belongs to me. Juan Baojia, the leader of the Sakura gang, come forth and meet your demise. 10 packets of instant noodles, mine, all mine. I crave meat. Kill, hundreds of survivors wielding weapons resemble a pack of ravenous wolves, charging towards Sakura community from all directions. As more survivors arrive, their ragged appearance akin to beggars creates a scene reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. These survivors, each more ruthless than the last, brandish their weapons and howl. Upon entering the community, they rush into any building that catches their eye, kicking down doors and attacking anyone they encounter. When they fail to locate the building's master, they swiftly turn to the next. The master has already been slain by his own subordinates, who now face the same fate at the hands of their comrades, dragging the corpses to claim their rewards. In an instant, the Sakura community is overrun with frenzied marauders, the air filled with screams and wails. A blood-soaked bald man desperately flees towards the first floor of Building 21, clutching his injured abdomen with one hand while the other bears a severed head. Old son, open the door. I killed the master of Building 20. I'm here for the reward. Old Sunday. Brother son, I'm one of you. I beg you, open the door quickly. Suddenly, a blade thrusts into his back from behind. With a series of vicious stabs, the assailant's bloody belly spills out intestines, and after delivering more than 10 thrusts, they collapse together in a pool of blood. Boss, I avenged you. A pursuing accomplice curses in frustration. With a swift stroke, he severed the head of a bald man and hastily picked up another severed head, his steps towards the iron gate light and buoyant, as though he were racing towards a blissful paradise. Yet, scarcely had he taken a step when he was engulfed by a horde of savages. This band of marauders, having dispatched their gruesome task, dispersed, leaving behind 2 severed heads and a dismembered corpse. Nearby, another group of thugs turned back and, upon sighting the heads, brandished their weapons and charged at the initial group. In the ensuing chaos, the invaders in the residential area could no longer distinguish friend from foe. They struck at anyone within reach, their eyes glazed with bloodlust, fixated only on claiming a head to exchange for 10 packets of instant noodles. Whether the heads belonged to the 29 leaders of the Sakura gang had become utterly inconsequential. One by one, bodies crumpled to the ground, and upon the icy surface of Sakura community, blossoms of crimson emerged in a macabre display. Zhou Chen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his left hand in his pocket and his right cradling a red cup. 99, 103, 121, 125. Damn it, I can't count anymore. My eyes are blurring. Aunt Wong, hiding beneath the heap of corpses, feigned death until the ruffians had moved far enough away to dare escape. However, as she turned her head, she was met with the sight of a ferocious northeast tiger, saliva dripping from its maw. With a roar, the tiger lunged excitedly towards her. Chapter 42. I am the law. Ugh. Old Sun stood in the corridor, peering through the small window of the iron gate to tally the severed heads outside. With every head he counted, he could not suppress a wave of nausea. These were gruesome trophies, drenched in blood. The violence was overwhelming, the carnage unfathomable. In an era of peace, the sight of even a single severed head is a rarity for the ordinary person. However, before him lay a gruesome collection of 70 or 80. This band of marauders had descended into madness. Initially targeting the host, they soon swung their blades at anyone in sight. Some of the heads were not even from the residents of Sakura community, yet they displayed them indiscriminately, as if any human trophy would suffice. Each time a head belonging to the Sakura gang was confirmed, Old Sun would toss a packet of instant noodles out of the small window. The recipients of these bountiful rewards reveled in their fortune, but peril loomed ever closer. Surrounded by a pack of ravenous wolves, whether he could return alive with the supplies depended solely on his own prowess. Yet, this was no simple task. Some, having claimed their noodles, fled on foot, only to be pursued relentlessly by a throng of marauders. Before they could even escape the community gates, they were overtaken and slain on the ground. Others sought refuge in nearby buildings, but the relentless horde followed them inside, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of agony. A new wave of chaos erupted. Yet, none of this concerned Zhou Chen. To him, the marauders outside were merely enemies. The more that perished, the better. After distributing the last packet of noodles, Old Sun promptly shut the small window, severing his connection to the bloodshed and cries beyond. Old Hu and the other anxious neighbors were drenched in cold sweat, gripping their weapons tightly against the iron door, fearful of the marauders turning their attention towards them. Old Son, do you think these marauders will leave? They wondered. If they did not depart, was this not inviting disaster? The number of marauders far exceeded that of the Sakura gang. Old Son felt even more anxious than they did. He had been the one to distribute the bounty outside. At that moment, his legs weakened, and he sought a place to sit, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Do not panic. The resources of the Sakura gang have been completely seized by the marauders, leaving them here merely to await their demise. Xiao Zhou is stationed on the rooftop with a water gun. This band of ruffians dares to lay a hand on us. And the fate of the 30-odd who perished from the cold yesterday will be theirs as well. They are not foolish. After a brief respite, they will inevitably depart. Lao Sun's words ring true. In the wake of the latest turmoil, the ground is littered with corpses and scattered remnants of instant noodles. Those marauders who failed to gain anything have resorted to chopping furniture in the corridors for warmth, gradually vacating the premises within a few hours. Zhou Chen, fully armed, descended the stairs. At this moment, the glances of the neighboring cannon fodder had entirely shifted towards him. Eliminating the Sakura gang equates to neutralizing the most significant threat in the community. Now, within the entire Sakura neighborhood, Zhou Chen's word holds sway. Zhou Chen inquired, "Are there still 2 households in this building?" Lao Sun replied, "Originally there were 3, but the young man on the 6th floor left the day before yesterday. We could not persuade him to stay. Now, only 2 households remain, a couple on the 7th floor and your uncle on the 11th. Zhou Chen was taken aback. "My uncle? How have they managed to survive without any resources?" Lao Sun's expression turned peculiar. "Shall I take you to have a look?" Upon reaching the 11th floor, they found the door to Unit 1101 locked from the outside. Lao Sun produced a key, unlocking the door. Before pushing it open, he felt compelled to caution, "Well, Xiao Zhou, you should brace yourself." Zhou Chen nodded, having an inkling of what lay ahead. Pushing the door open, the disordered living room revealed no piece of furniture intact. The floor was strewn with the black ash remnants of a fire. Nearby lay a cold pot containing several bones that bore no resemblance to any animal. Old Son, wielding a pointed steel rod, surveyed the area before forcefully kicking open the door to the master bedroom, where 2 men huddled on a foul-smelling bed. Only the 2 men were present. There was no sign of Zhou Lily. It was then that Zhou Chen comprehended why Old Son had earlier referred to your uncle rather than your aunt. Upon seeing visitors, the famished father and son's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. In their extreme hunger, they yearned to rise and commit murder for sustenance. Yet they were so starved that they lacked the strength even to lift themselves from the bed. Old Son sighed. Lamenting, they first consumed the deceased pregnant woman and her fetus, and then they killed your aunt. Zhou Chen remained unperturbed. The bond he once had with his aunt had long been eroded to nothingness. Feeling sorrow was out of the question. A wretched gambler who had pilfered his parents' inheritance, swindled his brother and sister-in-law, and coerced his nephew into purchasing a home deserved such a fate. He could only wonder what despair engulfed her when she witnessed her husband and son brandishing a butcher's knife against her. Zhou Chen was disinclined to spare another glance at the father and son, dispose of them. With his command, the accompanying neighbors complied without question. The emaciated duo was forcibly dragged from the bed, their pleas falling on deaf ears. "No, you cannot do this. Zhou Chen, we are cousins." Helpless, the father and son were pulled from the house like 2 defeated dogs and unceremoniously cast into the snowy outdoors. After crawling on the ground for 2 minutes, they became 2 lifeless, cold corpses. At that moment, the residents of the 6th floor were summoned downstairs. The disheveled couple, upon seeing Zhou Chen, immediately adopted a fawning demeanor. Given the recent tumult, they had already discerned whom to ally with. Zhou Chen, with an impassive expression, stated, "You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings and vacate this building." The couple, taken aback, asked in astonishment, "Why?" Zhou Chen retorted with a cold laugh. "Why? You wish to reap the benefits of others' toil without contributing." The man replied, "No, we were merely fearful of retaliation from the scar-faced one. Although we did not lend a hand, we did not seize your resources either. Moreover, this is our residence. By what right do you expel us?" Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. "There are plenty of vacant units in this community. Will you leave on your own, or shall we compel you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lao Sun and a dozen others encircled them, each wielding gleaming weapons with menacing intent. Upon witnessing the dire situation, the woman, in a fit of despair, collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "Heaven above, Is there no law left? Zhou Chen found such displays from women particularly irksome. The sight of her throwing a tantrum conjured memories of his aunt, who, in her desperation, would sit on the factory floor, beating her thighs and cursing his lack of gratitude. That image was revolting. How foolish can one be? Even in the apocalypse, such antics persist? Zhou Chen kicked her down, declaring, "In this community, I am the law." With a mere glance from Sun, the expendable neighbors behind him surged forward, seizing the couple by their collars and ejecting them unceremoniously from the doorway, followed by a cascade of their belongings. It was a frigid wasteland, strewn with corpses. The couple gathered their possessions and frantically pounded on the door, pleading for re-entry. Inside the inferno-lit stairwell, Zhou Chen sat leisurely on a stool, extending his hands towards the blaze for warmth. A throng of subservient neighbors stood opposite him, none daring to sit, poised to obey his every command. Zhou Chen, with refined grace, rubbed his slender fingers together and decreed, "Summon all survivors to assist in corpse removal. Disobedience will result in immediate expulsion to fend for themselves. Everyone out. Assembled downstairs." The expendable neighbors, paired in twos, proceeded to rouse occupants from each building, their voices amplified and menacing. The improved rations of recent days had added some flesh to their frames, imbuing them with renewed vigor. Facing the emaciated survivors, they possessed a tenfold advantage in strength, which was reflected in their overbearing demeanor. Within half an hour, 45 survivors stood shivering in the snow. Divided into two groups, ordinary residents who had suffered under the Sakura gang's oppression and the gang's own low-ranking members. Zhou Chen, clad in pristine cold-weather gear, strode forth with imposing authority. His arrival prompted a woman from the survivor ranks to rush towards him. "Chun, save me." Yang Xitian reacted swiftly, grabbing the woman by her hair and delivering a retaliatory kick back into the group, a blow tinged with personal animosity. The woman, having fallen, struggled to regain her footing. As she attempted to approach Zhou Chen once more, a chilling watermelon knife was held against her neck. Yang Xitian issued a warning, "Try moving again." Su Ruo knelt on the ground, desperately extending her hands, her face pleading as she looked up at the strikingly handsome man. At that moment, she was in an even worse state than before. Her hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest, and her clothes were stained with dirt. Her face was gaunt, covered with a thin layer of yellowish skin from hunger, with sunken eyes and prominent cheekbones, rendering her worse off than a beggar on the street. "Aiken, it's me, Ruoruo. Can't you recognize me?" Zhang Li and a few others in the group were too frightened to lift their heads. Zhou Chen, however, did not spare them a glance and directly assigned Yang Xitian a task: select them out and throw them all out of the community. Yang Xitian, harboring a grudge, immediately set to work, dragging them out one by one. These individuals had nearly caused her demise. She would remember them even in ashes. Zhang Li, the scrawny monkey, Li Sisi, and several other women fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Brother Zhou, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Brother Zhou, I beg you not to cast me out. I do not wish to die. Aiken, I implore you not to be so ruthless. I can wash your clothes and cook for you. If you desire, I can bear your children, as many as you wish. Zhang Li crawled on his knees, reaching Zhou Chen, weeping profusely. Zhou Chen, no. Brother, I was wrong. It was all my fault. I beg you for another chance. I am willing to be your dog. Woof, woof, woof. The scrawny monkeys followed suit, crawling toward Zhou Chen, eager to lick his shoes. Brother Zhou, please grant me this one forgiveness. Treat me as you would a dog or a cat. I truly wish to live. Brother Zhou, I was blinded by greed. The 20,000 provided by that wretched Su Ruoren went untouched. I shall transfer the money to you now. I implore you, do not expel me. Brother Zhou, it was Zhang Li who instigated us to deceive you. I recognize my folly. With a mere word from you, I would gladly eliminate him. The one who wronged you is Chen Chang. I severed ties with him long ago, and he is no longer among the living. These matters bear no connection to me. Zhou Chen's face contorted in disgust as he kicked away the filthy hands reaching out. Witnessing these beasts kneeling in supplication filled him with repulsion. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. The expendable neighbors raised their sticks and blades, striking down upon these individuals with resounding blows, instilling terror in the remaining survivors whose legs trembled in fear. After subduing them, they dragged one by a leg, akin to hauling a beast, toward the community gate. A few, terrified of being cast out to freeze, clawed desperately at the snow, their nails tearing and drawing blood, leaving long trails of crimson in the snow. They were pulled from the community, dragged behind the enclosing wall, and encircled. As they beheld the faces twisted in hatred, a dreadful realization dawned upon them. What are you planning to do? Zhou Chen merely stated that they would be expelled from the community. He had not mentioned killing them. Yang Sitian raised a watermelon knife, and the expendable neighbors encircling her brandished their kitchen knives and clubs, all under the glaring sun. A glimmer of cold light flashed, blood splattered 3 feet away. Yang Sitian wiped the blood from her face and scoffed. Who says we will kill you? Just wait slowly for your demise. They turned to leave, leaving behind a scene of unimaginable horror. The snow was stained crimson, and severed limbs lay scattered across the ground. Those who had lost their arms and legs emitted anguished cries of terror. Su Wanwan struggled desperately, yearning to rise from the ground, longing to return to Zhou Chen's side. Yet, bereft of limbs, she resembled a limbless maggot, exerting every ounce of her strength to writhe helplessly, until she exhausted her final breath, staring vacantly at the sky. In her dying moments, she suddenly recalled many past events. Zhou Chen had treated her with utmost kindness, almost yielding to her every whim. Had she not been so ungrateful, how could she have been bartered like an object by Zhang Li for a mere pittance of resources? Zhou Chen cherished her, never once laying a hand on her. Yet, with Zhang Li, she was worth only a pack of instant noodles. She, along with Zhang Li and Li Sisi, were all the same. Now, their bodies lay in disarray, a grim testament to the price of greed. Zhou Chen, upon seeing the fresh bloodstains on Yang Sitian and her companions, deduced the fate that awaited Zhang Li and Su Wanwan. To expel someone was to sever their chance of survival. As for the manner of their demise, he remained indifferent. The enmity with these savage former classmates faded into oblivion at that moment. The survivors, trembling in the extreme cold, particularly the members of the Sakura gang, were filled with dread at the thought of being sent back to freeze to death, trembling even more violently. With a piercing gaze, Zhou Chen addressed the group, his voice leaving no room for dissent. From this day forward, I am the authority in the Cherry Blossom community. If you wish to survive, you will heed my commands and act accordingly. The 30-odd survivors dared not utter a breath. Zhou Chen gestured towards the corpses strewn on the ground, stating, everyone will work. Clear all the bodies from the community and dismantle the security doors to rebuild a perimeter wall. To avoid succumbing to the cold, take refuge in the stairwells every 10 minutes until I am satisfied. Furthermore, upon completing these tasks, both men and women will take turns guarding the front and rear gates. From the crowd, a woman hesitantly raised her hand. Zhou Chen pointed at her, saying, speak. The woman pushed through the throng, hastily smoothing her greasy bangs, and attempted a coquettish wink, seemingly convinced of her allure. Are we women also expected to carry corpses? Those are strenuous tasks. I can assist with mopping, laundry, and cooking. The others in the group regarded her with disdain, yet inwardly envied her. Beautiful women indeed possessed an advantage. Perhaps she would achieve her desires. Among the disheveled and grimy crowd, this woman was undeniably cleaner, with a bit more flesh on her face, naturally presenting the best overall appearance. However, to Zhou Chen, she was no different from a lunatic on the street. Zhou Chen directly instructed Old Sun, this woman's clothes are too clean, and she has flesh on her face, indicating she has fared better than the others. Assign her the dirtiest tasks, and if she fails to perform them adequately, she will be denied food. A woman, intent on leading a life of ease through her charm, suddenly lost her composure. No, 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 I am willing to carry the corpse. I shall carry it, I shall. Zhou Chen's expression turned icy. Since you are so fond of making decisions, once you leave the community, you may do as you please. No sooner had he spoken than Old Sun swiftly seized the woman, while 2 hapless neighbors moved in to escort her away. Amidst her desperate pleas, all the survivors trembled in fear, silently repeating to themselves, do not question, do not refute, keep any dissent to oneself. In short, whatever Zhou Chen decrees must be accepted. Chapter 44. The attitude of the hapless neighbors. Under the watchful eyes of the hapless neighbors, the survivors in the community toiled tirelessly throughout the afternoon. The task of carrying corpses outdoors was akin to a waking nightmare for them, with temperatures plummeting to -70 degrees and lacking adequate winter clothing. Even a few steps were a Herculean challenge. The corpses, already heavy, felt even more burdensome in their frozen state. It required 3 or 4 individuals to lift a single frozen body. After each few steps taken with the corpse, they would pause to catch their breath, timing their breaks to 10 minutes before hurriedly retreating into the warmth of the building. Otherwise, they risked becoming the next corpses to be carried out. Working under such frigid conditions, starved and shivering, without sufficient energy to sustain themselves, they felt their last remnants of strength ebbing away, hastening their demise. Many collapsed onto the ground, their gazes vacant as they stared at the falling snowflakes, experiencing a strange tranquility as if approaching death. Growl, growl. The sounds of hunger echoed, a constant reminder of their continued existence. As they caressed their emaciated bellies, a flicker of the will to survive reignited within them. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's insatiable hunger for sustenance. The gaze of some individuals was particularly fearsome. Their eyes gleamed with a ravenous light as they fixated on their companions, saliva pooling in their mouths, as if they might pounce upon a morsel of flesh at any moment. Were they contemplating cannibalism? The mere thought sent shivers down the spines of many, prompting them to scramble away as quickly as possible. Among the few survivors, famished to the brink of madness, a yearning arose as they observed the unsteady figures around them. After all, was not a person merely a source of nourishment? Stripped of their garments and roasted over an open flame, akin to a suckling pig, the flesh would gradually turn golden brown, sizzling as the fat rendered out. As the lifeless bodies were carried past, a chill ran down their spines. Dinner is served. A voice echoed, interrupting the sinister thoughts of some. Food? A meal? The notion was almost unfathomable. The survivors found it hard to believe they would not be treated as mere animals, receiving nothing more than a bucket of slop each day. Leading the way was Old Sun, flanked by 4 women, each carrying large buckets of food, with 2 others wielding sticks to maintain order. Dinner is served. Gather in the corridor of Building 1. The frantic survivors, reluctant to leave, followed Old Sun's procession, stepping in unison. Driven by instinct, they craned their necks to glimpse the contents of the buckets, which revealed a clear, white broth that bore no resemblance to slop. The air was infused with the enticing aroma of wheat. It was noodles. They instinctively inhaled deeply, savoring every fragrant note that permeated the atmosphere. It was delicious, exceedingly so. In the corridor of Building 1, over 30 survivors clutched filthy bowls, their eyes fixated on the 2 suspended pots above the fire. They incessantly swallowed, anticipation palpable in their gaze. Though merely a few hundred meters away, the broth had frozen solid on its journey here. Now, it required heating before it could be consumed. How much longer, brother Sun? It must be thawed by now. Surely we can eat. They were acutely aware that steaming noodles would be far more delectable and warming, yet their impatience was overwhelming. No need for brother Sun to utter a word. Others were quick to admonish them. What are you all rushing for? Are you starving to death? Wait a few more minutes, or will you perish from hunger? Whoever complains again will forfeit their portion to the rest. Thus, silence fell among them. Under the roaring flames, steam billowed from the pots, and soon, the long-awaited sound of boiling water filled the air. To hell with symphonies. This was the sweetest music in the world. In an instant, their restraint shattered, and they lunged forward in a frenzy. What are you doing? If you knock over the pots, can you afford to pay for it? Do you wish for death from hunger? 2 irritable neighbors, tasked with maintaining order, barked as they wielded sticks to strike at the throng. The first few to rush forward received several blows. Yet even under assault, their bodies instinctively pressed onward, their eyes locked on the food within the pots. Upon witnessing the situation, the 2 expendable neighbors resorted to decisive measures, wielding their sticks with increasing ferocity until the assailants were repelled. The milky broth, neither thick nor abundant in noodles, constituted the finest meal the survivors had experienced in a month. Each was presented with a generously filled bowl, the aroma tantalizingly wafting through the air. Prior to receiving the food, the Yonda gulped down both the soup and the bowl in one swift motion. Yet, once the sustenance was in their grasp, a profound sense of appreciation enveloped them. They inhaled the fragrance, took delicate sips, and closed their eyes in sheer ecstasy. With each sip, they savored the taste for several moments, unable to restrain the tears that cascaded down their cheeks. What was merely a bowl of the simplest vegetable noodle soup was something they had previously dismissed. Now, it had transformed into their most cherished nourishment. They sipped slowly, greedily extending their tongues to clean every last bit from the bottom of the bowl. Everyone longed for another serving, but the pot had been drained. Old Sun observed this scene with a twinge of sympathy. Having endured such prolonged hunger, consuming too much at once would be detrimental. As long as they remained obedient and stirred no trouble, there would be ample supplies for them in the future. On their return journey, the 2 expendable neighbors wore expressions of discontent. Old Sun should have simply cooked a few packets of instant noodles to placate them. Why waste such precious flour? One remarked. Indeed, It is a waste to feed these people our limited flour. The sentiments echoed among the 4 women who shared the same thoughts. Our resources are already painfully scarce. Perhaps it would be better for them to perish from hunger. A whole bag of flour. My heart aches at the thought. Exactly. These individuals are not even our neighbors. In my opinion, Lao Sun, you are simply too soft-hearted. Lao Sun's expression shifted slightly as he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. The voices of these 6 individuals likely represented the sentiments of the entire building, did they not? After merely enjoying a few days of peace, had they forgotten the harrowing experiences endured under the oppressive rule of the Scarred Man? Had the Dragon Slayer truly transformed into a malevolent dragon? Contemplating Zhou Chen's fearsome temperament, Lao Sun, motivated by goodwill, sought to offer a timely warning. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, he caught the distant sounds of a quarrel. The survivors had been uniformly relocated to Building 1, and the sole site of discord within the entire community was there. By the time Lao Sun returned to the top floor, he found Long Xiaoyun, who resided in his home, curled up on the ground, her hair disheveled, and her face marred by scratches. 3 women had already taken action against her, and now they stood with their hands on their hips, pointing fingers and hurling insults. Yang Sitian, in a fit of passion, was exchanging heated words, her fists clenched tightly, fearful that her impulsiveness might lead her to violence. Lao Sun inquired, "What is happening?" One of the women immediately erupted, her words spewing forth. "Lao Sun, we have tolerated her for far too long. She does nothing all day, merely living off our efforts. We have conferred and decided to cast her out to dispose of the corpses. If she refuses, then let her be thrown out of the community to die. It serves her right for squandering our resources." At that moment, leisurely footsteps echoed as a tall figure descended from the rooftop. Zhou Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, scoffed. "Since when did it become your prerogative to dictate matters here?" Upon hearing Zhou Chen's voice, the 3 women who had taken action trembled in fear. The neighbors, who had initially followed Old Sun with a sense of morbid curiosity, now stood in a subdued demeanor, their smiles retracted and their postures rigid. Zhou Chen had always treated them with kindness, providing them with resources and never exerting oppression. Yet, the haunting memories of his first act of violence, which claimed over 30 lives, his subsequent slitting of a throat, and the chilling incident where he orchestrated a bounty that eradicated the Sakura gang, along with numerous external thugs, loomed over them. 3 acts of brutality had resulted in more than 200 fatalities. Even the beasts of the Sakura gang had not displayed such audacity or savagery. They had anticipated that Zhou Chen would be tormented by sleepless nights in the days that followed. But to their astonishment, he remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged, even more jovial, as if he had merely slaughtered a couple of 100 chickens or ducks. The thought of this instilled a profound fear within them. One woman shivered, unable to meet Zhou Chen's gaze, stammering, "Brother Zhou, that was not our intention. Of course, in this community, your word is law." Another articulate woman, trembling, interjected, "Brother Zhou, we certainly did not mean to overstep. It's just that this Long Xiaoyan does nothing but consume our resources, living off us while casting flirtatious glances at our men." Zhou Chen interrupted coldly, "So you came here to stir trouble? Do you know where you are?" "This is my doorstep." The 3 women who had instigated the discord instantly recoiled, and the loquacious one hastily sealed her lips. Zhou Chen cast a piercing gaze upon Yang Sitian and urged her to speak. Yang Sitian's cheeks bore the marks of distress, although she was seething with indignation. She made a concerted effort to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she steadied her emotions and recounted the events with precision. Long Xiaoyan had never engaged in any laborious tasks throughout her life and was utterly ignorant of household chores. However, she was certainly not one to shirk her responsibilities. Though she could not cook, she single-handedly handled chopping wood, kindling fires, boiling water, and washing dishes. Previously, they had all washed dishes with hot water. But when it came time for Long Xiaoyan to do so, they insisted that boiling water was a waste of firewood and demanded she use cold water instead. Her hands became frostbitten, yet they continued to critique her incessantly. They whispered maliciously about me and Long Xiaoyan, claiming we were at the mercy of those brutes with scars, labeling us shameless and calling us sirens. Unable to find fault with me, they fixated on the desire to drive Long Xiaoyan away. Upon hearing these remarks, the 3 women glared at Yang Sitian with fury, their lips poised to retort, yet they were cowed into silence by Zhou Chen's sharp gaze. The 2 bystanders behind Old Sun exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions shifting as they listened to Yang Sitian's account and observed the reactions of those around her. Zhou Chen began to grasp the underlying motives. When one is well fed, one's thoughts may stray. A group of men in the building, upon encountering two young and beautiful girls, are inevitably prone to harboring certain thoughts. Given that these girls had been under the control of those brutes for some time, it was presumed that their virtue was compromised, leading these men to believe they might also exploit the situation. Can the odious tendencies of men truly be concealed from married women? Under one's very nose, engaging in covert actions, what woman could possibly endure such behavior? In times of peace, they would have long since returned to their maternal homes, cradling their children and proclaiming their desire for divorce. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, men have become their sole reliance. Zhou Chen's gaze shifted to old Sun, who appeared utterly bewildered. It was evident that he had no interest in matters pertaining to women. Zhou Chen, too, would not concern himself with such trifles. In this desolate world, could the squabbles among women hold more significance than a mere packet of instant noodles? However, to dare to create a disturbance at his doorstep was an affront that could not be dismissed lightly. It was, indeed, a slap in his face. Zhou Chen's expression darkened. I have evidently given you too much regard, allowing you to believe that I can be disregarded. The three women who had instigated the trouble felt a chill run through them. Zhou Chen turned to Old Sun. What do you propose? Old Sun replied. Perhaps we should penalize them by denying one meal, or better yet, two. What do you think? Yang Sitian, with a grave demeanor, interjected, there is another matter. Previously, when Uncle Sun was clandestinely rallying everyone, the Scarface group caught wind of it. Long Xiaoyan and I once overheard them discussing that the 13th and 14th floors were willing to act as their informants. However, that group of brutes has been wiped out, and we have been unable to find evidence until now, which is why we refrained from mentioning it. They just so happen to be from those two floors. Old Sun's heart raced. Is this truly the case? Yang Sitian raised her hand in oath. If I utter a single falsehood, may I be cursed to an ill fate. They were hastily expelling others. Was it not out of fear that we might uncover something, revealing their own guilt? Three women hurriedly defended themselves, vehemently denying their roles as spies, yet their evasive glances betrayed their unease. Zhou Chen turned to Old Sun, inquiring, as the host, how do you propose we handle this? Old Sun appeared troubled, stammering, This is not a trivial matter. Had they not launched a surprise attack that very night, we could only speculate on the dreadful events that might have ensued. Yet, due to their sudden assault, they caught the scar-faced gang off guard, driving them all away. The spies became nothing more than useless pawns. Zhou Chen then glanced at Yang Sitian, asking, if you were to take charge, what would you do? Instantly invigorated, Yang Sitian's demeanor chilled, resembling a cold-blooded creature. She gestured with a swift stroke across her neck, indicating a throat-cutting motion. While instigating conflict may be minor, the underlying threat must be eradicated. Zhou Chen remarked, what are you waiting for then? With a flash of dual blades, a spray of crimson splattered against the wall. One woman's trachea was severed, blood gushing forth like a torrent from an opened faucet. The other two women, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Old Sun and his 6 companions were equally taken aback by the gruesome scene. It unfolded far too abruptly. Yang Sitian, akin to a loyal hound, wielded her twin knives, dispatching one after another. In a mere minute, 3 lifeless bodies lay cold upon the ground. At this juncture, Zhou Chen posed another question. What comes next? Covered in blood, Yang Sitian, with a fierce expression, asserted, root out the threat to prevent future repercussions. With that, she gripped her blades and charged down the stairs. She not only charged forward herself, but also summoned the 2 men beside Old Sun, commanding, you two, follow me. Old Sun gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, then at the departing trio, and finally at the terrified onlookers, their legs trembling in fear. At that moment, he began to question the very essence of life itself. With a vacant expression, Old Sun fixed his gaze upon Zhou Chen and asked, Xiao Zhou, must it be this way? Even if they were willing to act as spies for Scarface, it was merely a means of survival. Their crime hardly warrants death. Zhou Chen countered, have you ever considered what might have transpired had the bounty never been issued, and Scarface had covertly contacted them, instructing them to secretly open 2 large gates on a certain night? Upon hearing this, Old Sun's heart raced with dread. Zhou Chen's reasoning was straightforward. Regardless of whether it stemmed from jealousy among women or personal vendettas, their private conflicts were of no concern to him. However, today, they were spies for Scarface, and tomorrow they could very well serve another faction. The city was not limited to just the Sakura community. There is no such thing as a thief who persists for 1,000 days without the possibility of being caught. Zhou Chen's gaze hardened. Old son, I am merely taking the initiative. Chapter 46, assigning you a deputy master. In the corridor lay the gruesome corpses of 3 couples. With the exception of Chiro, who was with her child, all the expendable neighbors had been gathered to witness the horror. In the biting cold, facing the gruesome fates of the deceased, each person trembled with increasing intensity. Some women could not suppress their nausea and covered their mouths to vomit. Zhou Chen sat on a chair, one leg crossed over the other, and declared, You all understand the causes of death for these 6 individuals, do you not? The expendable neighbors remained silent, too fearful to speak. Zhou Chen's expression was icy. I offer you a chance. If anyone here has ever promised to act as a spy for Scar, now is the time to step forward, and I shall overlook the past. Should the day come when you are exposed, the consequences need not be articulated by me. I, Zhou Chen, will not tolerate risking my life to procure supplies for your sustenance, only to be met with betrayal in return. Upon hearing these words, the expendables hastily proclaimed their innocence, vehemently denouncing the deceased as treacherous scoundrels. They lamented that had it not been for Zhou Chen's bounty leading to the demise of the Sakura gang, they might have been ambushed in their slumber by treasonous allies opening the Iron Gate in the dead of night. The mere thought sent chills down their spines, leaving them with lingering dread. Zhou Chen surveyed the crowd, scrutinizing the subtle expressions of the expendables, and they appeared genuinely untroubled. Following this incident, who among them would dare to collude with the outside world? At that moment, Old Sun had regained his composure and produced a small notebook. Xiao Zhou, I can assure you that the remaining individuals pose no threat. The 9 who follow me are the fiercest fighters. Zhou Chen glanced at the names inscribed in the notebook, though he hardly recognized any of them. Excellent. Zhou Chen rose to his feet. Good behavior deserves reward. Old Sun will treat everyone to an extra meal tonight. Upon hearing those words, excitement erupted among the crowd. Supplies were scarce, and for the sake of long-term planning, they had been rationing their food. Otherwise, they would not have been so distressed over the meager bag of flour from earlier that day, wishing fervently for the survival of the fellow survivors to be compromised. Aside from the meager meat soup from that night, they had not tasted flesh for several days. Tonight, there will certainly be a feast, undoubtedly featuring meat. The mere thought of indulging in long-forgotten savory delights has everyone salivating with anticipation. Zhou Chen declared, there are 3 matters to address. First, the management of the individuals in Building 1 is entrusted to you. The tasks I have assigned must be completed within a month. Second, I will appoint a deputy master. Starting today, Yang Sitian will assume the role of deputy master, assisting Lao Sun in managing relevant affairs. The group of auxiliary neighbors exchanged glances, a mixture of envy and jealousy evident among them. Yang Sitian was fearsome in her prowess, her strikes swift and decisive, akin to a cold-blooded predator devoid of emotion. However, they were not to be underestimated. They simply lacked her unwavering obedience, akin to that of a loyal hound. Perhaps this was the true reason Zhou Chen had elevated her position. Rather than a band of enforcers, Zhou Chen sought a fiercely loyal attack dog. Lao Sun appeared somewhat taken aback, yet felt no discomfort within. He recognized his own tendency toward compassion and understood the necessity of having a formidable presence to keep the neighbors in check. The third matter at hand was that he would be venturing out for several days, with an increasing number of survivors capable of outdoor activities for extended periods. He needed to seize the opportunity to gather supplies. Lagging behind could result in dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the auxiliary neighbors grew tense. Zhou Gu, is it truly necessary to be away for several days? Outdoor activities are inherently perilous, and if you tire or feel unwell, you won't have anyone to keep watch. One suggested, perhaps Lao Sunday. No, Lao Sun is not fit for such a task. It would be better to choose someone to accompany you. Such discussions were futile. Aside from Zhou Chen, anyone outside for even 30 minutes would likely meet their demise. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I have my roller skates. Even if you could accompany me, you would only hinder my speed. You merely need to safeguard the community. Should there be an invasion by external foes, retreat to the 15th floor without hesitation. Having conveyed this, he was suddenly reminded of something. Zhou Chen's gaze settled upon a group of women. Is there anyone among you skilled in garment making? Garment making? The women exchanged glances, perplexed. Do you require clothing to be sewn? They inquired. As homemakers, the art of sewing was a common skill among them. Zhou Chen shook his head, clarifying, I mean creating garments, thermal tops, socks. The temperature-regulating fabric lies dormant in my supplies. and my current attire has seen better days. It is high time I procured several new outfits. If no one here possessed such expertise, he could inquire with the survivors in building one. Unexpectedly, the disheveled Long Shaoan raised her hand slowly. I can do it. I studied fashion design and am quite capable of making clothes. However, I lack a sewing machine, and hand stitching can be rather time-consuming. Moreover, in this frigid weather, my hands have become severely chapped. Yet, she refrained from voicing her discomfort, fearing Zhou Chen might perceive her as inept, and she dreaded the possibility of being cast out. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened as he snapped his fingers. Please return to your room. I shall fetch the materials shortly. He gestured towards the ground, where a body lay. Old son, please take care of this, and also tend to the bloodstains at my doorstep. Old son promptly organized a group of men to move the body, while the women gathered mops and brushes. In no time, Zhou Chen handed tools, fabric, and sewing supplies to the young girl. She was taken aback, having anticipated the need for meticulous hand stitching, only to discover that the tools were abundantly provided. The bolts of fabric, though seemingly identical in hue and texture, reveal subtle distinctions upon closer inspection. This was her moment to shine. The young woman, brimming with confidence, declared, Zhou Ji, crafting thermal underwear and socks is a breeze, especially with a sewing machine. We'll just need to run a power cord, or rather, I can work downstairs. Zhou Chen promptly demurred, we'll have Sun install a line in here. The risk of exposing the fabric's secret to prying eyes and potentially igniting covetous desires among the neighbors was too great. Having painstakingly won over these expendable neighbors, he preferred to maintain a low profile. He gestured toward the fabric, offering careful instructions. Remember, do not intermingle these, and keep them out of sight from those downstairs. She swiftly cleared the table, laying down a pristine sheet. Methodically, she arranged her tools according to her accustomed order. Warming her frostbitten hands with her breath, she exclaimed, Zhou Ji, since you'll be away for a few days, I have an address you might want to check out. They used to stockpile furs there, and nothing beats fur for warmth. This piqued Zhou Chen's interest. With calamities continually arising, and having only survived 3 years in the apocalypse in his previous life, who knew what future disasters might unfold? Should tectonic shifts thrust the Arctic into the mainland, or should the interior submerge, forcing survivors to seek refuge on icy highlands, they would once again face extreme cold. With a long future ahead, the more supplies, the better. Chi-Ro, holding the toddler, stood nearby, joining in the excitement. Although there was a fire in the room, it was certainly not as effective as a fireplace. To avoid frostbite, the little girl had bundled herself up like a ball, her hands tucked away in the thick sleeves. Her cheeks rosy from the cold. Chi-Ro gazed longingly. If you bring back some fur, could you reward me with a fur coat? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow. Give me a reason. Upon hearing the opportunity, Chi-Ro perked up immediately. I am youthful and invincible. My beauty is like a flower, and I am obedient and skilled. Chapter 47. Traps? Not a single living soul spared. Clap, clap, clap. Zhou Chen applauded, rendered speechless by the comical girl. If you dare to speak so recklessly again, I shall punish you by making you chop firewood downstairs. Please, don't. I was wrong. Chi-Ro's spirit deflated instantly as she obediently ran back to the fire with the child to warm up. With the power still not connected, the young girl extended her frostbitten hands and began to thread a needle. However, it was too cold, and her trembling fingers struggled to find the eye of the needle. Zhou Chen pretended to rummage in his pocket, retrieving a box of frostbite ointment and placing a pair of cotton gloves on the table. The young girl was taken aback. Zhou Chen, with an impassive expression, remarked, completing tasks comes with rewards. I wouldn't want your hands to mar the fabric with blood, which would be rather unpleasant. Despite this, gazing at the 2 items on the table, the young girl was moved to tears. After all, being a young lady, who wouldn't desire a pair of beautiful hands? As soon as Zhou Chen left, Chi-Ro hurriedly embraced her bundle and moved closer to the fire. With a bright smile, he sincerely reassured, now you must feel more at ease. Once the big boss returns with more fabric, there will be plenty for you to busy yourself with, and your rewards will surely be abundant. Remember, do not forget those who helped you in times of prosperity. The following morning, Zhou Chen set off fully armed. He could not remain hidden forever. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain the source of his supplies, inevitably inviting suspicion. His skates glided swiftly beneath him, and within mere seconds, he burst through the community gates. Several binoculars locked onto him from various directions. As he followed his route, the local gangs began to stir. Zhou Chen soared across the ice, relishing the sensation of freedom and inhaling the crisp air. Ahead, a a figure emerged, raising a white flag from a distance. With sharp focus, Zhou Chen grasped the hammer secured at his waist. "Brother Zhou, don't be alarmed. I bear no weapons." The individual called out, believing that such words would compel Zhou Chen to halt. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a gust of wind swept past him. In an instant, the person was left behind, a fleeting silhouette in his periphery. Zhou Chen continued his sprint, encountering a dozen survivors along the 2-kilometer stretch, each brandishing a white flag and calling out to him. He was well aware of their intentions. Some sought to collaborate, others wished to align themselves with him, while a few harbored nefarious thoughts of seizing his gear. Despite the bounty posted, it attracted a throng of survivors from nearby communities. Though none ventured from those over a kilometer away, they dared not venture outdoors, fearing they might perish from the cold along the way. Zhou Chen was disinclined to have anyone rely on him. The group of cannon fodder residing in the building was already troublesome enough. He also had no desire to collaborate with others unless they possessed particularly valuable resources, in which case trade could be considered. As for those who wished him harm, the past served as a cautionary tale. He had no qualms about inviting them to a chilling baptism. Following the address provided by the little delinquent, Zhou Chen spent over an hour reaching his destination. This area was a wholesale clothing market, sprawling and not particularly short in height. At this moment, buildings below the 5th floor were engulfed in ice, with only the roofs of the 2nd floor standing resilient against the blizzard. The rooftops, cloaked in snow and ice, revealed only a small portion of glass windows, rendering the signs of each building invisible and obscuring the fur district entirely. But was this a problem? Certainly not. Having arrived, he resolved to thoroughly explore each building. After all, his space was exceptionally capacious. Zhou Chen seized a hammer and began to strike. Once finished, he took flight. The sound of shattering tempered glass echoed as ice and snow cascaded to the ground. After ensuring his safety, Zhou Chen exchanged his skates for sturdy shoes and approached the window to survey the area below. It was shrouded in darkness, with a few faint beams of light flickering weakly. He retrieved a flashlight from his space, illuminating the doors and corridors below, which remained intact and untouched by other survivors. The names of the shops, Big Barley, Treasure Basin, Love Attire, Trendy, Prosperity Era, Heartfelt Attire, were a delightful assortment. The frigid air seeped in, causing frost to instantly coat the walls flanking the passageway. The flashlight featured a clip design, allowing it to be affixed to a safety helmet. Liberating his hands, Zhou Chen promptly produced a climbing rope, securing one end to the iron framework of the glass window and harnessing himself with the other. The wholesale market's floors were expansive, featuring numerous corridors flanked by clothing stores on either side. While the garments here might not possess the refined quality of those in department stores, they boasted an exclusive selection of autumn and even winter apparel. Currently, this was a distinct advantage over the short-sleeved offerings in department stores. The clothing industry is characterized by its prescience, perpetually guiding consumer spending and seizing opportunities. As spring wanes, summer styles emerge. As summer fades, autumn collections debut. And before winter's arrival, down jackets are already available. Devoid of legal constraints, the sound of hammering reverberated. Initially, Zhou Chen meticulously searched each store. However, as time elapsed, he grew impatient and selective. His method of gathering supplies, reliant on physical contact, proved tiresome. Given the market's immensity and the abundance of goods, thoroughly searching each item would be an interminable task. Bang! A sudden, resounding crash immediately captured Zhou Chen's attention. The sound emanated from the darkness ahead, and if there were no gaps allowing the ingress of cold air, it indicated human intervention. Bang, bang, bang. Repeatedly, someone deliberately struck the ground. Was it a plea for help or a trap? Zhou Chen extinguished his flashlight and retreated into a store, seeking temporary refuge beneath a counter. Clutching the hammer in his right hand and unsheathing the machete from his belt with his left, he would not venture forth without first ascertaining the situation. The percussive sounds persisted, imbued with a sense of urgency. It was plausible that his sudden silence had aroused their concern, lest he abandon the location. "Is anyone there?" Zhou Chen inquired, promptly relocating to another shop under the cover of darkness. "Bang, bang, bang, help. I am a wholesaler trapped here for a long time. Have you got anything to eat? I have money. I can give you money." This time, the knocking grew more frantic, accompanied by feeble cries for assistance. Zhou Chen deliberated for a moment, then loudly responded, "I hear you. Don't worry, I'm coming right away." With these words, he activated his flashlight and sprinted back in the direction from which he came. Problematic. a month into the cataclysm, trapped without sustenance. Yet possessing the energy to strike a stick and speak? To merely cling to life would be a feat in itself. His footsteps resonated through the silent passage, growing fainter and fainter. Damn, that person ran. Pursue. A beam of light pierced the darkness. Several figures emerged from the shadows, swiftly pursuing Zhou Chen's trajectory. Zhou Chen deliberately amplified his footsteps on the upper floor, then stealthily returned to the corner below. Raising his weapon, he patiently awaited the arrival of his adversaries. Judging from the chaotic footfalls, he estimated the group to consist of 4 or 5 individuals. Any gang or team capable of dispatching several members simultaneously possessed considerable influence. In essence, they were all formidable adversaries. I heard him dash upstairs. I hastened to pursue. Zhou Chen held his breath tightly, raising the iron hammer high. In the fleeting moment when the first individual emerged, he struck down fiercely upon the opponent's head with a resounding thud. This blow was delivered with lethal intent. The man's body stiffened, and in the next instant, he collapsed to the ground, his cap flying off, revealing a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. Zhou Chen swiftly wielded his blade, dispatching another assailant, before swinging the hammer towards the head of a third, executing a swift kick that toppled a fourth. With the hammer in his right hand and the knife in his left, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, quick and brutal, manifesting his murderous aura with utter ferocity. In a mere 5 seconds, 3 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground. The last man, who had been kicked down, stared in shock at the corpses of his 3 comrades, only to be gripped by despair as he realized the assailant was advancing towards him. No, please don't kill me. His face was etched with terror as he dropped his weapon and scrambled to flee. Yet, just as he managed to rise, an iron hammer struck the back of his head with a decisive blow. Amidst the flickering beams of flashlights, Zhou Chen left no survivors. He lifted his right foot, stepping over a blood-soaked corpse. Chapter 48. I can save you, but what reward can you offer? In the pitch-black corridor, a woman's voice cried out for help. Zhou Chen, amidst his grim task of searching the bodies, felt a surge of alarm. Were there traps? Was anyone else present? Please. I beg you, save me, help me untie these ropes. I don't want to die here. The woman's sobs trembled, gradually escalating into heart-wrenching cries, sounding all too genuine. If this were a performance, it would merely indicate that this woman possessed remarkable talent. Zhou Chen gripped his weapon tightly, advancing toward the source of the weeping. His intention was not to offer salvation, but rather to extinguish a life. Once deceived by a woman was sufficient. Only by eliminating the threat could he secure his supplies with peace of mind. However, he was taken aback to discover that the individual before him was indeed a woman in dire need of rescue. Under the beam of the flashlight, her hands and feet were bound, her winter coat torn asunder, and her pants pulled down to her knees, trembling and squirming in fear. The woman, disheveled and disoriented, appeared to be in her mid-20s, possessing exquisite features that marked her as a striking beauty. Blinded by the flashlight, she had transitioned from fervently hoping for rescue to being overtaken by terror. Had she merely escaped one perilous den only to fall into another? With tears streaming down her face and her body shaking uncontrollably, she stammered, "If you wish to do as you please, then please spare my life." Zhou Chen retorted, "What nonsense." Setting aside any moral considerations, it had been a month of calamity. Without food or the luxury of cleanliness, even the most refined beauty had become unkempt. To him, what others deemed beautiful was no different from a deranged woman on the street. Approaching her, he crouched down. The woman instinctively recoiled, especially upon noticing the bloodied hammer in his grasp. At that moment, sheer terror rendered her spirit nearly lost. Zhou Chen did not untie her restraints. Instead, he inquired, "Are you the only one left here?" Her trembling intensified as she nodded obediently. Zhou Chen continued, "I may consider rescuing you, but I shall not do so without compensation. What supplies can you offer me in return?" She looked around at the clothing surrounding them, replying, "Isn't there enough material here?" Zhou Chen's tone hardened. "These supplies were originally mine." "Woman, how domineering. Under this roof, one must lower their head." The woman trembled slightly, gesturing towards a nearby backpack. I have a piece of genuine animal hide in my bag." Upon uttering this, she instinctively began to explain in a flustered manner, "Please don't misunderstand. This has been passed down in my family for 5 generations. It is absolutely not an illegal acquisition. This is a serious matter. Our country has a comprehensive criminal code. Even though societal order may be chaotic, deep down she still harbored a respect for the law." Zhou Chen opened the bag, and indeed, there lay a genuine piece of animal hide. No wonder she appeared so anxious. It was the skin of a tiger, a critically endangered species in our nation. Zhou Chen unfolded it, revealing a complete tiger skin. Its fur was lustrous, with a honey-yellow base adorned with deep brown stripes, thick, soft, and smooth, radiating warmth to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the tiger skin indeed bore a sense of age. Her claim of it being a family heirloom seemed credible. However, whether it truly belonged to her family was another question. This was a priceless item that wealth alone could not procure. He tossed the tiger skin onto the sofa and settled down himself, instantly elevating the ambience. Zhou Chen was exceedingly pleased with this reward. As he stuffed the tiger skin into his own backpack, the woman, bound and helpless, felt a pang of anguish. After collecting his payment, Zhou Chen finally cut the ropes. The woman cooperated eagerly, regaining her freedom, hastily pulling up her pants and turning to fasten her clothing. Zhou Chen began surveying the conditions of the shop. The floor was strewn with over 20 plastic bags, and aside from a few cigarette butts, there were remnants of instant noodle and biscuit packaging scattered about. The oversized black pockets, with their remarkable capacity, have become a prevalent trend in the fashion industry. Each pocket is stuffed to the brim, and upon casually opening one, several faux fur coats are revealed. Opening a few more pockets, one finds them all filled with similar garments. Although these coats are made from synthetic fur, they possess commendable warmth. A rough estimate suggests there are over 200 pieces. Zhou Chen exclaims in admiration. The four assailants had entered the building before him, driven by a singular purpose, to gather fur resources. It remains a mystery how this woman fell into their clutches. However, it is certain that just as the assailants intended to commit an unspeakable act against her, Zhou Chen's arrival disrupted their nefarious plans. In a market so vast, how curious that they all chose to converge upon the same building. Perhaps it is fate. With the intrusion of an outsider, the assailants had no choice but to bind the woman and lurk in the shadows for some time. Upon confirming he was alone, they initially intended to take advantage of their numbers, only to be outmaneuvered and defeated. What foolishness! Zhou Chen could not help but curse. Surviving the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees is a stroke of fortune. How unfortunate that they display such disregard for their own lives. Having acquired the finest resources in this building, they should have either retreated swiftly or avoided confrontation altogether. Were it not for the assailants' ill intentions, Zhou Chen might have considered vacating the premises for his own safety. Nonetheless, it is fortuitous that these resources ultimately benefited him. Zhou Chen hurriedly stowed the furs away, urging, "Why are you still here?" The woman, standing motionless, slowly lifted her empty bag. Then, hesitantly gazing at Zhou Chen, she inquired, "Brother, do I still have a chance to redeem my family's ancestral beast skin?" Zhou Chen, exuding an air of authority without anger, retorted, "Are you coveting my possessions? Do you wish for your demise?" The woman, instantly alarmed, took a few steps back, her heart heavy with sorrow, reflecting, "My father was right. My family truly fell due to my actions." Zhou Chen, unwilling to endure her tear-streaked visage, declared, "I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I shall not hesitate to take another life." The woman shivered with fear, swiftly circumventing Zhou Chen and fleeing the store, inadvertently knocking over a trash can in her panic. The building fell into a profound silence. Zhou Chen collected the fur pouch from the ground and effortlessly gathered all the items in the store. In the absence of legal constraints, he wielded his hammer with fervor, working industriously. By the time he completed the collection on that floor, it was already 1 p.m. Zhou Chen took a moment to replenish his energy. In this new life, his principle was to never allow himself to suffer loss. He kindled a fire, suspended a pot, and prepared a steaming bowl of tofu and fish head soup, along with a seared steak for himself. After a well-deserved respite, he ascended to the next floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he casually swept his flashlight around. The illuminated items caused even this robust man to blush and his heart to race. He swept the flashlight once more, revealing a treasure trove reminiscent of Victoria's Secret. An array of enticing styles dazzled his eyes. Zhou Chen instinctively felt the urge to retreat, finding the situation somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, these materials appeared utterly useless to him. Were they truly of no value? Are you certain? The black stockings adorning the model seemed to animate her legs with a will of their own, fixed in place, motionless. Deep within, a voice appeared to question, mock, and tempt her. Zhou Chen scoffed, "Huh? Women, I have no interest." As the sun dipped below the horizon, he crawled out of the window, his expression somewhat unnatural. Behind him lay an emptied building. Chapter 49. What is hell? I am hell. The biting wind carried a light snow. A woman tugged at the scarf around her neck, peering cautiously from behind the icy ruins. She watched intently as Zhou Chen approached another building, decisively swinging a hammer to shatter the window. With nightfall approaching, was he not returning home? How could he know where his home lay? How could she reclaim the precious beast's skin, a treasured heirloom of her family? In the dead of night, as Zhou Chen slept in his makeshift tent, he caught a whiff of acrid smoke. His hastily erected shelter afforded him a view of the building's window, through which he clearly saw flames raging outside. Amidst the thick smoke, people emerged, covering their mouths and noses as they fled. Zhou Chen quickly donned his coat and approached the window with caution. Coughing, he observed survivors escaping the inferno, their faces smeared with soot, kneeling on the icy ground as tears streamed down their cheeks. Turning back, he realized the fire had consumed the entire building. What a close call. He was surely exposed. The woman, in a panic, glanced toward the opposite building. In the glow of the roaring flames, a tall figure emerged. Zhou Chen stepped through the window, wielding a hammer, stained with dark red splotches. The woman scrambled to her feet and fled. While running, she fearfully explained, "I am not stalking you. I am merely gathering supplies." In less than 5 seconds, Zhou Chen, with his long legs, caught up to her. Realizing escape was futile, the woman crouched down, covering her head, pleading, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Zhou Chen halted before her, his sharp gaze brimming with menace. "This is of your own making." Sensing the imminent peril, the woman fell to her knees, exclaiming, "I beg you. I truly never intended to harm you. That pelt is a cherished heirloom of my family. I simply couldn't bear to part with it. I only wish to learn where you reside, hoping to find other supplies to trade for it. My family is gone. I merely seek to retain a memory. Please, do not kill me, do not kill me." As she wept and repeatedly bowed in supplication, a group of 6 survivors, resembling beggars, swaggered into view. Each held a weapon, their clothing insufficiently warm. Upon their arrival, they gravitated towards the burning building, energized by the flames. Their eyes glimmered with greed as they beheld the 2 living souls illuminated by the firelight. A short man eagerly swallowed, saying, "Brother, see. I told you there was a woman here." The leader, a tall figure, laughed heartily. What a beautiful maiden. They had gone several days without food and had initially planned to toy with the woman before ultimately slaughtering her for sustenance. However, with the addition of a man, such considerations were rendered moot. The men slaughtered their prey for sustenance, leaving the women to be toyed with at leisure. The towering ruffian at the helm brandished his weapon with deliberate menace, accompanied by a lascivious grin. "Fear not, my dear beauty, for your protector is here," he leered. His cohorts followed suit, brandishing their arms with brazen arrogance. "Leave this wretched creature to us, brother." The woman stood in shock. Wretched creature? Do these fiends truly regard us as mere livestock? Have they no humanity left? Faced with these 6 demons, she mused that it might be preferable to meet a swift end at the hands of the man before her. Zhou Chen's countenance darkened ominously. "Consider yourself fortunate. A more despicable scourge has emerged." After uttering this, he turned, flexing his wrists and cracking his neck. The 6 ruffians paused, then erupted into laughter. "Brother, this mere wretch dares to defy us. Just wait until we sever his limbs. He will tremble in fear. I have an idea. Unless he bows and calls us father, we shall not grant him a swift demise." "Excellent suggestion. Let us first douse him with our urine. Why not gouge out his eyes, slice his kidneys, and dangle him on the brink of death, cooking his flesh before his very eyes to terrify him into madness? Indeed, let him experience the depths of hell." Zhou Chen did not turn back, issuing a stern warning to the woman. "Are you not yet gone? Would you prefer I deliver the first blow?" At last, the woman regained her senses, her limbs stiff, and after several attempts, she managed to rise from the ground. Thereupon, he fled without a backward glance. Seeing the woman's escape, the thugs immediately split their forces in pursuit. Zhou Chen stepped forward, proclaiming, "You insignificant rabble. Did I grant you leave to depart?" The lead thug scoffed, "Quickly dispatch him, lest our beauty abscond." In recent times, they had felled no fewer than 8 or 10 souls. Even the mightiest would succumb to their 6-man assault. In such dire straits, a mere graze from their blades meant certain demise. "Kill him." Beneath the fiery glow, the 6 brutes charged forth, brandishing their respective knives and iron bars. Zhou Chen, unperturbed, reinserted his hammer into his belt and retrieved a high-pressure water gun from his spatial storage. The onrushing thugs instinctively slammed on the brakes. Upon recognizing the water gun, they erupted in uproarious laughter. "Good heavens, you nearly scared me to death. I thought he was pulling out a real gun." But it's just a water pistol. Ha ha ha, is he daft? Using a water gun against us. This fellow must be mentally deficient. How could a water gun possibly? Wait, a water gun? A high-pressure one at that? Damn. In sub-zero temperatures of 70 degrees, being struck by a high-pressure water gun is a death sentence. The thugs realized their peril and attempted to flee. Zhou Chen activated the switch, and a jet of water, as thick as a child's arm, gushed forth. Each of the 6 thugs was struck full in the face by the frigid torrent. Subsequently, they were drenched from head to toe, resembling drowned rats. Nay, the frigid water congealed into ice, and the sodden, icy garments clung tightly to their skin, instantly evoking a sensation akin to being subjected to the agonizing torment of dismemberment. The thugs, their movements now sluggish, succumbed one after another, collapsing to the ground in anguished convulsions and lamentations. Amidst his struggles, the diminutive thug recalled the conflagration behind him, and with an intense yearning for warmth, he lurched towards the inferno. In a fleeting instant, he was transformed into a human torch, his cries of agony escalating in intensity. Other thugs, equally desperate to crawl towards the blaze, watched the spectacle unfold with abject terror. The sound of measured footsteps echoed from behind. The thugs turned back in trepidation, their eyes fixated on the towering figure as he advanced towards them, a blood-stained hammer clutched in his hand. No. Spare me. Have mercy on us. They pleaded, their rigid limbs incapable of movement. To salvage their lives, they could only beseech him to spare their wretched existence. Zhou Chen approached, and with a swift motion, the hammer descended. Thud, the sound of shattering bones resonated with stark clarity, sending shivers down the spine. Two-legged mutton? Demand I call you father? Gouge out my eyes. Harvest my kidneys? And you dared to fantasize about stir-fried kidneys? What is hell? I am hell incarnate. Zhou Chen's countenance was frighteningly somber, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of the underworld. He raised the hammer, each question punctuated by a forceful blow, and with each strike, he exerted his full strength. Thud, 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 the hand and leg bones of all 5 thugs were pulverized. But it was not over yet. Zhou Chen, like a macabre puppeteer dragging lifeless hounds, hauled the 5 thugs one by one towards the burning edifice. The searing heat of the inferno swiftly dispelled the chill that enveloped the bodies of the rioters, their frozen forms gradually regaining sensation. Yet the true agony was only just beginning. The flames radiated warmth, while the ground remained frigid. The severed limbs throbbed with excruciating pain, a torment more harrowing than death itself. Utterly forsaken, they cried out to the heavens, only to be met with silence from the earth. Throughout the night, the air was filled with their unbearable wails of suffering. We, the blasting gang, shall not spare you. Nearby, some survivors seeking to bask in the flames were frightened away, stumbling in terror before they could even approach, deterred by the horrifying cries. Chapter 50. It is time to showcase true skill. As the night passed, the horrific cries from the wholesale market spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of countless survivors. Suddenly, the local survivor community was abuzz with whispers. Have you heard? The wholesale market is haunted. Did you hear? Someone is disguised as a ghost to frighten people. Word has it, a twisted spirit is prowling the market, killing. I too have heard of the perverse little notebook that roams, taking lives. No way. The little pickled cabbage is masquerading as a grotesque notebook, pursuing the blasting gang. What? The blasting gang's little pickled cabbage encountered a few young men from across the sea and screamed all night. It's utterly bizarre. The survivor circles around the market were in an uproar. The K-drama aficionados, unable to countenance the affront, beat their heads against the wall, chanting, Sybil, Asible. The devotees of Japanese animation, their blood boiling, unsheathed their katana, exclaiming, Baka, this is a disgrace. I shall commit seppuku. The Bollywood enthusiasts, deeply wounded, clasped their hands in prayer, beseeching, Great Shiva, I curse the purveyor of this fabrication. May he beget a daughter. The leader of the beggars' sect slammed the table in fury, bellowing, Bastard, spread the word. Whoever apprehends the culprit shall receive a handsome reward. 2 packets of instant noodles. His underlings, eyes gleaming with avarice, relayed the message, their cries of excitement echoing through the streets. None of this, however, concerned Zhou Chen, who remained engrossed in his task of scavenging for supplies from building to building. As evening approached, he located the fur emporium of a Russian merchant. Befitting the land of warriors, the walls were adorned with lifelike animal trophies, the centerpiece being an enormous, roaring black bear. A wind chime crafted from vodka bottles hung above the entrance. Zhou Chen forced the door open, the bottles clanging discordantly. The shelves were laden with mink, sable, Arctic fox, silver fox, wolf, opossum, and bear pelts of various hues. Each hide was authentic, lustrous, supple, and warm, exuding a faint, wild odor. The shop offered not only raw pelts but also finished fur capes, hats, gloves, coats, trousers, boots, and even leggings, each offering substantial insulation. The store's pièce d'or assistance was a magnificent black bear fur cloak, reaching to the calves, its shoulders adorned with a striking gray wolf fur trim. Donning the garment, Zhou Chen found its heft considerable, a weight that persisted as he draped it over his shoulders. Yet, as he acclimated to its mass, its virtues became immediately apparent. The undulating wolf pelt, coupled with the robust bear hide, offered both formidable protection against the elements and an aura of commanding presence, reminiscent of a feudal lord. It bore a resemblance to the attire donned by Jon Snow in a globally acclaimed television series from over a decade prior. Zhou Chen wore it briefly, reveling in its warmth, almost reluctant to remove it. However, its imposing nature was offset by its impracticality compared to his own cold-weather gear. In the treacherous landscape of the post-apocalypse, such a coat would only incite envy and malice, a constant invitation to mortal danger. Thus, he resolved to relegate it to the status of a collector's item, to be enjoyed once he secured a stable sanctuary and established robust defenses. In his own domain, he could drape the tiger skin over his chair, don the coat, and indulge in ostentation as he pleased. Having acquired the fur pelt, he proceeded to gather all the supplies within the building. Zhou Chen, now on skates, swiftly departed for his next destination, the armed police force detachment. In contrast to the rural encampment, the centrally located armed police force detachment was the obvious choice. As a combat unit, its armory undoubtedly held an astonishing quantity of firearms and ammunition. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Therefore, his objective was to acquire as many weapons as possible. The structures of the combat unit were modest in height, typically 2 or 3 stories, facilitating rapid assembly. The sole challenge was that the buildings were submerged beneath layers of ice, making it difficult to pinpoint the armory's location. However, he could employ the excavator he had previously acquired to methodically excavate, at the cost of time and effort. In the desolate realm of the Magic City, the only sounds that graced the ears were the whispers of the wind and the crisp echoes of ice skates gliding across the frozen surface. Before him lay an expanse of white, where apart from a few towering edifices, little else could be discerned. Zhou Chen swung his arms, maintaining a posture of rapid motion, deftly maneuvering around obstacles on the ice like a majestic eagle soaring freely. As he sped along, shadows flitted behind the glass of some high-rise buildings. Some individuals, having spotted him, pressed their faces against the windows in astonishment, excitedly waving at him. Humanity possesses an indomitable vitality, akin to the blades of grass by the roadside that, despite bending in the storm, soon revive with vigor. After a month of extreme cold in this apocalyptic world, the survivors who have endured thus far have adapted to the frigid temperatures, no longer succumbing to the bitter chill as they once did. Though the absence of outdoor thermal gear remains an unalterable challenge, surviving in minus 70 degrees Celsius is not merely a battle of willpower. In the shadows of the buildings, occasional onlookers emerged, their intentions shrouded in mystery. Those who have managed to survive may have traversed different paths, yet none have done so unscathed. Each one could potentially harbor hostile inclinations. In this end-of-the-world scenario, trust in human nature is a perilous folly. After an hour, Zhou Chen arrived at the armed police brigade. The landscape before him was flat and unyielding, had it not been for his daily commutes through this area in the past. Even a map might not have sufficed to guide him now. He donned thermal boots and sought a sheltered spot to regroup. As dusk fell, he retrieved the excavator from his space. After a preliminary 10 minutes of practice, he had grasped the basic operations of the machine. It was time to unveil his true skills. The skill on display was so advanced that even an instructor from the most prestigious technical school would be left speechless. The ground trembled with a resounding clang as the excavator emitted a piercing mechanical shriek. Zhou Chen's excavation work was both arduous and seemingly aimless. The ice was intensely compacted, making the digging progress painfully slow. After breaching each structure, he would leap down to investigate whether it was the armory he sought. He had already tunneled through several buildings, from the mess hall to the administrative offices, and then the dormitories, each time descending to search. Surprisingly, he had not encountered a single cadaver. With the initial floodwaters reaching a meter in height, it was unlikely that the soldiers would have been casually relocated. However, when the seawater surged into the city, It instantaneously submerged buildings up to the 5th story, resulting in the demise of over half the city's population. Terrestrial vehicles were rendered useless and lacking large vessels or submarines. One would expect to find numerous bodies. Yet, there were none to be found, save for the carcasses of various fish, including a shark. A contingent of approximately 300 armed police officers had been stationed here. Where had all the soldiers gone? After much deliberation, Zhou Chen concluded that they must have been engaged in outdoor rescue operations when the city was inundated. The sudden influx of seawater would have overwhelmed their unit, necessitating their relocation to a safer location. In truth, this was a fortunate circumstance. Each soldier possessed a robust physique, a sense of organization and discipline, camaraderie, and a deep-seated love for their country. Free from suspicion, scheming, and violence, their chances of survival were 1,000-fold greater than those of ordinary citizens. Chapter 51. A Man's Paradise. Clang, clang, clang. Soldiers participating in flood relief efforts would not have been carrying firearms. The thought of an armory brimming with hot weapons filled Zhou Chen with excitement, spurring him to redouble his efforts. With a flurry of vigorous activity, the excavator worked so hard that it began to emit smoke. Before dawn broke, he finally unearthed the armory. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at the fortuitous arrival of the armed police unit. Had he foolishly rushed towards the 1,000-strong army? Given the vast expanse of the construction site, it might have taken him until next year to uncover the armory. Silently, he committed his own astute decision. Under normal circumstances, accessing the armory required several intricate procedures. The main entrance operated by an infrared remote key, a safe containing the external door key, and a combination of fingerprint and key unlocking mechanisms. The entire process was exceedingly meticulous and stringent. Zhou Chen couldn't possibly locate a single key. He could only rummage through his supplies for demolition tools. Donning a protective mask, he brandished the metal cutter and commenced a fierce dismantling. The piercing, shrill sounds of machinery, along with the incessant shower of sparks, combined with his relentless effort, led to success. 2 hours later, Zhou Chen gained entry into the armory. The moment he slipped through the steel door, the sight within was enough to ignite passion in the heart of any man. Welcome to the sanctuary of arms. As an ordinary citizen, this was his first genuine encounter with an armory. Unlike the cinematic portrayals of mountains of ammunition boxes, here, meticulously arranged on custom iron racks, were sleek, gleaming firearms of various models. The Type 95 assault rifle and the CS-LS-7 submachine gun caught his eye. He casually picked one up and turned, striking a pose as if aiming. With a fully loaded assault rifle and ample spare magazines, who would dare to trespass? Just give me a few minutes, and I shall return you to a world devoid of fear. At a lower level, black, metal boxes were displayed, each rectangular in shape. Upon opening the box, he was indeed met with a sniper rifle. Zhou Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to immediately touch and try it out. Beside him were 2 large black boxes fashioned from metal, appearing exceedingly heavy. At the moment he opened them, he gasped in astonishment. The Type 04 grenade launcher, suitable for both individual and team operations, boasted a terrifying firing rate of 400 rounds per minute, coupled with remarkable precision. Its extensive range and formidable power rendered it a devastating weapon, aptly dubbed the cannon of infantry. Zhou Chen felt as though he were in a dream, hastily storing all these weapons within his space. Following that, he sought an array of ammunition and equipment, including helmets, camouflage uniforms, bulletproof vests, and a complete set of bomb disposal gear. None were to be left behind. With this cache of formidable weaponry, the future appeared promising. Zhou Chen soared with joy, elated enough to gather each item from the weapon display into his space. Yet, he was mindful of a sage adage: excessive joy begets sorrow. Before climbing out onto the roof, he retrieved a mirror to survey his surroundings. The night's excavation work had undoubtedly drawn the attention of several nearby survivors. However, under the cloak of darkness and high winds, they dared not approach recklessly to investigate. Now that dawn had broken, the bitter cold posed the greatest threat to the nearby survivors. Those unable to approach remained concealed within the structures, observing discreetly, while a few, clad in heavy winter attire and armed, cautiously advanced. The excavator had been roaring throughout the night. Why was it absent now? Perhaps it had been taken by someone. Or maybe it had fallen into an icy pit. Falling into the abyss is but a prelude to our conquest. Once we ascend, the nearby supermarket shall become our playground. In that moment, I shall revel in the company of 10 internet sensations. The exhilaration among the survivors is palpable as they eagerly rub their hands together when suddenly, a lithe figure emerges from the depths. Upon seeing the individual's cold weather attire, covetous expressions adorn their faces. Quick, do not let him escape. Remove your coat and shoes. We shall spare your life, they implore. Yet, in an outdoor temperature of -70 degrees, can one truly survive after shedding their outer layer? Even if spared from their murderous intent, would one not succumb to the relentless chill? Their hypocrisy in the act of robbery is staggering. Zhou Chen propelled himself forward with a powerful kick of his right foot, soaring through the air. Instead of gliding towards the desolate expanse, he veered towards the throng of survivors. Drawing forth the hammer from his belt, he swung it with lethal precision. The first survivor met his demise with a resounding thud, spinning thrice before collapsing, bloodied and motionless. Those who had taken refuge within the building bore witness to this gruesome spectacle, their minds convinced that this man would make a hasty retreat. To their astonishment, he charged forward fearlessly, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Each blow resounded ominously, echoing in their ears and sending shivers down their spines. With the agility and speed afforded by his skates, Zhou Chen unleashed his fury upon anyone in his path, leaving behind a trail of lifeless bodies. The mere sight of him sent the dozen or so survivors who had just emerged from the building into a frantic retreat, their courage utterly shattered. However, soon this group of individuals began to rummage through the bodies, each one eagerly vying to uncover whatever they could, before scattering in haste. The corpses strewn across the ground were reduced to mere remnants, clad only in tattered undergarments. The morning chill swept through with an icy gust. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with a newfound vitality. This expedition had proven exceedingly lucrative. Not only had he amassed a collection of pelts, but he had also successfully gathered a cache of firearms. The exhilaration was overwhelming, prompting Zhou Chen to unleash a few jubilant roars. On the street, a cautious survivor, delicately sifting through a trash bin, was startled by the sudden outburst. As she looked up, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure darting past. Shock washed over her as she recognized the outfit. She dashed forward, desperately pursuing the figure while crying out, "My furs, the ancestral pelts of my family." Her feet, frozen and stiff, suffered under the torment of the slippery ground. After just a few meters, she watched helplessly as the figure vanished completely. On the stark white street, only the plastic debris, swept away by the frigid wind, remained. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen, in an exuberant mood, took the opportunity to raid 2 small supermarkets on his way home, collecting over 1,000 pounds of zombie meat and a heap of wilted cabbage. He attempted to peel away the decayed layers of one cabbage, revealing a heart that was still edible, albeit the size of 2 fingers. In the past, even pigs would have turned their noses up at such spoiled cabbage. Yet for the current survivors, who faced a dire shortage of resources and vitamins, it was a rare delicacy. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Chen was merely a kilometer from home. Soon, he would be able to indulge in a soothing hot bath. At that moment, thick smoke billowed from the Sakura residential complex. Zhou Chen halted abruptly, his expression darkening as he retrieved his binoculars. The very building he called home was engulfed in flames. Dense smoke ascended from the 15th floor, melting the surrounding ice and causing chunks to plummet. The large windows of his abode were tarnished by soot. A calamity had befallen them. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the walkie-talkie in his backpack. "Xiaozhou, can you hear me? Do you see the smoke? It was set by me. It's dangerous. Do not return. Under no circumstances return. Run." Lao Sun's voice nearly broke with emotion amidst the cacophony of women and children weeping. The tumultuous atmosphere was punctuated by relentless banging on the door. "Open the door. If you don't, I'll make you pay." Yesterday, they had been so brazen, electrocuting countless individuals. Now, where was the power? "Damn it. Once I get in, I'll turn each of you into minced meat." Lao Sun, desperately bracing against the iron door, wiped the blood that trickled into his eyes. In the entire building, apart from a few withdrawn children, even those merely in their early teens pushed with all their might against the heavy door. With every forceful impact from the mob outside, they felt the repercussions within. A day and night had passed. They were utterly exhausted, their struggles mere gasps for survival. Despair began to creep into the hearts of each individual. Then, the walkie-talkie that had lain silent on the ground for days suddenly crackled to life. The voice that emerged was clear and the tone as frigid as a tomb. "Tell those scoundrels to clean their dogs' necks. Anyone who dares provoke Zhou Chen must die." Chapter 52, Murder and Incineration. It's Brother Zhou. Zhou has returned to rescue us. Everyone, hold on tight. Zhou Chen's voice undoubtedly instilled a renewed sense of hope among the crowd. Their previous despair and desolation transformed into a surge of spirited determination. Though they had been utterly exhausted, it was as if an infinite reservoir of strength had suddenly been awakened within them, and they braced themselves against the door with all their might. Outside, a throng of marauders found themselves momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Just as they were about to force open the iron door, how could those inside suddenly muster the energy to resist? They pressed on. Surely, they were on the verge of breaking in. Once the door is breached, the supplies and women within will be ours. The staircase was too narrow, so the 20-odd assailants divided into 3 groups to take turns ramming the door. To keep warm, they even dragged the firewood piled in the ground floor up with them. Despite their relentless efforts over a day and night, they had yet to breach the door, not due to their lack of strength, but rather because they were too famished to exert themselves effectively. The fact that these residents could withstand their assault for 24 hours speaks volumes about their usual circumstances. After such an exhausting endeavor, the residents were utterly fatigued. The thought of the abundant resources waiting just beyond the door only fueled the marauders' vigor as they swung their hammers with renewed fervor. At this moment, Zhou Chen had swiftly arrived at the entrance of the community. The 4 marauders on lookout, upon seeing someone breach their perimeter, immediately brandished knives and clubs to confront him. With a swift sweep of his assault rifle, Zhou Chen cut through the air like a tempest amidst the bodies. As the gunfire erupted, the nearby survivors, who had been mere spectators, froze in disbelief. Gunfire? Am I hearing things? As darkness began to envelop the sky, none could see what transpired at the entrance of Sakura community. The survivor, equipped with binoculars, had been observing the thugs' attempts to breach the door. Zhou Chen arrived at the ground floor to find the iron gate wide open, the interior in a state of utter disarray. Donning his thermal boots, he proceeded into the stairwell. Zhou Chen's countenance was grim as he ascended the stairs with great alacrity. This was his domain, his sanctuary, the legacy bequeathed to him by his parents. The mere thought of these miscreants defiling his familial home ignited a murderous rage within him. The sounds of violent impacts against the door mingled with the exultant cries of the marauders. Hurry, they can't hold out much longer. Just a little more effort, brothers, and we'll breach this door. Victory is at hand, with supplies and women within our grasp. Even those thugs who had just taken a break from the assault could not resist joining the fray, rushing forward with cheers and shouts. One of the thugs, losing his footing, tumbled to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he found the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his temple. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he looked up to see a face contorted with dark fury. Click! The sharp report of the gunshot echoed through the air, splattering brain matter against the wall. The sudden eruption of violence startled everyone both inside and outside the iron gate. The hammering ceased abruptly as the adrenaline-fueled thugs turned in unison, their faces etched with shock as they beheld Zhou Chen wielding a rifle. Their initial surprise swiftly morphed into abject terror. Panic seized them, each desperately attempting to retreat, fearing to be at the forefront. They scrambled to hide behind their comrades, only to be shoved forward, those pushed to the front lines wetting themselves in mortal fear. A wretched thug, eyes wide with terror, pleaded, "Do not kill me." Without a flicker of hesitation, Zhou Chen raised the gun's barrel and pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, bullets flying from the muzzle as if they were free. Empty shell casings cascaded to the ground at Zhou Chen's feet. The agonizing cries echoed as each wounded thug collapsed, tumbling down the staircase. In his inaugural act of gunfire, Zhou Chen exhibited neither rhythm nor precision, indiscriminately spraying bullets at the assailants. With 30 rounds expended, he swiftly reloaded, resuming his relentless onslaught. The continuous barrage of gunfire reverberated for a mile, crystal clear to every survivor in the vicinity. Those clutching binoculars peered through the shattered corridor windows, witnessing the merciless execution of the thugs. Each corpse bore at least 2 gaping wounds. Some thugs were reduced to a sieve of flesh. Others lay in pools of their own entrails, and some had their heads shattered beyond recognition. A scene of sheer horror. A chilling massacre unfolded before their eyes. Indeed, this was a heartless slaughter. The overwhelming firepower crushed the assailants, rendering them as helpless as mere insects. The local survivor faction, no longer astonished by Zhou Chen's possession of a firearm, began to dread his ruthless disposition. 20 lives extinguished, and Zhou Chen showed no mercy, denying even the opportunity for pleas for mercy. In that moment, countless survivors sprang into action, not out of a covetous desire for the weapons and ammunition, but rather out of fear for their own lives. The members of various gangs gathered within their respective factions, primarily to discuss strategies for establishing a favorable relationship with Zhou Chen. Meanwhile, the Iron Head gang, situated directly across from the Sakura community, was engulfed in trepidation. The brutal demise of a fellow gang member at the hands of gunfire weighed heavily upon them. With Zhou Chen wielding a firearm, what means did they possess for resistance? The mere thought of potential retaliation from Zhou Chen sent shivers down the spines of every member, from the gang leader to the lowest rank. As the echoes of gunfire faded, Old Sun and his companions behind the iron gate remained in a state of bewilderment. Gunfire? Where did it originate? Their confusion was understandable. As ordinary citizens, encountering a barrage of gunfire in such proximity would leave anyone questioning their existence. Little Zhou? Old Sun whispered, gripping the now quiet iron gate. Trembling as he called out. Apart from Zhou Chen, he could fathom no other possibility. It's me. Zhou Chen crouched down, rummaging through the pockets of the fallen. From several identification cards, he uncovered the information he sought, the same residential address inscribed upon them. He then turned and descended the stairs, armed with a rifle. Zhou Chen strode confidently out of the community and across the street. Upon reaching the adjacent Jin Yuan community, he opened fire, taking down 2 sentinels. The gunfire at the entrance sent the Iron Head gang into a frenzy of fear. He has arrived. It is Zhou Chen, here to exact his vengeance upon us. The gang leader trembled uncontrollably, utterly disoriented. A glance exchanged between the 2 vice leaders sparked an unspoken agreement. One seized the leader by the neck from behind, while the other brandished a kitchen knife, hacking frantically. Every member, paralyzed by fear, scrambled into corners, their ears filled with the agonizing cries of their leader. The leader's bloodied head was held aloft. Those ruffians bore no allegiance to us. All was orchestrated by the leader. The terrified gang members gradually grasped the implications of the 2 vice leaders' words, and suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope for survival. Yes, everything was decreed by the leader. We were merely dissenters. Indeed, it was the leader's obstinacy that led us to this plight, and we bore no responsibility. But would Zhou Chen believe their explanation? The resounding crashes against the security door spoke volumes. They had no chance to deceive. A breach was created in the door by a cutting machine, and soon thick smoke began to seep in, cowering within the room. The Iron Head gang members covered their mouths and noses while desperately attempting to explain themselves to those outside. Yet, their pleas earned no response. The encroaching smoke thickened, leaving them with no refuge. They could not jump from the building. Opening the door was their only slim chance of survival. As the security door swung open, they disregarded the smoldering pile of charcoal on the ground and surged forth in a frantic rush, only to be met by the ominous barrels of guns aimed at them. The dimly lit corridor echoed with the sounds of gunfire and flames, claiming the lives of countless ruffians. Bodies piled up at the narrow entrance, and the frightened thugs could only retreat, pleading for mercy. Zhou Chen had no time to sort through the corpses, nor would he spare any of the remaining ruffians inside. He produced a canister of gasoline and drenched the heap of bodies. The smoldering embers ignited into towering flames, and the few ruffians still clinging to life amid the charred remains screamed in agony, struggling against the weight of the corpses that pinned them down, ultimately succumbing to the inferno. Within the confines of the room, a group of marauders, gripped by the fear of imminent demise by gunfire and suffocated by the billowing smoke, found themselves cornered with no escape but to leap from the window. The height of the 13th floor promised only death upon impact. Zhou Chen, wielding a rifle, maintained an expression devoid of emotion. One entered with swagger, and one exited with the same bravado, leaving no survivors in the wake of their murderous rampage and the subsequent incineration of bodies. Chapter 53. The moniker of Madman Zhou. It became imperative to forge an alliance with Zhou Chen within a mere 30 minutes. Having witnessed Zhou Chen's formidable presence and ruthless tactics on 2 separate occasions, every gang in the vicinity harbored a singular thought: an alliance with Zhou Chen was essential. Previously, certain factions that harbored intentions against the Sakura community now found themselves drenched in cold sweat, relieved that they had refrained from action. With the Iron Head gang as a cautionary tale, the nearby factions, and indeed all surviving gangs throughout the city, pondered who could dare provoke Zhou Chen. He was a remorseless killer, a demon who executed his wrath without a flicker of hesitation, even after dispatching foes, incinerating their remains. Zhou Chen was a true fiend, a madman armed with unparalleled weaponry and might. Anyone who dared to challenge him was a fool indeed. From this moment forth, the survivors outside conferred upon Zhou Chen the epithet of Madman Zhou. Upon returning to the community, he found a cluster of trembling souls, shaken by the ordeal. The timid women and children wept in chorus. It was truly terrifying. They had nearly succumbed to the hands of the marauders. Once again, Zhou Chen had saved them. He placed the rifle upon the table, extending his foot to pull out a chair, and seated himself. Upon recalling how Old Sun, in a moment of dire urgency, managed to alert him to impending danger by setting a fire, and frantically implored him over the intercom not to return, Zhou Chen felt a twinge of gratitude. He retrieved the first aid kit he had prepared in advance, urging everyone to bandage one another. Each person bore injuries, the majority being mere scrapes or minor cuts. Posing no significant threat, Old Sun had sustained a knife wound to his back, yet fortunately, his thick clothing had prevented any grave consequences. Despite this, he had endured for an entire day and night under such circumstances. The bonfire blazed brightly, swiftly dispelling much of the cold. Under the warmth of the flames, the neighbors, having been treated, gradually regained their composure. Zhou Chen inquired, "What transpired?" Old Sun, hunched nearby stitching his wound without the benefit of anesthesia, could offer no explanation. The shaken neighbors trembled at the recollection of the harrowing events of the past 2 days, their words tumbling out incoherently. A young man with bright yellow hair stepped forward, declaring, "Let me explain." Zhou Chen had already discerned the presence of an unfamiliar face in the building. "Who are you?" he demanded. The young man flicked his tousled yellow locks and responded nonchalantly, "I'm from the explosive gang of Hanyan community." Upon mentioning his gang, he quickly clarified, "It's the explosive gang, not the one from the neighboring district. Our leader has a feud with their leader." Zhou Chen reached for his firearm, prompting the young man's heart to leap. He immediately straightened up, adopting a more respectful demeanor. "Brother Zhou, here's the situation. The Ironhead gang approached us 2 days ago, claiming that you're Cherry Blossom gang." At that moment, Yang Sitian, pouring alcohol onto her wound, erupted in anger. "What Cherry Blossom gang? Who is the Cherry Blossom gang?" "The band of beasts from the Sakura gang has been dealt with by Brother Zhou." "Oh, my apologies, that was a slip of the tongue." The yellow-haired one quickly expressed his regret, sensing the fierce demeanor of the young woman. "The Ironhead gang remarked that your Sakura community possesses a substantial amount of resources, and despite the distance of several hundred meters between the two communities, they can smell the enticing aroma of food, even the scent of meat, wafting from your direction. The Ironhead gang claimed they would seize your supplies and divide them equally, yet they were rebuked by our leader. Our leader stated that resources should be acquired through one's own capabilities. Resorting to murder and looting is not a display of skill, but rather a despicable act by despicable individuals. We, the explosive gang, resolutely refused to engage in such behavior. In truth, they were not actually rebuffed, but at this moment, it was necessary to convey that they were. Furthermore, it served to flatter our leader. Yesterday, our leader dispatched me to seek out the building owner, hoping to initiate a trade, exchanging supplies to establish a long-term and amicable cooperative relationship. However, just as I located owner's son, those scoundrels from the Ironhead gang descended upon us. Fortunately, Brother Zhou returned just in time. Otherwise, I would have met my demise here. Brother Zhou, you are indeed my savior." Zhou Chen glanced at Old Sun, who nodded in affirmation of the yellow-haired one's words. Additionally, the yellow-haired one regarded the survivors before him, giving a thumbs up. The residents of the Sakura community are tenacious, resilient, and united. Brother Zhou indeed leads with exceptional skill. Flattery may pierce through many defenses, but it cannot penetrate the truth. Zhou Chen scrutinized the yellow-haired one with sharp eyes. He was quite the talker, with a glib tongue. His eyes sparkled with cleverness, reflecting the shrewdness of a small-time trader. Zhou Chen remarked, "Your gang operates as second-hand dealers, do you not?" The flaxen-haired youth once more gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Zhou, your perspicacity is truly remarkable. You possess an uncanny ability to judge character." He elucidated that a middleman is someone who trades various commodities, profiting from the price difference. This occupation is often viewed unfavorably, and those who engage in it are frequently met with disdain. However, when the youth admitted to being a middleman, his eyes gleamed with an almost zealous fervor, as if he were engaged in a most laudable profession. Rubbing his hands together, he ingratiated himself. "Zhou, my boss has been in this line of work for many years, and his accumulated reputation is unparalleled in the industry. We guarantee fair prices and utmost integrity." He then inquired, Are there any supplies you might require? Zhou Chen interlaced his fingers and rested his hands on his lap. Is it within your capabilities to procure anything I might need? He asked. The flaxen-haired youth was overjoyed and immediately perked up. Zhou Ji, rest assured, the customer is paramount. Whatever the customer desires, our Zhai Jiaobang will go to any lengths to obtain it. Zhou Chen stated. Can you procure a helicopter? The youth was taken aback, clutching his chest for a moment before regaining his composure. As expected of Zhou Ji, you immediately request something as sophisticated as a helicopter. Rest assured, we will endeavor to find one. Zhou Chen was forthright. What do you seek to gain from me? The youth swallowed hard. Zhou Ji, to be frank, food is currently the most valuable commodity. Of course, we can also trade other supplies. He furtively glanced at the rifle on the table. Fearing the consequences of lingering too long, Zhou Chen could not help but smirk with amusement. Food? He had an abundance of it in his spatial dimension. Enough to last 10 lifetimes. If this explosive team could truly procure a helicopter, he would not hesitate to part with a batch of zombie meat. The blonde left with a sense of glee, convinced that he was on the brink of a considerable profit. Gurgle as soon as he departed. The stomachs of everyone present began to protest, lamenting the loss of all supplies to the raging fire, filling their hearts with sorrow. Brother Zhou was in a hurry to return and rescue them. Even if he had previously found provisions, they would have to be abandoned along the way, likely already scavenged by other survivors. Exhausted, weary, and famished, they felt utterly miserable. Zhou Chen ventured outside with a firearm, instructing Yang City to ensure everyone was settled. After a brief exploration, he returned bearing a bag. Aside from the zombie meat and spoiled cabbage, he had managed to procure some biscuits and instant noodles. The neighbors, fearing hunger, were overjoyed. Soon, a steaming pot of cabbage and pork was prepared. Old Sun, still slumped in his chair, had donned the blood-stained military coat once more. When the young girl brought him food, he shook his head, indicating that he wasn't in the mood to eat. The typically withdrawn child, who had been oblivious to the outside world, suddenly began to kick his legs in Chi-Ro's embrace. What was the matter? Chi-Ro assumed he needed to relieve himself, so she gently placed him on the ground. The child, bundled up like a ball, wobbled over to Old Sun, his round eyes wide with wonder. In a sweet, tender voice, he called out, "Grandpa." Old Sun was momentarily taken aback. Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixated on the touching scene of the grandfather and grandson, including Zhou Chen, who was about to retreat to his room for a rest. Old Sun remained stunned for quite some time. When he finally composed himself, his eyes were moist, and his voice trembled. "Ah, my dear grandson." In that instant, he felt that everything was worthwhile. He, Old Sun, has also become a grandfather. Chapter 54, Eliminating Burdens. The hot water has been filled to the brim. Zhou Chen has finished shaving and lies back to soak in it. The temperature is just right. In the frigid winter, indulging in a hot bath is simply exquisite. As he savors the comforting warmth of the water, he slowly organizes the supplies in the space. Gazing at the piles of clothes and shoes, he falls into deep contemplation. A night devoid of dreams. The first thing Zhou Chen does upon waking is summon Old Sun to the rooftop. Old Sun is not as resilient to the cold as Zhou Chen. He tightly wraps his military coat around himself and stands against the wall, daring not to take a step outside. Zhou Chen offers him a cigarette. Old Sun is taken aback, but happily accepts it. The two of them share a moment of smoke. Old Sun, an avid smoker, takes 2 deep puffs, looking utterly enchanted. This is hard to come by now. I assenti it? Zhou Chen hands him the remaining half-pack. Indeed, it was salvaged from a corpse of a marauder. Old Sun, without pretense, joyfully tucks it into his pocket. Little Zhou, you called me here specifically. Is there something important you wish to discuss? Zhou Chen nods and inquires. Are you truly determined to take care of that child? Old Sun's expression is resolute. Of course, he calls me Grandpa now. I cannot abandon him, no matter the hardship. At this juncture, he voices his earnest request. Little Zhou, could you take me along next time you venture out? I couldn't sleep a wink last night. That child called me Grandpa, and I must shoulder the responsibility of supporting him. Relying solely on you is not a sustainable solution. Zhou Chen responds, I pondered much last night, and here is my plan. I will provide a batch of supplies for you, and you can move out. Old Sun is taken aback. Move out? To where? Last night, I narrowly escaped the clutches of a group of marauders. It was not merely him. The entire neighborhood became acutely aware that the world had descended into a peril far graver than they had ever imagined. With their numbers few and families in tow, even if they were to be bestowed with ample supplies, they would lack the capacity to defend themselves, and it is likely that within 3 days, they would meet an untimely demise. Zhou Chen exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "No, the Sakura community is quite expansive. What I mean is that you should seek out a cleaner building. A spacious place would be more comfortable for living. The survivors of Building 1 will still be under your management. Whether to enslave or to incorporate them is entirely your decision. The world has transformed. Everyone must personally experience the crisis of survival to better safeguard themselves and their families in the future." Old Sun pondered for a long time before asking, "Xiaozhou, how much longer do you think this extreme cold disaster will last?" Zhou Chen chuckled softly. "Perhaps after this extreme cold, new calamities may arise." Old Sun's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he found it hard to fathom, he was nonetheless deeply alarmed. Must we really move out? He thought to himself, reluctant at the idea, believing that his neighbors shared his sentiments. On one hand, everyone was excessively reliant on Zhou Chen for supplies. On the other, his possession of a firearm made cohabitation comparatively secure. Yet, Zhou Chen had a point. Their overdependence on him would inevitably erode their self-sufficiency. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, such a state of affairs was decidedly detrimental. Zhou Chen smiled, though his grin held a trace of chilliness. "Old Sun, let me speak frankly. We will eventually have to part ways. You have no ties to me, and to put it plainly, you are a burden. I shall depart from here, yet I do not wish to embark on my journey burdened by an entourage of encumbrances." Lao Sun's face flushed with embarrassment, for he felt a deep sense of shame. "Indeed, you have assisted everyone immensely, yet we possess not to repay your kindness." Zhou Chen shook his head. "Lao Sun, I am not like you. You desire for everyone to thrive, yet their future hinges solely on following in your footsteps." He placed a reassuring hand on Lao Sun's shoulder. "During this expedition, I have concealed a considerable stockpile of supplies. Tonight, I shall retrieve them, ensuring that it will suffice for you all to endure for a month. Thereafter, I shall relinquish my involvement." Lao Sun initially intended to decline, but upon recalling the devastation wrought upon their supplies, with even the blankets dwindling to a mere few, it became evident that they were in dire need of provisions. "Xiaozhou, thank you. I comprehend your intentions. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to lead everyone in search of supplies, adapting swiftly to the perils that lie beyond. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Zhou Chen nodded. "Certainly, if I truly require your assistance, I shall exchange supplies for your aid." Lao Sun wished to urge Zhou Chen to reconsider, yet the moment had arrived where he felt reluctant to voice his thoughts. With no familial ties among them, Zhou Chen's willingness to help had already epitomized benevolence. To forge iron, one must first be strong. It is prudent to wait until everyone has fortified themselves before proceeding further. Lao Sun swiftly summoned everyone to convene for discussion. Upon hearing his proposal, the hesitant neighbors were decidedly unwilling to relocate. Lao Sun earnestly implored them for an extended duration. "Why such despondency? We are merely moving away from this building, not abandoning the entire community, residing in the same community, with Xiaozhou around, who would dare to disturb us amidst the lurking thugs. However, we must adapt to the current survival rules. Individuals are inevitably destined to be separated. It would indeed be fortunate if this natural disaster were to pass. Yet what if further calamities were to follow? What if the disasters persist indefinitely? Is it realistic to expect Xiaozhou to sustain us indefinitely?" That very night, Zhou Chen ingeniously transformed his skateboard into a sled, trailing behind him provisions that spanned several meters. Each person received 2 blankets, a complete set of winter attire, and a pair of cotton shoes. Supplies included zombie meat, instant noodles, biscuits, flour, and corn kernels, each allocated in substantial quantities. The rotten cabbage alone amounted to several hundred pounds. This cache of resources was sufficient to incite frenzy among the survivors outside, compelling them to risk their lives for it. Upon witnessing these provisions, all the neighbors, previously mere pawns, were left astounded. Just moments before, they had been filled with trepidation, fearing that without Zhou Chen, their fate would be starvation or freezing to death. Now, hope for the future blossomed anew. Once again, they expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Zhou Chen, though he harbored no need for their thanks. He was merely eliminating burdens. In order to efficiently manage the survivors of Building 1 without straying too far from Zhou Chen, the neighbors opted to relocate to a central building within the community. With an abundance of supplies and concerns about attracting the attention of the thugs outside, they resolved to move under the cover of night. They swiftly mobilized, the atmosphere charged with enthusiasm. Young Sidian directly inquired of Zhou Chen, "Brother Zhou, shall I move with you as well?" Zhou Chen, with an impassive demeanor, replied, You are the deputy building head. If you do not move with us, who will assist Lao Sun in managing the entire community? He extended his hand to point at the young girl. Do not move just yet. Remain here to craft the garments. The girl nodded fervently, pulling her close friend aside. Sitian, you should relocate first. Once I have completed the clothing that Brother Zhou requires and received my reward, I will come to find you. Chi-Ro nestled her doll and approached Zhou Chen. Boss, I cannot bear to part with you. Zhou Chen nearly kicked her out of the building. Old Sun is quite loyal. Following him will lead you to a better path. Chi-Ro nodded in agreement. Having relied on Zhou Chen for some time, she found him admirable in every regard, though somewhat aloof, as if he wished to avoid forming deeper emotional connections with anyone. It is understandable. Who wouldn't he grow cold-hearted after being betrayed by family, lovers, or friends? Old Sun, carrying his bag, remarked, I have nearly packed everything. Zhou Chen instructed, be sure to take that generator with you. He had already given so much. As for the diesel fuel the generator required, they could procure it themselves. Old Sun felt deeply moved. Such an item was invaluable. With the entire city in blackout, all manner of sinister beings emerged at night. Having the generator would electrify the stairway and entrance, ensuring greater safety for everyone. Once Old Sun and his companions departed, the entire building fell silent. Zhou Chen promptly placed a pile of furs before the young girl. This is your task. Complete it, and I shall reward you handsomely with supplies. However, if you let this matter slip, even to a single soul, both of you shall meet your demise. Chapter 55. News of the helicopter times swiftly passed, and a month had elapsed. The extreme cold claimed more lives. The rudimentary wall of the community has been erected, yet among the 30 survivors of Building 1, only a mere 10 remain. The corpses were discarded outside the community, vanishing by nightfall. Across the city, hordes of ghoulish creatures have emerged, a throng of famished survivors, utterly bereft of reason, fixating on each community. Whenever a corpse is transported from any residence, they spring into action. Initially, they stealthily pilfer bodies under the cover of darkness. But it has escalated to brazen daylight thefts. A trembling figure with bleached hair approached the Sakura community, seeking out Old Sun first. Only with his consent could he enter and scurry to Building 21. Zhou Chen had already received news via the intercom. That bleached-haired fellow? The one who engages in dubious dealings? After a month of silence, Zhou Chen had presumed him deceased. He did not permit him to ascend the stairs, allowing him only to seek refuge on the ground floor. The anxious young man exclaimed, Brother Zhou, I have news of what you seek. Zhou Chen replied, Do elaborate. The young man immediately became animated, recounting eagerly, Helicopters are indeed hard to come by. Our explosives crew has been inquiring for quite some time, and we finally learned of a wealthy merchant willing to sell one. The leader took us to inspect it. It is a fine piece of machinery, but the merchant's family is numerous, and their asking price is exorbitant. Zhou Chen inquired, What do they desire? The young man, visibly trembling, produced a paper from his coat, filled with a list of supplies. 10,000 pounds of rice from Wuchang, 10,000 pounds of premium flour, 10,000 pounds of pork, 20,000 pounds of vegetables. Luxury brand down jackets. Zhou Chen interrupted curtly, Enough. Let the merchant's family starve instead. Wuchang rice and premium flour? Has he lost his mind after living in luxury for so long? Does he not comprehend the current circumstances? The yellow-haired youth crumpled the note into a ball, expressing his strong agreement. Indeed, it has reached an absurd level. Countless individuals succumb to hunger each day. Alas, these wealthy merchants, having hoarded supplies at home and residing in secluded villas, remain oblivious to the sufferings of the world. Our leader's intention is to let him stew for a while. Once his entire family is on the brink of starvation, he will naturally cease to be so pretentious. At this point, the yellow-haired youth excitedly rubbed his hands together. Brother Zhou, I feel embarrassed to disturb you regarding the helicopter situation, as there has been no progress. However, we now have leads, and we will keep a vigilant watch on this matter. Do you require any additional supplies? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and replied, Books, do you have any? The yellow-haired youth was taken aback. Books? This elder brother appears quite astute. How could he possibly need something like books? Is he intending to tear them up for warmth? That would be less efficient than using wood, as wood burns far better than paper. Zhou Chen pointed in a direction. There is the largest library in the city over there. The top floor should be undamaged. If you can procure the books, I will take as many as you can provide, weighing them by the pound. How does 30 pounds of instant noodles for each package sound? In times of peace, the average price of a book is several dozen units. Some books can even cost hundreds or thousands. However, under the dire circumstances of a natural disaster, they can only be valued as scrap, weighed by the pound. 30 pounds of instant noodles? What are we waiting for? The yellow-haired youth readily agreed, showered a few compliments, and hurried away. Finding books was certainly far easier than locating a helicopter. The following day, the yellow-haired youth returned with a large entourage, including himself. There were over a dozen survivors resembling beggars, each pulling a cart as they entered the Sakura community. Everyone, including Old Sun, emerged to observe. The blonde-haired man produced a notebook. Brother Zhou, there are a total of 2,415 caddies of books here. Disregarding the fraction, we'll calculate it as 2,400 caddies, for which you'll pay 80 packs of instant noodles. Do you have scales here? We can reweigh it in your presence. With so many of us, it won't take long. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need to weigh them. Just place the books in the stairwell. Then, feigning a troubled expression, he said, I don't have 80 packs of instant noodles on hand. Would it be acceptable to offset the missing amount with other supplies? The blonde-haired man nodded eagerly. Of course, any supplies have their value, although food is the most valuable. As for other supplies, Zhou Chen interjected, steamed buns and noodles, is that acceptable? The blonde-haired man was ecstatic. That's absolutely fine. To exchange books, which can only be torn up and burned, for the most precious food was a windfall for him. The members of the fried dough twist gang who had come with the blonde-haired man were also grinning from ear to ear, looking at Zhou Chen as if he were a plump sheep ripe for the shearing. While these individuals were moving the books from the flatbed cart into the stairwell, Zhou Chen pretended to go upstairs to retrieve the supplies. Half an hour later, he descended with a black plastic bag containing 20 packs of instant noodles, 10 bundles of noodles, 15 rotten cabbages, and several dozen hard steamed buns. The buns were dark and moldy, as hard as roadside stones. Yet they were still precious supplies that countless survivors yearned for, but could not obtain. What good are winter clothes? What good is knowing where to find food? The solid ice layer is tens of meters deep. Are you going to dig with your bare hands? Zhou Chen feigned immense sorrow, remarking, were it not for my profound love of literature, I would truly hesitate to part with such precious resources for trade. Huang Mao sincerely expressed his understanding, pondering just how invaluable food had become. Presently, even a moldy bun could incite a violent altercation. Huang Mao clutched the bag of provisions tightly to his chest, his face flushed with excitement. Brother Zhou, do you still wish to acquire books? We have yet to finish moving from the library. In truth, his visit was merely a test to ascertain if he could genuinely exchange for food. Now that he had succeeded, he naturally envisioned a vigorous undertaking ahead. Yet, he feared Zhou Chen might decline, reasoning that the books he possessed could sustain him for several years. The mere thought of such a possibility sent pangs of anxiety through him. Zhou Chen, well aware of Huang Mao's thoughts, replied, yes, I do want them. But my own food supply is limited. How about this? You make a trip every 2 days. I also need time to scavenge for resources. Huang Mao nearly leaped to embrace him, exclaiming, no problem, Brother Zhou. You are my benefactor. When the supplies arrived, he felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, but now, leaving with provisions filled him with uncontainable joy. Once the group departed, Old Sun approached, bearing the marks of hardship with 2 new scars etched upon his face. He could not comprehend. Little Zhou, what do you intend to do with these books? Swapping a bag of food for worthless tomes seems absurd. Observing the transaction from the sidelines caused him physical pain. Zhou Chen chuckled softly. I am simply bored. I seek to pass the time. Initially, he had intended to visit the library himself, but with someone to run errands, he was content to enjoy a leisurely respite. This exchange quickly spread among the various factions, leaving everyone astonished. The notorious Zhou madman had an affinity for reading? For those factions that have long desired to befriend Zhou Chen, yet have consistently failed to do so, they now ponder whether to curry favor by presenting him with books. From that day forth, Huang Mao, accompanied by his gang members, would arrive every 2 days, hauling carts laden with literary treasures. Each delivery surpassed the last in quantity. Zhou Chen would venture out daily, feigning a search for supplies. Over the course of 2 weeks, he amassed tens of thousands of books, encompassing both domestic and international literature, with knowledge spanning a myriad of fields. He stored them all in his space, perusing a volume at whim to enrich his intellectual landscape and elevate his mental amusement. Recently, Huang Mao had been receiving considerable rewards, and his complexion had noticeably improved, with a bit of flesh returning to his face. Brother Zhou, he reported, that wealthy merchant, left in limbo for half a month, has finally cracked under pressure. He has inquired when would be a convenient time for a transaction. Zhou Chen replied, the sooner, the better. The bitter cold is nearing its end, soon to be replaced by an oppressive heat, followed by plague and earthquakes. The city will be a hotbed for disease. I plan to depart before the heat culminates and the plague erupts. Survival in the wild is precarious when the earthquake strikes. Where on land is safer than in the skies. It is imperative to acquire escape tools, such as helicopters, without delay. Chapter 56. Those who stand in my way shall perish the following dawn. Zhou Chen donned full combat gear as he set out. The affluent merchant resided in a villa complex on the outskirts of the city, a considerable distance away. Prioritizing his safety, he chose an ensemble markedly different from his usual attire. This time, he was clad in a complete set of anti-riot gear procured from the armed police brigade, a riot helmet, protective suit, leg guards, along with a baton and dispersal equipment. Presenting an imposing figure, armed from head to toe, the only thing missing was a riot shield in hand. Zhou Chen could not possibly embark on his journey with the cumbersome shield, thus he opted for a firearm instead. The Type 95 assault rifle, equipped with a sling, hung casually from his neck, allowing him to carry it on his back, ready to unleash a surprise attack at a moment's notice. Additionally, he bore a large backpack, now an essential accessory for any survivor. Some survivors even carried an assortment of bags within their backpacks, striving to fill every inch with supplies during their foraging expeditions. Yet, while aspirations may be grand, reality often proves stark. Merely managing to fill a bag halfway is already a cause for envy. With his skates donned, Zhou Chen swiftly glided to the entrance of the community. Huang Mao and his leader had been waiting there. Having grown familiar with Lao Sun and his companions during this time, engaged in light banter. Given the dismal weather, everyone was bundled up tightly, with only their eyes visible, rendering it impossible to discern their features. Upon Zhou Chen's dramatic arrival, the crowd was taken aback. Eyes widened in astonishment, envy, and desire. Goodness! His entire ensemble was simply breathtaking. Huang Mao couldn't help but swallow hard. Brother Zhou, you look absolutely stunning. Lao Sun expressed disbelief. Xiao Zhou, where did you acquire this riot gear? A middle-aged man, with two machetes sheathed at his waist, gazed longingly. Brother Zhou, do you have any more of this gear? Zhou Chen replied, alas, no. I was fortunate enough to seize this set. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel dejected. This item is indeed difficult to locate. I also considered procuring one from the police station, but the ice layer is too thick and hard. Manual excavation is simply not feasible. Seizing the opportunity, the blonde-haired man introduced the two. Brother Zhou, this is my boss, Yang Ziming, the leader of the Exploding Balls gang. Boss, this is our super client, Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen nodded. Yang Ziming also understood the protocol, nodding and greeting from a distance of 3 meters. Old Sun knew they had serious business to discuss and tactfully excused himself. Zhou Chen scrutinized Yang Ziming and the blonde-haired man's attire. They were adequately dressed in winter clothing, with weapons strapped to their waists, but it was the shoes on their feet. Yang Ziming was eager to facilitate this transaction. This was a substantial order, from which he could derive considerable benefits. The wealthy merchant's villa complex was located in the Maohua Mountain suburbs, a tower drive before the cataclysm. In the current frigid weather, vehicles wouldn't start. If they departed at this moment, they should arrive by 4 p.m. It wasn't just the walking. The primary factor was that people couldn't withstand the extreme cold, and the more clothes they wore, the more their movements were restricted. Zhou Chen circled in place. He didn't want to spend a day walking with these two, wasting time and enduring hardship. Zhou Chen pretended to rummage through his bag, retrieving 2 pairs of skates from his interdimensional storage. Can you ice skate? The 2 men's eyes lit up. The blonde-haired man nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. My boss and I are both from Harbin. We'd forget to eat before we'd forget how to ice skate. Zhou Chen placed the skates on the ground, retreating 3 meters to maintain a safe distance. I'm lending them to you. They must be returned. Yang Ziming nodded with delight. Possessing a pair of ice skates certainly made things much easier. This is beyond doubt, Brother Zhou. You can rest assured when doing business with me. No one who has ever engaged in trade with Yang Ziming has ever claimed that I lack integrity. In these tumultuous times, human hearts are inscrutable. Zhou Chen would not lower his guard simply because of a few flattering words. The two donned their skates and glided around in place, instantly struck by the desire to acquire several pairs. Brother Zhou, let us set off. With these, we can reach our destination in no time. Zhou Chen squinted slightly. You two go ahead. Yang Ziming was not surprised. He chuckled and propelled himself forward. The excited Huang Mao shouted, "Boss, let me take the lead. You stay in the middle." Under normal circumstances, Yang Ziming would have had no objections, but now he felt a sense of freedom akin to the wind. "Get lost. When I was out here making my way, you were still in diapers. Do I really need your protection?" Consequently, the two began to bicker, each eager to be at the forefront, relishing this moment of liberation. Yang Ziming occasionally glanced back at Zhou Chen. Both he and Huang Mao hailed from Harbin and had been influenced by the local culture, having donned skates since the tender age of 2, their skills undeniably impressive. To his surprise, Zhou Chen's proficiency was also remarkable. No matter how swiftly they maneuvered, he kept pace effortlessly, maintaining a safe distance of approximately 3 meters. Each time Yang Ziming turned to look back, his gaze inevitably fell upon Zhou Chen's riot gear and rifle. How enviable. Truly enviable. It remains uncertain whether Zhou Chen still possesses a firearm. However, should he manage to acquire one, he would undoubtedly monopolize the entire city's trading market. Zhou Chen noticed Yang Ziming continuously glancing back at him, yet he felt no malice emanating from the man. Nonetheless, should the latter harbor any ill intentions, Zhou Chen would surely aim his gun and retaliate without hesitation. Swiftly, 3 figures raced past on the street, provoking envy and longing among the survivors hidden within the buildings. Those who risked their lives to venture outside in search of supplies were consumed by a jealousy that turned their eyes crimson. Some survivors, having long lost their sanity, were driven to madness at the sight of the trio's rapid passage, yearning to rush out and seize their belongings. Alas, the speed of the 3 was so remarkable that they could not even grasp a corner of their garments. Upon exiting the city, a towering layer of ice, nearly 10 meters high, obscured all the buildings beneath. The landscape was a vast expanse of white, rendering direction indiscernible. Along the road, groups of survivors resembling beggars struggled to pull a cart laden with damp timber. Though wet wood is challenging to ignite and produces considerable smoke, it is preferable to freezing to death without any means of warmth. Human beings are remarkable creatures. In the face of calamity, there are always those who rise to the challenge. With the furniture in their homes consumed by flames, they sought resources outdoors when the firewood outside was exhausted. They ventured beyond the city to gather timber. As long as they possess the will to survive, they will find more solutions than obstacles. Each step they took was arduous. And when the skating trio confronted them, the survivors were left with nothing but profound astonishment, envy, and even jealousy. For every resilient survivor striving to live, there exists a counterpart, a rogue intent on causing havoc. These ruffians gathered around the flickering flames, their eyes glinting with malice as they scrutinized the group of survivors. A family of 3, lagging behind the others, caught the attention of the marauders. They surged forward, wielding their weapons indiscriminately, snatching away the cart and stripping the deceased of their winter garments, eagerly awaiting their next vulnerable target. The arrival of the trio on skates ignited a fervor within the veins of the assailants. Upon spotting Zhou Chen clad in astonishingly formidable riot gear, their minds raced with frenzied thoughts. They howled and charged forth, hoping to capitalize on their numbers to intercept the trio. Just as Yang Ziming and Huang Mao unsheathed their machetes, a bullet whizzed past them, striking the leader of the ruffians. The sudden gunfire left the gang momentarily paralyzed. Zhou Chen raised his ominous firearm, his gaze unwavering, unleashing a barrage that rendered the assailants lifeless, their bodies falling cold to the ground. Those who dared to obstruct him met their demise. Others, foolish enough to rush in from all directions, hoping to partake in the looting, were now fleeing in terror, scrambling for their lives. Their hearts raced with a desperate longing for wings to escape. A gun. This person wields a gun. Is he mad? How could anyone possess such a weapon? Chapter 57. Maohua Villa District. Gazing upon the carnage strewn across the ground, Yang Ziming was drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Zhou Chen, giving him a thumbs up, marveling at his prowess while simultaneously fearing his ruthless disposition. Indeed, he was the notorious Zhou, known for his mercilessness in slaughtering and incinerating his foes. These ruffians were once living beings, yet Zhou had executed them with chilling efficiency. He has become quite the seasoned veteran, having engaged in numerous skirmishes with the marauders recently. Just a moment ago, he intended merely to incapacitate 2 adversaries and flee. Little did he anticipate that Zhou, without uttering a word, would eliminate them all with ruthless efficiency. In the face of calamity, the principle of survival of the fittest prevails. It is indeed true that those who are most merciless tend to endure longer. Alas, it appears that my own vision remains rather limited. Yang Ziming pointed towards the southeast, That mountain peak over there marks the location of the Maohua Villa district, where the affluent merchant resides in its central vicinity. Having just claimed a dozen lives, Zhou Chen felt no pangs of guilt. He gazed upward, where only a barren, white-capped mountain peak was visible in the distance. The actual bulk of the mountain was undoubtedly far more substantial than it appeared at first glance. The journey seemed endless, and after more than an hour, the three finally reached the foot of the mountain. The once verdant hills were now completely enshrouded in ice and snow. The trees flanking the mountain path were bent under the weight of the thick frost. Within the forest, shadows flickered, and the sound of lumber being felled echoed. From this point onward, the ascent commenced, and the advantage of their skates was lost, forcing the trio to proceed on foot. Yang Ziming, a staunch adherent of etiquette, promptly exchanged his skates for a pair of cotton shoes, returning both pairs to Zhou Chen. His primary intention was to prevent Zhou from misinterpreting his actions as an attempt to claim them for himself. After sprinting at full speed for several hours, the trio felt warm and invigorated. However, after 10 minutes of trekking along the mountain path, Yang Ziming and the blonde-haired youth began to shiver from the cold. "Brother Zhou, aren't you cold?" "Not at all," Zhou Chen replied, weapon in hand, trailing behind. He was not only vigilant of the movements of the others, but also on the lookout for any marauders that might emerge from the woods. One should never underestimate the survivors laboring in the forest. In the blink of an eye, one moment engaged in the honest toil of lumbering, the next, one might seize the axe to appropriate the resources of others. All actions are driven by the primal instinct for survival, devoid of moral judgment. The affluent villa district is a veritable paradise. Nestled amidst mountains and forests, it is immune to the ravages of typhoons and floods, and even the harshest winters can be weathered with local resources. Unlike the city survivors, who perilously traverse 12 hours on foot merely to acquire a few damp logs. The journey to the entrance of the villa enclave takes but an hour along the road. While chaos reigns throughout the city, here, vigilant bodyguards patrol the premises. The influx of survivors seeking timber has surged recently, attracting a number of nefarious brigands. The once complacent wealthy residents have gradually awakened to the looming threat, deciding to collectively employ a bodyguard from each household to replace those who have succumbed to the elements, ensuring round-the-clock surveillance. As three figures approach from afar, the guards stationed at the gate immediately assume a defensive stance, particularly alarmed by the sight of one clad in riot gear, brandishing a firearm, causing their legs to tremble in fear. Indeed, they are professional bodyguards. However, no matter how formidable, they cannot stand against the might of a gun. Furthermore, the wealthy themselves are deprived of sustenance, their meager rations barely sufficient to stave off hunger. In essence, despite their numbers, they are all emaciated, struggling to take even a few steps. Should these three harbor intentions of raiding the villa, a single firearm would suffice. Breathing heavily, Yang Ziming raised his hand and jogged a few steps forward to initiate dialogue. As the gate swung open, all the bodyguard's attention was drawn to Zhou Chen, whose imposing gear was nothing short of astonishing. If I were adorned in such armor, the entire villa district would surely bow before me. As the thought crossed their minds, several bodyguards immediately felt a chill run down their spines, for a dark, menacing gun barrel was aimed directly at them. Zhou Chen coldly declared, "Should you continue to gaze at me with such avarice, I would not hesitate to add a few more lives to my tally." The bodyguards promptly raised their hands, retreating step by step to convey their intent not to provoke any further conflict. Surrounding them were over 100 villas, most of which lay silent, devoid of life. Only a handful bore witness to shadows flitting behind their windows. Observing Zhou Chen clad in riot gear, these survivors mistakenly believed that rescue had arrived and excitedly pounded on the glass. A voice called out desperately from a second-floor window, "Hey, are you here to save us? That is wonderful. Do you have any food? Please don't leave. Do you have any idea how much tax I pay each year?" shouted Huang Mao, picking up a stone and hurling it in frustration. "Without taxpayers like me, what would you all eat and drink? Come back here." The once arrogant wealthy individuals, undeterred by the stone, were nonetheless shaken by Huang Mao's words. Had the world truly changed? Was the outside truly in chaos? Were there really ruthless thugs lurking everywhere? When would aid arrive? Damn it, I am a significant taxpayer, and after being trapped for nearly 3 months, not a single soul has come to our rescue. Immigration. Once help arrives, I shall seek to emigrate. The sudden appearance of the three individuals ignited a spark of excitement among these affluent captives. Especially Zhou Chen's attire led them to mistakenly believe he was affiliated with an organization, causing them to flail about in excitement. Yang Ziming clicked his tongue, remarking on the abundance of provisions among the wealthy. Indeed, the rich have ample supplies. Even after nearly 3 months, they appear somewhat gaunt, yet their spirits remain high. Unlike us who resemble beggars. Huang Mao licked his lips and cheerfully added, "Boss, these affluent families must have enough birds' nest to last for months, unlike us, who only have a few packets of instant noodles at home." Yang Ziming, true to his shrewd nature, suggested, "I've been meaning to say, bird's nest isn't a meal. Let's let these wealthy merchants experience hunger for a while. When the time comes, we can barter with them for some wilted cabbage and indulge ourselves in the luxury of bird's nest for every meal." Huang Mao's eyes sparkled with admiration. "As expected of the boss, it's great to follow your lead. Come back." "What, are you all deaf? Get back here." The voice boomed. "Do you not hear me? Do you know who I am? You must be here for rescue, right? Do you have a vehicle? If not, I can't walk well and need someone to carry me." A man hurriedly rushed out from behind. Zhou Chen frowned involuntarily. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could one still possess such a foul mouth? With a swift turn, he aimed the dark muzzle of his gun at the man, stating, "You have trouble walking, and I have a troublesome temper. What do you propose we do about that?" The man, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. What do you intend to do?" "Help. The police have committed murder," Huang Mao exclaimed. "Zhou Ge, don't waste bullets on such scum. Watch me." He brandished a sharp machete and strode towards the man, swinging the blade with a fierce intent. As he struck, he cursed, "You think you're some revered tycoon? I could slice you into pieces, and no one would bat an eye." Zhou Chen discerned that Huang Mao was merely feigning aggression. He had only torn the man's clothing, intending solely to instill fear. Indeed, the man was terrified, curling into a ball on the ground, pleading for mercy. A woman rushed out, panic evident in her voice. "What are you trying to do? Is there no law? Do you know who my husband is? You'd better kneel about 10 times, or I assure you, we have 100 ways to end you." Huang Mao was about to retort when he was restrained by Yang Ziming. "Let us not provoke a confrontation. This area has already attracted the attention of several gangs. Don't engage with the dead." The man, cowering on the ground, felt an even greater wave of dread wash over him. "Wait, what do you mean? Gangs? Huh, you must be joking. Even if there are gangs, this is the most opulent villa community in Magic City. Those of us who reside here are all wealthy beyond compare, not like you lowly peasants. Where are the police? I demand their protection immediately." Chapter 58. Sending you on your way, this is the place. Yang Ziming gestured towards a grand villa. In the next moment, his expression darkened. "Damn it, how did that bastard Su Laosan end up here?" Zhou Chen gazed at the grand villa before him. Through the glass windows of the living room, he could discern an elderly man engaged in conversation with a middle-aged gentleman. Surrounding the elder were several bodyguards, while a few intimidating henchmen loomed behind the middle-aged man. Yang Ziming instinctively took a step back, but upon recalling Zhou Chen's formidable attire, he felt a surge of courage. At that moment, Huang Mao quietly explained, "Brother Zhou, that is Su Laosan, the notorious leader of the explosive gang. He has ruined countless lives through usury and illegal gambling. Our leader's own brother fell victim to his traps and was ultimately driven to leap from a building. Since the calamity struck, this scoundrel has been encroaching on our business." Yang Ziming turned to Zhou Chen and cautioned, "Brother Zhou, this rascal is likely after the helicopter as well, and given their numbers, negotiations may prove difficult." Zhou Chen, with his right hand resting on his weapon, replied, "Difficult negotiations? Are you certain?" He comprehended Yang Ziming's implication, which was essentially a request for him to take the lead. It mattered not. He was resolute in acquiring that helicopter. Having arrived at this juncture, he intended to enter boldly, even if he were the only one. Yang Ziming, seemingly emboldened, strode forward to ring the doorbell with an air of bravado. The occupants inside had already noticed the arrival of guests, albeit obscured by a few snow-laden trees, preventing them from discerning the newcomer's appearance. As the door swung open, Yang Ziming stepped in confidently, while the fireplace within crackled with a lively blaze, sending warmth radiating toward them. Upon spotting him alongside Huang Mao, the members of the explosive gang immediately assumed a defensive stance and encircled them. Su Laosan, with a cigar gifted by a wealthy merchant perched on his lips, smirked insidiously. "Yang Ziming, I hear you've been facilitating helicopter purchases for others. Too bad Boss Liu has already pledged to trade with me." The well-dressed merchant's smile was strained, clearly under duress. Yang Ziming, undeterred, spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, retorting, "Pa, I am well aware of your vile nature, Su Laosan, resorting to your despicable tactics to intimidate again, are we? Su Laosan grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth that hadn't seen a toothbrush in months. And what of it? Boss Lu has no objections. Who are you to utter nonsense? Knowing I am here, you still dare to enter? Today is the day I settle this once and for all. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu hastily recoiled. Yang Ziming casually dug at his ear, clearly dismissive of Su Laosan's threats. He turned to Boss Lu. Name your price. My client is adamant about securing that helicopter. Boss Lu was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware of the impending chaos. While the other affluent residents of the villa complex remained oblivious, the seasoned Boss Lu had perceived the catastrophic chain reactions brought about by disaster. With civilization crumbling and morality in decline, violence and bloodshed permeated the air. Though he was merely a businessman, having dabbled in unsavory dealings and even taken lives, he knew he was nothing compared to these thugs. He understood the delicate balance of power one must avoid inciting the wrath of the noble over the ignoble. Su Laosan laughed boisterously. See? Boss Lu can't even be bothered to acknowledge you. What did you just say? Your mysterious client wants to secure the helicopter? Huh. Who the hell is he? Call him out so I can have a look. How dare he meddle with my affairs? I shall make him a mere two-legged sheep. Upon hearing the term two-legged sheep, Boss Lu trembled in fear. That scoundrel had just threatened him in such a manner. Yang Ziming, with a contemptuous expression, casually flicked the earwax from his fingernail towards his adversary. He then stepped aside, gesturing politely to the figure behind him. Brother Zhou, the floor is yours. With a sinister glint in his eye, Su Laosan signaled his subordinates, who swiftly drew knives from their belts. As they obstructed half of the entrance with greenery, a dark, menacing firearm emerged, followed by a man clad in armament. The appearance of the gun elevated the tension in the air. The previously arrogant group was now visibly intimidated. Retreating in fear, Zhou Chen aimed his weapon at Su Laosan. I just heard you say you wanted to turn me into a two-legged sheep? Su Laosan's fierce demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer terror. This was, after all, a gun. He shot a menacing glare at Yang Ziming, but swiftly replaced it with a sycophantic smile. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the floor, causing Su Laosan to cower and shield his head. Get lost. Su Laosan, trembling in fear, found himself unable to utter a single harsh word in the face of such overwhelming might. He cautiously circled around Zhou Chen, fearing an imminent bullet might pierce him, and upon reaching the entrance, bolted through the door. His 7 or 8 henchmen scrambled to follow suit, fleeing for their lives. Boss Lu, an older man, was momentarily deafened by the gunfire. After enduring considerable hardship, my spirits plummeted to an all-time low. One villain departed, only for another ruthless figure to arrive, with misfortune befalling those around. Zhou Chen exuded an air of authority as he sat upon the sofa, the barrel of his gun unwavering in his grasp. Boss Lu, do enlighten me regarding the supplies you wish to exchange. Boss Lu wore a bitter smile. Where do I find the audacity to propose an exchange, Mr. Zhou? You may as well take a look. Zhou remained silent. Yang Ziming, visibly displeased, interjected, Boss Lu, our Mr. Zhou is a promising talent, a man of integrity, unlike those despicable scoundrels like Su Laosan. While I, Yang Ziming, may not possess the renown of affluent magnates such as yourselves, I am still somewhat known in the Pudong district, with marauders rampant outside. If I truly intended to harm you, I would not be making repeated visits to your doorstep. Upon hearing this, Boss Lu recognized the truth in Yang's words. With a wary glance at Zhou Chen, he hesitantly produced a list. The clever Huang Mao promptly seized it, presenting it to Zhou Chen with both hands. Zhou cast a quick glance, scoffing. Boss Lu, I gather you have not ventured outdoors since the calamity. I suggest you take a stroll. It need not be far. Merely to the foot of the mountain. Bring along your bodyguards. Should you reach the base alive, I will compensate you tenfold for the items on this list. Boss Lu's expression stiffened. Ultimately, he had no choice but to relent. After some negotiation, they reached an agreement on the supplies and the transaction's timing. Zhou managed to acquire a helicopter at a bargain price, lifting his spirits considerably. The three of them swaggered out of the wealthy Lu's residence. In the distance, within the snowy thicket, a figure furtively glanced their way before hastily retreating. Boss, they're out, Su Laosan, hidden in the woods, exclaimed with a mixture of anxiety and exhilaration. Everyone, stay alert. The moment I give the signal, rush out and eliminate them. Anyone who shows cowardice will face my wrath, and I will not hesitate to make an example of them. We must retrieve that entire set of equipment, especially that firearm. Half an hour passed. and a group of individuals was nearly frozen, yet no one had appeared. What is going on? Logically, they should have arrived here within 10 minutes. Could they have entered another villa? There are several starlets residing there, perhaps. Su Laosen interrupted sharply. Silence. Once we secure the equipment, I will lead you all into the fray. Whether they are starlets or pampered heiresses, we shall treat them as mere playthings. Before the eager subordinates could revel in his words, mocking laughter echoed from behind them. Instinctively turning around, they spotted a figure standing 20 meters above them. Clad in a black riot suit, starkly contrasting against the white expanse of the forest, they had been fixated on the road, oblivious to the fact that their adversary had already circled behind them. Zhou Chen discarded his cigarette. A pack of cowardly rats waiting for me, are we? I shall send you on your way now. Gunshots rang out, followed by the harrowing screams akin to those of slaughtered pigs, as blood sprayed onto the snow, quickly crystallizing into ice. Chapter 59. The helicopter arrives in the snowy landscape. The assailants clutched their wounded legs, wailing incessantly. Su Laosan, who had used his lackeys as shields against the bullets, was paralyzed with fear, believing his end had come. To his surprise, the enemy ceased fire after only a few shots. The bleach-haired thug shared his confusion. Brother Zhou, why have they stopped? Zhou Chen felt a pang of anguish. Every bullet was precious. Despite possessing thousands of rounds, each shot diminished his stock, and could one not feel a twinge of sorrow? Had it not been for his realization of Su Laosan's intent to target his equipment, he would not have intervened. The feuds between others were of no concern to him. At that moment, Yang Ziming had already drawn his twin blades. Indeed, if bullets could be conserved, it was now his turn to act. As he watched his leader leap into action, Huang Mao swiftly followed suit. Zhou Chen aimed for the legs, yet due to his lack of expertise, several thugs were struck in the back and abdomen, now sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Su Laosan, your demise is at the hands of Yang. Su Laosan, having soiled his trousers in fear, pushed aside his henchmen and scrambled away. However, the chill had frozen him, causing an excruciating sensation with each hurried movement. Zhou Chen remained stationary, surveying the scene from above. Yang Ziming and Huang Mao charged down the slope, paying no heed to the injured thugs, intent on pursuing Su Laosan. Huang Mao, being the youngest and swiftest, leaped and tackled Su Laosan to the ground, engaging him in a struggle. Yang Ziming arrived, delivering a kick to Su Laosan and raising his machete. With terror etched on his face, Su Laosan attempted to rise multiple times, yet failed. Yang Ziming, do you dare to kill me? Do you know who stands behind me? Yang Ziming brought his blade down upon Su Laosan's calf, blood splattering onto the snow. Kill you? A scoundrel like you dares to think my life is worth your own. With that, he struck again, this time at the other leg. Oh, you have someone backing you? Who is it? Hurry, call them to save you. Su Laosan, I shall not take your life. Instead, you may linger here and await your demise. How contemptible. The trio retraced their steps along the mountain road, and just as they donned their shoes, they were startled by the harrowing screams emanating from the snowy forest, reminiscent of slaughtered swine. Zhou Chen furrowed his brow. The hanging bomb gang had sustained injuries, and they could scarcely endure the biting cold for more than 10 minutes. If their sole objective was the supplies on those individuals, they could simply wait until death claimed them before taking action. However, the nature of those screams suggested a more sinister fate. Clearly, they had been murdered. It was highly probable that another band of ruffians lay hidden in the mountains, their sights set on the luxurious villa district inhabited by the affluent. Upon their return to the community, the three were drenched in perspiration. Yang Ziming returned the ice skates, exclaiming, "These are splendid items. Without them, we would not have made it back until tomorrow evening." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Brother Zhou, I have a modest request. Once your transaction with Boss Liu is successful, might I alter my remuneration to include a pair of those skates?" Zhou Chen stowed the skates in his bag, replying, "That is acceptable. The extreme cold would soon dissipate, and opportunities to utilize such items would be scarce. Why not seize the moment to secure a fair price?" Yang Ziming beamed with delight, but inquired once more, "Are you truly certain you do not require our gang's assistance in transporting your supplies?" Zhou Chen shook his head. "No need. I possess a stockpile of supplies not far from the Malwa villas." Yang Ziming gave him a thumbs up, affirming him as a capable individual. At that moment, Yang Sitian approached from a distance. "Brother Zhou, after you departed this morning, those individuals returned, expressing a desire to befriend you." "I have no need for friends," Zhou Chen replied, fully aware that she referred to the nearby gangs who had been frequenting their vicinity, seeking camaraderie, but had been thwarted by their formidable neighbor. Even the most unassuming neighbors harbor their own selfish motives. The gangs, numerous and tenfold stronger, pose a significant threat. What if Zhou Chen were to curry favor and flee? With their fragile strength, would they not become targets for everyone? This is not a time of peace. Bullying is no longer a mere scuffle, but a matter of life and death. Just then, Old Sun returned with a few neighbors, all bearing superficial injuries and a palpable sense of despondency. Xiao, fortunate that you are here. We managed to procure a batch of seeds. Take a few bags and plant them by the fireplace. Perhaps we can cultivate some vegetables, Old Sun suggested, his countenance grim. Zhou Chen was about to depart when he turned back, inquiring seeds. Old Sun nodded, his expression darkening. Today, while scavenging for supplies, we stumbled upon a seed shop. Initially, there were several bags of corn seeds, enough to sustain us for multiple meals. However, we encountered a group of survivors on the brink of starvation. These desperate survivors, devoid of reason, became indistinguishable from marauders once provoked. In a bid to preserve their own lives, they scattered the corn seeds across the ground. It was only while the survivors scrambled to collect the seeds that we managed to escape unscathed. The world has truly transformed. Throughout this time, as he ventured out with the neighbors in search of resources, he repeatedly recognized the chaos that reigns outside. A mere handful of corn could incite a massacre. One moment, the marauders would kill for supplies, and the next, they would be slain by other marauders. Just moments ago, they were brothers in arms. And now they would stab each other in the back for a share of the spoils. Zhou Chen was genuinely intrigued. How many seeds did you acquire? Seeds are the true treasures. Who knows how many years the calamity may endure? In the previous apocalypse, merely 3 years had elapsed, and as resources dwindled increasingly, many seeds had been entirely consumed by the survivors. Those still possessing humanity resorted to gnawing on tree bark and foraging for wild vegetables, while the ruthless marauders confined survivors as their livestock. Lao Sun rummaged through his bag, counting the contents. There was little to be had, several dozen packets of vegetable seeds and an equal number of grains. I shall relinquish all the vegetable seeds to you, as our firewood is insufficient and we lack the means to cultivate crops, he stated. Zhou Chen replied, since you are unable to cultivate, why not present all of them for trade? Upon hearing this, Lao Sun and all the neighbors' eyes brightened. With vegetables beyond their reach and the grain seeds insufficient for sustenance, a direct trade seemed most advantageous. Less than 100 packets of seeds exchanged for 5 pounds of zombie meat, 10 packets of instant noodles, and 10 black buns brought unrestrained joy to Lao Sun and the others. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Zhou Chen relished a delightful lunch before donning a complete set of riot gear and venturing out once more to the flourishing villa district. Boss Liu Esman awaited him at the community entrance. Under the setting sun, the imposing figure from the previous day appeared, dragging a cart, eliciting collective relief from the onlookers. Everyone recognized the absurdity of the transaction, yet Boss Liu's household was bereft of supplies. No one wished to face starvation. Yet the fear of venturing out in search of resources loomed large. The cart was laden with an impressive pile of supplies, several hundred pounds of zombie meat, decaying cabbages, moldy buns, numerous packets of instant noodles, and some water-soaked flour and aged rice. Boss Liu observed as his bodyguards meticulously transported each item into the storage facility, trembling slightly as he produced a set of keys to unlock the entrance to the underground warehouse. A helicopter was exchanged for a mere truckload of supplies, which was utterly disheartening. Father, a young man burst forth in a fit of frustration. Have you lost your mind? One helicopter for a heap of trash. The aging Mr. Liu, weary and drained, retorted, return to your room. Youth often lacks the wisdom to grasp the burdens of life, blind to his father's genuine intentions. The young man was escorted back indoors by a bodyguard, still protesting. Upon opening the underground warehouse, a nearly pristine helicopter was revealed. Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though Mr. Liu felt a pang of regret, he understood that sacrifices were necessary for the family's survival. Following the terms they had agreed upon the previous day, he summoned a golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigner who spent an hour imparting the fundamental theories and operations to Zhou Chen. The latter listened intently, wishing he could take to the skies immediately if only the fuel tank were not frozen. With the assistance of the bodyguards, the helicopter was transported to the mountain road outside the community. Night had fallen, and the bodyguards, fearful of marauders, hurriedly wielded flashlights as they ran. Zhou Chen, feeling particularly elated, stored the helicopter in his space. Just as he was about to depart, a woman's voice called out from behind him. Wait a moment. Chapter 60. The road home the path was rather dull, and the journey was filled with tension. Two bundled figures, resembling spheres, clutched flashlights and shivered uncontrollably. It's freezing. The outdoors is frigid. The shorter of the two shouted toward a beam of light cascading down the hillside. Unsure if they were heard, they hesitated to step beyond the threshold, fearful of the rumored marauders. Handsome, you haven't left yet, have you? Could you come back for a moment? We are in need of supplies and wish to engage in a trade with you. The beam of light flickered momentarily, and the individual holding the light began to retrace their steps. This elicited overwhelming joy from the two women. 3 minutes later, Zhou Chen halted 5 meters from the entrance. As the flashlight illuminated the area, he instantly recognized one of the women as a renowned actress. This locale was known for its affluent residents, and it was not uncommon for several major celebrities to reside here. At the height of her fame, this actress graced the Cannes Film Festival red carpet multiple times, earning the adoration of countless admirers who hailed her as a goddess. However, following a scandal in the entertainment industry last year, she publicly declared that she was suffering from depression and had been recuperating since. In stark contrast to the disheveled survivors outside, this actress appeared only slightly gaunt, her face unmarred by dirt. Zhou Chen was never one to idolize celebrities, yet he was familiar with the most prominent stars in the country. Zhang Chuchu stamped her foot, instinctively directing the flashlight towards the other party, revealing only a tall silhouette in the dim light. She urged her assistant to hasten the conversation. The assistant, trembling, inquired, "We require a batch of supplies. Can you procure them?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Chen replied, "That depends on what supplies you are willing to exchange." The assistant, nearly frozen, received a nod of approval from the actress and hurriedly added, "Could we perhaps discuss this at our home? It's freezing out here." Zhou Chen replied, "No. We shall converse right here." The assistant, Zhang Chuchu. Zhang Chuchu felt a surge of indignation. As a leading actress in the country, she was the goddess of millions of devoted fans, intentionally pulling down her scarf to reveal her face. She could not fathom how the other party might fail to recognize her identity. She is a starlet pursued by countless admirers, yet when she invited him to her home, he astonishingly declined. Her assistant glanced at the star and remarked, "If you could provide us with some food, our dear sister Chuchu might be willing to give you an autograph." Zhou Chen turned on his heel and departed, muttering to himself about the misfortune of it all. He had hoped to acquire some valuable provisions during this visit, only to find it a complete waste of time. Zhang Chuchu, who had remained silent until now, widened her eyes in astonishment. What did he mean by that? Was this man a fool? Her signed photographs were always in high demand. Often, she found it tedious and had her assistant sign for her, leaving unsuspecting fans scrambling for a chance to obtain one. In a moment of desperation, recalling her empty refrigerator, Zhang Chuchu finally spoke up. "Wait, I am Zhang Chuchu, a leading actress. A signed photo of mine can sell for tens of thousands, and fans would fight tooth and nail for it." Suddenly, a lewd chuckle echoed through the dark woods. "Big star, let us make a deal. I'll trade you a pack of instant noodles for a photo." Zhang Chuchu was taken aback, clutching her assistant tightly. The bodyguard stationed at the entrance felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to the oblivious wealthy residents of the villa, they were far more attuned to the external dangers. Previously, there had been thieves lurking about the villa district, but they generally left after a mere glance, retreating to some cave in the mountains. Little did they expect that now, intruders had approached the outskirts of the community, their laughter betraying a gathering. Rumors of marauders treating people as mere prey circulated, and should the villa district come under siege, the consequences would be dire indeed. With a resounding blast, Zhou Chen discharged a round into the heavens, the sound reverberating across the mountains, both high and low. "Regardless of your identity, should you impede my descent, my firearm is indiscriminate." In the face of such overwhelming power, the various specters and demons fell silent, an eerie stillness enveloping the area. This realization sparked another possibility in Zhang Chuchu's mind. She hastened a few steps, halting at the iron fence, and cried out, "Handsome, I possess jewels. I offer them in exchange for your sustenance." As a celebrated A-list celebrity, she possessed a plethora of jewels beyond measure. Selecting a few of lesser value to barter for provisions would be inconsequential. More importantly, this man wielded a firearm capable of safeguarding her. It was plausible that this man was indifferent to the affairs of the entertainment industry. Otherwise, why would he decline to assist her? First, she would bring him back to her abode for conversation, shedding her unsightly and cumbersome winter attire, revealing her captivating countenance and alluring figure. She doubted any man could remain unmoved. Once she had him thoroughly infatuated, her safety and supplies would be secured. Having navigated the entertainment world for numerous years, she possessed a repertoire for captivating men. However, Zhou Chen did not even turn his head. Jewels? Perhaps they still held some value now. But within a year or so, a jewel worth millions would be less valuable than a packet of instant noodles. Zhou Chen had barely reached the foot of the mountain when he noticed a vast blaze erupting from the summit. It was in the vicinity of the villa district. Such an extensive conflagration must indicate that houses were ablaze. If it were merely an accident caused by heating, the flames would not have formed a fiery dragon. The looters who had been lurking in the shadows for so long had made their move. Crack, 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 while the looters were preoccupied with raiding the mountain. Survivors who had ventured out to fell trees seized the opportunity to drag timber towards the city. The presence of a cart renders the task somewhat easier. Those without carts must resort to crafting sleds from wood. They pile heavy, damp timber atop these makeshift sleds, securing it with ropes that they drape over their shoulders. Trudging forward with great difficulty, step by arduous step, these survivors may have emerged just yesterday, or perhaps they have been braving the elements for several days. Even if they manage to gather enough wetwood, they dare not journey alone. Only in the company of dozens or even hundreds do they feel emboldened to set forth. Should they arrive home unscathed, it would be at least by the following afternoon. They have witnessed the darker facets of human nature long before the affluent on the mountain. Having no time to ponder the fates that may have befallen those wealthy individuals assailed by marauders, their singular focus is on the path home tonight, which feels more secure than ever. Yet, there remain scattered bands of brigands, kindling fires along the route to waylay travelers. These threats are swiftly dealt with by Zhou Chen, who leads the way, dispatching each assailant with a single, decisive blow. Having acquired a helicopter, Zhou Chen is in high spirits on his journey home. Finding amusement in dispatching the marauders, he shatters the skulls of those who charge at him and those resting by the fire alike. Meanwhile, some women, forcibly detained by the brigands, seize the opportunity to flee towards the city. "Beast, let me go," cries a woman as two marauders pin her to the ground, while her companions are mercilessly beaten by a group of assailants. Just as the marauders are about to rend her garments, a shadowy figure appears. With a pair of resounding thuds, two brigands are felled, their skulls crushed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The woman, momentarily stunned, rises just as the shadowy figure vanishes into the distance. The marauders surrounding her companions emit anguished cries, some succumbing instantly, while others clutch their heads in a desperate bid for escape. The shadowy figure pursues, delivering a crushing blow to one fleeing brigand. Beneath the glow of the campfire, a figure glided on skates, moving with an elegance that belied the ferocity of their strikes. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the shadows. The woman suddenly regained her senses. It was him. It had to be him. She desperately pursued the direction in which the shadow had fled. My fur. The ancestral fur of my family. Chapter 61. As the ice melts, is the calamity coming to an end? Zhou Chen indulged in a leisurely slumber. In a daze, he heard the distant cheers echoing outside. With a sigh of amusement, he opened his eyes, lingering for a moment before rising to draw back the curtains. From the 23rd floor penthouse, the view was splendid. He observed jubilant crowds in every nearby community. On the snowy street below, ghouls discarded their grisly burdens, clutching handfuls of snow, both weeping and laughing in a frenzied manner. A young girl approached, knocking on the door. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never dare to do so. Yet, her excitement had rendered her bold, and she was bursting to share the good news with Brother Zhou. Zhou Chen approached the door, inquiring through the barrier. "Is there something you need?" The young girl, overwhelmed with joy, wiped away her tears, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou, the snow has melted. The calamity is coming to an end. You must come out and see." Zhou Chen rubbed the sleep from his eyes and, with a hint of irritation, replied, "Have you finished the clothes? Do you believe I won't withhold your payment?" Startled by his reprimand yet undeterred by her inner excitement, the girl responded, "They are all done, Brother Zhou. When will you come to inspect them?" Zhou Chen, still harboring remnants of sleepiness, retorted, "Just wait." The implication of waiting meant he intended to indulge in another 2 hours of slumber, followed by washing his face, brushing his teeth, shaving, and savoring a sumptuous meal. It was now 2 p.m. The young girl, brimming with delight, presented the completed fur coats before Zhou Chen. "Brother Zhou, these are all the finished products, tailored specifically to your measurements. I assure you that each piece fits perfectly. Would you like to try them on?" Zhou Chen casually flipped through the garments. Noting the commendable craftsmanship, each piece was neatly bound, with no unsightly seams visible. The girl pointed to a pile of scraps. These are the leftover materials. If you have any ideas, I can whip something up quickly. I plan to return home once the weather warms. My uncle must be waiting for me. Zhou Chen cast a glance at her, his expression tinged with complexity, perhaps a hint of pity. Yet, he refrained from voicing it, tossing her a few short fur jackets. His previous warning against sharing was born from a desire to protect her from unwanted attention, now that the bitter cold was nearing its end. There was no longer a need for secrecy. This is your reward. You can manage the scraps as you see fit, and here is a sewing machine for you. The girl instinctively caught the fur jackets, her face a portrait of astonishment. The mere thought of receiving several jackets was beyond her wildest dreams, let alone the scraps in the sewing machine. She fashioned the larger scraps into socks and gloves, and with her nimble fingers, she could easily stitch together a few more garments from the remaining fabric strips. The thick ice, measuring over 10 meters, would not melt away overnight. It might take a month, or even 2 or 3. The most insulating fur coats remained among the finest resources available. Yet, her greater desires lay in food and firewood. During this time, whenever Zhou Chen was away, she would occasionally visit Yang Sitian for a chat, gaining keen insight into the situation over there. Everyone has grown thin from hunger, and each has endured their share of wounds. Some have even succumbed to despair, taking their own lives. Yet, Yang Sitian remains grateful for Uncle Sun's care. Zhou Gu, may I? Zhou Chen, cradling a collection of finished goods, spoke in a calm tone. This is your extra reward. Remember to come by the entrance later for your payment. The anxious young girl, filled with trepidation, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. Yang Sitian and Chi Ro joyfully rushed to assist the young girl in her move. Upon seeing the provisions Zhou Chen had provided, they were left in awe. Meat, rice, potatoes, flour, eggs, cabbage, and even 2 boxes of frozen yogurt, all packed into several plastic bags to the brim. Chi Ro, moved to tears, exclaimed, "Zhou Gu is truly generous. Xiaoyan, you are amazing. I envy you so much." Long Xiaoyan, embracing her petite sewing machine, replied with a smile, "There's no need for envy. What's mine is yours. We shall all share." Yang Sitian chimed in joyfully, "Xiao Ro is right. Xiaoyan, you are truly remarkable." Long Xiaoyan shook her head. "In these trying times, surviving together makes us family. Let us first seek out Uncle Sun to trade some food for firewood. It is futile to have provisions without the means to cook. Venturing out to gather wood is perilously dangerous." Upon descending the stairs, the three could not help but gaze upward. The snow was quietly melting. The days of hardship had finally reached their end. Perhaps it was the sight of a promising tomorrow that made today's icy landscape appear far more agreeable. As evening fell, Huang Mao arrived. Spotting Zhou Chen from a distance, he cheerfully called out, "Zhou Gu, the snow has melted. The calamity has finally passed." Zhou Chen handed him a bag of rewards. "Do you still want those skates?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously. Yes. The ice and snow won't completely melt away in just a day or 2. With these skates, our team can still conduct a few more businesses." At this point, his expression clouded with worry. "However, there's a bit of trouble. The end of the disaster means that many of our supplies will be left on hand. The boss has been feeling down. Otherwise, he would have certainly come personally today. With the disaster's conclusion, there is much to be rebuilt. Given the astonishing labor force of our compatriots, it won't take half a year to return to our former state. When that time comes, fresh poultry and fish will be abundant daily. Who would still consume those moldy buns?" As the temperature began to rise, within a week, it had surged from -70 degrees to 0. In every corner of the city where survivors lingered, cheers echoed. Finally, this damned extreme cold was retreating. Zhou Chen's life continued as usual, with hardly any changes. He slept until he naturally awoke each day and prepared a feast. His dealings with the fried skewer gang remained uninterrupted. He provided Huang Mao with a list of items, and in exchange for finding one or more, they would deliver. However, the rewards the fried skewer gang demanded had shifted. Previously, they would accept wilted cabbage, but now they only wanted money, gold, silver, jewelry, watches, and premium liquor. Zhou Chen had long run out of money, but during a previous salvage operation, he had recovered a box of figurines. In peacetime, figurines could fetch the price of an entire wall in Kyoto. Now, they were perfectly useful. Lao Sun delivered 2 handfuls of vegetables. These could hardly be called vegetables. Merely slender, frail seedlings. Yet for survivors who had gone 3 months without fresh greens, they could hardly wait for them to mature. Upon noticing the 5-inch green sprouts in the flower pot, I promptly plucked them to savor their freshness. Old Sun, with a beaming face, exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, we have endured." Zhou Chen graciously accepted 2 handfuls of the meager vegetable seedlings, offering in return a can of milk powder and a pack of cigarettes. Old Sun had not anticipated receiving a gift, deeming it too formal. However, upon realizing it was children's milk powder, he accepted it without hesitation. The vegetables were a communal effort, and the cigarettes would be shared with several neighbors in the building. A week later, a dozen military trucks descended like divine heralds. The first few trucks carried soldiers, while the subsequent 10 were laden with provisions. The survivors were overwhelmed with joy, chasing after the trucks in a fervent display of gratitude. The entire city was under martial law, with the organization not only beginning to restore electricity, but also providing sustenance to the survivors. The initial batch of food had already been delivered to the city. Due to the severe cold disaster, the available provisions consisted solely of rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and salt. Each survivor was entitled to half a pound of rice, 1 potato or 1 sweet potato, and 5 grams of salt per day. This meager ration left many survivors dissatisfied, yearning for hearty meals at every sitting. Yet, what were these offerings? The rice was moldy, and the frozen potatoes and sweet potatoes had an unpalatable texture. They longed for rice dishes, fresh meats, vibrant vegetables, and succulent fruits. Chapter 62. Refugees enter the city. 0 degrees. The survivors no longer had to confront the terrifying extreme cold. Those who had been confined indoors emerged from their homes, laughing, dancing, and cheering. Occasionally, ice and snow would cascade from the buildings above, striking down several overjoyed survivors who had momentarily lost their caution. The organization has successfully restored a portion of the electricity supply, allowing the city to receive power for 1 hour each day. However, the outskirts remained devoid of such provisions, prompting many refugees from the countryside to hastily pack their belongings and relocate to the city. At the moment the electricity was restored, the once silent broadcasts resumed, with the host emotionally recounting the myriad hardships this natural disaster has inflicted upon the nation and its citizens, expressing profound condolences for the deceased. With resolute conviction, he urged everyone to unite and collaboratively rebuild a better homeland. Old Sun brought 2 slender seedlings, even thinner than bean sprouts. In return, Zhou Chen presented a genuine bunch of lush greens. Gaping at the verdant vegetables, Old Sun exclaimed, "Xiao Zhou, where did you find such greens?" Zhou Chen casually fabricated a response, "I have an abundance of firewood and used dog manure as fertilizer, so they grow better than yours." Unable to resist, Old Sun, indifferent to the source of the fertilizer, plucked a plump leaf and began to chew, exclaiming, "Now this is what real greens taste like. Does the dog manure still apply? I should take some back to plant." Zhou Chen, both amused and exasperated, fetched a bag of dog manure from inside. Old Sun received it as a treasure, remarking, "Xiao Zhou, it's indeed peculiar that we, as a people, have accumulated so much waste without ever considering its potential for cultivation." Zhou Chen raised a hand to halt the conversation. "Please, no more. At this rate, I might vomit." Old Sun scratched his head in realization, by the way. The organization is currently recruiting. There are no restrictions on technicians, but they are only accepting 1,000 ordinary workers for the time being, with an additional half a gene of rice provided daily. Will you join? Zhou Chen shook his head. "I will not work. It is impossible for me to take up labor. It will never happen in this lifetime." Old Sun felt a pang of envy. "You possess remarkable skills and lack for nothing in sustenance. I, however, would very much like to join, but upon seeing my leg." Others merely shake their heads. Zhou Chen, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, replied, "Then continue to seek provisions, retain what is useful, and trade what is not." Old Sun sighed. There is little else to be done. The temperature soared to a chilling 0 degrees, as if the world had pressed a pause button. Someone produced a thermometer, and after several days of observation, it was determined that the outdoor temperature consistently hovered between 0 and 1 degree. No one found this peculiar, rather, they accepted it as the most ordinary weather. In just a few days, a considerable influx of refugees flooded into the city. An unprecedented natural disaster had starkly illuminated the disparities between urban and rural life. In times of peace, medical care, education, and all manner of comforts were concentrated in the cities, prompting the populace to fervently seek to establish themselves there. Yet, after 3 months of relentless cold, the urban dwellers were on the brink of extinction, while the survival rate among rural residents was notably higher. In the city, procuring food was convenient. and households lacked the habit of stockpiling provisions. In contrast, rural families were well prepared, with chickens, ducks, rice, and vegetables readily available. Any single household could sustain itself for a month or two without issue. As floods surged, they fled to the mountains with their supplies. When their homes were submerged, they took refuge in caves, and when the bitter cold descended, stepping out of those caves revealed expansive forests. In the city, nearly every house stood empty, abandoned, and forlorn. A throng of refugees, desperate and disheveled, rushed to seize any available apartment, igniting the ire of the original residents. All had endured the ravages of disaster, and each harbored a smoldering anger, yearning for an outlet. Tensions escalated into conflict, resulting in tragic loss of life. The organization, already stretched thin, found itself unable to manage the escalating chaos. One can only persuade the original residents of the community to accept the influx of newcomers through broadcasts, while simultaneously warning the incoming refugees against causing disturbances. The Sakura community has also witnessed a surge of refugees. Seeing no way to halt their arrival, Old Sun decided to lock the ground floor doors, refusing to share the building with outsiders. When some refugees attempted to move into Building 21, where Zhou Chen lived alone, they were thwarted by a formidable iron gate. They knocked and banged, eventually cursing and leaving for other locations. As the population swelled, so too did the complications. The security doors, which had been removed to create a makeshift wall, were swiftly reinstated one by one. The survivors, having taken over the nest of others, were filled with exhilaration. A property in the Magic City is something the average citizen could not afford even after generations of hard work. Now, they found themselves in possession of a multi-million yuan house without cost, brimming with enthusiasm and industriously making noise every day. Zhou Chen fell asleep amidst the clamor each night and awoke to it each morning. Frustrated beyond measure, he decided to set up his speakers and connect them to his laptop. Whenever it was not broadcast time, he played music. With the sound system worth hundreds of thousands and the volume turned to its maximum, the music resonated across a kilometer radius. Zhou Chen initially presumed that the survivors would voice significant objections, yet, to his surprise, the opposite occurred. Listening to music allowed them to express their emotions and alleviate their inner anxieties, leading to a notable improvement in conflicts within the surrounding kilometer, gradually fostering a sense of harmony. However, this tranquility was merely superficial. Among the refugees infiltrating the city, more than half were former thugs. In their malevolent past, they had concealed their identities beneath layers of fabric, visible only through their eyes, unrecognizable to anyone but their accomplices. Now, with their faces exposed, they blended in among the refugees as ordinary survivors. Yet the malevolent forces have been unleashed, and fearing exposure of their crimes, they choose to persist in their wickedness. Once an individual embarks on a path of wrongdoing, particularly with a heinous act such as murder, the notion of redemption becomes a mere jest. These marauders, under the cover of night, force open doors, seize supplies, and flee. Upon encountering a beautiful woman, they mercilessly slay her male companion, indulging their primal urges without leaving any witnesses. With their plunder in tow, they vanish into the streets, only to return hours later, masquerading as ordinary, law-abiding refugees. Such atrocities instill a profound sense of fear and anxiety in genuine refugees, robbing them of sleep as they grapple with the nightmare of their existence. Having barely survived the calamities of nature, they now face the specter of death lurking in the shadows of malevolence. Old Sun, rallying his neighbors, resurrects the community's self-defense initiative, visiting each household to inquire and register concerns, ready to issue warnings at the first sign of trouble. A group of habitual wrongdoers, intimidated by the prospect of open conflict, resort to inciting discord among the other refugees in secret. We, too, possess rights as newcomers. Why must we heed the dictates of you, the so-called locals? Who do you think you are, dictating that we refrain from stepping outside after 10 p.m.? Such a farcical self-defense squad. You are merely fostering exclusion. The Qing dynasty has long fallen, yet you still delude yourselves into believing you are superior beings. Zhou Chen descends with his dog, De Huang, for a stroll. He eschews the ostentatious riot gear, opting instead for his familiar winter clothing, with a machete and hammer secured to his belt. The hammer has claimed too many lives. Its dark crimson stains now forming a thick patina. After being cooped up for over 3 months, the dog revels in its newfound freedom, bounding about with unrestrained exuberance. A group of emaciated survivors gazed hungrily at a plump dog, its glossy coat gleaming in the light, their eyes alight with avarice. A dog. Let us seize it. Dog meat is a feast for all. De Huang, no fool, swiftly darted back to its owner for sanctuary upon sensing the encirclement. A throng of refugees surged towards Zhou Chen, their greedy gazes fixed upon the large dog at his feet. A ruffian, licking his lips with a sinister smile, inquired with a fierce glint in his eye, "Brother, is this your dog?" Zhou Chen, hands tucked into his pockets, retorted, "Are you blind? If it's not my dog, is it yours?" Chapter 63. Whose dog is it? From below, a cacophony of voices clamored for dog meat. The starving refugees, at the mere thought of a meal, salivated as they rushed from their homes, eager to partake in the bounty. The crowd swelled, encircling Zhou Chen and De Huang. Old Sun arrived with his self-defense squad, but their attempts to reason were met with immediate hostility. At that moment, whether ruffian or refugee, all minds were consumed with the thought of dog meat. Fresh dog meat, no less. The ruffian, wiping his mouth, transformed from fierce to malevolent. "Heh, you're right. That's my dog. It went missing these past few days, and it seems you've taken it." Zhou Chen let out a cold laugh. "Do I appear to be easily intimidated?" In the next instant, he brandished a hammer and charged forward. The ruffian barely had time to react before a jolt of warmth splattered across his face, the crowd recoiling in horror. A murder has occurred. The refugees were paralyzed with fear, and even the hidden ruffians among them were taken aback. This man was utterly audacious, daring to commit such an act in broad daylight. Zhou Chen stepped upon the lifeless body, his right hand gripping a hammer, rhythmically tapping it against his left palm. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd. "Who else desires to feast upon my dog?" At that moment, everyone discerned the thick patina on the iron hammer he wielded. Good heavens! How many souls had he taken to acquire such a dense layer of grime? To label him as a relentless killer would be an understatement. The ordinary refugees recoiled in fear, yet the thugs remained unfazed. Had they not also spilled blood? Their misdeeds extended far beyond mere murder. Another thug stepped forth. "I can testify that this dog belongs to him. You stole his dog and killed a man, you." A single blow landed upon his jaw, sending a cascade of teeth and blood erupting from his mouth. Zhou Chen, youthful and robust, well-fed and fortified with protein and vitamins, outmatched the thug in physical prowess by a considerable margin. The thug collapsed to the ground, clutching his shattered jaw, succumbing to unconsciousness from the pain. Zhou Chen, akin to a man dispatching a stray dog, delivered 2 kicks. "Speak nonsense no more. Henceforth, let your silence prevail." This incited considerable ire among the assembled thugs. They had long conspired in secrecy, intending to exert control over the entire refugee enclave through intimidation and manipulation, including the original residents. Their plan was for these individuals to dutifully surrender a portion of their rations each day after receiving them. However, before they could set their scheme into motion, a formidable figure had emerged over a mere dog. The refugees, having witnessed this confrontation, would undoubtedly perceive Zhou Chen as the most formidable adversary in the community. They felt compelled to act, to ensure that all refugees recognized their dominance as the true force to be reckoned with. The sound of thuds echoed as the marauders, displaying an unsettling camaraderie, brandished their concealed weapons. The majority of the refugees, paralyzed by fear, turned to flee, yet were unwilling to miss this spectacle, seeking refuge to observe from a distance. The leader of the thugs stepped forward, adopting a righteous demeanor, and proclaimed, "Brothers, this man has stolen our brother's dog and has killed him. We must avenge our fallen comrade." Avenge? The dog thief is despicable. Let us eliminate the dog thief and seek justice for our brother. Over 20 thugs echoed his sentiments, their gaze fixated on the plump dog, salivating in anticipation. Zhou Chen, with a swift motion, sheathed his iron hammer and reached beneath his clothing to retrieve a submachine gun. With a decisive click, he disengaged the safety, leveling the dark barrel at the thug leader and fired. The leader, momentarily stunned, felt the searing pain of the bullet wound in his chest before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief. Zhou Chen elevated his weapon, his entire being radiating a menacing aura. Whose dog is it? The remaining thugs, regaining their senses, trembled in terror, their legs quaking as they felt warmth spreading in their trousers. A gun. This man wields a gun. Zhou Chen pulled the trigger again, instantly dispatching another thug. Whose dog? The gang of thugs, now utterly terrified, were paralyzed with fear. "Yours. Please, don't shoot. The dog belongs to you. We were wrong. We won. Dare again." Zhou Chen, filled with fury, retorted, Just days ago, several refugee households were raided in the dead of night. It was you beasts who perpetrated these heinous acts, wasn't it? Under the muzzle of a gun, a group of ruffians desperately denied their culpability. No, it wasn't us. Zhou Chen, filled with fury, commanded, "Old son, bind them all and interrogate them one by one. Anyone daring to commit wrongdoing in Sakura community shall face no mercy." Old son and his companions, well acquainted with Zhou Chen's methods, promptly procured ropes to secure all the miscreants. The refugees, who had been watching from the sidelines, remained in disbelief. This man possesses a firearm? He has taken lives. What a heartless individual. Zhou Chen fired a shot into the sky, sending tremors through the bodies of the frightened refugees. He proclaimed loudly, "Once you enter Sakura community, you must adhere to its rules. You can either lead a respectable life or leave. Should anyone dare to commit misdeeds under the cover of night, they shall be met with a brutal end. Furthermore, anyone who dares to harm my dog will experience the true sting of a bullet." With gunfire echoing and heads being shattered, the ordinary refugees bowed their heads, too fearful to glance at the imposing yellow dog. The fierce canine, with bared teeth, barked, "Woof, woof, woof." Zhou Chen continued his stroll with the dog. Seizing the opportunity, Old Son initiated a campaign of persuasion. "Comrades, lend me your ears." He eloquently recounted Zhou Chen's exploits, embellishing the narrative. Not only did he cast Zhou Chen in a golden light, but he also exaggeratedly portrayed him as a savior. In essence, if it weren't for young Zhou repeatedly repelling the ruffians, none of us in this community would have survived. Today, once again, young Zhou took action against a group of thugs, all for the sake of our safety. While conflicts may arise among a larger crowd, as long as we refrain from chaos and wrongdoing, we are indeed one family. Floods and extreme cold have been endured. Who does not yearn for a peaceful existence? I admonish those harboring ill intentions that, once apprehended, our community self-defense team shall impose stringent measures. Expulsion from the community would be a mild consequence, while in severe cases, they may face brutal retribution. To unite public sentiment, Old Son publicly interrogated the bound assailants. Initially, the criminals vehemently denied their involvement. However, after enduring a severe beating, they ultimately confessed to 5 incidents of burglary that transpired in the community the previous night. Fearful of being beaten to death, the assailants began to betray one another, unraveling a web of numerous homicides. We hid among the ruins, robbing anyone we encountered. Men were killed, women spared, and the children some were sold off, while those we could not sell were abandoned to freeze to death. Upon entering the city, to eliminate evidence, we killed all the women, wiped them out completely. The onlookers, refugees, were struck with terror upon hearing this. The thought of cohabiting with such savages sent shivers down their spines. The crowd began to denounce the heinous crimes of these perpetrators. Beasts, worse than animals, lacking all sense of morality. We are all human. How could you bring yourselves to commit such atrocities? You truly deserve to die. Eliminate these brutes. Chapter 64. Good words cannot persuade the deserving of death. With food supplies scarce, the aid distributed by the organization was limited. After a period of unrest, the survivors gradually resigned themselves to their fate. They began to cultivate their own crops. Each day, the potatoes and sweet potatoes brought home were too precious to consume. A desire arose to cultivate them in soil, planting them in flower pots, yearning for the day they would sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. However, this particular batch had succumbed to frost, rendering them incapable of germination or flowering. In a bid for sustenance, the survivors began to devise means of self-rescue. Some formed teams to scour for supplies. The weather had shifted from the deadly cold of before, making both outdoor excursions and resource gathering significantly easier. Troops had taken residence in the city, causing the lurking thugs among the refugees to refrain from overt acts of robbery and murder, instead lurking in shadows, biding their time. As long as they remained within the city limits, the survivors faced little threat to their lives. Yet, this fragile peace was short-lived. On Christmas Eve, as temperatures hovered between 0 and 1 degree, they suddenly soared to 30 degrees. Many were roused from their slumber by the oppressive heat, awakening in a daze, taking several moments to comprehend the sudden change in temperature. Refugees residing on the lower floors noticed something amiss with the ice layer. What had been a solid sheet of ice in the evening was now visibly melting. Peering out the window, they felt a rush of cool air rising, reminiscent of summer air conditioning. An emergency broadcast blared, with the host repeatedly warning the survivors against venturing outside, cautioning them about the myriad dangers posed by the melting ice. Yet, many refugees disregarded these warnings, rushing downstairs to frolic and create a ruckus at the break of dawn. Zhou Chen, too, was awakened by the heat. He went to the kitchen and turned on the tap, which sputtered before spewing forth a stream of yellowish muddy water. The large yellow dog, panting and restless, stared anxiously at the fireplace. Zhou Chen extinguished both fires and stepped out onto the rooftop. He retrieved several plastic water storage containers from his space, filling the entire rooftop area with them. He took out 3 hoses, connecting them to the faucets in the kitchen, bathroom, and the master bedroom's bathroom. The murky yellow water flowed into the storage tank, and after nearly an hour, the quality began to improve gradually. Although still turbid, it no longer spewed mud. And after a period of sedimentation, it became drinkable. However, Zhou Chen would never consider drinking this water, as he had an abundance of mineral water in his space. Recently, Old Sun had been associating closely with the middlemen of the explosive gang, trading supplies for a telescope. He was observing the nearby residential complexes and noted that the conditions were quite similar across them, even though it was winter during a typically temperate season. For the survivors who had endured the torment of the cold, a rise in temperature was a joyous event. As he scanned the area, he suddenly spotted Zhou Chen bustling about on the rooftop. Old Sun grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Xiao, what are you doing?" After shouting for a while without any response, he figured that Zhou Chen must not have the walkie-talkie on him. He continued to watch Zhou Chen as he returned home and called again. Having only spent an hour on the rooftop, Zhou Chen returned to the house drenched in sweat. Just as he turned on the air conditioner, he heard Old Sun's call. Sitting on the sofa, he let the cool air wash over him, stocking up on water. After enduring 10 days of temperatures hovering around zero, the mercury had suddenly surged to 30 degrees overnight, even in the dead of night. If the survivors were still devoid of any sense of crisis, then they were truly at the mercy of fate. Old Sun was taken aback. "Stocking up on water? Are you suggesting that a drought is imminent?" Zhou Chen did not elaborate. "The weather is unpredictable. Let us hope for no drought. In any case, I can still water the plants and vegetables." Old Sun began to mutter to himself. The temperature is indeed rather strange. It drops and rises at will, as fierce as a cannonball. I should gather everyone to discuss this. Better safe than sorry. Zhou Chen took a refreshing shower and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window enjoying a cold drink. Old Sun had already assembled the neighborhood's refugees, urging every household to stockpile water. The refugees, however, dispersed in a flurry, deeming Old Sun overly eager for authority, meddling in matters both trivial and significant. Only a few initial neighbors remained by his side. "Old Sun, do we really need to stockpile water?" One questioned. "Are you perhaps overthinking this? We're not in Ningxia. How could we possibly run out of water?" Old Sun sighed. "I only noticed Xiao Zhou accumulating supplies. Brother Zhou is stockpiling?" Another chimed in. "If Brother Zhou is doing it, then we should too. I still regret not heeding his advice to venture out and gather supplies earlier. Indeed, the thought of that keeps me awake at night," another concurred. "If only we had taken Brother Zhou's warnings to heart, our community wouldn't be left with just us." Yang Sitian wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, "I believe we should stockpile water. As for Brother Zhou, how should I put it? I feel we should follow his lead. He's never wrong." Everyone nodded in agreement, finding a semblance of reason in her words. Old Sun turned to Yang Sitian. "Didn't you take Long Xian home? How is she faring? Is her uncle still alive?" Yang Sitian shook her head. "The house at home has been occupied by refugees, in an attempt to reclaim it. I even got into a fight. I accompanied her to several places, yet we could not ascertain the whereabouts of her uncle. She urged me to return home first, promising to wait for me." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of foreboding. Chi Ro approached, holding her child. "I believe she will be all right. Her uncle is a firefighter, possessing survival skills that far exceed those of the average person. He is certainly accompanied by comrades, and any assailants would think twice before confronting him." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. If such ordinary individuals could endure, surely with her uncle's survival abilities and relentless physical training, she would be fine. Old Sun embraced his frail grandson, who resembled a thin bean sprout. He needed to find Huang Mao to procure a couple of water tanks and perhaps some infant formula. Chi Ro removed her Cartier bracelet from her wrist. "Uncle Sun, currently all the middlemen in the city only accept cash. You should trade for other supplies instead." Old Sun was troubled by this issue during the harsh cold. Food was the most valuable commodity, but as temperatures warmed to 0 degrees, those middlemen began to only accept money. In these times, Everyone had traded whatever valuable items they possessed. You take it. Uncle Sunday Chi-Ro pressed the bracelet into Old Sun's hand. This bracelet is worth more than gold. So be cautious not to be deceived. Old Sun felt a surge of gratitude. Xiao-Qi, if there is ever an opportunity in the future, I will surely repay you with an even finer piece. The sustained high temperatures hastened the melting of the ice and snow. The solid ice layer cracked, revealing murky water in many places, where various pieces of litter floated. Some refugees recklessly wandered onto the ice. Old Sun, exasperated, scratched his head, attempting to reason with them emotionally and logically, coupled with stern warnings, all to no avail. Zhou Chen suspected that if Old Sun continued this way, he might end up bald from worry. Forget it, Old Sun, you can't advise the damned. Frustrated beyond measure, Old Sun decided to ignore them. Go ahead and embrace your doom. Zhou Chen, enjoying the air conditioning while indulging in hot pot, was first startled by a scream, followed by a series of horrific cries. De Huang, who was gnawing on a bone, was frightened and ran to the window to bark at the scene below. Zhou Chen approached the window and glanced outside. He saw that a 20-square-meter section of the ice had collapsed, causing a dozen refugees to fall into the frigid water. Those who could swim were struggling to reach the shore, while others floundered in terror. The icy water was excruciatingly cold. Once submerged, a person's body temperature plummeted rapidly, rendering their limbs stiff within 15 seconds. Some refugees attempted to rescue their companions, but they initially struggled to find suitable tools. By the time they stripped off their clothing to tie together makeshift ropes, several of those unable to swim had already sunk beneath the surface. Lives vanished before their eyes. A group of refugees, now recklessly rushing downstairs, stood frozen in shock, fear, and reflection. Chapter 65. The arrival of extreme heat. The melting of the ice and snow occurred at an alarming rate. Aside from the soldiers preoccupied with collecting supplies, there were no longer any reckless refugees outdoors. Old Sun squatted on the fourth floor, holding a rope, the other end of which was tied to a brick that he cast into the depths of the water. After a while, he pulled up the hard head and measured the dampened portion of the rope with a ruler. The onlooking neighbors, wiping their brows, gathered around. How is it? Old Sun furrowed his brow. It's dropped another meter. The water level descends at a rate of 1 meter per hour, indicating an evaporation rate that is simply staggering, even for the scorching desert. A group of neighbors began to recognize the gravity of the situation. I have a feeling that 2 water tanks may not suffice. After a prolonged contemplation, Old Sun rose, dusted off his trousers, and declared, "Come, let us gather wood. I shall seek out Huang Mao to exchange for 2 more water tanks." The neighbors sprang into action, some scouring for wood, others for rope. A slender woman hesitantly stepped forward, removing the gold necklace from around her neck. Old Sun, do your utmost to bring back as many as you can. At this rate of evaporation, we are likely to face extreme heat. Old Sun was taken aback. What do you mean by extreme heat? The neighbors who were busy nearby turned in unison to look at the woman. She explained, under normal circumstances, the sweltering heat lasts about 16 days each year, during which many companies provide employees with heat subsidies. As she mentioned the increase in subsidies, everyone nodded in agreement. This group of neighbors included business owners and middle managers, all well acquainted with the concept of heat allowances. Those who spent the sweltering days in air-conditioned rooms fared better, while workers from small enterprises or those toiling outdoors often found their clothes wringing wet from sweat, enduring sheer torment. Ironically, those in air-conditioned comfort received heat subsidies, while the outdoor laborers, such as migrant workers, received not a single cent in compensation. A woman explained, "What we refer to as extreme heat is a relentless and oppressive high temperature. Heat stroke is merely a mild concern. What we truly fear is heat-related illness, where one's internal organs are effectively cooked, ultimately leading to multi-organ failure and death." Chi-Ro responded, "I am aware of heat-related illness. Every summer, during the peak of the heat, there are invariably individuals who succumb to it. The prospect of enduring prolonged, sweltering temperatures is utterly terrifying." The woman nodded in agreement. "My father was a physician during his lifetime, and I have heard him recount cases of heat-related illness. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. Once diagnosed, survival becomes nearly impossible." A bespectacled neighbor interjected, "Having endured 3 months of extreme cold, do you think we might face 3 months of extreme heat next?" This statement sent a wave of apprehension through the group. If one could experience temperatures as low as -70 degrees in August, what other phenomena might befall them? Lao Sun furrowed his brow, revealing a deep crease of concern. We cannot dismiss that possibility. Panic spread among the neighbors. What shall we do? We barely survived the bitter cold without freezing or starving to death. Must we now face the threat of dying from heat exposure? Or perhaps even from dehydration? Lao Sun hastily sought to calm everyone. This is merely a hypothesis. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily, yet it is prudent to prepare some supplies in advance. The woman cautioned, should extreme heat indeed descend upon us, we will need to stockpile not only ample water, but also a substantial supply of salt. Lao Sun nodded in affirmation. Indeed, during the scorching summer, it is essential to replenish our bodies with salt. The woman handed a gold necklace to Lao Sun, advising, exchange as much as you can for water and salt. A man removed a watch from his wrist and said, Lao Sun, this is for you. A frail 10-year-old boy approached and replied, Dad, this watch was given to you by Grandpa when you were in college. Since Grandpa is no longer with us, you should keep it. I will give you my piggy bank. The man affectionately patted his son's head, reassuring him, do not worry. Grandpa is watching over us from above and will not blame me. Lao Sun raised his hand to halt the conversation, saying, there's no rush. You two should first finish making the wooden planks while I ponder this further. He then ascended the stairs alone and discreetly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Zhou Chen was in the kitchen chopping duck, preparing a dish of beer duck for lunch, when he heard Lao Sun's call and returned to the living room. Xiao Zhou, are you busy? He inquired. Not at all. What is there to be busy with at home? Lao Sun explained the situation and asked, do you really think extreme heat disasters will occur? Zhou Chen, surprised by how quickly the neighbors reacted, replied, I am uncertain, but I believe it is better to be prepared than not. Lao Sun hesitantly inquired, aside from water towers and salt, what other supplies should we stock up on? Zhou Chen casually suggested, food, perhaps instant noodles, compressed biscuits, canned goods, sugar, items with a long shelf life. The wooden planks were crafted on a grand scale, and Lao Sun set out with 2 men. At the second-hand market, while food was not as valuable as before, the prices remained high. Aside from water towers and salt, Lao Sun haggled with Yang Ziming, exchanging for a considerable quantity of zombie meat. By nightfall, the neighbors were bewildered. How did you manage to exchange for so much zombie meat? The ice has melted, and the meat is nearly spoiled. Old Sun, breathless and anxious, hastily exclaimed, thus, we must act swiftly to cure this meat into jerky and seal it for preservation. One of his companions remarked, canned goods and biscuits are exorbitantly priced. Given the current market rates, we can scarcely exchange anything of value. Old Sun's strategy is sound. Rather than purchasing those supplies at a premium, it is far more prudent to acquire zombie meat at a lower cost for smoking. Without further ado, they set to work. After the ice and snow melted, numerous wooden furnishings floated upon the water's surface. Once salvaged and sun-dried for an hour, they became suitable for firewood. For several consecutive days, a savory aroma wafted from the 15 buildings where Old Sun and his companions resided. By the time they had painstakingly smoked all the zombie meat into jerky, the water level below had nearly evaporated, and the outdoor temperature had soared to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. Even more alarming was the continuous rise in temperature, escalating by 1 degree each hour. In such sweltering conditions, how could the survivors endure? The stifling heat indoors was unbearable, while outside, the sun blazed down without a whisper of wind, rendering the ground hot enough to fry an egg. Standing in one place for too long caused even the soles of shoes to melt. The broadcast had already issued a heat advisory, urging citizens to stockpile water and salt. Upon hearing the organization's warning, the refugees in Sakura community sprang into action. Yet now, the market price for water towers had skyrocketed, increasing dozens of times, and the demand was insatiable. Even with money, obtaining them was not guaranteed. Those who returned empty-handed were filled with regret, lamenting their failure to heed Old Sun's counsel. Meanwhile, Old Sun and his group found themselves at ease, having filled 10 water towers to the brim. Every vessel in their homes capable of holding water, buckets, bowls, and basins, had been brought forth, and they had successfully cured over 100 pounds of jerky, in stark contrast to the survivors drenched in sweat clad in vests and shorts. Zhou Chen ventured out dressed in long sleeves and trousers. The temperature-regulating clothing proved to be a remarkable asset, allowing him to feel as though he were living in springtime. He descended into the basement, rolled up his sleeves, and set to work on the disarrayed vehicles, expertly siphoning every last drop of fuel from their tanks. With the fuel tanks of the community depleted, he tirelessly made his escape, running for an entire week. Seizing the opportunity, he drained dozens of gas stations across the district, leaving only the abandoned vehicles along the roads untouched. He initially intended to continue his endeavors in the neighboring district, but encountered a squad of soldiers engaged in fuel extraction, compelling him to feign mere transience. Chapter 66. The frenzy for water resources. While others frantically sought supplies, Zhou Chen stockpiled water. As others rushed to hoard water, he amassed oil and vehicles. He was undeniably affluent amidst the city's turmoil. The sweltering heat returned, revealing the roads and low buildings. The majority of resources had already been pilfered by the military. However, due to limited manpower, numerous small supermarkets remained vulnerable to the desperate grasp of refugees. Grains, having been soaked and chilled, had deteriorated and required re-exposure to the sun. After being sun-dried, their taste was severely compromised, accompanied by a pungent moldy odor, causing many to suffer from nausea and diarrhea. An increasing influx of refugees into the city signified a growing scarcity of resources, particularly water. The municipal water pipes had run dry, prompting some desperate families to trek to the Pooh River in search of water. Arriving at the riverbank, drenched in sweat, they were met only with parched yellow sand and dark mud. With no water to be found in the city, they were left with no choice but to seek it beyond the city limits. Outside the city lay a reservoir, once boasting a water level of 150 meters, now reduced to less than 10 meters. The banks of the reservoir were densely populated with refugees, embroiled in fierce disputes over water resources. Bang! Amidst a group of soldiers hoarding water, the captain, unable to contain his frustration, fired a shot into the sky. He climbed to a higher vantage point and, with a hoarse voice, implored, "My fellow compatriots, cease this fighting. If this continues, the water will evaporate." Some refugees, realizing the futility of their actions, ceased their hostilities and desperately pushed forward with their buckets. Others, overwhelmed by their suffering, collapsed onto the ground in tears. Old Sun, accompanied by a group of neighbors, retreated to the outskirts of the crowd, where some refugees eyed their heavy buckets, itching for a chance to seize them. Young Sidian unsheathed a watermelon knife without hesitation, declaring, "If you dare, come and take it." Upon returning to the community, Old Sun felt a lingering sense of dread. He communicated the events to Zhou Chen via intercom. "Xiao, you have no idea, the reservoir was swarming with tens of thousands today. The refugees fought like wild animals over the water source, and we narrowly escaped several attempted robberies." Zhou Chen was applying a hydrating face mask, his neck and face severely sunburned from a week outdoors, and his hands peeling from the harsh rays. Not even a sun hat could shield him from the relentless ultraviolet light. The reservoir? It required a full day's journey to traverse. Old Sun rubbed his aching thighs and replied, "Indeed, we set off last night at midnight, and the road was filled with refugees heading to the reservoir. Collecting water consumed a considerable amount of time, and by the time we returned, it was already evening." Zhou Chen retrieved a cold beverage from the refrigerator, twisted the cap off, and took a sip, feeling instantly refreshed. Given that the entire city of refugees was frantically scouring the outskirts for water, perhaps a change of strategy was warranted. "Xiao, what do you mean?" "I mean that your back and forth is too time-consuming. Why not continue searching for other supplies, and then exchange them for water with the refugees? Wouldn't that be more efficient? What do you think we should be looking for?" "Food." Lao Sun was taken aback. "Food? Didn't the broadcast mention that another batch of grain would be transported into the city in a few days?" Zhou Chen was rendered speechless. "Then let us assume I said nothing." After the call ended, Lao Sun fell into contemplation. The neighbors, who were also resting, were equally perplexed. Does Brother Zhou mean that stockpiling food is more valuable? Every supply holds its worth. I surmise Brother Zhou implies that water sources are crucial, yet food is equally significant. The second batch of relief grain is set to arrive in the city. Shall we gather those spoiled food items and see if we can trade them for water? So, are we still going to the reservoir for water tomorrow? Lao Sun proposed a compromise. Let us divide into two groups tomorrow. One will continue to the reservoir, while the other goes out to collect food. Heating advice, let us ensure we have enough to eat. Shiro, cradling a sleeping child, used one hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. We should not only collect food, we must also search for other supplies. The high temperatures make stored water prone to spoilage. We need to find some purification tablets. I measured the surface temperature earlier, and it has already reached 70 degrees. To prepare for the likely onset of prolonged extreme heat, the more salt and sugar we can gather, the better. She pondered for a moment and glanced at a rather disheveled woman. "Hongjia, you have suffered from heat stroke. You should refrain from going out tomorrow and stay here to care for the children while I venture out for a few days." Yang Sitian clutched her abdomen. her expression filled with concern as she beckoned Chi-Ro to the side. The reservoir is quite chaotic. I plan to head there tomorrow. When you gather supplies, remember to seek out that. Chi-Ro understood immediately. Several women in the building were currently without even a single sanitary napkin. The discomfort was a sensation only women could truly grasp. They had discreetly inquired around the neighborhood and discovered that all the women were facing the same predicament. Wait, why don't we ask Brother Zhou? Upon hearing this, Yang Sitian was so startled that her stomach pain dissipated. Brother Zhou? How could that big man possibly have any? However, Chi-Ro held a different perspective. While everyone else was trapped indoors, Brother Zhou was the only one roaming freely. If he could gather weapons, perhaps he had also managed to procure that item during his supply collection. Chi-Ro retrieved a walkie-talkie from Old Sun and hurried back to her room to make a quiet call. Bread? Zhou Chen was relishing a table laden with delectable dishes. The freshly cooked beer duck was exceptionally flavorful. Yes, what supplies will you trade for it? Chi-Ro realized that he had no comprehension of what she meant by bread. Blushing, she lowered her voice to a whisper. The kind of bread I'm referring to is not that type. Zhou Chen paused, then finally grasped her meaning. Ahem, yes. Chi-Ro dashed out the door, joyfully winking at Yang Sitian. As I approached the stairwell, I paused for a moment before rushing back to embrace my child, intending to procure some milk powder. The sun was setting, yet the outdoor temperature remained alarmingly high, with waves of heat rising from the ground. One could easily be misled into believing they had transitioned from a village on Earth to one on Mars. Chi-Ro stood at the first iron gate on the 5th floor, cradling her child. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a dog that dropped a black plastic bag at her feet, regarding her with an air of indifference. Alas, the opportunity for milk powder had vanished. Chi-Ro's lips twitched as she removed another Cartier bracelet from her wrist. The large yellow dog seized the bracelet in its mouth and pawed the door shut. A stream of refugees returned with water, among them a few dubious individuals who cast lecherous glances at Chi-Ro. Even as they moved away, their eyes lingered on her graceful silhouette, salivating with desire. Is it she? Indeed it is. I have been observing her for many days. The residents of Building 15 venture out daily to gather supplies, and she is the sole caretaker of a child at home. That woman wielding dual knives is intriguing as well, albeit a bit too fierce. This one appears delicate. The experience must be delightful. Let us keep a close watch. And when others depart tomorrow, we shall seize our chance to indulge. I have heard that a man in the community possesses a firearm, and he previously cautioned everyone against causing trouble. Might our actions provoke? What is there to fear? Which woman would dare to speak of such matters? If she remains silent, we shall too. Who would know? Chapter 67. Are you plotting against me? Let me turn you into mummies. The dawn was just breaking. A sudden cacophony erupted within the community. A voice, hoarse from rage, shouted furiously, followed by the shattering of glass. The sound of a heavy object striking the ground resonated particularly loudly in the stillness of the morning. This was soon accompanied by the piercing screams of a woman and the wailing of children. The commotion was so intense that it roused every survivor in the vicinity from their slumber. Many believed a robbery or violent altercation had occurred, and Zhou Chen shared this sentiment. He threw off the covers, donned a black silk robe, and rushed out of his home, firearm in hand. His expression was grim, fueled by a combination of rage of being awakened and fury at the audacity of someone to disrupt peace in his domain. The two emotions coalesced into a lethal ire. Help! Is there anyone to save my husband? An ambulance. A woman, barefoot and frantic, reached the ground floor, cradling a blood-soaked corpse. Her anguished cries echoing in the air, while two emaciated children stood by, sobbing inconsolably. Another lifeless body lay nearby, alongside two overturned buckets, blood pooling on the ground. A multitude of onlookers emerged, bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding tragedy. As Zhou Chen brandished his weapon, a group of refugees parted, clearing a path. Who did this? He demanded. But the refugees remained silent, their fear palpable. The weeping woman, as if grasping at a lifeline, clung desperately to Zhou Chen's leg. Brother Zhou, please save him. Take my husband to the hospital. He is still alive. He is still alive. Yet, with half his skull shattered, it was evident to all that he was beyond saving. Zhou Chen pried the woman's blood-stained hands away and approached the two corpses, checking for a pulse at the carotid artery. It was unmistakably clear. They were dead. With a click, the safety of the firearm was disengaged. Zhou Chen's face turned ashen as he questioned the woman. What on earth has transpired? if indeed there were marauders causing chaos. He vowed to annihilate them today and display their corpses at the community entrance as a grim warning. The woman, sobbing uncontrollably, shook her head and pointed towards the building, lamenting, the water we painstakingly fetched from the reservoir is gone. A sympathetic refugee inquired, was it stolen? Did your husband fall while confronting the thief? With tears streaming down her face, the woman shook her head and, after a lengthy pause, uttered, no. The water in the barrel simply evaporated. The couple had toiled tirelessly to transport water from the reservoir, only to find it completely vanished overnight, leaving not a single drop behind. Reflecting on the hardships endured during the extreme cold, her husband, overwhelmed by despair, had taken his own life by jumping from the window, inadvertently crushing a refugee who had just returned with water. The notion that the water had evaporated astounded all the refugees. Most of them had ventured to the reservoir outside the city in search of water, enduring a long and arduous journey, burdened by the weight of the water. Upon returning home, exhausted and weary, they would collapse into sleep, often rushing out again without a moment to check on the state of their water barrels or basins. Upon hearing the woman's account, the refugees hurriedly turned back towards their homes. In no time, the wails of anguish echoed from every household. The precious water they had so laboriously transported had evaporated overnight, leaving not a single drop behind. The same fate befell old Sun and his companions. With only a few densely packed barrels remaining intact, the room was filled with barrels and basins, all devoid of even a trace of moisture. The commotion in the Sakura community was deafening, awakening numerous nearby residents who found their own water supplies almost entirely evaporated, as if they had vanished into thin air. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air, lamenting, "Heavens, are you forcing me to my demise?" Almost every community saw desperate souls contemplating suicide, one after another. Zhou Chen holstered his weapon and ascended to the rooftop to assess the situation of the water tanks. Each tank, with a capacity of 5 tons, had already lost a fifth of its contents. At this alarming rate of evaporation, within a week, not a single drop would remain. On the rooftop of a certain building, a throng of greedy refugees gathered, eyeing the neatly arranged water tanks atop Building 21, their excitement palpable as they licked their lips. Look at that. He has hoarded a substantial amount of water, but he possesses a firearm. I've heard the locals refer to him as Crazy Zhou, claiming he kills without hesitation. Am I blind? Of course, I know he has a gun. Whether he is Crazy Zhou, Crazy Zhang, or Crazy Li, it is the refugees devoid of water resources who are the true madmen. Brother, do you have any clever ideas? Humph. Gather the water-deprived refugees together and force him to surrender those water tanks. What if he refuses? If he dares to resist, there are so many refugees. Can he really shoot them all? In the end, he will have to yield as Zhou Chen inspected the water tanks one by one. An unsettling chill crept down his spine. Was he being targeted? By noon, Zhou Chen descended as usual to take his dog for a walk. Recently, the once desolate community had suddenly been inundated with numerous refugees. The evaporation of water resources has left a multitude of refugees profoundly affected. Today, many lack the spirit to venture outside. Some lie idle at home, while others huddle in dark corners below the building, their expressions vacant and their faces etched with despair. Upon witnessing Zhou Chen and his robust, well-fed dog, many refugees are consumed by envy. Why must they endure such hardship? Why does Zhou Chen lead a life of such ease? They struggle to afford even a single meal, while Zhou Chen possesses surplus provisions to care for a dog. Those individuals are right. Zhou Chen's household is hoarding unimaginable resources and should share them with the community. Bark, bark. A few refugees, their emotions reaching a boiling point, provoke the large dog, which senses their malice and growls fiercely. The intercom on Zhou Chen's belt crackles to life with Lao Sun's voice. Xiao Zhou, I've discovered something quite troubling. Are you available to discuss it now? Zhou Chen removed the intercom and replied, I'm walking the dog. I'll talk once I return. Despite the presence of ill-intentioned refugees in the community, Zhou Chen strolls with an air of confidence, inciting further irritation among the psychologically troubled individuals. After an hour of leisurely walking, he returns to Building 21. As the heavy iron doors of the staircase close, they effectively isolate those desperate souls wishing to intrude. Zhou Chen first takes a cold shower, then retrieves a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator, savoring the refreshing taste. He does not call for Lao Sun, but instead directly activates the microphone system. Tapping the microphone twice to test the sound, his clear voice resonates across the neighborhood. reaching the ears of every refugee within a kilometer. I am Zhou Chen. I have uncovered a group of thugs hiding within Sakura community, engaged in heinous acts of violence and theft. These ruffians not only seek to harm me personally, but they also intend to prey upon all the refugees within the entire community. Now, whoever exposes these brigands shall be rewarded with a ton of water. Everyone, act swiftly. Once the water from the tower evaporates, what significance will there be in capturing the criminals? The refugees, who had previously dismissed Zhou Chen's voice, suddenly brightened with hope. The insidious ruffians, concealed within the buildings and engaged in their brainwashing activities, were taken aback. The dozens of refugees called into the room exchanged glances, and then they all surged forward. The brigands were terrified. This was Zhou Chen's stratagem. Do not fall for it. Bah. As long as I can obtain the water source, I care not for your tricks. In less than 5 minutes, this group of brigands was annihilated. Each one bound and escorted to the foot of Building 21. The original residents of the nearby community found this scene eerily familiar. Hadn't Zhou, the madman, previously offered bounties for heads? Back then, the reward was merely 10 packets of instant noodles. Now it has transformed into a ton of water. With a gun in his right hand and a plastic water container beside him, Zhou Chen proclaimed, "Here lie 2 tons of water. 1 ton is the reward. And the other, whoever brings these brigands to the entrance to be hanged, shall claim it." 10 minutes later, 5 refugees dangled upside down at the entrance of Sakura community. In the sweltering heat of 80 degrees Celsius, it felt as if they had been cast into a furnace. Each one suffering immensely, pleading for relief. After merely 2 hours, they succumbed to dehydration. The following afternoon, 5 corpses transformed into 5 mummies. The refugees in the community trembled in terror at the sight of these mummies. Whenever they spotted Zhou Chen descending to walk his dog, they would keep their distance, circling around him. A madman. Indeed, he was a cold-blooded killer. Zhou Chen, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled to himself. "Grandfather, I possess resources, and I have firearms. A group of destitute beggars dares to conspire against me. How amusing." Chapter 68. Old Master. By a crackling sound emanated from the radio. The host announced the latest information released by the Meteorological Bureau. Due to the current temperature fluctuations, a prolonged period of extreme heat is anticipated over the next 3 months. Residents are advised to stock up on water and supplies and to take appropriate precautions when venturing outside. This incited the refugees to vent their frustrations, tossing pots in anger. "We can't even find water to drink. Will we perish in 3 months? The reservoirs have run dry. Where are we supposed to gather water? Isn't artificial rainfall possible? Why haven't they launched a single missile yet?" However, the sentiment among Lao Sun and his companions was not as dire as that of the refugees. Little Zhou was truly remarkable. The value of food in the market had surged again, with salt becoming increasingly scarce. "We have stockpiled hundreds of bags of salt. Should we take advantage of the situation and trade some for other supplies?" "Absolutely not. Didn't the broadcast just inform us? The extreme heat will last 3 months, and salt will only become more precious. We must maintain a low profile when we venture outside. Everyone should play their part, lamenting their poverty at every opportunity, ensuring that the refugees remain unaware of the supplies we possess. Recently, I have noticed a group of young refugees lingering around our building, their demeanor suggesting they are up to no good." Yang Sitian brandished 2 watermelon knives, radiating an air of menace, with 5 mummies hanging at the entrance. Who would dare to cause trouble? This time, there is no need for Brother Zhou to intervene. I will take care of one, and if 2 come, I shall dispatch both. Huang Mao arrived, presenting Zhou Chen with a mountain bike. "Brother, what do you think? This is the finest mountain bike on the market, capable of soaring over the most challenging terrains, forging paths where none exist." Zhou Chen scrutinized the motorcycle intently, inquiring, "Is there more stock available?" Huang Mao nodded vigorously. "Brother, even if there isn't, we will procure it. If you desire it, we will make it happen." Zhou Chen patted the seat of the motorcycle, nodding in satisfaction. "Bring in the good stuff. What do you wish to exchange this time?" Huang Mao's expression turned grim. "Brother, the market dynamics have shifted again. The most valuable commodities remain food and water, with salt now ranking 3rd. My boss has fallen into despair, having accumulated a stash of money and gold and silver jewelry. The jewelry holds some value, but money, it is now as worthless as scrap paper." Zhou Chen nearly erupted with laughter. "It is not just gold and silver. Soon, even high-end jewels will be as insignificant as the stones by the roadside." Huang Mao, with an expression of hope, asked, "Brother, can you acquire water?" He had heard that Brother Zhou's rooftop was stocked with dozens of tons of water. Zhou Chen feigned contemplation, stating that while water was indeed available, he could not part with it in excess. The young man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he licked his lips and asked, "Brother, would 5 tons suffice?" Zhou Chen, appearing to be in a quandary, eventually nodded after a brief pause. "You must arrange for a vehicle to transport the water." The young man sighed with relief. "No problem. I will return shortly with one." In a matter of 2 hours, he arrived driving a water truck, accompanied by a group of associates, each brandishing a kitchen knife and exuding an intimidating presence, in order to deter any potential looters. Zhou Chen had initially intended to deliver the water in the evening, but the young man had brought along a lengthy water hose measuring around 70 or 80 meters. Zhou Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "You certainly have thought this through." The young man grinned. "It's not just about the water scarcity. We are eager to seize the market as we, too, are on the brink of dehydration." Zhou Chen dragged the hose upstairs, taking over 3 hours to dispense the 5 tons of water. The young man was overjoyed, proclaiming, "Brother, rest assured. As long as the goods are of good quality, our Zhai Diao gang will prioritize serving you first. You can choose what you desire, and whatever remains can be offered to our other clients." Zhou Chen called out to the young man, who was about to leave, "You need to assist me in finding someone." The young man paused, bewildered. In the wake of the typhoon and the ensuing cold, the city was rife with death, and many individuals had gone missing, making the task of locating someone quite daunting. Zhou Chen continued, "Many people must have approached your gang seeking supplies, right?" The young man nodded in affirmation. Zhou Chen said, "Help me find an experienced helicopter instructor. A non-professional will do as well. I can offer supplies in exchange for tuition, ensuring he won't suffer any loss." Huang Mao nodded. "No problem. I'll inquire about it when I return." With a cheerful demeanor, he drove the watering truck out. But as he reached the exit, he abruptly halted. "What the heck? A helicopter instructor? Is Brother Go planning to learn how to pilot and wander about freely?" Truly enigmatic. A few days later, Huang Mao returned with several mountain motorcycles and an elderly gentleman in his 60s. The old man, unremarkable in appearance with graying hair, was of average height, yet stood tall with a straight back. The lack of resources had rendered him gaunt, his eyes tinged with yellow, and his lips severely chapped. Huang Mao introduced them. "Brother, this is Grandpa Bai. He claims he can fly a plane." With Huang Mao dismissed, Zhou Chen engaged in conversation with Grandpa Bai. "Sir, were you a soldier in your past?" Grandpa Bai nodded affirmatively. "I once piloted bombers in the military. After retiring, I flew for civil aviation, but as I aged, I transitioned to ground support, and I have only recently retired." Zhou Chen could not help but feel a surge of respect. "Thank you for your service." Grandpa Bai instantly raised his hand in salute. "At your service." It was evident that the old man genuinely appreciated the recognition, and Zhou Chen's initial apprehension began to ease. "Are you looking to recruit a pilot, or is this merely for learning purposes?" Zhou Chen inquired. "If I were to learn to fly myself, how long would it take?" Grandpa Bai replied candidly. "Typically, to master helicopter flying techniques fully, it requires at least 6 months to a year." Zhou Chen shook his head. "I do not have that much time. How long would it take to learn the most fundamental flying skills?" Grandpa Bai kindly cautioned, "That would be quite dangerous." Zhou Chen remarked, "There's no way around it. The city is facing a severe shortage of supplies. I would like to travel to another region to assess the situation." "Would a week suffice?" Mr. Bai pondered for a considerable time before responding. "It is indeed possible. Many skills can only be honed through practical experience during flight." Zhou Chen selected a motorcycle and inquired, "Do you know how to ride?" Mr. Bai was taken aback. "Of course I do." Zhou Chen continued, "Please provide me with an address. I shall deliver the tuition fee to your home later. The helicopter is stationed outside the city, and we can ride out daily to learn." Mr. Bai nodded, intending to say something further, but ultimately refrained. He wished to broach the topic of supplies, not out of greed for quantity, but because he had heard from Huang Mao that Zhou Chen possessed precious water resources, prompting his urgent visit. However, with nothing to offer in return, he felt reluctant to voice any demands. That evening, Zhou Chen feigned a stroll in the streets with a flashlight. The desolate thoroughfare was devoid of life, save for the refugees groping in the darkness for supplies. Not even a rat could be found. In truth, the city's rat population had been decimated by the desperate inhabitants. Zhou Chen approached a secluded corner, retrieving a pickup truck from his spatial storage. He loaded it with a sack of rice, a sack of flour, several pounds of potatoes, several pounds of sweet potatoes, a ton of water, and 2 bags of salt. These provisions would be enough to drive any survivor into a frenzy. Mr. Bai resided in a charming standalone villa that offered considerable privacy. This place had previously been submerged, and with the oppressive heat, nostalgic individuals like Mr. Bai had returned. When seawater inundated the city, it claimed many lives, leaving most homes abandoned. Zhou Chen drove the vehicle to Mr. Bai's doorstep and honked the horn once. Old Master Bai had been waiting for a long time. Upon hearing the sound of the horn, he hurriedly opened the door. His wife, feeling apprehensive, followed him outside with a flashlight in hand, while their two little grandsons hid upstairs, too frightened to utter a word. Zhou Chen unloaded the supplies from the vehicle, piece by piece, leaving Master Bai astonished. "Xiao Zhou, why have you brought me so much?" Although they had agreed that the supplies would serve as tuition, both the quality and quantity far exceeded his expectations, particularly the water and salt, which were indeed precious commodities. Chapter 69, Low-Key Learning to Fly that night. Zhou Chen left the city, seeking a desolate mountaintop. The summit was densely wooded and overgrown with weeds, yet there was a flat area suitable for landing a helicopter. With the refugees flocking to the city, he was not overly concerned about being observed. The next morning, just after finishing his breakfast, the sound of a motorcycle horn echoed from downstairs. Peering out the window, he confirmed it was old Master Bai. Master Bai, seated on his motorcycle, observed the surrounding refugees carrying buckets in search of water. Recalling the ton of water Zhou Chen had provided the previous night, he felt considerably reassured. Zhou Chen descended with his robust yellow dog. Master Bai was taken aback by the sight of the well-fed mutt. All the animals in the city had been consumed by the refugees, and few pet dogs remained. Yet, Zhou Chen still had this one. Glancing at Zhou Chen, who was dressed in the same long sleeves and trousers as the day before, Master Bai remarked, "Xiao Zhou, you might suffer from heat stroke dressed like that." He himself was sweating profusely after just a short time outdoors in his tank top and shorts. Zhou Chen chuckled, "My constitution differs from that of ordinary people. I fear the cold, not the heat." The yellow dog eagerly leaped onto the motorcycle, its paws resting on the fuel tank. The two rode out of the city on a mountain bike. Despite being in his 60s, Old Bai rides his motorcycle with remarkable skill. Truly, exceptional soldiers embody a myriad of talents. Zhou Chen scrutinized Old Bai, who carried an antiquated military water bottle and a worn satchel. In a bid to conserve resources, the water bottle was only partially filled, producing a gentle tinkling sound as it swayed with the bumps of the ride. The satchel appeared deflated, likely containing nothing more than a couple of flatbreads for sustenance. A rusted kitchen knife was sheathed at his lower back, devoid of any bloodstains, suggesting it had never been wielded against another. Along their journey, the duo encountered numerous refugees. Those whose legs were rendered useless gazed at their motorcycle with envy. The robust dog perched at the front of the vehicle only intensified their longing. When a refugee rushed forward in an attempt to seize their belongings, Old Bai instinctively moved to dissuade the intruder. However, before he could utter a word, Zhou Chen lunged ahead, brandishing a hammer and striking the refugee fiercely on the head. Old Bai was taken aback, glancing at the lifeless figure on the ground, and remained silent. In a world where civilization has crumbled and morality has decayed, the innocent have been forced into the role of villains, while the wicked become ever more depraved. Even military vehicles laden with relief supplies have been nearly robbed outside the city, marking a departure from the once peaceful era. Zhou Chen led Old Bai to the summit. Stopping before a patch of grass, "Please conceal the motorcycle. I shall check if the helicopter remains." He then ventured into the woods, ensuring the area was deserted before retrieving the helicopter from his storage and placing it on level ground. Subsequently, he returned to guide Old Bai to this location. Old Bai raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "I heard that refugees have been hunting throughout the mountains. Your audacity to leave it here is truly commendable." Carefully examining the condition of the helicopter, the verbal instruction commenced immediately. While the foundational theoretical knowledge remained consistent, Master Bai's elucidation far surpassed that of the golden-haired, blue-eyed proprietor Lu by several magnitudes. Retain my earlier words. However, theoretical knowledge is merely that, knowledge. To truly master the art of flying, one must glean insights through the hands-on experience of actual flight. As the two individuals boarded the helicopter, a golden retriever also ascended. From the instant they settled into the aircraft, Master Bai's demeanor transformed entirely. Confident, composed, and adept. It seemed as though the helicopter was not a formidable machine, but rather a mere toy for children. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel. Truly, as an esteemed veteran who had piloted bombers, Master Bai possessed an aura and presence that he would never attain. "Let me take you for a spin." The rotor blades whirred to life, stirring the parched grass surrounding them. Ascending into the sky, the mountains shrank in size, and the refugees on the ground appeared as diminutive as ants. Master Bai, ever diligent, narrated the various key points of practical flying while maneuvering the aircraft. However, his extensive discourse left his lips chapped and cracked. Zhou Chen feigned rummaging through his bag, producing 2 bottles of mineral water. He unscrewed the cap of one and offered it to his companion. Master Bai shook his head in refusal, stating, "You drink it. I have my own flask." Zhou Chen persisted, and only then did the elder extend his hand to accept the offering. After completing their aerial tour, the helicopter landed once more on the flat summit. It was now midday, and they could only seek refuge beneath the trees for shade. Master Bai, wiping the sweat from his brow, was reluctant to drink more than a modest amount, satisfied merely to moisten his lips. He gazed at the increasingly parched forest and lamented, "I fear that in another half-month, these trees on the mountain will be scorched to death." Zhou Chen refrained from contesting as he diligently gathered stones to construct a rudimentary stove. Were he alone in the wilderness, he would undoubtedly have pitched a tent by now, setting up his solar panels and directing a fan to blow cool air upon himself. However, with others present, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of modesty. Yet, in stark contrast to the survivors enduring the hardships of refugee life, his modesty still radiated an air of extravagance. A wok, bowls and chopsticks, bottled water, pre-prepared ingredients, and various seasonings were meticulously arranged on the ground. Mr. Bai was once again taken aback. He quickly interjected, "Xiaozhou, swiftly gather all these supplies. I have some flatbreads. If you haven't brought any provisions, I can share one with you." Zhou Chen unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the pot, while Mr. Bai watched with widening eyes. The youth of today truly seem accustomed to extravagance, oblivious to the struggles of the world. Observing Mr. Bai's anxious demeanor, beads of sweat forming on his brow, Zhou Chen feared he might succumb to heat stroke. "Rest assured, I am well aware," he replied. Mr. Bai transformed into a concerned elder, admonishing, "What do you mean you are aware? Do not squander your meals. Times have changed, and every morsel counts. The sweltering heat will persist for another 3 months. Who knows what days lie ahead?" With abundant firewood readily available on the mountainside, Zhou Chen ventured no more than 5 meters before collecting a bundle of dry twigs. Effortlessly pulling up some straw, he kindled a fire and began by brewing a pot of refreshing tea. Soon after, he poured oil into the pan, sautéed the marinated meat, added green peppers, and the savory aroma wafted through the air. Within half an hour, Zhou Chen had prepared 3 dishes and a soup, alongside a pot of rice, stir-fried pork, shredded chicken salad, cold cucumber salad, tomato and egg soup, and a generous bowl of Yangzhou fried rice. Zhou Chen was determined not to shortchange himself. Had it not been for his desire to remain inconspicuous, he would have relished the opportunity to roast a leg of lamb accompanied by beer. Uncle Bai, typically composed and restrained, was equally astonished by the delectable spread laid upon the stone. What appeared to be simple home-cooked fare was, for the beleaguered refugees, an unimaginable feast of exquisite flavors. Zhou Chen ladled a bowl of fried rice for his companion, saying, "I forgot to mention last night that since you are teaching me to fly, I shall provide 2 meals a day, so please, indulge yourself without hesitation." Uncle Bai gazed at the ham and pea fried rice in his hands, overwhelmed by a wave of emotions. Noticing his companion's reluctance to serve himself, Zhou Chen purposely remarked, "This heat is unbearable. If we eat too slowly, won't these dishes spoil?" With the ground temperature soaring to 80 degrees and no refrigeration in sight, it was indeed a valid concern. Realizing this, Uncle Bai finally allowed himself to enjoy the meal. The usually meat-loving dog, De Huang, sought a morsel of meat, but was promptly redirected by Zhou Chen to his dog food. In the afternoon, the two took another flight, and upon landing, Uncle Bai continued his animated discourse on flight precautions. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of a personal need, allowing him to stow the helicopter away. Riding back to the city on a motorcycle, it was already 9 p.m. In the ensuing days, the duo maintained a routine of early mornings and late evenings. Occasionally, on their return journey, they would seize supplies from the hands of marauders. Uncle Bai had grown accustomed to Zhou Chen's audacious actions. After all, the thugs he dispatched were merely those who preyed upon the vulnerable, pilfering resources from the refugees, leaving him with little to contest. Moreover, Zhou Chen not only allocated half of the looted supplies to him, but after several days of improved rations, the hollows of his cheeks visibly filled out. Zhou Chen believed he had maintained a sufficiently low profile. However, He was surprised to find that he had attracted the attention of a group of people. Chapter 70. Your punishment. Zhou Chen piloted the helicopter back to the mountaintop. From afar, he spotted a cluster of refugees standing on the ground. 2 off-road motorcycles, hidden amidst the grass, were discovered by the refugees. Had it not been for the absence of keys, they would have undoubtedly been ridden away by now. As the helicopter approached, the refugees brazenly brandished knives and clubs. Just as Zhou Chen intended to swap positions with the co-pilot, Mr. Bai, to arm himself and take decisive action, a small squad of soldiers emerged from the woods. The moment the armed soldiers appeared, the refugees promptly subdued their demeanor. Some refugees attempted to lift the motorcycles away, but the soldiers intervened. There was no rush. The helicopter descended gradually and stabilized beautifully. It landed smoothly, coming to a complete halt. Mr. Bai remarked, "I'll go up and inquire first." Zhou Chen nodded and leapt from the aircraft, observing Mr. Bai approach an officer. Mr. Bai introduced himself, and the officer stood at attention, immediately offering a crisp salute. Mr. Bai returned the salute, and their conversation commenced. After 5 minutes, Mr. Bai beckoned Zhou Chen over. Zhou Chen approached and heard Mr. Bai introduce, "Xiao Zhou. This is Captain He." Captain He saluted, his lips cracked, and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou. My surname is He Guang. We would like to requisition your helicopter. It is not mandatory, but I wonder if it would be convenient for you." Zhou Chen declined outright, stating, "It is not convenient." Commander He was filled with disappointment, his eyes reflecting a sense of urgency. "Mr. Zhou, the situation is as follows. We dispatched a small team to transport water to Hangzhou, initially scheduled to return in 3 days. However, it has now been 5 days, and we urgently require your helicopter to ascertain the true circumstances, enabling us to plan our subsequent actions." Zhou Chen remained silent. The journey from Demon City to Hangzhou takes less than 2.5 hours via the highway. Even in the event of natural disasters causing road damage, a round trip should take no more than a day. Could it be that a formidable criminal gang has emerged? Zhou Chen directly inquired, "Is the journey fraught with danger?" Commander He nodded, pausing momentarily before replying, "It's not merely the roads. In order to maintain social stability, certain matters must remain concealed from the public. Alas, following the typhoon, seawater has inundated the city. The warden of Shaoshan prison acted swiftly, unlocking all the cells at the earliest opportunity. Among those who escaped, some perished in the extreme cold, others have gone missing, while a portion has taken to banditry." With Demon City facing a water shortage, the organization assigned a team of soldiers to transport water from Qiandao Lake, which has unfortunately become a stronghold for a gang comprised of escaped convicts. As we await the return of our comrades, the organization grows anxious. And Commander He is even more so, for those men are under his command. Yet, the roads have been severely damaged. Traveling by vehicle now requires a day, and encountering thugs would further delay matters. Thus, upon discovering the presence of a helicopter in the sky over the past few days, they followed the flight traces today. Zhou Chen was reluctant to lend it out. After all, he possessed only one helicopter, and what would happen if it were to sustain damage? As he gazed upon Commander He and the 5 soldiers behind him, each appeared gaunt and haggard, their lips chapped and cracked, due to prolonged exposure to the elements. Their skin was severely sunburned. Just as Zhou Chen found himself in a quandary, one soldier collapsed suddenly, startling everyone. Li Xiaoong had fainted. "Quick! Give him some saline." All the soldiers, including Commander He, rummaged through their packs, yet collectively they could extract not a single drop of water. Old Man Bai promptly unfastened his own canteen and offered it. After a considerable while, the unconscious soldier finally stirred back to consciousness. However, the heat stroke had left him so weakened that he could barely muster the strength to rise. This scene filled Zhou Chen with profound emotion. In such a dire apocalypse, it seemed that the families of these soldiers might have perished in natural disasters or gone missing, yet they steadfastly remained at their posts. Old Man Bai noted Zhou Chen's wavering resolve. Zhou Chen, feeling a flush of embarrassment, said, "Well, you may take it. Just remember to return it to me." Overcome with excitement, Commander He took 3 strides to Zhou Chen and grasped his hands tightly. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful. Rest assured, I shall return the aircraft within 3 days." Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Commander He, looking somewhat awkward, replied, We still need to find a pilot." Old Man Bai chuckled softly. "What are you looking for? Am I not a ready-made pilot?" Commander He then called over a soldier. "Xiaolong, take the brothers back to the city and be cautious on the road. I shall set off immediately to check on our comrade's situation." With that, Old man by departed with Commander He. Zhou Chen always felt that something was amiss. Upon reflection, he realized, to his dismay, that his dog was still on the plane. The creature had been sound asleep in the back seat, and in the hustle of landing, he had forgotten to call it down. With its robust frame, he wondered if the dog might have fallen prey to Captain He for a meal. As Zhou Chen gazed absently at the sky, a soldier named Xiao Long assumed he was reluctant to leave the aircraft. Mr. Zhou, it's getting dark. It would be safer for you to return to the city with us. Snapping back to reality, Zhou Chen noticed there were 5 soldiers in total, one of whom was being carried by a comrade due to heat stroke. Did you come by car? He inquired. Xiao Long shook his head. All the usable vehicles have been dispatched to transport water. We arrived on motorcycles, which are likely now commandeered by refugees. Then we have to walk back? Zhou Chen pondered, realizing the dire situation under the relentless heat, where the sweltering temperatures offered no respite day or night. They had not a single drop of water. It was a life-threatening predicament. He produced 2 keys from his pocket. These motorcycles are for you. Xiao Long hesitated. What about you? With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Zhou Chen turned and darted into the woods. I have another one hidden. Before long, Zhou Chen emerged from the trees riding a modest motorcycle, and he pulled out a backpack, tossing a bottle of mineral water to each soldier. The men were taken aback by his generosity. Was this not a display of remarkable extravagance? Zhou Chen opened a bottle and drank deeply, finishing half in one go. Drink up, drink up. It's all water I had stashed in the mountains. The soldiers, parched and acutely aware of the scarcity of water, hesitated and took only small sips after unscrewing the caps. The soldier suffering from heat stroke was given a few mouthfuls, yet his condition showed no signs of improvement. The severity of his heat exhaustion could not be remedied merely by drinking water. After descending the mountain, Xiao Long disembarked and searched for the motorcycle hidden in the grass. But alas, it was nowhere to be found. Although it was a dilapidated vehicle, it served as a crucial means of transportation in that moment. And the loss was deeply distressing. On the rugged road, 3 motorcycles traveled side by side, while the soldier who had lost his bike was engulfed in despondency. Under the sweltering heat, relying solely on one's legs for travel not only consumed precious time but also posed the dire risk of succumbing to thirst on the roadside. Zhou Chen pressed the horn, instantly snapping the 4 soldiers back to attention. With a smile, he said, "Brothers, would you be willing to share some information with me? In exchange, I shall gift you these 2 mountain motorcycles." Xiao Long hesitated. Well, Zhou Chen continued, I won't put you in a difficult position. Surely, you can provide some information that does not violate regulations? Additionally, I can offer a ton of clean water. Xiao Long, puzzled, replied, that could work. But you must specify what kind of information you seek. Let me make it clear, if it's something we cannot disclose. Even a gift of 10 tons of water would be futile. Zhou Chen was straightforward. Where can I find an M134 minigun in Magic City? Xiao Long was taken aback and, with a swift twist of the throttle, sped away in fright. Chapter 71. The missing helicopter. 3 days passed, and Zhou Chen had yet to catch even a glimpse of the helicopter. Captain He and Old Bai seemed to have vanished entirely. Old Bai's wife had come searching for Zhou Chen several times under the oppressive heat. Unable to remain idle, Zhou Chen ventured to the temporary settlement organized by the authorities to inquire further. The entire city was under military control, with the surviving local officials assisting in managing all affairs. After much inquiry, Zhou Chen finally located the soldier who had suffered from heat stroke at the hospital. The hospital serves as a temporary refuge, with rows of tents stretching endlessly before the eye. A natural disaster has resulted in significant losses of medical personnel and equipment, rendering the place exceedingly primitive. Do you remember me? Who are you? A soldier lying in bed, gravely suffering from heat stroke, has been plagued by persistent dizziness. Zhou Chen patiently reminds him, 3 days ago, your battalion commander came to borrow my helicopter from the mountain outside the city. The soldier weakly nods. I recall that. Zhou Chen, anxious, inquires, where is your battalion's camp? I need to ask Xiao Long something. As soon as the soldier mentions the location, he turns and retches violently, clutching his head in distress after emptying his stomach. Heat stroke is unbearable. Although the makeshift hospital has fans, the air they circulate is scorching, making it difficult to find relief from the heat. Zhou Chen feigns rummaging through his bag and discreetly produces 2 bottles of herbal essence, slipping them into the soldier's hand. Until one experiences it, one cannot fathom the extent of the suffering. Beyond the survivors injured in the disaster, countless patients afflicted by heat-related illnesses lie within. Just as Zhou Chen exits the tent, he observes 2 medical personnel carrying a corpse past him. In such extreme heat, if a body is not promptly attended to. The specter of plague looms ominously. Zhou Chen hastens to the military camp. Upon reaching the entrance, he sees Xiaolong leading a squad of soldiers hastily departing. They pair up and mount their dilapidated motorcycles. Zhou Chen rushes forward. Xiaolong, squad leader. Xiaolong, surprised, responds, "It's you." Zhou Chen states his purpose directly. "Has your battalion commander not returned yet?" Xiaolong's countenance was quite grim. "We have just received word that Captain He and his men have been captured by those marauders." "What nonsense is this? Were they not merely supposed to borrow a helicopter for a reconnaissance flight? How could they possibly be taken captive while airborne?" Xiaolong was anxious. "Mr. Zhou, I cannot afford to explain right now. We must hasten to Qiandao Lake to rescue our captain and the other brothers." Zhou Chen reached out and pressed down on the hood of the vehicle. "Take me with you." If the men had been captured, then surely their helicopter had also fallen into the hands of the bandits. This was utterly preposterous. That helicopter was the sole one he had procured in exchange for a truckload of rotten cabbages. Xiaolong, unable to dissuade him, rode his motorcycle a short distance, only to glance back and see Zhou Chen resolutely trailing behind. After riding for a while longer, he turned around again, only to find Zhou Chen had vanished. Shortly thereafter, a formidable figure emerged at the rear of the convoy, a brand-new Kamaz, careening down the damaged road. Zhou Chen honked the horn and leaned out of the window. "Get in." Under the sweltering heat, with the ground temperature soaring to 80 degrees Celsius, even riding a motorcycle would not spare one from sunstroke. The soldiers quickly moved the motorcycle into the truck's cargo area, where the air conditioning from the cabin wafted back, creating a refreshing breeze. Each soldier sighed in comfort. "Ah, this is splendid. It feels as though we have returned to those summer days before the disaster, sleeping in the dormitory with the air conditioning blowing, which truly revives the mind." Xiaolong sat in the passenger seat, surveying his surroundings. Were it not for his military attire, he would have been tempted to reach out and touch everything. "Mr. Zhou, where did you acquire this vehicle? Curious, are you? Then you must first answer my previous question." Zhou Chen skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, exploiting the robust capabilities of the vehicle as he sped along the road. A multitude of ragged refugees approached the city of demons, their eyes widening upon sighting the car. Suddenly, a group of assailants surged forward to obstruct their passage, prompting Xiaolong to chamber a bullet, poised to fire a warning shot. In an instant, Zhou Chen leaned forward and accelerated, colliding with the oncoming refugees. The impact sent them sprawling like kites severed from their strings. Xiaolong, alarmed, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Zhou Chen, his expression unyielding, replied, "Conserve your ammunition." If warnings were effective, the supply trucks wouldn't be ambushed on their way into the city. Xiaolong felt a surge of indignation. Perhaps he merely wished to ask for some water. Zhou Chen shot him a sidelong glance. "Oh, do you have water to spare for him? If you offer water to one refugee, countless others will swarm, and if you cannot provide, you may well endanger your own life." Xiaolong swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of Zhou Chen's words. This was no mere hyperbole. A squad from their camp had suffered a similar fate, ultimately falling victim to the frenzied assaults of desperate refugees, resulting in the loss of a comrade. Moreover, they truly had no water. Each soldier's canteen contained only a fifth of its capacity. If they failed to locate a water source upon reaching their destination, even those they rescued might not return alive. This wretched calamity had deprived the common people of their essential sustenance. This was merely the beginning. Along the route, identical incidents unfolded repeatedly, with no exceptions, their vehicles ruthlessly colliding with the desperate masses. The highway leading to Hangzhou is not only obstructed by refugees but also besieged by bandits who have unlawfully established checkpoints to extort supplies. Refugees lacking provisions are left with no choice but to either retrace their steps or traverse treacherous mountains to evade the bandits' dominion. However, returning is equally futile, as it also demands the payment of supplies. Scaling mountains further depletes their already waning strength. Under the sweltering heat and amidst a scarcity of water, many refugees perish from heat stroke or dehydration before even reaching the slopes. The bandits set up their blockade at the toll station, using wooden stakes to impede the exit. A dozen or so bandits, stationed there, eagerly spotted the imposing Kamaz from a distance, their greed palpable on their faces. Zhou Chen slammed the accelerator. "Fire." Xiaolong hesitated. "No, we have limited ammunition. Let's pay the toll. We have supplies." Zhou Chen, growing impatient, clicked his tongue and retrieved an AK from his bag with one hand. "Use mine. Quick." Xiaolong, astonished, asked, "Where did you get that?" Zhou Chen retorted, "Do you think these scoundrels care for your supplies more than they desire this vehicle?" Enlightened, Xiaolong promptly chambered around, rolled down the window, and opened fire. The hail of bullets felled several bandits wielding machetes and knives, while the others scattered in panic. Seizing the moment, the detained refugees broke through the checkpoint and raced desperately towards the City of Despair. As the vehicle burst through the blockade, Zhou Chen violently swerved the steering wheel, halting the vehicle across the road. He snatched his gun back from Xiaolong and leaned out the window, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the bandits. Quick to react, Xiaolong exited the vehicle, using the front as cover while shooting at the fleeing bandits. The soldiers leaped from the vehicle, most of the bandits either dead or injured, with only 2 escaping into the woods. Squad leader, shall we pursue them? Pursue? Nonsense. Get back in the vehicle and let's not waste ammunition. Zhou Chen fired into the sky, the scorching shell casings falling at his feet. He shouted loudly and arrogantly. Go back and tell your boss to keep his eyes wide open. If you dare to obstruct my vehicle again, I'll wipe out your lair completely. Chapter 72. A bold and arrogant individual. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhou Chen saw Xiaolong fastening his seatbelt. What are you in such a hurry for? Hurry up and gather supplies. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong found it quite reasonable and promptly jumped out of the vehicle. Within minutes, they had emptied the supply station of all its goods: potatoes, flatbreads, moldy bread, and moldy buns, each weighing several tens of pounds, all obtained by the bandits from the refugees. Additionally, there were 2 barrels of water, of poor quality and emitting an unpleasant odor. Yet it was the most precious water source they could find. A crowd of soldiers watched as the number of refugees grew, taking only 1 barrel of water. Once they departed, the desperate refugees rushed forward, clamoring for the supplies, wielding knives and clubs. Sitting in the vehicle, Xiaolong observed through the rearview mirror the chaos erupting among the refugees as they fought over the goods, feeling a sense of discomfort in his heart. He felt that in his attempt to do good, he had inadvertently caused harm. In less than 200 kilometers, they encountered over a dozen checkpoints set up by bandits. Some refugees managed to trade supplies and leave, while those unable to produce anything were left pitifully stranded. Furthermore, certain bandits not only illegally set up checkpoints to extort supplies, but also targeted women, forcibly dragging them into the woods to fulfill their desires. Among them were not a few underage girls, the devoted husbands and loving fathers, who were intent on protecting their families, did not perish on the spot but instead lay gasping for breath on the ground, soon succumbing to their fate. These wretched scoundrels! Xiaolong gritted his teeth in hatred. In the following skirmishes, he consistently struck before Zhou Chen could act, expending all his ammunition and resorting to fists and kicks, his military uniform drenched in blood. As they approached Qiandao Lake, merely 3 kilometers away, regret began to gnaw at him. After the natural disaster, their ammunition had dwindled, each shot counted. Now, clutching an empty firearm, how could they hope to rescue the commander and the others? Zhou Chen veered the steering wheel to the left, guiding the Kamaz deeper into the woods. Xiaolong and his companions unloaded the motorcycle. The bandits detaining the commander were formidable, and they had yet to ascertain any substantial information. With no bullets left, they found themselves utterly at a loss. Zhou Chen produced a small speaker. Who among you can help me install this on the motorcycle? Xiaolong, puzzled, asked what for. Zhou Chen replied tersely, of course, to retrieve my helicopter. Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. Hold on, we need to devise a strategy first. Zhou Chen tossed the small speaker at Xiaolong, retorting, what strategy? You can't even spare a single bullet. Any plan is tantamount to seeking death. At this, the 10 soldiers, including Xiaolong, glared at him in indignation. Isn't this your fault? We had prepared our supplies for the journey, but you insisted on confronting them head-on. Our blood was boiling, and in a moment of carelessness, we exhausted our ammunition. Yet, if it weren't for Zhou Chen's vehicle, they wouldn't have reached this place in merely 3 hours. As they traveled, they enjoyed the comfort of the air conditioning. However, upon disembarking, they were already drenched in sweat. Zhou Chen remarked, listen to me. Let us first find a secluded spot to rest. After nightfall, we shall ascertain the location of the bandits' lair, and I will take the lead. You will take the lead? The 10 replied in unison, filled with skepticism. Zhou Chen maintained a stern expression. Then by all means, go ahead and fall into the bandits' den, and wait for the reinforcements to rescue you. The 10 fell silent. Had it been before the calamity, a mere local police station would have sufficed to intimidate all the bandits. Now, however, military and police forces were preoccupied with civil issues, as the entire country was a disaster zone, and there were insufficient personnel to search for supplies. let alone deploy a large force for rescue. Subsequently, they sought refuge in a cave for rest. Zhou Chen seized the opportunity to store the Kamaz in his space. The cave was modest in size, its entrance concealed by dense underbrush, making it difficult to detect. One soldier set up a small speaker and tested its sound quality. Zhou Chen replaced the magazine, disregarding the envious glances from Xiao Long and the others, and found a spot to close his eyes and rejuvenate. After night fell, Xiao Long, accompanied by 2 comrades, exited the cave and returned in the dead of night. The 7 soldiers who remained immediately gathered around. 10 heads huddled together as they listened to Xiao Long sketching notes. The group of prisoners had taken control of the entire Thousand Island Lake as their base, numbering at least 500, with several armed inmates among them. The armed prisoners were the backbone of the base, likely a cadre of death row inmates. Regardless of the crimes they may have committed in the past, once they become death row inmates, the desire for freedom and survival drives them to undertake any action. Upon hearing Xiao Long's account, a sense of worry enveloped everyone. Class leader, it's not just that we lack ammunition. Even if we had it, 10 guns cannot contend with dozens. One suggested, what if we feign capture, infiltrate, and locate the camp leader and others? Zhou Chen, having listened to the conversation, closed his eyes and resumed his slumber. In the morning, he awoke to the sound of rustling. He discovered that Xiao Long and the others were preparing to set off. Did I not mention that I would take the lead? He remarked. Xiao Long, unwilling to engage him, replied, Mr. Zhou, this matter does not concern you. It is best if you refrain from interfering, regardless of life or death. We must infiltrate to find the camp leader and our brothers. Zhou Chen rose from the ground, stretching his body. How can you say it does not concern me? My helicopter is still in the hands of these bandits. He continued, if you are so eager to become martyrs, I will not hinder you. However, if you wish to rescue your camp leader and comrades while still breathing, it would be wise to consider my approach first. While martyrdom is undoubtedly honorable, what surpasses it is the glory of returning alive from duty. They were left with no choice but to contemplate a covert infiltration, a strategy fraught with peril and minimal reward. Once discovered, they would either be imprisoned or meet a heroic end. Regardless of the outcome, the likelihood of rescuing their own was slim. Xiao Long hesitated for a moment. What do you propose? With a sweeping gesture, Zhou Chen declared, First, let us fill our stomachs. Xiao Long and his 10 companions exchanged glances, realizing that breakfast consisted solely of compressed biscuits. Zhou Chen, for the first time, took a piece of the dry biscuit, which crumbled in his mouth, necessitating half a bottle of water to cleanse his palate. The 10 individuals, sipping from their canteens, observed him quenching his thirst with great fervor, their temples throbbing in disbelief at such extravagance. Yet, there was an even greater display of wastefulness. Zhou Chen doused the remaining half bottle of mineral water over his head, offering himself a rudimentary wash. Standing beneath the sun, within a mere minute, his hair was dry. He then sprayed some styling product, deftly arranging his hair with his hands. With a stretch of his long legs, he mounted the motorcycle. Do your utmost to remain within the cave to avoid detection. Await my signal, he instructed. The 9 soldiers gazed at their squad leader, questioning, Leader, can he truly manage this? I find him rather unreliable. Is it possible he would betray us for a helicopter? The brigands, comprising escaped prisoners, had established their nefarious base in the picturesque Thousand Island Lake area. Along the road leading to the scenic spot, sentries were stationed every 100 meters. In the woods, the outermost sentry was taken aback by the sight before him. He picked up his radio, stating, Attention, there's an exceedingly audacious individual heading towards the base. The others, previously engaged in idle chatter, instantly became alert. An inquiry came over the radio, how audacious is he? The sentry replied, extremely audacious. See for yourselves. The small speaker on the motorcycle blared upbeat music. Friends on the mountain, friends in the trees, come join me. Let us dance and groove. Zhou Chen, having meticulously styled his hair, puffed on a cigarette, skillfully revving the motorcycle as he sped along. His demeanor was one of utter arrogance, as if this place were not someone else's stronghold, but rather his own domain. Chapter 73, Infiltrating the Prisoner's Base. Qingdao Lake, renowned for its verdant mountains and pristine waters, appeared parched under the sweltering heat, with only a few small puddles remaining, guarded by bandits. The trees stood desiccated, their leaves fallen, leaving the mountains adorned only with bare trunks of various sizes. Rumors circulated of an exceedingly audacious individual arriving, and at the entrance of the repurposed ticket office, a group of armed bandits awaited. These men were the core members, former death row inmates, each bearing fierce expressions, bare-chested, and adorned with tattoos. The pulsating rhythm of explosive music echoed from afar as a motorcycle appeared around the bend, moving at an astonishing speed. The rider swayed his head in time with the music, a submachine gun slung across his back. The numerous bandits raised their weapons, yet the newcomer did not flee. Instead, he rode directly in front of them. The bandits exchanged glances, recognizing him as the boldest survivor they had ever encountered. Zhou Chen applied the brakes and turned off the stereo. He pinched the cigarette between his fingers, nonchalantly flicking off the ash, and declared, "Tell your boss that a grand opportunity has arrived. Quickly bring forth the finest food and drink. I am absolutely sweltering here, and do not forget a chilled cola." Arrogance personified. Indeed, he remained unperturbed, even with 20 guns pointed at him, demanding exquisite fare. A small leader stepped forward. "Brother, do you know where you are?" Zhou Chen placed the cigarette between his lips and cast a disdainful glance at him. "You think you're worthy to call me brother?" The brash little leader was momentarily taken aback. "Kid, you should reconsider your bravado. Do you even know where this is?" Zhou Chen directly hurled the cigarette, but at the other man's face, exclaiming, "You speak far too much. They are merely a bunch of prisoners. If it weren't for your slight influence, I wouldn't even spare you a glance." The small leader, scorched by the cigarette, was infuriated and poised to draw his weapon, but was swiftly restrained by several others. "Brother Qing, this individual may possess significant connections. We should promptly inform the boss. If there truly is a major deal at hand, we would find ourselves in a precarious position with our superior." The small leader spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm onto the ground and pointed menacingly. "You better be here to discuss a substantial business opportunity, or I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome fate." Zhou Chen exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance, retrieving a fresh orange from his pocket. Peeling it, he flung the skin at the man's face, declaring, "You wretched little cur, keep your filthy paws to yourself. Should you dare to point fingers again, I will not hesitate to cleave you, and your boss will not utter a single word in your defense." The eyes of all the bandits widened in disbelief, including that of the small leader. An orange? In the entire city of Hangzhou, their base boasted the most abundant resources and strength, yet they could not procure a single piece of fruit. Following the calamity, all the fruit had rotted, and the trees were devastated. The prospect of tasting a piece of fruit was akin to reaching for the stars. Yet here stood this audacious individual, relishing the very fruit they could only dream of. No wonder he was both arrogant and prideful. At that moment, all the bandits at the entrance were convinced that Zhou Chen had formidable backing. The small leader swallowed hard, his anger dissipating significantly, and with a cold snort, he turned to stride back into the base. Shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by a somewhat refined middle-aged man. While he exuded an air of sophistication, his gaze harbored a certain ruthlessness. Compared to the overtly menacing bandits, such a character was far more formidable and treacherous. Zhou Chen lit another cigarette, tossing the remaining half-pack to the surrounding bandits. The base had cigarettes, but only the 10 leaders were deemed worthy to smoke them. Despite their armed stature, their positions were relatively lowly, and they would only receive a cigarette or two as a reward for their occasional merits. This half-pack was insufficient to share. 2 or 3 would huddle together, taking turns to indulge their cravings. It was at this moment that the second-in-command arrived. The bandits quickly parted to make way. A middle-aged man approached Zhou Chen, a forced smile plastered on his face. "Young friend, I hear you have come to engage in significant business with us?" Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression reflecting his displeasure. "Is this your way of welcoming guests at your base? Leaving someone out in the scorching heat to discuss business at the entrance?" The middle-aged man immediately gestured for him to enter. "Please, young friend, come inside." Zhou Chen tossed the car keys to one of the bandits. "Have my vehicle cleaned." The island was replete with terrain, with the heart of these prisoners located on the highest peak, Meifeng Island. Before the calamity, one would need to take a boat to reach the island. Now, with the lake dried up, one could simply traverse the cracked, parched earth to arrive. Zhou Chen fanned himself with a leaf, engaging in casual conversation with the middle-aged man. "Your accent suggests you're from Magic City, am I correct?" "Indeed. I am a native of Magic City, though I haven't returned in several years. Upon my return, the world has transformed." "You haven't been in Magic City for the past few years?" "I was abroad, engaging in modest business ventures." "Oh. May I inquire as to which country you were in and what substantial trade you conducted?" "Not far, in Myanmar, indulging in some trivial dealings." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the junior leader exchanged incredulous glances. Zhou Chen smiled naturally. Do not look at me like that. Your base is not lacking in talent. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I am merely astonished by your candor, young friend. Zhou Chen scoffed. In the past, one had to conceal and hide, fearful of being caught and facing dire consequences. But now, the tides have turned. The more arrogant one is, the less others dare to provoke them. Had I not spent a few years in the kidney trade, would I have come here personally to conduct business with a group of prisoners? The middle-aged man clasped his hands together, appearing to smile more deeply, yet his suspicions remained unshaken. Recently, the base had been holding a group of soldiers. The military was replete with hidden talents. Who could tell if someone might disguise themselves as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the base? In such uncertain circumstances, he did not trust a word from this individual. As they ascended the final flight of stairs, an ancient-style building appeared before them. A few armed thugs stood at the entrance, demanding Zhou Chen surrender his firearm upon sight. The middle-aged man, with an apologetic smile, remarked, "Young friend, this is the rule. As long as you genuinely wish to engage in business, we shall return your weapon intact upon your departure. However, if anyone seeks to exploit the guise of business to create trouble," Zhou Chen chose to disregard the latter threat, removing his gun and tossing it over. "Look at what you're saying. Am I here to take advantage of your hospitality in this sweltering heat under the pretense of business?" The middle-aged man laughed once more. "Young friend, please." The door swung open, and a rush of cool air greeted them. The base was equipped with a generator, and the room featured air conditioning. In the hall, 10 chairs were arranged, 9 of which were occupied by men, all bald and seemingly formidable. The middle-aged man took his seat, and all 10 leaders were present. A subordinate brought forth a chair. After Zhou Chen settled into it, he snapped his fingers and requested, "Coke with ice." The subordinate glanced towards the leaders in the hall, receiving a nod before descending to fulfill the order. A middle-aged man quietly relayed the previous conversation to the other 9. Gak waste. Upon hearing this, everyone cast skeptical glances at Zhou Chen. A young and handsome lad engaging in such undertakings? It seemed implausible. Zhou Chen finished his glass of iced Coke and ordered a second. He remained silent as the leader of the prisoners did the same, reclining with crossed legs, eyes lifted in a haughty manner. Chapter 74. Who is Zhou the madman? Surely, he is not faring well. The individuals in the hall observed Zhou Chen, who reciprocated by scrutinizing the 10 prisoner leaders. These convicts, whether due to the sweltering heat or a mere habit of shaving their heads, were all notably gaunt. Aside from the second in command, who possessed a touch of refinement, the other 9 sported bald heads. The prison fare lacked substance, leaving the prisoners uniformly emaciated. In the aftermath of natural disasters, as they claimed dominion over the mountains amidst a scarcity of resources, even lavish nourishment could not remedy their malnourishment. They remained but skin and bones. Listening to the second in command whispering to the first, the latter was marked by a broken brow, suggesting an injury to his left eye which twitched occasionally, yet his gaze towards Zhou Chen was relatively benevolent, primarily motivated by a desire to explore business opportunities. The first in command cleared his throat, prompting the others to cease their murmurs. "What is your esteemed surname, young friend?" Zhou Chen, with an air of arrogance, replied, "Zhou." "Zhou." The first in command furrowed his brow. "You are Zhou the madman." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 10 individuals in the hall shifted, revealing disdain, and some even prepared to reach for their firearms. Zhou Chen was aware that some referred to him as Zhou the madman. Yet he was astonished to discover that even the leaders of prisoners in Hang City were acquainted with this moniker. Zhou the madman. Zhou Chen scoffed. Never heard of him. Is he from the underworld? The 10 men present shared a look of confusion. One of the leaders inquired, "You've never heard of Zhou the madman?" Zhou Chen cast a cold glance. Who is this person? Which faction does he belong to? If he were truly formidable, why wouldn't he come to pay homage to me? Pay homage? The 10 men were bewildered. They had heard that Zhou the madman from the Demon City was a ruthless killer, and yet this man dared to belittle him, claiming that if Zhou the madman was indeed powerful, he ought to come to him for respect. Such arrogance was striking. Zhou Chen retrieved a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket, unwrapped it, lit one, and then tossed the entire pack to a nearby lackey. The lackey instinctively caught it. Stunned, the 10 men were equally astonished. After the calamity, the salvaged cigarettes had become tainted, and even when the tobacco was re-dried, it carried an unusual flavor. Yet the cigarette that Zhou Chen held between his lips exuded a pure aroma that filled the room, intoxicating all who inhaled it. In the aftermath of the disaster, cigarettes had become a coveted commodity. Their base had enough provisions to stave off starvation, leading them to pursue other scarce resources, such as cigarettes and alcohol. This remarkably arrogant individual was indeed generous. He smoked one from a pack, and then freely gifted the rest to a mere lackey. It was worth noting that as leaders among the top 10 in their base, they typically hesitated to indulge in even a single pack of common cigarettes due to the lingering pain of loss. This audacious figure must have an abundance of supplies. And what's more, he possessed items that were scarce and unavailable to them. Zhou Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and urged, "So, what's the verdict? Are we still negotiating, or shall I take my leave? It's not as though your establishment holds the exclusive goods I seek." The refined second-in-command hastily replied, "Brother Zhou, please do not rush. When business presents itself, we are eager to embrace it. However, I am curious to know what specific items you wish to procure from our base." Zhou Chen, cigarette in mouth, responded, "I seek a person, specifically a young woman. What else could I possibly desire? Whoever possesses a waist is precisely what I need." Upon hearing this, the 10 individuals in the room fell into a state of uncertainty. Some discreetly reached for their firearms. The demand for a person immediately raised suspicions. Could it be that he was after the soldiers? The second-in-command narrowed his eyes, a sinister glint revealing his trepidation. "Brother Zhou, could you elaborate?" Zhou Chen yawned and replied, "I want a person, a young woman." The mention of women caused those who were reaching for their weapons to halt. Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, "Men would suffice as well. Once again, whoever possesses a waist is what I require. Those over 25 are out of the question, as their vitality has waned, which would tarnish my reputation." The 10 individuals began to whisper among themselves. One person stood and exited through a side door. After 10 minutes, he returned with a dozen women who resembled beggars. They varied in height, their faces unwashed and of low attractiveness, their figures quite ordinary, trembling like quails. "Brother Zhou, what do you think of them?" Zhou Chen turned to glance and instantly frowned. "Is this truly the best your so-called largest base in Hangqin can offer? Surely, this cannot be the case." The palpable skepticism left the 10 leaders feeling utterly humiliated. The second-in-command remarked, "Didn't you say you wanted young women? They are indeed very young." Zhou Chen scoffed derisively, "My brothers, broaden your horizons a bit. Killing them would be a waste, and keeping them alive consumes resources. Let us send them off to entertain and provide companionship, as long as they draw breath. They must earn their keep for me." The 10 men were taken aback, while the women, under the threat of firearms, wept and pleaded for mercy. The second-in-command waved his hand, and the women were escorted away. The gaze of the 10 leaders towards Zhou Chen shifted entirely. The first leader proposed, "Brother, you've traveled a long way. Why don't we discuss matters over a drink?" Zhou Chen smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "It should have been this way from the start. What business cannot be settled over a banquet? If there is such a case, then let us have two." Haraha. Zhou Chen was invited to a nearby flower hall, and soon the table was laden with an array of dishes. Chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised duck, braised fish head, beef with potatoes, shredded potatoes, steamed sweet potatoes, and fried bread slices, accompanied by 2 bottles of liquor. The meat was prepared with a heavy hand, and it was evident that it was of inferior quality, perhaps even spoiled. The intense cooking methods served merely to mask the foul odor of decay. Even the fried bread could not conceal its moldy truth. The 10 leaders feasted heartily. Amidst the calamity, this spread was undeniably a feast of the highest order. Many once powerful figures could no longer indulge in such a meal. Zhou Chen picked up his chopsticks, his disdain unmistakable. They hovered in the air for an extended moment before reluctantly reaching for the plate of shredded potatoes. When the food was brought to his lips, his expression was one of sheer disdain. Those observing could sense the internal turmoil. This meal served as a subtle test. Had the individual been a refugee in disguise, the sight of such a feast would have made him salivate, perhaps even pounce upon it like a famished wretch. Yet, the demeanor of this brother Zhou suggested he was not consuming delicacies, but rather something far inferior, akin to poison. His disdain was palpable, not a mere pretense, indicating he was indeed a man of considerable means. As 10 leaders took turns toasting with Zhou Chen, he accepted every drink, ultimately succumbing to inebriation. On the way to his room, he called out, "Let us continue drinking. We shan't return sober. Together, we shall amass wealth, as I possess resources abundant enough to form a mountain." And then he collapsed onto the bed, lost to consciousness. "Brother Zhou? Brother Zhou?" The second and third companions called out a few times and gave him a gentle nudge, confirming he was thoroughly unconscious before hastily rummaging through his bag. The moment they unzipped Zhou Chen's backpack, astonishment spread across their faces. Good heavens! 2 entire packs of cigarettes, one of which had been opened. They took out a package and, after a tentative sniff, found it seemingly odorless, yet for seasoned smokers, it bore the familiar scent. Inside was a loaf of bread, displaying no signs of mold, exuding a delightful aroma of barley, truly unparalleled quality. The bag also contained an apple and several oranges, their fragrance intoxicating. In this dire time, he had managed to procure flawless fruits. 2 bottles of mineral water, distinct from ordinary packaging, stood slightly taller. Lao Sen lowered his voice, expressing his astonishment. I recognize this mineral water. It's an imported brand, previously sold for over 3,000 yuan a bottle in supermarkets. Indeed, a true affluent individual. Most importantly, within the bag lies a notebook, accompanied by a pen. Upon opening it, I discovered details of individuals: Boss Chin from Black City with AB blood type, scheduled for surgery on the 1st of next month. Boss Wang from Broad City with O blood type, due for surgery within 2 months. And Boss Chen from Fragrant City with Panda blood type, whose supplies are hard to find. Flipping further, I encountered numerous names, both male and female, predominantly under the age of 30, with many around 20. They exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. What a revelation! This person is indeed a formidable character, burdened with half the criminal code, specifically targeting their own kind. Carefully restoring the items to their original state, the two quietly retreated. Just moments ago, Zhou Chen had been in deep slumber, but suddenly he opened his eyes. Chapter 75, a performance full of intrigue. Zhou Chen, barefoot, retrieved a telescope from his space. The elevated terrain provided an excellent vantage point to survey the entire base. Shadows flitted at the entrance as the guards, unable to withstand the scorching heat, sought refuge under the eaves, tirelessly fanning themselves. Zhou Chen stealthily approached a window, gently prying it open, and peered through the telescope to observe the valley below. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but his gaze immediately fell upon his helicopter, marred by several bullet holes. He wondered if the interior had sustained any damage. The sight pained Zhou Chen greatly, as he inwardly cursed. Beside the helicopter were several military vehicles, a water truck, and a cluster of rusted cars. The base places great importance on these modes of transportation, assigning personnel to guard them, each armed, though it remains uncertain whether they possess ammunition. Mobile telescopes reveal countless islands, nearly devoid of human presence, yet every pond is guarded by bandits. Where have they confined Captain He and his comrades? To imprison individuals necessitates the provision of sustenance and water, and given the scarcity of water, it seems implausible that they have been executed. Zhou Chen pondered deeply and concluded that such a scenario was unlikely. The prisoners are also survivors. For all survivors, natural disasters are simply that, natural disasters. They hardly realize the apocalypse has arrived. Almost all survivors believe that the calamity will eventually pass, and societal order will soon be restored to its former state. With this mindset, it is not uncommon for refugees to clash with soldiers in their desperate quest for supplies. Yet the notion of malevolent forces slaughtering numerous soldiers appears nearly impossible. Ultimately, there exists an inherent reverence for soldiers. Robbing military vehicles could inadvertently lead to the detention of soldiers, but harming them is an entirely different matter. Engaging in such taboo actions incites fear of retribution from the military, which could obliterate them with tanks. Yet, where are the people? Zhou Chen shifted to another window for further observation, and apart from the prisoners within the base, he spotted not a single ordinary individual, including those women who had been brought earlier. With a total of 1,078 islands in Qiandao Lake, some of which remain undeveloped. Could they be confined on one of those islands? How on earth would he locate them? Speaking of which, where is De Huang? Surely, he hasn't already become a pot of dog meat? Furthermore, where lies the base's supply depot? If they dare to detain his helicopter, he shall empty the supplies of these prisoners. Zhou Chen reclined back onto his bed, feigning sleep. If it weren't for my secret dilution of the erguo with water, I would indeed have been thoroughly intoxicated by those 10 ruffians today. In the evening, Zhou Chen feigned awakening from slumber, yawning and stretching as he emerged from his chamber. The 2 guards, huddled in the dim corner, immediately rushed over. Has the boss awakened? I'll fetch you water for washing your face right away. Are you thirsty, boss? Shall I bring you a glass of cola, the kind with ice? Zhou Chen smirked inwardly. Well, you two certainly know how to curry favor. If you serve me well, rewards shall surely come your way. The guards were swift in their actions, soon returning with washing water and a glass of ice-cold cola. As for the cola, it was one matter, but the water in the basin was murky and scant. Zhou Chen accepted the cola, waving his hand to decline the washing water. You, bring me a chair, and you, fetch a pack of cigarettes from my bag. Zhou Chen reclined, crossing his legs, and under their eager gazes, leisurely unwrapped the cigarette pack, extracting one and tossing the entire pack to them. The guards' faces lit up with delight. They had heard tales of Zhou's generosity at noon, but witnessing it firsthand was astonishing. Such luxurious cigarettes. Even their leader could not procure such fine ones. They scrambled to light Zhou Chen's cigarette. With the cigarette dangling from his lips, Zhou Chen casually surveyed the scenery below, his expression seemingly one of discontent. Ah, I've heard your base is the most formidable in Hangcheng. I personally made the trip, thinking I could strike a deal, but alas, what a futile endeavor for me. The guards, now invigorated by the indulgence of the cigarette, were instantly alert. It is said that this individual is engaged in the business of kidneys and is quite ruthless. There is an abundance of kidneys at the base. Boss, while I may not know much else, I can assure you that your venture will not be in vain this time. Indeed, we have an ample supply of the goods you seek. Zhou Chen wore a perplexed expression. Oh, surely. You are not referring to those subpar women you previously presented to me? Have you lost your mind? With such quality, the transportation costs to the base would not even be covered. My establishment is a genuine grand base, offering a comprehensive range of services including medical care, dining, casinos, bars, karaoke, and massages, 100 times superior to what you have here. The two guards' eyes lit up with intrigue. Boss, has there been no natural disaster in Myanmar? Indeed, there are refugees who can scarcely find food or water. How can they gamble, drink, or indulge in massages? Zhou Chen scoffed, arrogantly flicking away the ash from his cigarette. Are you young and naive? What does a natural disaster matter? Such calamities affect only ordinary people. True tycoons remain largely unscathed. For many affluent individuals, a disaster can be a boon, allowing them to engage in activities that were once conducted in secrecy, now openly and without restraint. To put it plainly, while the average person may perish from hunger or thirst, my esteemed Vivip clients continue to host pool parties, using mineral water for bathing and slathering fresh cream on women. TSK, I doubt you would comprehend. The two guards were utterly astonished. What? Pool parties? Using mineral water for bathing? Slathering fresh cream on women? These individuals lead lives of such extravagant indulgence. It is truly enviable. Boss, would you care to share more with us? Indeed, are there women at the pool parties? Clad in bikinis? Zhou Chen, visibly irked, retorted, what are you even talking about? Where is your leader? I must take my leave. In business, integrity is paramount. I have made a promise to my esteemed VIP clients to procure some fresh goods post-haste. If your base lacks them, I shall seek them elsewhere. One of the guards, quick-witted, interjected, fear not, boss, for we indeed possess the fresh goods you seek, all confined to an island. Zhou Chen, seizing the moment, transformed his disappointment into excitement. Oh, where is it located? Take me to inspect the goods. What are their looks like? Is their physique commendable? He added, your leader is rather unscrupulous to deceive me with inferior products. At that moment, the second-in-command appeared at the doorway. Ahem, Brother Zhou, have you awoken? The two guards hastily positioned themselves at attention, exchanging furtive glances as they concealed the packet of cigarettes. Zhou Chen, displeased, cast a sidelong glance. Brothers, your actions lack integrity. I sincerely come to negotiate business, yet you choose to mislead me with subpar offerings. The second-in-command shot a glare at the guards and, with a forced smile, reassured, Brother Zhou, you have misunderstood. We certainly did not intend to deceive you. Believing that my brother was merely interested in kidneys, I was surprised to discover that he also dabbled in other lucrative ventures. Come, let us converse further at the dining table, he beckoned. Reluctantly, Zhou Chen followed, stating, let me be frank from the outset. If I am not satisfied this time, I shall seek business elsewhere. I possess an abundance of resources. Do not let regret linger. Chapter 76. The bluster becomes convincing. The evening feast was markedly superior to that of midday. The selection of meats remained the same, still rich in flavor. Yet the presentation was far more refined. The sweet potatoes, rather than being boiled, were prepared as candied yams with sugar, accompanied by 2 plates of peanuts for toasting. The liquor was no longer the cheap Erguo 2, but a respectable Luzhou Laojiao priced at several dozen yuan. Additionally, a few alluring women were brought to keep company. These women appeared gaunt, their complexions sallow and hair oily, yet they were undeniably more presentable than the refugees outside, despite an unbearable stench permeating the air. In the sweltering heat, everyone exuded a foul odor, detectable from afar, those who did not smell of death. Only Zhou Chen enjoyed the privilege of daily baths, remaining refreshingly clean. His thermoregulated attire kept his body temperature steady, causing only mild perspiration on his forehead and neck when outdoors. A quick rinse with bottled water rendered any foul odor impossible. As Zhou Chen settled down, a woman was thrust into his embrace. She was the most ample among them, aware of his esteemed status, and entwined herself around him like an octopus. Particularly enamored by his youth, handsomeness, and cleanliness, she seemed eager to remain by his side indefinitely. The acrid stench rushed toward him, prompting Zhou Chen to swiftly push her to the adjacent seat. The scene was so exquisite that he nearly succumbed to nausea. One of the 10 leaders was absent. Without a doubt, he had gone to seek out a couple of guards to inquire about their previous conversations. The atmosphere was far more lively than at noon, with cups clinking and laughter ringing out. The first leader, tipsy, had a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Brother Zhou, if we were to supply you, what resources would you offer in exchange?" Zhou Chen brushed aside the hand of the woman on his thigh and replied, "That depends on how much you can provide. I can't very well trade for jade, that worthless stone. Before the calamity, it held some value. But now it is merely fit for building." The more outrageous his words sounded, the more palpable their truth became. The first leader raised 3 fingers. "Brother Zhou, how about starting with 30? Your business is overseas, and as this is our first collaboration, we are taking on considerable risk." Zhou Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. Nevertheless, he gestured an okay sign. "While it is a bit scant, trust in our cooperation must be cultivated gradually. I can't make a trip for such a meager amount." The first leader hastily inquired, "Then what resources will Brother Zhou trade?" Zhou Chen replied with an air of arrogance, "If you were in Yun City, I could airlift any resources you desire in an instant. Hang City is a different story." Noticing the 9 men's expressions of disappointment, he slammed the table and declared, "How about this? I have a batch of cigarettes, guaranteed to be unsullied by water. Interested? Unsullied cigarettes?" Naturally, they were eager. The first leader asked urgently what brand. Zhou Chen thought to himself, "Do you really expect me to offer you Huazi? How delightful. Today, I have squandered 2 packs, and it pains me greatly, I assure you." Zhou Chen contemplated the supplies within his possession, deliberately excluding domestically produced items to align with his new identity. The mention of American Marlboro elicited disappointment from the 9 leaders present, who among them would not desire to smoke fine cigarettes. Yet, unwatered cigarettes could undoubtedly be deemed a rare treasure. The 6th brother inquired urgently, "How many do we have?" Zhou Chen raised a finger. 1 case, 10 packs. The 6th brother's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 packs in exchange for 30 women? What a loss. 30 young women, 60 kidneys. 1 kidney worth 300,000. Totaling 18 million for 60 kidneys. How could the women, once deprived of their kidneys, still generate income for him, only to be valued at 10 packs of cigarettes? It was not just him who felt cheated. The other leaders shared his sentiment. Wasn't this person a wealthy magnate? Was he merely putting on a fade? Zhou Chen leisurely munched on peanuts, taking a moment before he spoke. "Brothers, it has been several months since this calamity struck. If you continue to conduct business with old paradigms, you will find it impossible to negotiate with anyone." He shifted from a demeanor of arrogance to that of a serious businessman, inquiring, "Gentlemen, what resources are currently the most valuable?" "Certainly water, food, and medicine," came the obvious reply. Zhou Chen observed the expressions on their faces, recognizing the gravity of the business at hand. "If I were to acquire goods and, even after sacrificing a kidney, continue to profit from her, would I not still require food and water to sustain them? In the face of disaster, human life has become as worthless as grass. I believe my offer of 10 pristine cigarettes as a form of trade demonstrates considerable goodwill. If I were to provide you with 2 vehicles filled with raw jade, you could leisurely work on them, and perhaps uncover a piece of imperial green worth billions." The 9 leaders were in a state of panic. The 6th, being somewhat impulsive, exclaimed, "What good is jade? A large piece of imperial green pales in comparison to a single moldy bun." The shrewdest of the leaders, number 2, shot an exasperated glance at the 6th. "What nonsense. You're so slow that even dung can't catch the warmth of your thoughts. When someone offers a word, you simply climb the ladder of compliance. How can we negotiate a better price now?" Zhou Chen spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "Look, you are aware of what resources are most valuable at present. The currency of the past is merely paper now. If you do not desire this box of cigarettes, I also have a batch of fresh cabbage, perfectly preserved for 24 hours. In unison, the 9 leaders exclaimed, "Cabbage? Vegetables are undoubtedly the most coveted resources at this moment. They subsisted on a diet of sweet potatoes and regular potatoes, and the overconsumption of potatoes made them resort to using their hands to alleviate their discomfort. While excessive sweet potatoes led to digestive troubles, over time, they could only alternate between potatoes and sweet potatoes to remedy their gastrointestinal issues. However, they harbored a deep fear of vitamin deficiency from a lack of vegetables, worried that one day their teeth would fail them, leaving them unable to enjoy even the delicate lips of women. This time, the second leader too grew anxious. How much cabbage do you have? Zhou Chen pondered for a moment. About 40 to 50 pounds. Only 40 to 50 pounds? I was under the impression it was several thousand. Zhou Chen, somewhat displeased, retorted. Brother, you must be referring to several thousand pounds of rotten cabbage, the kind that is utterly foul. What I possess is genuine cabbage hearts, comparable in quality to those before the calamity. In his space, there lay a heap of decayed cabbage. After stripping away the outer rotten leaves, he was left with several dozen pounds of pristine cabbage hearts. Upon mentioning this, he could not help but voice a complaint. If only I had brought the military helicopter from home, I would genuinely consider flying to the Demon City right now to present the cabbages before you, allowing you to scrutinize them closely. It would serve as a testament to my prowess. I am indeed audacious and proud, with ample justification for such confidence. Old 3, an aficionado of military affairs, interjected, You possess a military helicopter? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, reverting to his audacious and haughty demeanor. What is a military helicopter in comparison? In Myanmar, I even command an army. Otherwise, how could I possibly engage in a comprehensive business operation? Should the opportunity arise, I would invite you all to my territory for a visit. As for the military helicopter, when I venture out, I drive a tank. When in high spirits, I fire a shot, and when displeased, I fire too. Boom. Zhou Chen's boasts grew increasingly extravagant. Yet this band of prisoners found themselves captivated by his tales, particularly Old 3, whose eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Is it true? You own a tank? What is it like to cruise the streets in a tank? Zhou Chen, refusing the food offered by a woman, deftly picked up a piece of potato and fed it to himself. Needless to say, when the tank makes its appearance, the entire vicinity clears the way for me. You should have witnessed those women, every last one of them weeping and clamoring to marry me, as if they longed to devour me whole. And my military helicopter, equipped with every conceivable weapon, it boasts 6-barrel machine guns that could turn an adult elephant into a sieve. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I will take you hunting, sweeping the area with machine gun fire. It would be nothing short of exhilarating. By the way, do you still desire the finest cabbage? The leaders were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Chen found himself almost believing his own bravado. Chapter 77. Have you bathed? How dare you leap upon me? Returning to the matter of cabbage, both parties began to engage in a tug-of-war. Throughout the negotiations, Zhou Chen maintained an audacious and haughty demeanor. What is there to discuss? I could offer you a cartload of rotten cabbage. In this dreadful weather, do you truly believe you could extract even a few pounds of heart from it? Perhaps you would be unable to salvage even a single heart, yet here I am, prepared to bestow upon you dozens of pounds of top-quality cabbage. Would you consider that a loss? Is that not an extraordinary bargain? Furthermore, if you were to inquire at the border, you would discover that my resources are piled high, and I possess only the finest goods. Where do you expect me to procure a cart of spoiled cabbage? You are intentionally trying to make things difficult for me. The back and forth continued until a successful negotiation was reached. Dozens of pounds of cabbage in exchange for a single pack of Marlboro cigarettes. 30 vibrant young women were deemed worth merely a few pounds of cabbage and a pack of cigarettes. The absent leader returned, subtly nodding to his comrades, indicating that Zhou's conversation with the two guards posed no issues. This revelation ignited greater enthusiasm among the prisoner gang. After a few more drinks, Zhou Chen insisted on inspecting the goods. Shortly thereafter, a gun-wielding henchman entered, accompanied by a group of women. They stood in 3 rows of 10, emaciated yet undeniably youthful. One woman, with an expression of astonishment, stared intently at Zhou Chen, while the others trembled in fear. Only she exhibited a strikingly different demeanor. Instantly, this caught the attention of the prisoner gang. Zhou Chen sat in his seat, feigning a casual glance to inspect the goods, but his heart sank upon seeing the woman. What on earth was this absurd situation? A woman from the Demon City had fallen into the hands of bandits in Hang City, and now their paths had crossed. The second in command, with a sly demeanor, pointed at the woman. Do you know Boss Zhou? The woman clenched her teeth. I would recognize him even in ashes. The second in command pressed further. How do you know Boss Zhou? At this, the gang of prisoners turned their attention toward the two. Zhou Chen felt a chill run down his spine and was already preparing to draw his gun. In the next moment, the woman charged through the crowd, radiating fury, and began to pummel him with her small fists, shouting, "My beast skin! My ancestral beast skin! You scoundrel, return my beast skin!" One of the henchmen immediately pulled the woman aside, while the second-in-command exchanged a glance with another armed henchman, who promptly readied his weapon. "Brother Zhou, what is going on here?" Zhou Chen sneered, "What is going on? I carry half a penal code on my back. Whether hunting for sport or snatching someone else's beast skin, is there a problem?" Just as the second-in-command was about to inquire further, the woman pointed at Zhou Chen and exclaimed loudly to those present, "Don't let him deceive you." Zhou Chen's back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Was the show about to unravel before it even began? Fortunately, Qiandao Lake was vast. As long as he drew his gun swiftly, unleashed a flurry of shots, and found refuge in the woods, it would then be a matter of who had more bullets. The firearms of these prisoners likely originated from the prison, and their ammunition could not possibly match his. At that moment, the woman, filled with rage, pointed accusatorily at Zhou Chen and exclaimed, "He is no good. He preys on his own people, luring young individuals to Myanmar to have their kidneys harvested. Not only did he steal my family's ancestral beast skin, but he also deceived my sister. My sister, you beast, return her to me." As she reached this point, she attempted to charge at him, only to be restrained by a henchman who pressed a gun against her. Zhou Chen, with his hands resting beneath the table, slowly raised them to grasp a wine glass, secretly sighing in relief. "You wretched woman, could you not simply cower among the crowd in fear? Must you emerge to confront me over the tiger skin? Nearly scaring me to death." Zhou Chen took a sip of his drink, looking at the woman with a sardonic smile. "Ah, I remember now. Your sister is merely a high school student. When I suggested taking her to Myanmar to ride elephants, she actually believed me. Is that my fault? Do you want her back? Perhaps you'd prefer the bones of the deceased?" The woman, in a frenzy, lunged at him, shouting, "Shameless, beast, worse than swine or dogs. Why has a lightning bolt struck you down?" The henchman, merciless, struck the woman on the back with the butt of his gun, knocking her to the ground. Unable to rise, Zhou Chen brushed off the dust from his clothes, irritated, and retorted, "How dare you insult me by comparing me to swine? Once outside, I shall ensure you comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death." The woman was dragged away. Zhou Chen once again surveyed the other women, aware of his reputation as the kidney thief. A group of women, terrified, clutched their heads and wept. Zhou Chen waved his hand. "Very well. Let us maintain this standard for next time." The 10 leaders resumed their seats, harboring thoughts of deceit, wishing to dismantle this audacious and arrogant fellow piece by piece, feeding him to the dogs. After this incident, their doubts regarding Zhou Chen's identity diminished significantly. Zhou Chen, having indulged in excessive drinking, was assisted back to his room. Initially, it was a subordinate who supported him, but Zhou Chen insisted on holding onto the third brother. "What is your surname, brother? I feel quite a connection with you. Are you interested in aircraft and tanks? Next time, come visit me. I'll take you flying and hunting." Zhou Chen was laid upon the bed, and the third brother summoned the most voluptuous woman from the dining table. "You, make sure to attend to young Master Zhou tonight. If you fail in your duties, I'll ensure you suffer dire consequences." The woman, terrified, turned pale and repeatedly nodded in agreement. With a creak, the door to the room closed, and a woman's hand grazed Zhou Chen's chest. He swiftly swatted her hand away, exclaiming, "Are you seeking death?" The woman, startled and fearful of the threats, attempted to charm him instead. Zhou Chen kicked her off the bed, saying, "Have you bathed? You dare approach me smelling foul? Keep your distance." Before the third brother had exited the courtyard, he heard the door swing open again. Turning back, he saw the woman rush out in a panic. Young Master Zhou, he despises me for not bathing." The third brother was taken aback. "Bathing? In this cursed weather? Water is more precious than life itself. Where could one possibly wash?" However, recalling the task assigned by the boss, he could only instruct the woman to wipe herself down hastily. The boss had stated that this was the final test. If Zhou Chen rejected the woman's attentions, it would imply that there were issues with his identity, likely indicating he was a soldier, potentially here for the detained military personnel. The woman wiped her body, yet lacking clean clothes to change into. She still reeked of odor. Zhou Chen expressed his disdain for the woman's lack of oral hygiene, pointing to a bottle of mineral water on the table. "How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Drink this water and rinse your mouth." The woman could hardly believe her fortune. She hurriedly opened the bottle and gulped down more than half of it. Heavens, This is exquisite. It was not merely a full bottle of water, but pristine mineral water. A far cry from the muddy water she typically consumed. At that moment, she resolved to serve Zhou Xiaoya well, for perhaps he might take her away. Once she became the woman of the leader of the base, she could indulge in a life of luxury and abundance. Just as the woman attempted to climb into bed, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the floor. Zhou Chen discreetly collected the remaining half bottle of water laced with sleeping pills. He retrieved his notebook from his space and, after sifting through a multitude of downloaded films, casually selected a domestic production. The bed creaked incessantly as Zhou Chen, leaning against the bedpost, vigorously shook it. The guard at the door, with a mischievous demeanor, leaned against the door panel to eavesdrop. So, Zhou Xiaoya has such preferences? That whip cracks quite audibly, poor woman. Chapter 78. Bluster without taxation. As the sun rose, the woman groggily awakened to find herself lying on a comfortable bed. Upon turning her head, she was met with a grim face. Zhou Chen, cigarette in mouth and eyes half closed, exuded an aura of danger. How did you end up in my bed? Zhou Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette. Your boss sent you to attend to me, yet here you are, sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. Tell me, with which organ do you intend to repay me for that precious half bottle of water? The woman trembled violently, terrified as she crawled and rolled her way to Zhou Chen's side. Young Master Zhou, I didn't mean to. How could she have fallen asleep? How dare she close her eyes? It was over. She could not afford the compensation for young Master Zhou's water, and she had no way to explain herself to the base leader. She was doomed. Zhou Chen disdainfully pushed her away and exclaimed, "Damn it, sleeping like a pig. If I didn't know better, I'd think I was incompetent, wasting half the night watching films to relieve my frustrations. If you wish to avoid a dire fate, you know what you must do, right?" The woman nodded and crawled back to Zhou Chen, reaching for his belt. "Young master, I will serve you right now." Zhou Chen replied, "I have little time for your games. I am a busy man. However, seeing as you are in a pitiable state, when they inquire later, I shall tell them you served me adequately. Perhaps I shall allow you to warm my bed next time. You understand what I mean, do you not? Or would you rather find a way to compensate me for my half bottle of water?" The woman shook her head and then nodded. Where could she possibly obtain clean water to reimburse him? Moreover, if those people learned that she had slept like a pig, they would surely beat her to death. "Young master, I know what I must do." "Very well." Zhou Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder and strode toward the door. Upon opening it, the two guards at the entrance immediately approached him. They observed that the once vibrant young Master Zhou now appeared fatigued, with dark circles under his eyes and yawning frequently. The two guards exchanged glances and grinned mischievously. Upon observing the woman who emerged behind him, her pallid complexion and unsteady gait revealed her frail state. Indeed, she was utterly terrified, unable to fathom the consequences of being discovered by the leader after having succumbed to slumber. She had witnessed, with her own eyes, the grim fate that befell disobedient women, who were mercilessly beaten to death within the confines of the base. The more she contemplated, the deeper her dread grew. And before she could reach the door, her legs buckled beneath her, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Zhou Chen glanced back, internally remarking on her commendable performance. Yet, adhering to his audacious and arrogant persona, he wore a look of disdain, muttering, "Humph, how pitiful. I was far from satisfied last night." The two guards exchanged glances, speechless. "Brother, you even resorted to the whip and still felt unsatisfied?" "We eavesdropped at the door all night, and her cries were nothing short of tragic. What a ruthless fiend. Preying upon his own kind. Clearly, he is no virtuous soul." At that moment, the third brother arrived, taking in the scene with a sweeping glance that captured the states of both Zhou Chen and the woman. He had been residing in the adjacent building the previous night, accompanied by several brothers who had also come to listen in. After a considerable time, their doubts regarding Zhou Chen were finally dispelled. Truly ruthless. Although it was said that they, the condemned, were no better than animals, they had never wielded a whip against a woman. Zhou Chen was not only arrogant, but also a deviant. Indeed, it took a deranged and heartless individual to engage in such vile dealings. Zhou Chen stifled a yawn and stepped forward, draping his arm over the third brother's shoulder. "What was your surname again last night?" Just as the third brother was about to respond, Zhou Chen interjected, "Ah, it matters not. Among your 10 brothers, I feel the strongest affinity with you. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the third brother. This marks our inaugural collaboration. As we engage in more joint ventures, you shall come to understand my character. I am unwaveringly loyal and exceedingly generous towards my friends." "What is a mere tank?" In due time, I shall procure one for you to enjoy. Old 3 is aware that young Master Zhou is merely engaging in pleasantries, yet upon hearing the mention of a tank being gifted to him, his otherwise clear mind becomes a muddled haze. Really? Of course, this is no jest. Zhou Chen chuckles as he throws an arm around Old 3's shoulders, effortlessly charming him into a daze. After all, boasting incurs no tax. In any case, for those who ally with me, tanks and women shall be in abundance. I am about to leave. If there is something you desire, I shall find a way to procure it for you by tomorrow. Old 3, brimming with excitement, rubs his hands together. Hee, I just want a few packs of cigarettes. Zhou Chen is tempted to kick him in the face, but instead opens his backpack and tosses 2 packs of cigarettes to him. Do not say I am stingy. I came in haste and did not prepare many fine smokes. I have other bases to attend to, but in due time, I shall ensure you receive 2 cartons quietly. Of course, without anyone else knowing. Old 3 cherishes the 2 packs of cigarettes, grinning with genuine warmth. The element of secrecy is paramount. If the boss, the second, or a few other brothers were to find out, they would undoubtedly come to seize them. Young Master Zhou, I shall see you off. When you return tomorrow, I will find a way to get you a fine bottle of wine. With the brotherly bond established, Zhou Chen responds, then I shall not be modest. The two, with arms draped over each other's shoulders, descend the mountain, engaged in a spirited exchange of boasts. By the way, Zhou Chen inquired, what crime led you to prison? The third man hesitated. Well, I accidentally caused the deaths of several young girls. Huh. Zhou Chen was taken aback, genuinely shocked. What the hell? You look ashamed, yet you are aware of your moral depravity? In the next moment, Zhou Chen patted the man's shoulder. You truly ought to accompany me to Myanmar. My brothers share similar interests. It's nothing outrageous. Had it not been for the natural disaster, none of them would have faced imprisonment. Upon reaching the entrance, a gleaming motorcycle was rolled over, and an AK-47 assault rifle was handed to Zhou Chen with both hands. Zhou Chen slung the weapon around his neck, mounted the motorcycle, and cranked up the exhilarating music to its maximum volume. And I, passionate as fire, while you, frozen like a river, possess the very right to love. With a twist of the throttle and a release of the brakes, he left behind a strikingly audacious silhouette for the group of inmates. The anxious 10 men, led by Xiao Long, finally awaited Zhou Chen's return. Mr. Zhou, how did it go? Did you meet with our commander? Are our brothers still alive? Were they harmed? Those bastards should have been executed from the start. Zhou Chen recounted the events of the past couple of days in detail. The 10 men listened in bewilderment. Didn't you say you were going to gather intelligence? How did you morph into a butcher? If you could bring 30 people out, why not rescue the commander and the others? Indeed, let us first save the commander, and then we can devise a plan to infiltrate. Zhou Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm. A meal must be consumed bite by bite, and tasks should be completed one at a time. Do you truly believe I possess divine powers that would allow me to decipher the entirety of the base's situation simply by infiltrating it? The fact that I have managed to reach this point and return unscathed is already a blessing from my ancestors, is it not? And to rescue your captain first? If I were to speak, I would be riddled with bullets. Do you believe that? Upon hearing this, the 10 men of Xiao Long understood the gravity of the situation. If any of them were in Zhou Chen's position, they might not achieve the same outcome. After all, they had been trained to follow orders without question. Xiao Long, regaining his composure, inquired, what shall we do next? Zhou Chen provided his answer. Peel the cabbage. The 10 men of Xiao Long responded in unison. What on earth? Chapter 79. 10 spirited young men. Zhou Chen led the 10 men of Xiao Long down the mountain. The area was lush with trees, and the dense, withered grass towered above them. Among the thicket, there stood a large G-class vehicle, a truck, and a heap of rotten cabbage. Xiao Long was taken aback. Where on earth did this come from? Zhou Chen sauntered to a shady spot and lay down. Do you wish to know? Then answer me this. Where can one procure an M134 minigun? Xiao Long immediately fell silent. As a competent soldier, he would never divulge such information. Faced with the repugnant and foul-smelling rotten cabbage, a fellow named Xiao Bai approached the squad leader. Squad leader, are we truly going to peel this rotten cabbage? I still find this rather dubious. How does peeling rotten cabbage relate to our mission of rescuing the captain and the others? All eyes turned towards the squad leader. Xiao Long sighed and rolled up his sleeves. Stop hesitating. Let us heed his advice. The cabbage has been peeled and placed into the pockets for transport to the vehicle. Xiao Long, wiping the sweat from his brow, inquired of Zhou Chen, what shall we do next? Zhou Chen, on the brink of slumber, was weary from shaking the bedpost throughout the night. After listening to the sounds of the night, he had nearly succumbed to sleep. With heavy eyelids, he weakly gestured towards the large G vehicle. There are outfits inside. You should try them on first. Change into clothes? Xiao Long, along with the others, looked perplexed as he opened the trunk. A black suit? They had already cut off the sleeves and pant legs of their military uniforms due to the heat. And now Zhou Chen was asking them to wear suits? Did he intend to bake them alive? Zhou Chen, still in a daze, added, before donning the suits. Remember to wear your undergarments. He emphasized, the suits are a gift for you, but do return the undergarments once the task is completed. These 10 sets of undergarments were made from inferior fabric, lacking the temperature-regulating properties of the ones he wore. However, he had previously tested them, and the temperature difference was merely between 5 to 10 degrees. In essence, while he felt the warmth of spring in his attire, Xiao Long and the others would experience a typical summer's heat in their inferior garments. Before the calamity, it was commonplace for office workers to don suits and traverse the streets during the sweltering summer. Yes, it was hot, but certainly not life-threatening. Under extreme heat conditions, this was already an advanced form of cooling technology. The materials had been crafted by a little girl who had managed to produce only about 20 sets of undergarments. Who could predict how long the apocalypse would last? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or a lifetime? Having grown accustomed to the comfort provided by the temperature-regulating garments, he was reluctant to part with even a single piece, not even the subpar ones. Meanwhile, Xiao Long and the others remained utterly bewildered, standing there in a state of confusion. Within the confines of the suit, one must also don undergarments. Is this an attempt to suffocate them? Xiao Long scratched his head and said, let us give it a try. If it becomes unbearable, we simply shall not wear it. Xiao Bai exclaimed in indignation. It is undoubtedly intolerable. I am on the verge of heat exhaustion as it is. I refuse to wear it. The others hesitated, yet as the class leader, Xiao Long took the initiative to put it on. The moment he donned the undergarments, he felt utterly unwell. Class leader, are you all right? Panic ensued. Oh no, the class leader has succumbed to heat stroke. Quickly, fetch some water. Please, do not frighten me. Hasten to remove the class leader's clothing. A group surged forward, hands flailing as they attempted to remove his garments. Just moments ago, Xiao Long had been dazed, but now he pushed them away. What are you doing? Class leader, you've overheated. You must take off this attire. Quick, have a sip of salt water. Xiao Long shooed them away. Who claims I am overheated? I merely felt a momentary chill, and my mind took a moment to catch up. Chill? Where's the chill? How can it be cool? Ignoring the 9 soldiers, Xiao Long swiftly donned the suit, feeling an unexpected comfort as he walked about. Ah, this is truly refreshing. I am not hot at all, just my head, neck, and feet feel a bit warm. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and put it on. I assure you, it is simply invigorating. The 9 looked at their leader with peculiar expressions. Are you quite all right, class leader? Has the concern for the company commander and our comrades driven you to madness? Xiao Long, exasperated, stated solemnly, obey my command. Change your clothing. In unison, the 9 responded, understood. Zhou Chen was abruptly awakened, exclaiming, are you attempting to attract the guards of the prisoners? Keep your voices down. The 10 individuals, now realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly adjusted their demeanor. Clad in suits and donning polished shoes, the once reluctant group suddenly felt invigorated. What an advanced technology, how delightful. One mused. I was nearly suffocated by the heat earlier. Now it is refreshingly cool. Suddenly, one of them noticed a bag. Goodness. It contains bullets, bottled water, and fresh bread. Where on earth did this come from? Zhou Chen, now thoroughly disturbed by the commotion, could no longer find rest. Observing someone pouring water into a kettle, he nearly lost his temper. You intend to carry that kettle to the prisoner's base? Are you trying to ensure that those prisoners are aware of your military status? After a stern reprimand, the soldier bowed his head in silence. Zhou Chen rose from the grass, brushing off the dirt from his trousers. Ladies and gentlemen, can we dispense with the rigid thinking? The following afternoon, everyone was impeccably dressed. The 10 soldiers, clad in suits and shoes, transformed into a striking ensemble of youthful vigor. With rifles in hand, they appeared as elite bodyguards. Zhou Chen, smoking a cigarette, reiterated, let me remind you once more, when we reach the prisoner's base, do not let your eyes wander. That place is vast, with numerous islands. Even if you strain your eyes, you will not locate your battalion commander. From this moment on, you shall focus solely on me. Your mission is to ensure my personal safety. Let us rehearse the script once again. He pointed to himself, inquiring, who am I? 10 individuals stammered, "Boss. Boss." Zhou Chen inquired further, "What manner of people are we?" The 10 responded with expressions of discomfort, "An illegal gang from overseas." Zhou Chen pressed on. "What is our purpose for this journey?" They grimaced in resistance, "To trade." Zhou Chen persisted, "What is the ultimate aim of our transaction?" The 10 transformed their despondent expressions, their resolve soaring, "To rescue the captain and our comrades." Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. "My determination to retrieve the helicopter aligns perfectly with your commitment to save your own. Therefore, we must absolutely not raise suspicion." With a snap of his fingers, he declared, "Let us go." Xiaolong scrutinized Zhou Chen with a peculiar gaze, unable to contain his impatience. "Are you truly planning to dress like this for the trade?" Zhou Chen glared fiercely, exuding an air of arrogance. "What of it? I am now your superior. Say that again, and I'll dock your pay." On the cracked and parched highway, the Grand G surged ahead, stirring countless fallen leaves in its wake. A large truck trailed closely behind, upon which several spirited youths brandished firearms. At the entrance of the prisoner compound, Lausen could no longer contain his impatience. An hour had elapsed. Surely this deal would not fall through? Just as Lausen contemplated venturing out to ascertain the situation, a horn blared. The Black G materialized before the eyes of countless prisoners. Upon reaching the gates, the 8 spirited youths aboard the truck leaped down in unison, swiftly positioning themselves beside the G to maintain vigilance. Their keen gazes, rapid movements, and unwavering stances exuded professionalism from every angle. However, the prisoners gathered at the entrance were rendered speechless, with the cigarette falling from the mouth of the third one. What on earth was happening? In the sweltering heat, they were nearly suffocated in their bare skin and flip-flops, yet this group of individuals was clad in suits and polished shoes. Did they not fear being cooked alive? Surely, there are more tasteful ways to display arrogance. Xiaolong, acting as the driver, alighted from the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door. "Boss, we have arrived." A languid voice responded, followed by the emergence of a foot clad in gleaming brown leather shoes. Ascending, one could see pristine white suit trousers. In the next moment, a strikingly handsome man adorned in a white suit, draped in luxurious fur, appeared before the crowd. The dashing figure puffed on a cigar, his fingers adorned with gem-studded rings, exuding an air of unabashed arrogance and pride. Dressed like one of the world's wealthiest elites, his presence was nothing short of explosive. Silence reigned. An absolute hush enveloped the scene. All prisoners stood in stunned disbelief, their jaws dropping in astonishment. The third man, who had been crouching to retrieve his cigarette, was frozen in place. Forgetting the cigarette entirely, he could only exclaim in awe, as expected of young Master Zhou, ever so audacious and proud. Chapter 80. Merely a transaction. Zhou Chen was welcomed into the base like a celestial being surrounded by stars. Xiaolong brought along a soldier for close protection, while the remaining 8 spirited young men stood guard at the entrance, their demeanor stern and unyielding. When a small leader received instructions to distribute cigarettes, the 8 young men did not even spare him a glance. When water was offered, their expressions conveyed disdain. One of them remarked, "No need, we have our own water." Then, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and gulped down nearly half of it. Quenching his thirst, he felt his head growing warm. So he poured the remaining half over his head. The prisoners stared in disbelief. Had he lost his mind? Were Zhou Zhao's subordinates truly this extravagant? That was mineral water. After all, no one among them would dare to flaunt such ostentation. In truth, the soldier felt a pang of regret but dared not show it. Zhou Chen had instructed them to act with bravado upon entering the prisoner's base. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen removed 2 gemstone rings and personally placed them on the third brother's fingers. The third brother was taken aback. "This. Zhou Xiao, you are far too generous." Zhou Chen patted his shoulder. "I have said it before, among you 10 brothers, I feel the closest connection with you. These rings, once valuable, now serve only to impress. Here, take another one. Adorn both hands." After all, they were products from Yiwu. So he felt no remorse. With 3 gemstone rings adorning his fingers, the third brother instantly brimmed with confidence. "Zhou Xiao, you are the wealthiest person I have ever encountered." Zhou Chen, brimming with bravado and arrogance, responded, "What is this? Half of my army is already advancing towards the border. Once the new base at the Kuan City border is established, helicopters and tanks will be brought in. I will take you for a ride then." A spirited young man rushed over. "Boss, the goods have been counted." Zhou Chen glanced at the 30 trembling women, all of whom were being held at gunpoint. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and load them onto the vehicle." Anyone who dares to whimper or disobey will be shot on the spot. Upon hearing this, the women who had been contemplating resistance and pleading for mercy suddenly fell silent, forming an orderly line to board the vehicle. Old 3 expressed his astonishment. Are we loading up now? Aren't you going to stay for a drink before departing? Zhou Chen replied with a smile. No, the goods from the other bases have already been delivered to Magic City. We are merely waiting to transport this batch to Kuan City, where clients have a penchant for fresh goods and are pressing for delivery. Let us discuss the next shipment. Old 3 promptly informed the other 2. The 4 men convened in a tent, finalizing the details of their upcoming transaction, which was scheduled for 2 days hence. Zhou Chen arrived, accompanied by 10 spirited young men, exuding an air of arrogance. They lingered for less than half an hour before departing with equal swagger. As the vehicle traversed the bumpy road, Xiao Long, who was acting as the driver, inquired, "What shall we do with this batch of women?" Zhou Chen, dozing in the back seat, mumbled groggily, "Take them to the outskirts of Magic City and let them fend for themselves." Xiao Long was left speechless. "So we are truly here solely for the trade?" Zhou Chen scoffed. What else would it be? As they approached the numerous checkpoints leading to Magic City, they encountered barriers and surged through them. In fact, as soon as they reached the first checkpoint, with merely 50 meters to go, the spirited young men fired shots into the air. The bandits, armed with knives and clubs, who had been oppressing the refugees, scattered in panic at the sound of gunfire. The refugees, previously detained, seized the opportunity to flee alongside the vehicle. This unintentional act facilitated the escape of those unable to deliver supplies toward Magic City. Upon reaching the outskirts, 30 women were unceremoniously ushered out of the vehicle. Xiao Long shouted, "If you wish to survive, make your way into the city to seek a livelihood. The city center is under military control. Once you arrive, provisions will be provided." Originally apprehensive about being dragged abroad and suffering dire consequences, the woman now found herself bewildered. The perilous atmosphere ignited a surge of excitement among them, compelling them to race towards the city, following the refugees by the roadside. One woman cautiously approached Xiaolong. "Brother, may I speak a few words with your leader?" The rear window of Deji's car descended. Zhou Chen rested his hand on the window. "What is it?" The woman hesitated before speaking. "Is your objective to rescue the soldiers imprisoned at the base?" Xiaolong's group erupted with fervor. "Do you know the whereabouts of our brothers? Where are they held in the base? Are you acquainted with our battalion commander? Are our brothers safe? Have they sustained any injuries?" The woman exhaled in relief. It was evident that they were not in a legal organization operating abroad. Summoning her courage, she asked Zhou Chen, "If I disclose their situation to you, will you return my family's ancestral beast skin?" Zhou Chen flatly refused. "No." The woman grew frantic. "I assisted you the night before last. If it weren't for me." Zhou Chen's gaze sharpened. "Did I require your assistance? You should feel fortunate that you didn't jeopardize my affairs. Otherwise, your life would have been forfeit." The woman was momentarily silenced. Then, "If I share everything I know, could you spare me some supplies? It will take quite some time to get into the city from here." Zhou Chen gestured for her to enter the vehicle. Once inside, the woman immediately felt the refreshing chill of the air conditioning, sighing in comfort. According to the woman's account, she intended to travel to Hangzhou for a family visit, but instead found herself captured by a group of prisoners at Qiandao Lake alongside a batch of refugees. Upon being taken to the prisoner's base, in a bid for self-preservation, she deliberately made herself filthy and odorous, which led to her assignment to labor by the lakeside. At that time, the water was still 5 to 6 meters deep, and the captured men were laboring under the scorching sun to fish for shrimp, while the women prepared dried fish and shrimp on the shore. On the third day, a helicopter appeared near the base. The prisoners mobilized entirely, escorting several soldiers and threatening the helicopter to land, even firing a few shots at it. It was then that the refugees realized there were indeed military personnel imprisoned within the base. The helicopter was compelled to land, and an officer along with a driver was taken hostage, disappearing along with several soldiers thereafter. The woman elucidated, "Qiandao Lake is vast, with many undeveloped islands. I suspect those soldiers are confined on some desolate isle." That night, while we were resting, a gang of prisoners suddenly burst in and abducted more than a dozen women. When they returned, they were trembling with fear, claiming the base intended to sell them abroad for organ harvesting. "The following night, I encountered you." Zhou Chen interrupted her, "And then you, in your misguided cleverness, staged a performance to convince those prisoners that I am indeed a nefarious organ trafficker?" The woman nodded. "But it was quite effective, was it not?" Zhou Chen opened the car door and forcefully kicked her out, exclaiming, You foolish woman. Your self-satisfaction nearly induced a heart attack in me. Get away. A woman, having been forcefully removed from a vehicle, clings desperately to the door, pleading, Brother, I may forfeit the beast hide, but the supplies you promised. Xiaolong hastily rummages through his bag, retrieving bottled water and bread. Zhou Chen glares at him, exclaiming, What are you doing? Those supplies are meant for your ostentation, not for saving lives. Only then does Xiaolong produce his own water bottle and compressed biscuits. The woman eagerly accepts the water bottle, hastily uncapping it and drinking deeply. Though the water has soured, it is preferable to succumbing to thirst. Zhou Chen scrutinizes her, inquiring, What is your name? She wipes her mouth, her hands occupied with unwrapping the compressed biscuits, replying, Qin Siyu. Zhou Chen, with a sardonic smile, warns, Qin Siyu. Should you dare to appear before me again or utter the words beast hide, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. Chapter 81. Gradually, the plan unfolds. Brainwashing takes effect. On the shattered highway, refugees swarm towards the demon city, some with families in tow, others alone. They appear disheveled and destitute, resembling beggars. Their faces etched with despair. In stark contrast, 2 vehicles and 10 spirited young men stand in the center of the road. Their presence a stark juxtaposition to the impoverished refugees. Were it not for the firearms in the hands of these young men, many refugees would have already leapt upon them to rob. Some ill-intentioned individuals among the refugees deliberately incite hatred, seeking to create a chaotic scene to seize a share for themselves. Truly, the disparity is striking. The impoverished are destitute, while the affluent live in luxury. We are so poor that we lack even water to drink, while these individuals drive luxury cars and bask in air conditioning. Is this fair? Zhou Chen, ever fierce and few of words, fired 2 shots at the man, declaring, This is the fairness I offer you. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly vibrant individual collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, convulsing twice before succumbing to the void. In an instant, the nearby refugees fled in terror. The group of 10, led by Xiaolong, discerned the deceased's nefarious intent, yet they could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Had it not been for this calamity, perhaps this individual would not have harbored such malevolent thoughts. And today he would not have met his demise at the hands of a gun. Zhou Chen's ruthless disposition was indeed unappealing, yet they understood that in the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The group was stirred with excitement, finally confirming that their commander was indeed on some desolate island within the prisoner base. The struggle to catch fish and shrimp was undoubtedly arduous, but as long as they were alive, it was a blessing. Xiaolong inquired, What shall we do next? Zhou Chen snapped his fingers, Do not rush. Let us return to the designated point and lay low. In 2 days, we shall proceed with the trade as planned. Xiao Bai, filled with urgency, suggested, Why don't we infiltrate and scout the whereabouts of our commander? Zhou Chen shot him a glare. Do you have any idea how vast Jian'an Lake is? If we are discovered, even if you expend every bullet, you will not be able to save anyone. We must proceed with caution, do you understand? Returning to the designated point not far from the prisoner base, Xiaolong seized the opportunity while Zhou Chen took respite in a cave to gather the 9 soldiers together. Everyone, do not be hasty. One cannot grow fat with a single bite. I believe we must place our faith in Zhou Chen. While he may not wish to assist us in rescuing our commander, he certainly desires to reclaim his helicopter. I must remind you all, when we next enter the prisoner base, no one is permitted to act independently or make indirect moves. Prisoners are not fools. Once they learn that you are inquiring about the whereabouts of the camp leader, all our efforts will be in vain. Moreover, for the next couple of days, no one is permitted to leave the camp without authorization. Instead of risking a venture to gather information, it is wiser to act according to the circumstances. 2 days later, Zhou Chen, who had ventured out in his vehicle without permission, returned with a considerable amount of supplies, a box of dog food, a box of instant noodles, and 20 pounds of deliberately wilted vegetables left to sunbathe. The 10 members of Xiaolong were utterly baffled by this individual's remarkable ability to procure resources seemingly at will. On the journey to the trading base, Xiaolong could no longer contain his curiosity. Mr. Zhou, what line of work were you in before? How do you manage to obtain supplies from everywhere? Zhou Chen, lacking enthusiasm, responded curtly, Smuggling, do you believe it? They formally entered the prisoner base. The 10 members of Xiaolong maintained their usual attire, appearing spirited and alert. Zhou Chen, however, had changed into a wine-red suit, complete with a patterned pocket square. Around his neck hung a gold chain as thick as a thumb, and a cigar was clamped between his lips, an embodiment of his flamboyant and arrogant persona. As soon as the vehicle halted, Lao San, who had been waiting eagerly at the entrance, approached. "Young Master Zhou, we have been eagerly anticipating your arrival. This time, you must stay for a drink before you leave. It would be best if you could linger for a few more days. I heard that you were quite pleased with that woman from last time. We kept her for you." The other prisoners had already rushed forward to unload the goods. Upon seeing the vegetables, although these lowly figures were unworthy of consuming them, they nonetheless erupted with joy. This young Master Zhou is truly remarkable. He can procure such excellent supplies. It is said that Master Zhou has amassed a mountain of supplies abroad, including military aircraft and tanks. With such formidable power, what could he possibly not acquire? Just look at his subordinates, each one more spirited than the last. The key is that their provisions surpass even those of our leaders. Alas, how I wish I could align myself with Master Zhou. I too desire. The current transaction involves 100 women. To ensure that Master Zhou stays for a meal, the base leader deliberately refrained from bringing the women out. On one hand, following the previous transaction, a preliminary trust has been established between both parties. On the other hand, they are convinced of Master Zhou's valuable assets and wish to cultivate a deeper relationship, laying the groundwork for long-term trade. At the dining table, an additional plate of fried shrimp, a platter of shrimp cakes, and a dish of boiled cabbage appeared. Old 3, pained at the thought, produced his treasured collection, a bottle of Wuliangye, worth 200 before the calamity. Zhou Chen graciously clinked glasses with Old 3 several times and engaged in conversations with the other 9 leaders from distant corners of the world. The woman from the last transaction remained seated beside him. Though she still bore a hint of unpleasant odor, she had changed into clean attire, significantly enhancing her appearance. After several rounds of drinks, Zhou Chen was assisted back to his room by the woman, just as she was about to climb into bed. He shot her a glare that sent her back. "Young master, I have bathed today." "You have bathed?" Zhou Chen thought to himself. These prisoners truly place great importance on him. The next moment, the woman hesitantly added, I wiped down. Water is now more precious than life. And the base is short on water." Zhou Chen patted the bed, saying, "Come up, but do not move." The woman's excitement lasted merely a second as she obediently climbed onto the bed and sat still. Zhou Chen retrieved a notebook from his bag and casually selected a domestic film. The woman, filled with disappointment, contemplated using her charm to entice him, yet hesitated, fearing that young Master Zhou might retaliate harshly. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, "Young master, don't you prefer to resort to violence?" Zhou Chen, feeling vexed, retorted, "Silence." The previous time he had merely chosen a film at random. Who could have anticipated that the actors would indulge in such excessive antics? Brandishing belts as if in a never-ending spectacle? He was no sadist, so why engage with whips? An hour later, the intimate sounds within the room ceased, giving way to a thunderous snore. Another hour passed before Zhou Chen, feeling rejuvenated, opened the door and stepped outside. The woman feigned an interest in adjusting her clothing, trailing behind at a leisurely pace. Lao San, waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, promptly approached. Sensing Zhou Chen's good spirits and deducing that the woman had indeed captured his favor, Zhou Chen effortlessly draped an arm around Lao San's shoulder, saying, "Lao San, once the Kuan-Ching base is completed, you must accompany me for some fun. Whether it be military helicopters or tanks, I assure you, you will indulge to your heart's content." Lao San, a death row inmate, was also an ardent military enthusiast who relished all things related to tanks and artillery. "That sounds splendid. Just the chance to lay a hand on a tank would suffice to satisfy me," he replied eagerly. "Rest assured, if I promise you enjoyment, I will deliver. You can even fire a few rounds from a tank. That is no trouble at all. Ha. I extend my gratitude in advance." Lao San replied with glee. Zhou Chen stretched lazily, surveying the picturesque islands in the distance. With a mixture of enthusiasm and regret, he remarked, "This place is quite splendid. Amidst the sweltering heat, one can appreciate the autumnal spectacle of falling leaves. I truly wish to explore the surroundings. Yet the oppressive heat renders me too lethargic to venture forth. Unfortunately, I hurried back to my homeland without retrieving the helicopter." Under Zhou Chen's relentless indoctrination, with tanks as the central theme, Lao San had come to regard Zhou Xiaoye as an intimate confidant. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "As for the helicopter, we have one at our base, but alas, no one knows how to operate it." Zhou Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. His efforts to influence Lao San were not in vain. This was precisely the outcome he desired. "You possess a helicopter at your base? Why did you not mention it sooner? I am quite adept at flying. Without delay, he declared, "Let me take you for a flight." Chapter 82. Discovering the target. The thunderous roar of the helicopter echoed throughout the entire base. Several leaders, who were comfortably seated indoors enjoying the air conditioning, rushed out in astonishment. Gazing at the ascending helicopter, their hearts raced with anxiety. What was happening? Who had initiated the helicopter's flight? A flustered subordinate, drenched in sweat, hurried over and reported, "Boss, it's San Yi and Zhou Xiaoya." Zhou Xiaoya wished to tour Qiandao Lake, but was too indolent to walk. Upon hearing that Zhou Xiaoya could pilot a helicopter, San Yi decided to. The cunning Lao heir immediately reacted with excitement. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoya is a charlatan? What about his subordinates? What are they currently engaged in? The subordinate replied, "They are merely playing poker with our brothers." Playing poker? Lao heir questioned suspiciously, "Have you detected anything unusual about them?" The subordinate pondered for a moment before responding, "Unusual? What do you mean?" "Using mineral water to wash one's hair, expressing disdain for our meals, and consuming freshly baked red bean bread. Does that count?" The various leaders fell silent. The chief glanced at the sky and remarked, "Second brother, are you not overthinking? Young Master Zhou comes from a prosperous family. Would he truly covet our dilapidated aircraft?" The cunning second brother shook his head. The claim of wealth is merely young Master Zhou's own assertion. None of us have witnessed the base, the army, or the mountains of supplies he speaks of. The chief felt that second brother's flaw was his tendency to overthink. Second brother instructed the underlings, "You, go guard the gate. If you notice any of young Master Zhou's subordinates attempting to slip away, immediately encircle them." The underling hastily complied. It was not just the chief. The other brothers also felt that second brother was making a mountain out of a molehill. "Second brother, is it really necessary? Have you not seen young Master Zhou's attire? Nor his 10 bodyguards, nor the supplies he has brought? Could he possibly be a fraud? It seems implausible for someone to incur such great expense to deceive us with a mere helicopter. Just moments ago, we were hoping young Master Zhou would procure more vegetables, preferably some fine canned beef. Second brother, do not be overly cautious. If we offend young Master Zhou, what will become of our business?" The cunning second brother harbored a deep-seated disdain for these thoughtless individuals. Yet, he did not wish to incite public anger. Caution is the mother of safety. "I act with everyone's best interests in mind." On a mountain not far from Qiandao Lake, a four-pawed, wounded dog gazes with a tilted head at the helicopter soaring above. The incessant buzzing fills the air. This is the first time Lao San has taken a helicopter ride, and he is brimming with excitement. He stretches his neck, eagerly observing the scenery below from such heights. The wind is quite strong. "What did you say?" "Zhou Xiaoyi, I mentioned that the wind is quite strong. Although the breeze is warm, it nonetheless evokes a profound exhilaration." Zhou Chen contemplates kicking him out and simply flying away. But considering that he had brought 10 soldiers into the prisoner base, abandoning them to their fate would be unconscionable. Zhou Chen gestures towards his headset. "Put it on." Lao San quickly complies. "Did you hear me say the wind is strong just now?" Zhou Chen feigns enthusiasm. "I did hear you. How about we take a tour around the entire Qiandao Lake?" Lao San nods vigorously. "Absolutely. The view from up here is exhilarating." Zhou Chen casts a complex glance at Lao San but quickly regains his cheerful demeanor. "Lao San, your horizons are too narrow. This is merely a civilian helicopter. A far cry from my Black Hawk." "What?" Lao San hears Zhou Chen's words clearly through the headset. "Black Hawk? That is quite impressive. How do you possess such a machine?" Zhou Chen, brimming with arrogance, replies, "You're still young, aren't you? In Myanmar, if you have wealth and power, nothing is beyond your reach. I possess 3 Black Hawks, each equipped with an array of advanced weaponry." As they ventured forth to seize territory, machine guns swept across the landscape, as if dragons and tigers bowed to their command, reducing living beings to mere fragments of flesh. The fervor ignited within Lao San as he exclaimed, "Incredible! Do you still need to claim more territory?" Zhou Chen, with a haughty smile, replied, "Indeed. I'm not merely some petty outlaw. In Myanmar, I am a bona fide warlord commanding an army of thousands. Before the natural disasters, I cultivated tens of thousands of acres of poppies. Who would ever complain about having too much land? The wealthier a person becomes, the more insatiable their greed. Not only have I contended with rivals for territory, but I have even dared to confront the regular army of Myanmar." Lao San was left in awe, utterly captivated. Seizing the moment to boast, Zhou Chen continued to scan the islands below. No anomalies appeared to the east or south as he circled westward. At last, he spotted a target on a desolate island in the northwest. Shadows of soldiers flickered within a makeshift grass shelter. Zhou Chen deliberately steered the helicopter toward that forsaken isle. Lao San's attempt to intervene came too late. The soldiers below had already noticed the helicopter, emerging from their shelters to gaze upward. Lao San, how come there are soldiers at your base? Goodness, are you collaborating with the military, conducting entrapment operations to ensnare someone like me? Lao San hastily waved his hands. Absolutely not. Zhou Chen feigned concern. Old Third, I consider you a brother. I would even part with a tank for you, if you betray me. Old Third, genuinely regarding Zhou as a confidant, hurriedly clarified. It's not like that at all. We are merely a group of prisoners from Shaoshan prison. The military personnel. This mess was all caused by Old Sixth's impulsiveness. Zhou Chen leaned closer to the deserted island, scrutinizing the scene below for a moment before seamlessly maneuvering the helicopter northward. At this juncture, Old Third poured out the entire saga to Zhou Chen as if emptying a bamboo tube of beans. It all began with Old Sixth, who, during his youth, had enlisted in the army but was rejected. After committing murder, he fled into the mountains, subsequently pursued by the armed police, which fueled his disdain for soldiers. That day, they merely came for water, but after a few drinks, he instigated a scene, summoning half the base's brothers to encircle them. We scolded him mercilessly. Of all people to provoke, why choose the military? Just as we were about to release them, this helicopter suddenly appeared overhead. Second brother, spotting soldiers aboard through binoculars, realized the situation had escalated and deemed it best to take drastic measures, coercing the helicopter to land using the detained soldiers as leverage. Thus, a group clad in military attire found themselves in a dilemma. Unable to kill, they were confined to the deserted island. Zhou Chen pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I thought you were fishing. I, a distinguished warlord from Anmar, once reveled in luxury. My life a feast before the calamity struck. Yet, after the disaster, I found myself ensnared in the depths of misfortune, with no avenue to voice my grievances. The third man, with a sheepish grin, interjected, a misunderstanding indeed. I assure you, we, the 10 brothers, genuinely wish to maintain a long-term collaboration with you. The helicopter descended smoothly, and as the two disembarked, they embraced in a brotherly manner. Zhou Chen declared, let us schedule the next delivery in 10 days. The third man gasped in astonishment. 10 days? Why so long? Zhou Chen, brimming with arrogance, replied, I must journey to Kuan City to procure a shipment of top-tier supplies for Magic City, including several trucks of premium durians, rice, and fresh vegetables. The third man, in awe, exclaimed, your stock is indeed impressive. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile. I have prepared a surprise for you, something truly exhilarating. Chapter 83. In the next life, be a human. 2 soldiers appeared intermittently amidst the trees, their uniforms devoid of sleeves and pant legs, revealing gray undergarments. Their backs adorned with tangled weeds. They pushed aside the foliage to enter a cave, where several comrades awaited, alongside Zhou Chen, who was dozing against the stone wall. Squad leader, how goes it? Have you seen the company commander? Xiao Long, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, nodded. Indeed, I have spotted them. This time, it is quite clear. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. One soldier, who had stealthily followed the squad leader into Qiandao Lake, voiced his concerns. Aside from the company commander, everyone else is alive, though in poor condition. We must act swiftly to rescue them. Zhou Chen rubbed the back of his neck and inquired, have you seen Uncle Bai? The soldier nodded. He is with the camp leader, but it seems he has fallen ill. It was hardly surprising that a man in his 60s, held at gunpoint and forced to catch fish and shrimp under the sweltering heat, would succumb to illness. Zhou Chen clapped his hands together. Very well, let us devise a flawless plan. Xiao Long, taken aback, asked, are you going to participate as well? Zhou Chen frowned. What do you mean by that? I have yet to retrieve my helicopter. Xiao Long waved his hand dismissively. I mean, you should just wait for our news here. A fierce battle is inevitable, and since you lack training, I am concerned. Zhou Chen chuckled lightly. You are overthinking it. I am not going with you to rescue anyone. Xiao Long was bewildered. So what you mean is? Zhou Chen clarified. What I mean is, I will reclaim my helicopter while you go to save your comrades. 11 heads huddled together, murmuring quietly. On the day of the transaction, Zhou Chen arrived at the prisoner base after dark, accompanied by 4 spirited young men. In the vast Thousand Islands lake, only a few areas were illuminated. The rest lay in utter darkness. The prisoners gazed in astonishment at the half-truckload of supplies, their eyes widening in disbelief. Cigarettes, liquor. The cigarettes were of the cheap variety, and the liquor belonged to the old village chief. Under the calamity of nature, such high-quality goods had become exceedingly rare. Zhou Chen had changed his attire, donning trendy brands and draping several necklaces around his neck. A cigar remained clutched in his hand, exuding an air of arrogance and swagger. Zhou Chen called out to Xiaolong, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and unload the cigarettes and liquor. Distribute them among our brothers." The envious prisoners were left dumbfounded. "You're giving this to us? Is this for real?" Within the confines of the base, cigarettes and liquor seldom graced their presence. The approaching old three appeared perplexed, inquiring, "Young Master Zhou, how do you intend to distribute these supplies among the brothers?" With a grand gesture, Zhou Chen exuded an air of magnificence, proclaiming, "The goods destined for trade are located in the rear. I have returned from the border with dozens of truckloads to the Demon City. These are merely a token of goodwill for my brothers. Feel free to indulge, drink, and smoke without hesitation. Anyone who holds back shows disdain for me." The group of lowly prisoners erupted in exhilaration, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Yet, Old Three felt a pang of regret, pondering the wastefulness of distributing such valuable supplies to mere minions. Sensing his discontent, Zhou Chen leaned in conspiratorially, saying, "I have prepared something special just for you. When the truck arrives later, discreetly take it." Old Three's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is it Huazi?" Zhou Chen resisted the urge to deliver a sharp reprimand. Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "Of course there will be Huazi and Mao Tai, but ensure that your brothers remain oblivious. I cannot bear the thought of them accusing me of favoritism." Old Three was overjoyed. "And Mao Tai? Rest assured, I shall keep my lips sealed." Nearby, the other prisoners cherished their allotted supplies, reveling in their fortune. Zhou Chen, feeling a twinge of displeasure, exclaimed, "What are you cradling those for? Drink up. In this sweltering heat, aren't you concerned about the alcohol evaporating and compromising the flavor?" Upon hearing this, the prisoners recognized the validity of his point, promptly uncapping their bottles and indulging in hearty gulps. What a delight! It had been ages since they had savored such unrestrained drinking. This feeling was simply exhilarating. The liquor we usually consume is akin to plain water, lacking the potency of the bottle in hand. The other inmates on the island, upon catching wind of the commotion, hastily rushed towards the entrance of the base, fearful that they might miss out on potential benefits. The cunning second-in-command gazed at the bustling gates of the base, a profound sense of doubt stirring within him. The leader patted his shoulder, inquiring, "What troubles your mind, my friend?" The second-in-command posed a question. "Do you not find young Master Zhou's generosity rather excessive?" The impulsive sixth member retorted, "Brother, it's not that I doubt you, but you disdain those who are thrifty. Yet you cast suspicion upon young Master Zhou's liberality. Just look at this truckload of supplies. Could an ordinary person procure such a bounty?" The leader supported the sixth member's point, adding, "He speaks the truth. I too had my reservations regarding young Master Zhou's intentions towards those soldiers, but upon reflection, it seems implausible. It's akin to the situation in Hangzhou, where even a single vegetable is hard to come by under military control. Only a warlord like young Master Zhou would possess an abundance of such resources." The second-in-command felt that conversing with these short-sighted individuals was akin to playing music to a cow. He harbored an ominous premonition. Yet he lacked tangible evidence to substantiate his feelings. Should they discover his thoughts, they would undoubtedly chastise him for being overly contemplative. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen had already intoxicated the third inmate and seized the opportunity to suggest, "How about we take a flight around, enjoying the night view of Qiandao Lake?" The third inmate laughed heartily. What beauty can one find in such darkness? Nevertheless, to appease his companion's desire, he unsteadily rose to his feet. The four members of the Xiaolong team exchanged glances at this scene and continued their poker game with the inmates. A prisoner remarked, "Brother Long, I feel a bit dizzy." Xiaolong replied dismissively, "It must be because you haven't had a drink in a while. With 42-degree liquor mixed with sleeping pills, who wouldn't feel lightheaded?" The roar of helicopters reverberated throughout the base. Sitting alone at a distance, Lauer could no longer contain himself. He glanced at a few companions groping a woman and ultimately said nothing, quietly exiting through a side door. In midair, Zhou Chen lit a cigarette and asked, "Old Three, how old was the girl you caused to die?" Old Three, in a daze, momentarily puzzled by the sudden inquiry, replied, "She was quite young, around 12 or 13. Zhou Chen pressed further, "How did you kill her?" Old Three fell into recollection at first. "I didn't intend to kill her. I just wanted to have some fun. But when she cried and screamed, I panicked, fearing that passers-by would come, and I accidentally choked her to death." Subsequent crimes followed the same pattern, dragging victims into the woods and strangling them. Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy as he looked at Old 3. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Old 3 scoffed. What does retribution matter? I have money and hired the best lawyer. It took 2 years to get a suspended death sentence. When natural disasters strike, I live more freely than anyone else. Old 3. Huh, what? Zhou Chen swiftly unfastened Old 3's seatbelt, opened the cabin door, and kicked him out of the plane in one fluid motion. Old 3, in a panic, managed to grab the door, his body dangling in midair, attempting to pull himself back in. Why? I regard you as a confidant, Zhou Chen said, lifting the cigarette from his lips and aiming it directly at Old 3's eye. To be considered a confidant by a beast such as you is a profound insult. Old 3 felt a searing pain as his eye was burned, instinctively loosening his grip and letting out a piercing scream, his body plummeting from midair. Zhou Chen retrieved a grenade from his surroundings, pulled the pin, and cast it into the air. The grenade landed amidst a pile of gasoline barrels. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted. Chapter 84. Annihilation of the prisoner's base boom. The gasoline barrels stacked on the ground exploded in unison, sending the surrounding vehicles soaring into the air. The vehicles detonated a second time mid-flight, scattering debris in all directions and claiming countless prisoners' lives. Some prisoners, regaining their senses, found themselves too weak to rise, while those who managed to stand stumbled and fell clumsily. Others, who had refrained from drinking, were just about to draw their weapons when Xiao Long and his companions seized the moment to open fire. The cacophony of explosions, gunfire, and anguished cries intertwined in a chaotic symphony. The 8 leaders, who had been drinking with women, suddenly snapped to attention. What is happening? This is bad. We are under attack. Where is Old 2? Which scoundrel dares to assault our base? Shoving the woman aside, they armed themselves and rushed toward the exit. The first few to charge forward suddenly noticed something falling at their feet. Before they could discern what it was, they were engulfed in a catastrophic explosion. The shockwave sent Old 1 sprawling, his gaze fixed upon the helicopter flashing lights above, his teeth clenched in fury. Damn it, that Zhou fellow. Indeed. Old 2 was right. This Zhou has an ulterior motive. The leader rose, brandishing a firearm, and unleashed a barrage into the sky, though at such a distance. His aim was futile. On the desolate island where soldiers were imprisoned, several armed corps prisoners anxiously observed the flames illuminating the main island. Just as they contemplated taking action, they were ambushed by Commander He and his men, who seized their weapons. Apart from the few armed corps prisoners, dozens of ordinary inmates wielding knives were scattered across the island. Having successfully acquired firearms, Commander He fired twice before discovering the weapons were devoid of ammunition. Outnumbered and outgunned, he and his comrades were swiftly encircled by the prisoners. At that moment, a group of 10 refugees, similarly imprisoned, burst forth from a nearby grass hut. They resembled beggars, brandishing wooden sticks and bedboards as they charged in. However, their frailty rendered them no match for the prisoners, and they soon found themselves overwhelmed. A corps prisoner, equipped with a walkie-talkie at his waist, relayed a chilling order from the second-in-command. Enemy attack, eliminate everyone on the island. Just as Commander He and his men believed their demise was imminent, 6 individuals emerged from the woods, unleashing a volley of gunfire upon the prisoners. Commander? Xiao Bai. Are you all right? We are fine, but you? Never mind, let us recover our weapons first. At 1 o'clock in the morning, following a relentless counteroffensive by Commander He and his team, the entire base was successfully reclaimed. The surviving prisoners cowered, covering their heads. A helicopter descended steadily, and Zhou Chen gracefully disembarked. The pallid-faced elder clutched his chest, exclaiming, I told you last time, who was it that piloted the helicopter so poorly? Lacking any semblance of skill? It turns out to be you. Zhou Chen flashed a broad smile. As long as the technique suffices, that is all that matters. He turned to Commander He and asked, why are we still hesitating? Commander He, taken aback, responded, are they all dead? Zhou Chen, in disbelief, questioned, do you intend to let the tiger return to the mountain? Or will you bring all these individuals back to the demon city to nurture them? The notion of returning them to the demon city was utterly impractical. Releasing these prisoners would only lead to countless innocent refugees suffering in the future. Commander He swiftly made a decision. With a single command, all the soldiers raised their rifles, aiming intently. Suddenly, a man clad in a white coat stood up, his expression fraught with anxiety. Do not kill me. I am not a prisoner. I am the prison doctor. The profession of a doctor? In this apocalyptic world, it was a coveted role, one that commanded respect wherever one went. Just as commander, he was about to spare the man. A gaunt middle-aged man emerged from the ranks of refugees and delivered 2 resounding slaps to the doctor. Doctor, how dare you claim such a title? If you were coerced, that might be one thing, but how many prison guards have perished because of your complicity with these prisoners? Are they not your colleagues? It was then that Zhou Chen noticed the middle-aged man, dressed in a uniform of considerable rank. With a face etched in sorrow and indignation, the man declared, I do not deserve to live. Had I not given the order to release them, these prisoners would not have wreaked havoc upon so many innocent civilians. Brothers, I hope you have not strayed too far. I shall join you now. With those words, he seized a weapon and took his own life. The events unfolded with alarming speed, leaving everyone unable to intervene. A few surviving prison guards, consumed by grief and fury, charged at the doctor, unleashing a brutal assault that resulted in his untimely death. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed until the last bullet was spent. Within the base, save for a handful of escaped prisoners, all perished under the relentless barrage. Nearby, a group of apprehended refugees, men and women numbering at least 100, stood in despair. Commander, he addressed them, saying, Let us go, return to your homes. The refugees exchanged glances, weeping, Where do we still have a home? Commander, he felt a pang of compassion and replied, Very well, at dawn, we shall gather the supplies here. Those wishing to go to Hangzhou, we will ensure you reach the organization. Those desiring to head to Mo City may accompany us. Zhou Chen had stealthily made his way to the base's warehouse. He initially expected to find mere scraps, but was astonished to discover hundreds of barrels of fuel. It was unclear which military camp had been plundered, but he found military trucks, jeeps, rations, specialized repair tools, and an abundance of padded jackets that he could scarcely count. After searching for a considerable time, he found no firearms, likely due to the prisoners having rummaged through the automotive supplies. Though he stored all the materials in his space, he still felt a sense of loss. The items he had previously retrieved were inconsequential. What truly stung were the few grenades he had cast away and the ammunition, tranquilizers, and supplies for the 10 men supporting Xiao Long, enough to haunt him for a year. At dawn, all supplies were loaded onto vehicles. Commander, he allocated a portion to the refugees and to several prisoners unwilling to share the same fate of confinement on this desolate island. They prepared to split into 2 groups, one to escort the